Chapter 1. The Beginning. I want to defy the odds. On May 4th, 2003, in the United States, the first round of the NBA playoffs was reaching its climax in Game 7. The Eastern Conference's top-seeded Detroit Pistons were hosting the 8th-seeded Orlando Magic at the Palace of Auburn Hills. With just 5 minutes remaining in the game, the fervent fans of the Motor City erupted in an overwhelming chorus of cheers. The score stood at 95-75, with the Pistons boasting a substantial 20-point lead on their home court. This was the decisive 7th game in a fierce battle. If the Pistons triumphed, they would achieve a remarkable comeback from a 13 deficit against the Magic. On the sidelines, Orlando's star player, McGrady, sat with a grim expression, burdened by 5 personal fouls, as he surveyed the daunting point differential and contemplated the impending reversal. A mixture of resentment and fury flickered in his weary eyes. Head coach Doc Rivers and the other players wore expressions of resignation. Apart from the singular scoring prowess of T-Mac, no other reliable offensive option emerged from the team. Amidst the roaring jubilation of the fans, a Chinese player named Su Zhe, seated at the end of the bench, was suddenly jolted awake by a powerful surge of memories flooding his mind. What the hell? Have I crossed over? He marveled. Am I a rookie from the 2002 NBA draft, ranked 29th? That means I'm in the same draft class as Yao Ming. His astonishment grew. Most importantly, I'm teammates with my idol, T-Mac. How exhilarating is that? In his previous life, Su Zhe had been a professional basketball player himself. However, a severe injury had curtailed his career, and now he found himself merging the memories of this life with those of his past. He was acutely aware that the Magic would ultimately lose this game, and McGrady's declaration of him already thinking about the next round opponent would become one of the most infamous moments in NBA history. Doc Rivers, often dubbed the master of blown leads, would soon be initiating the narrative of a historic comeback from a 31 deficit. Most critically, through these memories, Su Zhe realized that although he had the opportunity to join the NBA in this life, his physical attributes were rather mediocre, lacking in both agility and strength, that he would merely serve as an additional presence in Yao Ming's draft class. Media outlets and scouts alike deemed him unfit for the NBA, unworthy even of the role of a water boy. Is it really that tragic? Su Zhe pondered, feeling a wave of despondency. Ding! The basketball emperor system has detected the host. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated in Su Zhe's mind. Ding! The basketball emperor system is commencing detection. Host name, Su Zhe. Host height, 210 centimeters. Host wingspan, 238 centimeters. Host weight, 109 kg. Ding! The host's static attributes have been fully assessed. What the hell? Su Zhe gasped internally upon hearing the system's announcement. System? The benefits of a traverser may arrive late, but they will never be absent. Speaking of this static talent, it certainly mirrors Kevin Durant. However, the NBA of 2003 still venerates defense as the path to championships, favoring those who dominate the paint. Players who can do a bit of everything yet seem not to excel in any particular area are indeed less sought after. Su Zhe believed that possessing such static talent would undoubtedly allow him to carve out a niche in the fiercely competitive realm of the NBA. What he currently lacked was an opportunity to prove himself. Ding! The system binding is complete, granting the host a novice gift pack. Ding! Will the host like to open it? Of course I will. Su Zhe replied without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have attained max-level stamina, enhancing your speed, strength, jumping ability, and all other aspects to their fullest potential. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the Hall of Fame level 3-point sharpshooter badge, significantly boosting your 3-point shooting ability. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Hall of Fame level death grip badge, greatly enhancing your perimeter defense. After a series of notifications from the system, Su Zhe felt an unusual vitality coursing through his body. Ding! The host can earn corresponding points by completing system tasks, which can be used to unlock or upgrade badges within the Basketball Emperor system. Ding! Badges will provide the host with substantial bonuses. As the system's voice faded, a plethora of badges appeared in Su Zhe's mind. The badges were categorized into 4 sections: finishing, shooting, playmaking, and defense. Currently, the highlighted badges were only the 3-point sharpshooter and death grip, while the others remained gray. Beneath each badge, the points required for upgrading were noted. With sufficient points, one could illuminate a badge and upgrade it in the order of bronze, silver, gold, and Hall of Fame. Ding! In addition to badges, the system also offers signature moves of stars, obtainable through task completion. Ding! Task issued. Win this game and assist the Orlando Magic in achieving their first upset in the playoffs after a best-of-7 series. No sooner had the system's voice faded than Su Zhe heard someone calling his name loudly. Hey Su, it's your turn to play. Humanity's comeback essence, Doug Rivers bellowed at Suze. The timeout was over, and only 4 minutes remained in the game. The score stood at 1-0-0-8-0. Magic's head coach Doug Rivers intended to concede the match, opting to substitute Suze from the end of the bench in Rivers' eyes. The remaining 4 minutes were merely garbage time. Yet, in Suze's gaze, he perceived a flicker of excitement and exhilaration. Perhaps this is the sentiment of a late second-round showcase. Just being able to step onto the NBA court is enough to stir his emotions. Doug Rivers mused silently. Beep. As the referee signaled the end of the timeout, the Magic had substituted in their bench players. Clad in the Magic's number 7 jersey, Suze stood on the NBA court for the very first time. His heart surged with fervor at this moment. Having been granted a second chance at life, he resolved to establish his own dynasty. As Suze surveyed the court, he noticed that the players on the floor were largely unknown or would soon fade from the NBA. The only recognizable name on a Magic's roster was the aging Rain Man, Shawn Kemp. In stark contrast, the Detroit Pistons head coach Rick Carlisle had introduced a bench lineup led by John Barry and Mehmet Okur. Oh, isn't that a second-round pick? Ah, ha ha ha. The Magic are truly out of options, resorting to a second-round pick to embarrass themselves. As he stepped onto the court, John Barry mercilessly mocked Suze. With an impassive expression, Suze calmly retorted, "Don't be too hasty, the game is far from over. Everything remains uncertain." Ahaha. John Barry burst into laughter. "Kid, do you even comprehend what you're saying? Trailing by 20 points, you think you can mount a comeback? You must be dreaming. Oh, by the way, can you even handle the ball properly?" As soon as John Barry finished speaking, Suze received a pass from his teammate. However, this time, the catch came as a desperate throw with only 2 seconds left on the shot clock. "Watch closely, I shall sink this shot over your head," Suze roared. He leaped high, resembling the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, and launched the basketball. Chapter 2. Let him run a meter first. Buzz. As Suze released the ball, the sound of the 24-second shot clock expiring echoed. Immediately before the Detroit fans, the basketball swished through the net. 3 points. A Hall of Fame three-point shooter badge illuminated above Suze's head. What a splendid three-pointer. Chinese player Suze has scored against Pistons player Barry. This three-pointer comes a bit late. It's unlikely to sway the outcome of the game. CTV5 commentator Yu Jia shook his head in resignation. While it was indeed a joy to see a Chinese player score, he understood that, given the significant point disparity, such scoring would not aid the team. "Oh, young man from China, you managed to land one. But what does it matter?" John Barry coldly derided Suze. "Shut your foul mouth. I will obliterate you," Suze retorted without hesitation, swiftly making his way back to his half of the court. Seeing that the Pistons player was about to pass to his teammate, Suze, having sprinted back from the front court, utilized his sharp instincts and the experience accumulated from his past life to quickly anticipate the direction of the pass. "This ball is mine." Suze's energy was at its peak. Now, when Suze sprinted, he resembled a cheetah. His figure darted past, precisely positioning itself along the opponent's passing lane. Smack! Suze intercepted the pass. "What a magnificent steal. Suze's speed is astonishing," exclaimed Yu Jia from CTV5 as he watched the broadcast. However, Suze's impressive steal failed to capture the awe of those in the arena. To others, it merely appeared as a minor blunder by the Detroit Pistons player. After the steal, Suze swiftly advanced the ball toward the opponent's half. The Pistons players couldn't even be bothered to chase him down, with a 17-point gap still looming. No matter how many steals Suze managed, as long as time was drained, victory remained firmly in the hands of the Pistons. Just when everyone anticipated an impending dunk from Suze, he executed a sudden stop at the three-point line, choosing not to shoot immediately. With a calm demeanor, he tucked the ball under his right arm and glanced back at the Pistons players. "You shall pay for your negligence," he shouted. John Barry responded with a contemptuous smile. Unfortunately for him, Suze did not spare him a glance as he turned around and calmly launched a three-pointer. Clad in the number 7 jersey, with an imposing height and reach, Suze resembled the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. With back-to-back three-pointers, Suze helped the Magic reduce the deficit to 14 points. After making the shot, he did not rush back on defense. Instead, he shouted toward the Pistons bench, "Watch closely, I am destined to win this game. Not even Jesus can stop me, mark my words," Suze proclaimed, his face radiating pride. The Pistons players regarded him with expressions of disbelief. The hot-headed Ben Wallace could no longer contain himself and stood up to retort, "Hey, you've only made 2 three-pointers. Are you really that ecstatic, you delusional fool? Just look at the score, and at the time you're nothing but trash." As he shouted, Ben Wallace gave Suze a thumbs down. Su merely shrugged, unfazed, retreating to his own half. He relished in provoking the Pistons, eager for them to serve as his backdrop. As he returned to defense, Su passed by Barry. "Hey, didn't you just call me a rookie?" He taunted. "With such a lead, are you bold enough to take me onion-on?" He winked at Barry in a provocative manner. Barry scoffed. "Onion-on is not my forte. He'll retaliate with an open three-pointer." The Pistons restructured their offense. Positioned in the corner, Barry utilized a screen from the center. "Hurry up, Chinese kid. Go chase Barry," shouted Shawn Kemp, the Magic player responsible for defending the opposing center. "He's a sharpshooter. Don't let him take that three." For many, the name Su was still unfamiliar. More often, he was referred to as the Chinese K.I.D.S. Barry maneuvered around the screen. He sprinted to a 45-degree angle at the three-point line. Su did not choose to move immediately instead. He remained rooted to the spot. Seemingly lost in thought. "Hey, you little brat from Huaxia. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Rain Man Shawn Kemp, although in the twilight of his career, was a seasoned veteran with years of experience in the NBA. He was quite displeased with the audacity of this young rookie. Yet, Su merely shrugged his shoulders. With an air of nonchalance, he replied, "What's the rush? Let me allow him to run a meter first." "Allow him to run a meter?" Rain Man Shawn Kemp nearly choked with exasperation. Who gave this boy the audacity and the gall to let a three-point sharpshooter like Barry Carroll have a head start? It was well known that granting Barry even the slightest bit of shooting space would result in a punishing three-pointer. Rain Man Shawn Kemp felt a sense of resignation. After all, the game was already in dire straits. Even if Barry landed a three-pointer, what difference would it make? But just at that moment, Su suddenly sprang into action. He burst forth like a fierce cheetah, sprinting toward Barry. Simultaneously, the Pistons players passed the basketball to Barry. With an open shot opportunity, Barry could not contain his glee. "I knew that Huaxia kid was no match for me. Look at his utterly shambolic defense." Barry mused to himself. He leaped. He shot. Barry executed the jump shot that he mechanically repeated in every game. Although the 2002-03 NBA season did not emphasize the three-point shot, it was not to be disregarded. Barry, like a finely tuned machine, had achieved a three-point shooting percentage of 36 over the first 6 games of the series. In an era where the three-pointer was not the primary offensive weapon. Such an efficiency was remarkable. However, just when everyone presumed Barry would, as usual, sink a precise three-pointer, a dark shadow darted by. It was Su clad in the number 7 jersey. Su soared high into the air. His long arms spread wide like a colossal shield, effectively blocking Barry's shot. Boom! A stunning volleyball-style rejection. Su ferociously swatted Barry's shot away into the air. Wow! The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated that Su who had allowed Barry to run a meter, would audaciously swat away the basketball, just as Barry attempted. His shot. Chapter 3. The Unstoppable Force of Faith. Look, my goodness, I can hardly believe this is real. As Su donning the number 7 for the Magic, executed a timely rejection, the commentators were left in awe. Is this truly the same player deemed to possess zero dynamic talent? Someone who would struggle to be a water boy in the second round. Such terrifying explosiveness and speed of movement are truly unparalleled in the NBA. Not only the commentators, but also the fans in Motor City were taken aback. This volleyball-style rejection had certainly captured everyone's attention. The bench of the Magic team, for the first time in a while, erupted with excitement during this match. "NCE, what a magnificent block. He, that's the spirit, young man from Huaxia." Although everyone considered it merely garbage time, such a block still ignited a surge of passion. As the crowd reveled in the moment, Su having just landed, sprinted towards the basketball with fervor. Just as the deflected ball seemed poised to cross the boundary, Su positioned himself at the edge and extended his long arm to snatch the basketball. What astonishing wingspan, coupled with such remarkable speed could it be that the scouts have truly underestimated him. Doug Rivers, the head coach of the Magic, observed Su's performance from the sidelines, contemplating silently. After successfully saving the ball, Su dashed towards the opposing half with unrelenting determination. The Pistons players, having grown complacent, only offered a token defense. Before the gaze of all, Su came to a sudden halt at the apex of the three-point arc. The shot was taken. The young player from Huaxia launched a three-pointer. Should this shot find its mark, the deficit would dwindle to 11 points, perhaps preserving a glimmer of hope for the match. As Su released the ball, the commentator erupted with fervor. The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air before swiftly descending into the net. Swish! The ball grazed the net, producing a melodious sound. Another three-pointer. With 3 attempts, the Huaxiao prodigy had flawlessly executed 3 three-point shots. All were successful, a truly astonishing feat. The original 20-point gap had been reduced to a mere 11. The commentator within the Palace of Auburn Hills was in a frenzy. With 3 consecutive three-pointers, Suze dazzled all with his remarkable display. "Do you think the Pistons will call a timeout?" one commentator inquired. The other shook his head, responding, "I don't believe so." With 3 minutes remaining and an 11-point deficit, the Magic are unlikely to have a chance. The 2 commentators continued to narrate the unfolding drama of the game. After Suze sank a three-pointer, he directed a bow and arrow gesture towards the Pistons bench. This provoked the ire of the Pistons players. Ben Wallace leapt to his feet, shouting at Suze, "Don't get cocky. You can't win this. Come on, guys, let's focus." He just got lucky. Wallace's furious exhortation galvanized the Pistons on the court. With 3 minutes remaining and an 11-point deficit, if they could manage to score evenly in the next 3 minutes, the Pistons would secure the victory. Oker shook his head, striving to muster his energy. He accepted the basketball from the referee and prepared to inbound from the baseline. As Oker passed the ball to his teammate, Suze, who had been lying in wait, suddenly sprang into action. "Watch out," Oker shouted to his teammates. But before the Pistons could react, Suze's long arms reached out and snatched the ball away. The crowd erupted in disbelief. "Steal! Steal!" the commentator exclaimed excitedly. The young player from Huaxia had executed yet another steal. Within just a minute on the court, he had already contributed 2 steals and 3 three-pointers. The anticipation was palpable as the commentator speculated on what the young talent from Huaxia would choose to do next. With the crowd buzzing with excitement, Suze dribbled the ball and stepped beyond the three-point line to take a shot. Suze descended upon the court like the Grim Reaper, launching the basketball once more. Another three-pointer. My heavens! Is this young player from Huaxia intent on rekindling the suspense of the match? The ball glided from Suze's fingertips and, in an instant, found its way into the net. Swish. Another three-pointer. Splendid. My word. The 4th three-pointer. Utterly insane. It is simply unfathomable. The essence of a comeback ignited Coach Doc Rivers, who shouted excitedly from the sidelines. He leaped in exhilaration, fist clenched tight, voicing his enthusiasm with fervor. The bench of the Magic erupted in jubilant cheers. The players, who had previously surrendered to despair, now wore expressions of renewed hope. In stark contrast, the Pistons bench was enveloped in silence. The players, mirroring the astonishment of the fans, were looks of disbelief. Timeout. Coach Carlisle of the Pistons hastily called for a break. With 2 minutes and 57 seconds remaining, the score had tightened to 100-92. A staggering reduction from the once commanding 20-point lead that had shrunk to a mere 8 points in the blink of an eye. The young Huaxia player, donned in the Magic's number 7 jersey, had dominated both offense and defense during this critical juncture. "Come on, everyone. Stay focused. Young man from Huaxia, may I inquire your name?" Doc Rivers asked, a look of contrition on his face as he regarded Suze. He acknowledged that he had not afforded the young man the respect he deserved. "Suze," came the succinct reply. He was unperturbed by the coach's lack of familiarity with his name. In the fiercely competitive realm of the NBA, only one's prowess could command respect. Everything hinged upon performance. "Yes, Suze, you are the linchpin of the team. Stay on the court," he exclaimed. "T-Mac, bring the other 3 starters back onto the floor. We still have time and the opportunity to seize victory." Doc Rivers fixed his gaze upon McGrady. A fierce determination sparked within McGrady's sleepy eyes. "Absolutely, coach. However, I have 5 fouls, so I will likely have to entrust the crucial offensive and defensive responsibilities to Sue," he replied, casting a look of unwavering trust towards Suze. The NBA is a realm that venerates strength. Even a superstar like McGrady, upon witnessing a teammate's stellar performance, would place immense faith in that player. Would he be joining McGrady on the court? Suze instinctively glanced at McGrady, their gazes colliding in the air. Suze felt a surge of fiery passion in his chest, his entire being electrified with excitement. This was the game where he could turn the tables with McGrady. There was absolutely no room for faltering now. Suze nodded resolutely, expressing his gratitude for the trust placed in him. McGrady and Rivers exchanged glances, surprised that the final game of this series would hinge upon the performance of a second-round draft pick leading the team to victory. Chapter 4. Connecting with McGrady. A stunning dunk. The teams returned to the court. Suze's outstanding performance brought an unexpected tranquility to the once tumultuous Palace of Auburn Hills. The fervent fans of Motor City began to exhibit signs of anxiety in their gazes. The Pistons also fielded their entire roster of star players, Among them were the clutch performer Chauncey Billups, the masked man Richard Hamilton, the Prince Tayshaun Prince, Clifford Robinson, and the defensive stalwart Ben Wallace. This formidable lineup closely resembled the one from their championship-winning year, with only the substitution of Clifford Robinson for the formidable Rasheed Wallace. They would mirror the legendary starting five of that era. As Souza gazed upon the players of the Pistons, he was faintly reminded of the fiercely tenacious playing style characteristic of the Motor City. Let the tempest rage with greater ferocity. Observing the starting five of the Pistons, Souza felt no trepidation. Instead, his eyes sparkled with a fervent spirit of combat. Defeating their main lineup would serve to highlight his own prowess. In contrast, the Magic's situation appeared rather dismal, especially with the injury of another star player, Grant Hill. The current roster of the Magic seemed quite bleak, featuring 2 3-meter-tall Drew Gooden occupying the center position and the sharpshooting white power forward, Pat Garrity, manning the 4th spot. T-Mac partnered with Darrell Armstrong in the backcourt. Souza naturally emerged as the sole small forward upon whom the team could rely. "Hwaseow lad, just wait. I shall crush you." As Souza contemplated the situation of the players on both sides, Ben Wallace approached him and shouted fervently into his ear. Souza shrugged his shoulders, exuding a sense of impotent rage. "If you win, then we shall talk." Souza, exuding an air of pride, utterly infuriated Ben Wallace. "Just wait. Don't break through, or I shall shatter your bones." Ben Wallace roared at Souza. The referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match, and the Pistons began to orchestrate their offense. As the engine of the backcourt, Chauncey Billups swiftly dribbled the ball across half-court. The Pistons' key players quickly executed their familiar tactics. While the team lacked a definitive superstar, their ethos of teamwork and tenacious, ironclad style served as the cornerstone of their presence in the league. Over here, the masked man, Hamilton, utilized the screen to create an open opportunity in the elbow area. Chauncey Billups promptly passed the ball. It soared towards Hamilton's hands like a missile guided by precision. Without hesitation, the masked man opted for a mid-range jumper. Renowned for his shooting accuracy, Hamilton was a formidable weapon from the mid-range. In an era that did not overly glorify three-point shooting, Hamilton's steady mid-range shots became the team's greatest reliance and assurance for scoring. He released the ball. Hamilton's mid-range shot was an excellent opportunity. The CTV5 commentator, Yu-Jia, spoke with a calm and steady voice. As Yu-Jia provided commentary, the fans in attendance erupted in cheers. Hamilton's open mid-range jumper had a remarkably high success rate. However, just as the fans celebrated, they noticed a dark shadow darting across the court. From the left corner of the three-point line, Souza, clad in the Magic's number 7 jersey, surged forth with the speed of a swift leopard. Bang! Here's your rejection. Souza leaped high into the air, emitting a fierce roar. His long arms extended, and with an astonishing vertical leap, he snatched Hamilton's freshly launched basketball right out of the air. Incredible! A breathtaking block that obscured the sky. Yu-Jia from CTV5 was left in awe. It wasn't just him. Every fan in the Palace of Auburn Hills gasped in astonishment. The Magic's bench erupted in fervor, witnessing Souza's spectacular display. They couldn't help but leap up, vigorously waving their towels in a show of support for him. "Well done, young man from Hwaseow. Terrifying vertical leap. An exquisite block." The Magic players exclaimed in excitement. Souza descended from midair, swiftly gathering the ball to initiate a counterattack. The Orlando Magic players reacted with lightning reflexes, charging toward the offensive end with determined strides. Tracy McGrady led the charge, his extraordinary athleticism on full display as he effortlessly shook off his defender, Prince, and exploded down the court. The Pistons scrambled to retreat defensively. In an era dominated by physical post play during the 2002 to 2003 season, such electrifying fast breaks were rare yet utterly exhilarating. McGrady and Souza moved with blistering speed, reaching the front court before Detroit's defense could recover. Here, McGrady's right hand shot skyward in a commanding gesture, and Souza instantly understood the unspoken directive. Souza lofted the basketball high into the air, followed by McGrady leaping up with effortless grace. Suspended mid-air, McGrady caught the ball with both hands, contorted his body in a fluid motion while turning his back to the hoop, and emphatically slammed the ball through the net with thunderous force. Boom! The sheer power of the dunk resonated through the arena as the backboard shuddered from the impact. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. The once raucous Auburn Hills Palace fell into stunned silence. Slap! Upon landing, an exhilarated McGrady enthusiastically high-fived Souza. "Sue, that was a perfect pass. Haha, your dunk was even more spectacular." The thrill of sharing the court with his idol and exchanging their first celebratory gesture sent waves of excitement through Suze. The gap is closing again. 194. There's still time. We've got a chance. McGrady declared with unwavering determination, locking eyes with Suze. Suze nodded vigorously, and the two returned to their half of the court to defend. After the recent setback, the Pistons captain Chauncey Billups resolved to take matters into his own hands. With little time remaining in the game, he aimed to conclude the contest using his individual prowess. A pick and roll. Billups dribbled towards the three-point line, calling out to Ben Wallace. Ben Wallace swiftly dashed out to set a screen for Billups. During this era, switching on screens was not yet common, and the Magic player defending Billups exerted every effort to squeeze through the crowd. But at that moment, Billups had already surged forward, penetrating into the Magic's paint. "Focus on collapsing back," shouted the Magic center, Gortat. The Magic players on both sides closed in on Billups like a tightly wrapped dumpling. This is the moment. Billups seized the opportunity, executing a precise pass to the small forward Prince, who stood poised in the corner beyond the arc. Tayshaun, an excellent chance, punished the opponent fiercely. Chapter 5. Fury. The bell of Big Ben. The Pistons had acquired a golden opportunity for an open shot. Just as CTV5's Yu Jiao was about to finish his statement, a shadow emerged on the passing line of Chauncey Billups. It was Suze. Once again, it was Suze? Yu Jiao exclaimed in astonishment. Suze's extraordinary court awareness and impeccable judgment on the basketball court are truly awe-inspiring. Could it be that he's about to execute another steal? Amidst Yu Jia's astonished exclamation, the basketball barely grazed past Suze's fingertips. The Pistons players and fans collectively exhaled in relief, realizing the steal attempt had failed. Suze swiftly came to an abrupt halt before pivoting with remarkable agility, charging straight towards Prince in the corner. The young Prince had already demonstrated an impressive 63-point shooting accuracy in this game, making 3 out of 5 attempts. Allowing him an open shot would be tantamount to handing free points to the Pistons. Suze surged forward with all his might, extending his long arms in an attempt to block Prince's shot. Prince had already initiated his shooting motion, but upon seeing Suze pounce towards him like a cheetah, he momentarily lost his composure. Daunted by Suze's previous 2 powerful blocks, Prince found himself hesitating, fearful of being thwarted once again. In that fleeting moment of indecision, Suze closed the distance between them. "Shoot. You have a 60 shooting accuracy in this game." With a smirk playing at the corners of Suze's mouth, he engaged Prince in conversation. Prince refrained from making a move, instinctively dribbling the ball with his left hand, opting to break for the moment Suze paused. It was precisely due to Suze's consecutive blocks that Prince hesitated. However, this moment of indecision allowed Tracy McGrady, who was initially tasked with guarding Chauncey Billups, to swiftly shift over and join forces with Suze to trap Prince. This was disastrous. Faced with the double team, Prince became increasingly flustered. Seizing the opportunity, McGrady expertly stripped the basketball from Prince's grasp. A rapid counterattack ensued. After securing the ball, McGrady propelled himself swiftly towards the opponent's half of the court. Suze was equally determined, launching a full-throttle assault towards the opponent's half. Quick, quick, quick. Get back on defense. We cannot allow them to succeed this time. Ben Wallace, the defensive anchor of the Pistons, bellowed at his teammates. Simultaneously, he exerted every ounce of strength, sprinting towards his own basket. The players from both teams surged forward like a relentless tide. Tracy McGrady did not slow down. Instead, he barreled into the Pistons' interior. Faced with the dual pressure of the masked man Hamilton and the Prince of the court Prince, McGrady showed no signs of retreat. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his might and charged into the paint. During the 2002-2003 season, the league's officiating on fouls was relatively lenient. As long as Hamilton and Prince did not wrap their arms around McGrady, the referees would not call a foul. Meanwhile, Suze opted not to continue his reckless advance but instead positioned himself at the three-point line, arms outstretched, calling for the ball. "T-Mac, here. I'm open." Suze extended his arms wide, calling out towards McGrady. Upon hearing Suze's voice, McGrady leapt high into the air, executing a layup motion. However, his upper body rotated backward as he elevated the basketball above his head with both hands, sending it soaring in Suze's direction. McGrady's intention was to draw the attention of defenders, thereby facilitating a pass to the three-point shooter on the perimeter. Without a doubt, Suze is currently the most reliable sharpshooter on the court. It's entrusted to you. With an elegant flourish, McGrady passed the basketball directly to Suze on the outside. Suze was in no rush to make his move. With deliberate poise, He glanced over his shoulder to observe Ben Wallace, the Piston star player, charging toward him with formidable intensity. Suze anticipated Ben Wallace's movement with precision. Dribbling the ball with his right hand, he sidestepped half a stride, causing Wallace to collide squarely into him. Boom. In the very instant of impact, Suze launched a swift three-point jumper. Swish. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling Ben Wallace's foul. The basketball shot by Suze ascended through the air, tracing a perfect arc. Whether it would find its mark remained uncertain, but if it did, it would present an exceptional opportunity for a 3-1. Yu from CTV5 felt a surge of excitement, his voice trembling with anticipation. Suze's remarkable performance had left him in awe, and he inwardly hoped that the shot would succeed, culminating in a splendid 3-1. The fans of the Automobile City were equally captivated, their eyes fixed anxiously on the soaring ball. Some clasped their hands tightly over their chests, resembling fervent supplicants, while others held their heads in astonishment. Swish. Amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, Suze's shot found the hoop with unwavering precision. It was a clean, netted three-pointer. An uproar erupted within the Palace of Auburn Hills. The fans from Automobile City displayed expressions of disbelief and shock at Suze's astounding feat. The three-pointer was successful. Upon landing, Suze immediately knelt on one knee and raised his arms in an archery gesture towards the sky in celebration. However, such a display of exuberance only served to infuriate the Pistons players further. Damn it, he scored again. How infuriating. If it were a ground battle, I would keep a close watch on him. The Pistons players glared at Suze's arrogant celebration, each one seething with rage. Referee, he is deliberately provoking a foul. It should have been an offensive foul on him. Ben Wallace also took note of the flawless shot that swished through the net, and he was instantly consumed by fury. Referee, open your eyes and look. Did you not see? That kid deliberately collided with me. Ben Wallace shouted vehemently at the referee. Yet the official ignored him and awarded a 3-1 foul. Suze rose from the ground. Extending his right index finger, he traced slow, deliberate circles beside his right temple. Wisdom. This is what they call basketball IQ. Suze gestured animatedly while addressing Ben Wallace loudly. He incessantly provoked the players of the Pistons, continually taunting Ben Wallace. Suze possesses an intimate understanding of them. The Pistons, at their very core, have inherited the lineage of the bad boys. Iron resolve and a fierce temperament are etched into their essence. Any player who arrives in the Motor City inevitably becomes infused with this heritage. Moreover, Ben Wallace has always been known for his volatile temperament and impulsive nature. Indeed, Ben Wallace was thoroughly incensed. Not only did Suze single-handedly erase a staggering 20-point deficit, Suze relentlessly mocked the Pistons, pushing the already enraged Ben Wallace to his breaking point. He rushed towards Suze, exerting all his strength to forcefully shove him away. I will end you. Chapter 6. Completing the Black Eight. Ben Wallace's movements were swift and sudden, catching everyone off guard. Suze had anticipated this all along. He effortlessly propelled himself backward, raising both hands high in a blatantly provocative gesture directed at Ben Wallace. His demeanor exuded sheer audacity, as if taunting. I revel in my arrogance. Care to challenge it? Suze continued to mock Ben Wallace loudly. Ben Wallace was utterly enraged, his fury compelling him to charge at Suze. However, he was firmly restrained by both his teammates and those from the Magic team. As the leader of the Magic, Tracy McGrady took the forefront. His face contorted in a fierce snarl as he shouted at Ben Wallace, "Do you wish to fight? This is not a place for you to run amok. If you dare to bully my brother, you can certainly try." Despite his slender physique, McGrady had never shied away from a confrontation. Having contributed to several memorable moments of conflict on the court, including the iconic tackle of Bobby Jackson, which became a hallmark scene, both teams desperately held on to Ben Wallace and McGrady, urging them to maintain their composure. Suze finds himself at the heart of the conflict. Come on. I truly appreciate your disdainful demeanor while being unable to eliminate me. Suze surged with fervor, striding towards Ben Wallace with arms raised high, incessantly taunting him. Ben Wallace was on the brink of exasperation, yet the multitude blocking his path rendered him hesitant to act. In a bid to quell the escalating tension, the referee swiftly issued a decision, administering 2 consecutive technical fouls that resulted in Ben Wallace's ejection from the game. A cacophony of boos erupted from the fans of Motor City, with some audaciously gesturing towards the referee. Filled with frustration, Ben Wallace removed his headband and, upon the urging of his coaching staff and teammates, walked dejectedly back to the locker room. Suze shrugged his shoulders and waved a farewell gesture towards Ben Wallace. The fans of the Motor City team had developed a profound disdain for Suze, unleashing a chorus of boos that crescendoed with intensity. "Well done, Sue. A successful provocation," exclaimed Doug Rivers, the head coach of the Magic, as he approached the sidelines and playfully slapped Suze on the backside. It was evident that Suze remained unfazed, clearly intent on riling up Ben Wallace. This maneuver resulted in a three-point play, along with 2 free throws for a technical foul. If he could convert these opportunities, the Magic would seize a 3-point lead over the Pistons. The players of the Magic were brimming with excitement. The Pistons' defensive stalwart was ejected from the game, as if the scales of victory were beginning to tilt in favor of the Orlando team. In contrast, Pistons leader Chauncey Billups could only shake his head in resignation. He too recognized that Suze had deliberately provoked Ben Wallace, whose volatile temperament had fallen prey to Suze's cunning strategy. Suze stood at the free throw line, first executing 2 technical foul shots, both of which he confidently converted. Subsequently, he took another free throw and smoothly sent the basketball through the hoop, 103-100. The Magic completed a remarkable 3-point turnaround. With only 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining in the game, time was running short for the Pistons. "Come on, guys, stay focused. We still have over a minute. We can do this. Let us execute the strategy." Chauncey Billups, the leader of the team, stepped up to motivate his teammates. The Pistons launched another offensive. This time, they appeared significantly more disciplined. They continuously utilized tactical movements, seeking the optimal offensive opportunity. The basketball was passed fluidly, with Pistons players moving in harmonious synchrony. After the center, Oker set a screen for Hamilton. Hamilton charged toward the paint. However, Oker did not roll to the basket. Instead, he popped out to the 3-point line. "Here, open." Oker spread his arms wide, signaling eagerly. Hamilton wasted no time and swiftly passed the ball to Oker beyond the arc. At that moment, Gowdell was already too late to contest the shot. Oker raised his hand and prepared to launch a 3-pointer, but suddenly, Suze, clad in the Magic's number 7 jersey, dashed forward. This time, Suze did not confront Oker directly. Instead, he maneuvered to a position behind him. As Oker lifted the ball above his head to shoot, Suze extended his long arm and swatted the ball down from behind. Another stunning block. It was utterly unexpected. Suze's performance was nothing short of astonishing. Yu Jiao from CTV5, typically calm and composed, was now filled with exhilaration. This was one of the most spectacular displays he had ever witnessed. The Magic, once trailing by 20 points, had astonishingly surged ahead under Suze's leadership towards the end of the second quarter. The game was far from over, and Suze's brilliant showcase continued. After Suze blocked Oker's shot, Oker was utterly dismayed. He clapped his hands together in frustration, momentarily too disheartened to retreat on defense. But in truth, even if he had attempted to recover, he stood no chance against Suze's blistering speed. Like a cheetah in full sprint, Suze dashed to the top of the arc and launched a flawless 3-pointer without hesitation. At that moment, he wielded his scoring prowess like the Grim Reaper brandishing his scythe. Swish! Without a shadow of doubt, the moment the Hall of Fame 3-point shooter badge illuminated above Suze's head, the ball found nothing but net. 3 points. Good heavens. This was simply unbelievable. In the final stretch of the game, Suze single-handedly erupted for 24 points, sinking all 7 of his 3-point attempts while delivering stellar defensive plays. The sheer dominance left everyone in awe. Yu Jia gasped in astonishment, his voice trembling with excitement. The palace of Auburn Hills fell into stunned silence. The Motor City fans were left shattered, their disbelief palpable. Never could they have imagined that the tide of this game would be turned by a second-round draft pick and unheralded youthful prospect from the Dragon Nation. And to think, he was only 18 years old. Suze's decisive shot utterly shattered the morale of the Pistons players. In the remaining time, their fighting spirit completely dissipated as the Magic seized full control of the game. Here, Tracy McGrady stepped out to receive the ball at the free throw line, and Suze delivered a precise pass. McGrady rose for the shot, and the ball swished through the net effortlessly, 115-102. The score was a bitter pill for the Pistons to swallow. Their once proud defense crumbled like a house of cards against Suze's brilliance. This marked the highest points conceded by the Pistons in the entire series. As the final buzzer sounded, Suze's extraordinary performance propelled the Magic to defy the odds, completing the first Black 8 miracle since the NBA playoffs adopted the best-of-7 first-round format. Chapter 7. I Am Suze, the Black 8 Miracle, led by Suze. The Orlando Magic's second-round draft pick, they achieved the third Black 8 upset in NBA history and the first under the new playoff format. Magnificent. Young man from China. Your performance tonight was nothing short of spectacular. How do you feel right now? At the center of the palace of Auburn Hills, amidst the post-game frenzy, stood Su Zhe, the architect of this 20-point comeback victory, facing the cameras of the American media. Su Zhe did not exhibit the anticipated exhilaration or enthusiasm. With solemn composure, he gazed at the reporter and declared with grave dignity, "I am not to be addressed as Chinese kid. My name is Su Zhe from the Dragon Nation of China." Having uttered these words, he turned on his heel and departed without ceremony, abruptly terminating the interview prematurely. 0 milligrams. Such unyielding pride in this young man. Naturally, we committed his name to memory, Su Zhe from the Dragon Nation of China. The journalist stood wide-eyed, his countenance alight with fervent astonishment. The NBA, after all, is an arena that venerates true prowess. Su Zhe's outstanding performance in this match fully demonstrated his formidable skills. So what if he was the last pick in the second round? He still managed to help the team achieve the miraculous underdog reversal. Walking through the player tunnel, Su Zhe returned to the locker room. The moment he stepped inside, countless streams of champagne sprayed toward him. Woohoo! Su, the hero of our underdog victory. Look, our champion has returned. This game belongs to Su. He's the superstar of the night. The Magic players cheered excitedly while showering Su Zhe with champagne. Feeling the exhilaration of his teammates, Su Zhe himself became electrified with emotion. Hey, listen to me. This victory isn't mine alone. It belongs to all of us. As Su Zhe shielded himself from the champagne spraying towards him, he laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Let us not forget that our leader, T-Mac, scored an impressive 34 points amidst the relentless pursuit of the Pistons before the next match. Not to mention Guden's tenacious defense and Pat Garrity's three-pointers. It is your relentless struggle that has afforded me the opportunity to lead the team to a remarkable comeback." Su Zhe, known for his stern demeanor towards the media, exhibited remarkable humility in the presence of his teammates. Success and victory, he believed, belonged to the entire team. Su Zhe was undoubtedly aware of this. Okay. Head coach Doc Rivers clapped his hands vigorously. Su, possessing a humble demeanor, encouraged, Come, let us count to 3 and cheer in celebration together. Come on, everyone. Shout out loud. We are on our way to the championship." Doc Rivers was the first to raise his hand, followed by the players of the Magic, who lifted their hands high and erupted in cheers within the locker room. Championship. Here we come. Crash. Just as everyone was shouting with enthusiasm, the door of the Magic's locker room was kicked open. "Su, get out here," roared Ben Wallace, his fury palpable. "Isn't it all just bravado on the court? Come on. Let me show you what true strength looks like." Despite being restrained by 3 or 4 teammates, the enraged Ben Wallace forcefully kicked open the door to the Magic's locker room, inciting the players with his audacious demeanor. Su Zhe is no exception. "How dare you? Do you truly believe I am afraid of you?" Su Zhe furrowed his brows, exclaiming in frustration, eager to confront Ben Wallace with a fervent argument. However, Doc Rivers maintained his composure. "Calm down, gentlemen. Remain composed. Security personnel. Security." Rivers shouted towards the exit, urging the staff to intervene as chaos ensued. Soon, the security team at the Palace of Auburn Hills arrived, forcibly escorting Ben Wallace away. "Remember, we are the victors. Do not act impulsively." Only a feeble brute would resort to wild shouting, Rivers remarked nonchalantly. As a master of motivational rhetoric, Rivers possessed a remarkable ability to instill calmness from the outset. Gradually, the members of the Magic, including Su Zhe, regained their composure. "Now, we must earnestly consider our next opponent." Tracy McGrady, the team leader, announced with conviction. "Our forthcoming adversary is the Philadelphia 76ers. We shall travel to Philadelphia to prepare for the next battle. Come on, team. Let us push through the second round and advance to the Eastern Conference Finals." McGrady's voice resonated powerfully, inspiring his teammates. Rivers nodded in agreement. And by the way, as we face Philadelphia, Su will be entering our rotation. Young man, I have high hopes for you as a substitute," Rivers added, winking at Su Zhe as he spoke. Su Zhe smiled gracefully. "No problem at all, coach." Su Zhe understood that despite tonight's astonishing performance, he could not immediately be elevated to the starting lineup. Progress must be made step by step. With his display, he aimed to win over the coaching staff, his teammates, and the fans. As he boarded the bus heading to the airport, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have accomplished the miraculous feat of the Black 8. Ding. Task completed. Host receives a reward of 10 badge points. Ding. By achieving the Black 8 miracle, The host additionally receives the exclusive Manu Ginobili Eurostep action pack. The exclusive Eurostep action of Ginobili? Suze's mind involuntarily flashed with the image of that agile and graceful figure clad in the black and white jersey, bearing the number 20. Ding! The system notification appeared. The exclusive move set has been preserved within the system's action repository, allowing the host to install it at any time. Suze examined the exclusive move packages. Only Manu Ginobili's Eurostep package was currently activated, glowing with availability. The rest remained dimmed and inaccessible. Dirk Nowitzki's fadeaway, Kobe Bryant's fadeaway jumper, Allen Iverson's crossover, and other signature moves all lay dormant in grayed-out states. Not bad, he mused. I'll equip Manu Ginobili's Eurostep package first. Ding. The system notification shined. Installation complete. Ding. Eurostep layup will now trigger automatically when utilized by the host. Suze closed the motion package with satisfaction. Then opened the badge system. There was already a decent badge each for projection and defense. Currently, Suze only had 10 points, enough to activate just one bronze badge. Which one should he choose to unlock? Suze contemplated, exploring the badge system thoroughly before ultimately selecting the Dodger Terminator badge. Ding. The host has spent 10 points to illuminate the bronze Dodger Terminator badge. Ding. The bronze Dodger Terminator badge can slightly enhance the host's ability to evade during breakthrough moments. Suze was quite pleased with this ability. Coupled with Manu's signature Eurostep, it could yield impressive results on the court. After all, he had demonstrated a commendable three-point performance in the previous game. The upcoming opponent would likely devise strategies to counter his three-point shooting, making his breakthrough skills indispensable. Look, quick. Look. Sue, you've ascended to the top of the trending rankings. Exclaimed T-Mac excitedly. 30 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Such comprehensive and explosive statistics, combined with your post-match aloofness, have made you the new darling of the media. Sue, you are on the verge of fame. Chapter 8. Matchup against Iverson. Welcome, everyone, to TNT. Here we are for the first round of the Eastern Conference semifinals, live from Philadelphia. The TNT commentator exclaimed with enthusiasm. In this first round, the Orlando Magic completed a miraculous upset against the top-seeded Detroit Pistons in a thrilling Game 7. The performance of rookie Sue is indeed remarkable. The game is about to commence, and we shall eagerly anticipate the brilliance both teams will display. Of course, the most crucial aspect is whether Sue from the Dragon Kingdom will continue his extraordinary form from the last match. As the commentator's voice faded, the starting players from both teams entered the arena. Let us take a look at the starting lineup of the Philadelphia 76ers. Eric Snow, superstar Allen Iverson, Kenny Thomas, Keith Van Horn, and center Derek Coleman. The TNT commentator paused for a moment before introducing the Orlando Magic's lineup. The Magic's starters included Jacque Vaughn, superstar Tracy McGrady, and Gordon Jirasek. Before the commentator could finish, a gasp escaped his lips. Oh my, unbelievable. The phenomenal Sue, who shone in the last game, is not on the starting roster. The Magic's coaching staff must have lost their minds. It was truly unexpected that Sue was not starting. With the commentator's astonishment echoing, the match officially commenced. Inside the Wachovia Center in Philadelphia, the fans erupted with deafening cheers. The 76ers players, fueled by the roar of the crowd, initiated their first offensive play. Suze sat on the sidelines, intently observing the game unfolding before him. Although blessed with the system's enhancements, he knew assimilating superior on-court experience was essential to synergize with the system and unleash his full potential. The Philadelphia 76ers strategy was straightforward from the outset. Relentlessly funnel the ball to the answer, Allen Iverson, leveraging his unparalleled individual brilliance to dismantle defenses. Whether isolating defenders for drives to the rim, executing step-back jumpers off screens just inside the arc, or pulling up for sudden three-pointers, Iverson showcased his entire offensive arsenal within the first 3 minutes. Matched up against Tracy McGrady or any other defender, the answer remained utterly dominant. Not to be outdone, Orlando Magic's Tracy McGrady engaged in a scintillating duel with Iverson, transforming the 5v5 team dynamic into an exhibition of sheer individualism. 5 minutes into the game, Iverson continued his relentless onslaught, scoring with surgical precision, 7 points on near-flawless efficiency, including a perfect three-pointer and a steal. At that moment, Suze rose from the bench and approached Coach Doc Rivers. Coach, put me in. I can contain Iverson. Suze, brimming with confidence, gazed steadfastly at the head coach. Doc Rivers turned around, his expression one of surprise as he regarded Sue. Do you truly possess this confidence? He inquired. I have employed double-teaming strategies, utilized zone defenses, and even one-on-one coverage, yet the results have been far from satisfactory. Doc Rivers was also somewhat troubled by Iverson's versatility. Suze nodded resolutely. Coach, I am capable. Allow me to take the field, and if my performance falters, then substitute me. Suze spoke earnestly, his gaze unwavering. He understood that opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts. The score on the court was exceedingly tight. The Magic, apart from the formidable Tracy McGrady, had no one capable of single-handedly defending against the illustrious Allen Iverson. However, McGrady's excessive exertion on both offense and defense would inevitably lead to a significant depletion of his stamina. In contrast, the defensive stalwart Eric Snow was like a piece of chewing gum, firmly adhering to McGrady. On the offensive front, aside from Iverson, there was Keith Van Horn, who could launch three-point shots from the perimeter. Although the score appeared closely contested, the Magic had already found themselves at a disadvantage. Doug Rivers pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand. All right, Sue, I'll give you a chance to step onto the court, but do not let me down. Doug Rivers gently patted Suze on the shoulder. He vaguely recalled Sue's stellar defensive performance in the previous game, which was why he was inclined to grant Sue this opportunity. Beep. With the ball going out of bounds, Sue replaced Gordon Jirasek. Clad in the Magic's number 7 jersey, Suzian stepped onto the court for the first time in the second round of the NBA playoffs. As he gazed at the court, where the illustrious Allen Iverson donned the number 3 jersey, a fierce determination ignited within Sue's eyes. Ding. Mission issued. Strictly guard Iverson and force him into 3 turnovers. Ding. Hidden mission activated. Freeze Iverson, ensuring that his score remains below 25 points through defensive prowess. Suze listened to the system task echoing in his mind, aware that this mission would prove to be quite challenging. Iverson was an exceptional ball handler, and forcing him into a mistake was no simple feat. As for containing Iverson, it is noteworthy that he participated in 48 regular season games this season, averaging an impressive 26 points per game. In the previous round against the New Orleans Hornets, he showcased an extraordinarily efficient performance. One could say that Iverson is a born scorer. Suze took a deep breath and approached Iverson. Even though the task was daunting, nothing could deter Suze's resolve. Sue. Iverson exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Suze approach. Do you know my name? Suze was taken aback. Although he had delivered an astonishing performance in the previous game, he never anticipated that Iverson would remember his name. Iverson shrugged. Now, your news is all over the place. It's hard for anyone not to remember your name. You performed admirably, particularly on the defensive end. It seems Rivers has sent you to guard me. Do you believe you can contain me? With those words, Iverson darted away like a striking serpent. Despite his shorter stature, his speed was remarkable. On the court, he moved like an elusive assassin, making it impossible to predict when he would reveal his gleaming dagger. A player from the Philadelphia 76ers inbounded the ball, delivering it firmly into Iverson's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Iverson immediately launched an attack towards the hoop. Score. Offense. This belief is etched into the very essence of Iverson. Come on, Sue. I can assure you, no one can stop me. The only one who can contain me is myself. Iverson roared, accelerating towards the paint. Chapter 9. Swift as a Serpent. Eurostep layup. As a superstar, Allen Iverson did not regard Suze with complete seriousness. Despite the overwhelming media coverage surrounding Suze to Iverson, who had dominated the league for many years, Suze was merely a pitiable rookie. Like a court assassin, Iverson charged towards the Magic's interior, confronting Suze's defense with unwavering determination. Suze's lateral movement was astonishingly swift, akin to a cheetah launching into action the moment Iverson made his move. In an instant, his elusive figure was positioned right before Iverson. Surprised by Suze's speed, Iverson quickly adapted his rhythm. Suddenly, he executed a sharp stop, accompanied by a deft crossover of his left and right hands, aiming to manipulate Suze's defense to create space for his shot. However, at that moment, a Hall of Fame badge, Death Grip, illuminated above Suze's head. His suffocating defense coiled around Iverson like a ferocious python, tightening its hold. Iverson attempted to break through while holding the ball in his right hand. Just then, Suze unexpectedly pivoted to the other side, granting Iverson an opportunity to advance from the right. Now was the moment. Iverson summoned all his strength, accelerating with determination to evade Suze's defense. The previous unyielding defense had left Iverson feeling somewhat breathless. Yet, as Iverson surged forward in his breakthrough, Suze swiftly extended his long arm. Suze angled his body, his long arm reaching around Iverson's back. effortlessly dislodging the ball from his dribble. What a spectacular play! Su executed a steal. The TNT commentator erupted with excitement. Simultaneously, the fans of the 76ers and the Wachovia Center gasped in astonishment. The ball was stolen. Suze successfully executed a steal from Iverson. A sudden shock coursed through Iverson's mind as he lunged desperately towards the basketball. Suze's speed is swifter, his arms are longer, and he effortlessly snatched the ball. T-Mac. Charge forth. Suzefe leaped to seize the basketball, his body soaring as he passed the ball in the direction of McGrady. Upon receiving the ball, McGrady surged towards the opposing half with remarkable speed. Observing the swift advance of Tracy, the white horse with a long spear, Suzefe hastily scrambled to his feet and accelerated towards the half-court. With McGrady handling the ball, the other players of the 76ers swiftly converged to encircle him. 3 defenders positioned themselves directly in front of McGrady, effectively obstructing his path to the basket. This strategy had proven effective when the Pistons defended against McGrady previously. The pack of wolves against the tiger. Even with McGrady's formidable scoring prowess, facing a trio of defenders proved to be a daunting challenge. Over here, Suzefe, having sprinted from the backcourt like a cheetah, spread his arms wide, vociferously calling for the ball. Hearing the call, McGrady exerted his legs, leaping high above the heads of the 3 defenders from the 76ers, delivering the basketball to Su. Su, without hesitation, launched an attack towards the rim. Even as he passed, McGrady did not forget to shout encouragement to Suzefe. Suze received the ball and launched himself towards the basket with unyielding determination. Hot on his heels was Allen Iverson, relentlessly pursuing him. Derek stood firm, resolute in his mission to prevent an easy score. Behind him, Iverson shouted loudly to his teammate Derek Coleman, "Rest assured, I will force this rookie into an offensive foul." Coleman, a seasoned veteran, observed the swift Suze charging towards the paint, a cunning smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had already established his defensive stance, arms poised in anticipation, waiting for the full-force collision from the oncoming Suze. If Suze was likened to a leaping leopard, then Coleman resembled a hunter with a well-laid trap, eagerly awaiting the prey to fall into his snare. Given Suze's sprinting velocity, he would be unable to halt his momentum, destined to incur an offensive foul. Such is the price of youth. The naive rookie was bound to suffer this time, Coleman thought with arrogance. Yet, just as everyone anticipated that Suze would indeed succumb to an offensive foul, he suddenly clasped the ball with both hands, stepping forward with his left foot in a grand lunge, effectively reducing his speed. Following this, his right foot took a wide stride to the right, and his body elegantly contorted into an almost S-shaped form, flawlessly evading Coleman's position. Suze flawlessly executed Ginobili's signature Euro step, and at the same time, the bronze medal evader badge illuminated above his head. Skillfully evading Coleman, Suze deftly made a low right-handed layup, securing 2 points for the Magic. 13-12. The Magic momentarily led by a single point. My goodness, such serpentine footwork. It is truly astonishing to witness such agility from Suze, given his considerable height. Su, that footwork is simply exquisite. As Suze gracefully maneuvered through the air with his Euro step, the Magic's bench erupted in excitement. Head coach Doc Rivers clenched his fist, vigorously pumping it downward in celebration. Splendid. Indeed, you have not betrayed my trust. Rivers' confidence in Suze grew immensely. After completing the Euro step layup, Suze raised both hands, mimicking ball possession, and began to bounce playfully from side to side in celebration. There is nothing to be proud of. Rookie, the game has only just begun. Coleman, unable to tolerate Suze's exuberance, could not help but unleash a barrage of criticism. What good is your pride now? Suze shrugged his shoulders and retorted without reservation. Aside from your incessant prattling, do take care to defend against me. Otherwise, you are unworthy of addressing me. Suze opened his hands towards Coleman, displaying a look of disdain. Coleman, somewhat irritated, silently vowed that he would make Suze pay during the defensive play that followed. Well done, young man. Upon returning to their half of the court, McGrady gave Suze a hearty pat on the back. Not bad. Your passing skills are quite impressive. You can attack the rim without needing to adjust your rhythm. Hearing the praise from his idol, Suze smiled shyly. They're coming. Keep your focus on Iverson. You did well just now. McGrady gave Suze a firm push, encouraging him loudly. Suze once again stood before Iverson, his arms outstretched like an invisible net, completely enveloping him. Despite facing Suze's defense once more, Iverson felt no sense of pressure. Shall we continue? You were fortunate last time, but I shall not grant you another opportunity. As Iverson spoke, he held the ball in his right hand and began to execute his signature crossover. He performed a dragging step, followed by a series of swift crossovers, and with a sudden burst of speed, he deftly maneuvered the ball past Sousa's side. Chapter 10. Court Judgment. The initiation of his movement was remarkably swift. With full acceleration, it was as if he would break through in a single step. Sousa's reaction was remarkably swift. He quickly sidestepped, arms spread wide, resolutely positioning himself in front of Iverson. Yet, at the very moment Sousa shifted, Iverson deftly retreated, executing a quintessential praying mantis maneuver. Sousa was acutely aware of the scoring prowess of his opponent. Upon witnessing Iverson initiate his shooting motion, he instinctively lunged forward with fervor. With his height and wingspan, Sousa was well equipped to envelop Iverson, thereby denying him any opportunity to shoot. "You are still too inexperienced." Iverson smirked, swiftly regaining control of the ball and launching himself towards the paint. Marvelously, Allen's series of crossovers, complemented by a deceptive pump fake, left Sousa momentarily bewildered. The commentators erupted with excitement as they observed Iverson execute his signature crossover, paired with the elusive by FO move, leaving Sousa in his wake. Just as Iverson breached Sousa's defense, the Magic center, Gortat, who had been stationed beneath the basket to safeguard it, charged toward Iverson. However, Iverson remained undeterred. He did not await Gortat's arrival for assistance, but instead halted abruptly and unleashed a jump shot. Rising high into the air, illuminated by the spotlight, he resembled a court assassin, brandishing his gleaming dagger of a shot. He struck without a trace of bloodshed, effortlessly scoring. This is the essence of Iverson, a quintessential scorer. But wait, just as everyone presumed that Iverson had secured the basket, a figure suddenly emerged behind him, clad in a blue and white jersey. Bearing the number 7, it was Sousa. It turned out that, upon landing, Sousa had bolted toward Iverson like a cheetah. Gortat's timely defensive presence compelled Iverson to opt for a jump shot. That very pause afforded Sousa the chance to execute a stunning defensive play. Bam! Sousa extended his arm with remarkable agility, swatting the ball away from behind Iverson's head with a thunderous force. The entire arena erupted in collective gasps of astonishment. How could this be possible? Sue had consecutively demonstrated relentless defensive prowess, executing this audacious steal from behind like plucking a melon from its vine. The TNT commentators' voices trembled with disbelief as they narrated the play. The Magic's bench exploded with frenzied excitement, players leaping to their feet while vigorously waving towels and roaring support for Sousa. Having secured the block, Sousa immediately transitioned into a lightning-fast counterattack. His presence on the court seemed to catalyze Orlando's offensive flow into seamless precision. Their suffocating, airtight defense consistently generated opportunities for these rapid transitions. Two streaking figures, Sousa in his number 7 jersey and Tracy McGrady sporting number 1, darted toward the opposing half like twin daggers piercing through the court. Yet the 76ers players responded with veteran savvy, scrambling back defensively. 3 defenders converged on McGrady, cutting off passing lanes and driving opportunities, well aware of his lethal scoring capabilities. They simply couldn't allow T-Mac to find his rhythm. Meanwhile, Sousa found himself conspicuously unguarded, despite his flawless three-point shooting percentage in the previous game. None believed this second-round pick could sustain such extraordinary long-range marksmanship. This was the moment. Sousa advanced with the ball to a position at a 45-degree angle from the three-point line. Instead of opting for a pass, he took a decisive jumper, releasing the ball just a step away from the arc. At that moment, Sousa resembled the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe, mercilessly striking at his adversaries. The basketball traced a perfect arc in the air, and simultaneously, a badge of the Hall of Fame three-point sharpshooter illuminated above Sousa's head. Swish! The three-pointer sailed through the net, marking the score at 16-12. The Magic had scored consecutively in 2 possessions, extending their lead to 4 points. The key contributor on both ends of the court was undeniably Sousa. "Well done," exclaimed Doc Rivers, who stood at the sidelines, giving Sousa a thumbs up. "This young man has finally lived up to my expectations. I truly have an eye for talent," Rivers thought to himself. The game continued. Despite the pressing circumstances, 76ers head coach Larry Brown refrained from calling a timeout. He had faith in Iverson and in the prowess of a superstar. It was merely a 4-point deficit. Now was not the time for a pause. The 76ers launched another offensive. However, this time, as Iverson faced Sousa with the ball, a flicker of uncertainty crept into his mind. It was the first time Iverson had ever experienced such a sensation. Even when confronted by the most formidable defenders, he had never felt this peculiar apprehension. "Steady yourself. He cannot contain me," Iverson repeatedly encouraged himself. Suze extended his arms, standing before Iverson, clapping vigorously. Come on. Hey. Let us go. Do not hesitate. Continue the assault. Suze held immense respect for Iverson, having been an ardent admirer of the legendary player in his previous life. However, on the basketball court, where both men fought for their respective teams, Iverson was simply his opponent in Suze's eyes. Giving one's absolute best was the ultimate form of respect towards a rival. Excellent, young man. Your courage in defending me is truly admirable, Iverson remarked. Of course. You performed admirably just now, but this time, I must score. With those words, Iverson swiftly passed the ball before darting across the court in a relentless sprint, weaving through a series of screens. After 2 unsuccessful isolation attempts, he opted for an off-ball movement strategy, curling around to find an open shot, a signature play of the 76ers' offensive scheme. Though renowned for his ball-handling prowess, Iverson also possessed underrated off-ball capabilities. Under coach Larry Brown's guidance, his ability to operate without the ball had significantly improved. Suze closely pursued Iverson, akin to a piece of chewing gum, firmly adhering to him. However, as Iverson approached Van Horn, he suddenly came to a halt, executing a stationary off-ball screen for Van Horn. Suze furrowed his brow slightly, instantly realizing that the tactics of the 76ers had undergone a transformation. His experience on the court informed him that Allen Iverson's movement was designed to draw the defender's attention, while the true scoring opportunity lay with Van Horn. Just as this thought crossed Suze's mind, Van Horn made his move. Meanwhile, the Magic player assigned to guard Van Horn remained rooted to the spot, utterly oblivious to the strategic intentions of the 76ers. Without hesitation, Suze decisively shouted to the players of the Magic team, Iverson is yours. Having spoken, he immediately sprinted towards the direction where Van Horn was running. Chapter 11. Frozen AI. The players of the 76ers passed the basketball to Van Horn. The teams relied upon sharpshooter from beyond the arc. Just as Van Horn prepared to take his shot, Suze, as swift as a cheetah, lunged towards him. Suze's long arms stood directly in front of Van Horn, depriving him of any opportunity to shoot. Suze's speed was astonishing. The suffocating pressure of his defense was almost unbearable. The TNT commentator could not help but exclaim in awe. Seeing that he had no chance to shoot, Van Horn swiftly passed the basketball to Iverson, who was sprinting from the baseline towards the arc due to Iverson's superior speed. The Magic players were utterly unable to keep up with him. Additionally, Van Horn's well-timed screen effectively obstructed the defenders attempting to pursue Iverson. Iverson effortlessly received the handoff. Sue, hurry and guard A. I've lost my position. A Magic player shouted towards Suze. Goodness, I feel like I'm both a father and a mother out here. Yet, this is the only way to demonstrate my significance on the defensive end. Suze let out a sound of acknowledgement and swiftly pursued Iverson. However, closely behind him, the center of the 76ers emerged, providing exceptionally effective coverage for the answer. Iverson, utilizing the center's screen, surged toward the basket with determination. As he approached the hoop, poised to execute an effortless layup, McGrady suddenly erupted from the corner, aiming to intercept Iverson's shot. Do you think you can block me, T-Mac? That's impossible, Iverson thought, holding his breath as he transitioned the basketball from his left hand to his right midair. With a stunning finesse, he executed a beautiful up-and-under layup. His remarkable hang time granted him the perfect opportunity to place the ball into the basket. Don't even think about scoring. At that moment, a fierce shout echoed by A's ear. Clad in the number 7 jersey of the Magic, Suze suddenly charged forth. It turned out that after being obstructed by the 76ers center, Suze had quickly assessed the situation and instinctively retreated toward the paint. Suze's astute judgment, coupled with McGrady's assistance on the side, provided Suze with the opportunity to once again block Allen Iverson's shot. Bang! Suze extended his right arm, mercilessly pinning Iverson's layup against the backboard with an emphatic block. A thunderous rejection. The Magic's defense resembled an impenetrable web, completely smothering the answer. The TNT commentator roared with exhilaration. The Philadelphia faithful at Wachovia Center fell into stunned silence. Their beloved superhero Allen Iverson had been thoroughly contained for 3 consecutive possessions. The suffocating defense of Suze completely immobilized Iverson. The answer from Philadelphia could no longer provide a satisfactory response. With a resounding block, Suze firmly secured the ball in his grasp. He clutched the basketball with his left hand while raising his right arm high, swiftly oscillating his right index finger from side to side. Suze mimicked the iconic celebratory gesture of the legendary defensive pillar, Mutombo, who once guarded Philadelphia's interior. Damn it! A second-round pick dares to provoke us. That bastard. What gives a mere second-round selection the audacity to be so arrogant? Just riding on sheer dumb luck. Trash-tier second-rounder. Just wait, or we'll demolish you in no time, you worthless piece of garbage. The Philadelphia fans couldn't stomach it any longer. With those seated closest to Susie hurling vicious taunts and profanities at him, Susie paid no heed to the situation. Instead of passing the ball, he chose to dribble it himself into the opponent's half. Susie held the ball in his right hand, while his left hand gestured insistently, signaling all his teammates to spread out. For standing before Susie was none other than the formidable defender, Allen Iverson. From Susie's perspective, he discerned an overwhelming thirst for battle gleaming in Iverson's eyes. The answer was an indomitable warrior. Nearly 3 rounds of being frozen by Susie had successfully ignited Iverson's fighting spirit, kindling the flames of his unyielding confidence. Susie saw Iverson guarding him one-on-one and also desired a direct one-on-one confrontation with Iverson. What could be more exhilarating than giving your all to defeat your idol when facing them? Sue, you don't seem like a second-round pick. You've successfully captured my attention. You're quite impressive. The basketball world respects the strong. Even someone as formidable as the answer Iverson couldn't help but praise Susie after witnessing his brilliant performance. But you should know, I'm about to turn up the intensity, Iverson said with a cold expression, embodying the demeanor of an indomitable warrior. Susie chuckled, eschewing any extravagant dribbling. Believe me, I shall sink the shot directly over your head. You stand no chance of thwarting me. In Susie's eyes shimmered a resolute and fervent expression. As Susie's words came to an end, he suddenly made a move to shoot the ball. Susie faced off against Iverson, fully capitalizing on his height advantage. He was undoubtedly capable of executing a splendid jump shot right above Iverson's head. Yet, at the precise moment Susie prepared to shoot, Iverson decisively made his move. Snap! The basketball in Susie's hand was swiftly intercepted by Iverson. It is noteworthy that Iverson, in addition to being a prolific scorer, is also a commendable defender, despite his height being less than imposing. His seasoned experience and tenacious style render him an exceptional defensive player, especially in the realm of steals. Iverson has been crowned the steals champion 3 times throughout his illustrious career. Susie was also well aware of Iverson's capabilities. Yet he never anticipated that he would actually intercept his pass. A momentary lapse in concentration, caught completely off guard. Susie exclaimed in surprise. In an instant, Iverson snatched the ball and darted towards the Magic's half-court like a bolt of lightning. Watch closely, second-round draft pick, Iverson shouted as he surged forward, aiming to outpace the Magic's defenders with his speed. However, just as Iverson launched into a sprint, Susie reacted swiftly, deftly stealing the basketball from Iverson's grasp from behind. A countersteal. Susie, with his keen responsiveness and impressive judgment on the field, swiftly compensates for his previous misstep. This time, you shall not be able to hinder me. After Susie seized the ball, without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and launched a 3-point shot. Swish. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air before smoothly finding its way into the net. 3 points. Susie added another 3 points for the team. NC. On the sidelines, the human coach Doc Rivers clenched his fists and leaped in place, visibly exhilarated. The exquisite steals and counter-steals sent adrenaline surging through the live audience, eliciting waves of astonished gasps. After this play, the 76ers head coach Larry Brown could no longer remain seated, promptly calling for a timeout. Chapter 12. The death coil. Susie's formidable defense, coupled with the swift counterattacks it generated, instantly forced the 76ers to call a timeout. The once raucous Philadelphia home arena had fallen into an eerie silence. Their superhero, Allen Iverson, had been completely neutralized by Susie, failing to score in 3 consecutive offensive possessions. This spectacle left the Philadelphia fans feeling suffocated and depressed. Sue, outstanding job. During the timeout, Doc Rivers vigorously patted Susie's shoulder. Young man, who would have thought you'd truly lock down Iverson? This offensive prowess is undeniable, yet you handled him magnificently. As expected, my judgment never fails. While praising Susie, Rivers couldn't resist polishing his own reputation. Susie rolled his eyes in exasperation. It is worth noting that during the first round of the playoffs against the Pistons, he had not been afforded a chance to play at all. Were it not for the garbage time in Game 7, he might not have even garnered the attention of Rivers. However, observing the human reveling in their comeback highlights, Susie found it beneath him to engage. Hey, folks, listen to me, McGrady exclaimed as he seized Rivers' tactical board. We performed admirably on the defensive end just now. Man-to-man. We must staunchly guard every position, denying them any easy opportunities to score. as long as we maintain our defensive prowess. We shall immediately counterattack with myself and Sue as the spearhead. While speaking, McGrady cast a glance at Suze. This late-round showcase had already brought him ample surprise. With fierce defense, impeccable three-point shooting, nimble speed, and keen judgment, it is no exaggeration to say that these were feats McGrady himself could not accomplish during the same period. Especially in the intensity of playoff competition, Suze's ability to deliver such performances left McGrady utterly astonished. In fact, I have an immature thought. Suze also turned his gaze towards McGrady. At present, McGrady stands as the leader of the Magic, and any proposals must be presented for his consideration. Well, what do you think? McGrady and Doc Rivers in unison responded. In fact, we could implement a 1-on-4 defensive strategy. A 1-on-4? Both McGrady and Doc Rivers expressed their astonishment. Are you suggesting a mixed defensive approach? Doc Rivers supported his chin with his hand, his expression growing somewhat serious. Indeed. Suze extended his hand and took the tactical board from McGrady. I am responsible for man-to-man defense, primarily guarding Iverson. The remaining 4 players formed a diamond shape. As Suze spoke, he continuously drew on the tactical board. The Philadelphia 76ers' offensive linchpin was A. If I could effectively neutralize A and allow the others to handle the ball, our defensive strategy would be successful. Regardless of whether we succeeded in fast breaks or set plays, we would at least have curtailed the opponent's scoring. During the 2002-2003 NBA season, defense was still revered. Winning a championship through defense was certainly not an empty phrase. All right, let us give it a try for 2 possessions. Doug Rivers had witnessed Suze's prowess on the defensive end, thus he was willing to test the defensive approach proposed by Suze. Were it not for Suze's astonishing performance, Rivers would hardly have spared him a glance. Yes, I support this initiative. But we will reassess if the results are unsatisfactory after 2 possessions, agreed the team leader, McGrady. He was inclined to adopt Suze's suggestions. Primarily due to Suze's successful defense against A, successfully defending A 3 times in succession was unimaginable for anyone else. It was this remarkable display that earned Suze a voice during the timeout. Had it been anyone else, they would have been mercilessly criticized by then. With the referee's whistle signaling the end of the timeout, both teams returned to the court. Following their timeout, the Magic immediately deployed a man-to-man defense strategy. Clad in the number 7 jersey of the Magic, Suze was like a piece of gum, sticking tenaciously to Allen Iverson, denying him even the slightest opportunity to receive the ball. In this era that encouraged defense and physical confrontation, Suze exerted every effort, effectively clinging to A. As long as his movements were not excessively pronounced, the referees would refrain from making any calls. In several successive possessions, Suze's tenacious defensive style proved to be a source of irritation for Iverson. Under Suze's relentless pressure, Iverson struggled to get a hold of the ball. Even when he managed to, it was often in haste. With Suze's long reach disrupting him, he repeatedly missed his shots. With just a minute and a half remaining in the first quarter and the score widening to a 22-15 lead for the Magic, Iverson could no longer contain his frustration. "Youngster, you have provoked me," he shouted at Suze. "Watch closely. I will shatter your defense." During the offensive possession of the 76ers, Allen Iverson found both of his arms ensnared by Suzier's relentless grip. In a desperate attempt to escape Suzier's tenacious, gum-like defense, Iverson incessantly shoved against him. Yet, Suzier remained unfazed. The 2 muscular men engaged in a fierce struggle within the elbow area, continuing their tussle until they reached the arc of the 3-point line. Their entangled movements appeared almost suffocating. Faced with Suzier's defense, Iverson resembled a fish ensnared in a net, struggling futilely to break free. There is no escape. Your efforts are in vain. Suze defended against Iverson with all his might while whispering in his ear, "Allen, I respect you as a true warrior. Just surrender. There's no shame in being locked down by a second-round pick like me, because in the near future, you'll take pride in having been contained by me." Iverson listened to these words, his composure on the verge of crumbling. As his team's offense stagnated and Suze's suffocating defense refused to relent, frustration gnawed at him. The harder he fought, the more his temper flared. Desperate to score and break free from Suze's relentless pressure, he snarled, "Shut your mouth, rookie. Watch me destroy you with this shot." But Iverson, already mentally rattled by Suze's taunts and physical battles, lost control. With a sudden burst of force, he shoved Suze away violently. The same Suze who had withstood every previous push now collapsed dramatically, as if possessed by an Oscar-winning actor's spirit. Suze fell to the ground in response to Iverson's powerful move. Beep. The referee caught this detail and promptly blew the whistle. Offensive foul. The referee declared as he signaled Iverson's offensive foul. What? Iverson was utterly astonished. Referee, how could this possibly be an offensive foul? This was clearly an act. Due to the excessive movement of Iverson's upper body, he was caught red-handed by the referee. Souza rose from the ground, clapping fervently. Beautiful. Just like that. Souza not only applauded but also revealed a triumphant smile, indicative of his cunning scheme's success. Chapter 13. Securing the first victory. Souza wore a cunning smile that ignited a surge of anger within Iverson. Recalling the incessant chatter that had just echoed in his ear, Iverson's rage intensified. How could this little brat have so easily disrupted his state of mind? Souza smiled with great satisfaction. Yet he could hear the entire crowd chanting the words Black Whistle. Souza shrugged his shoulders. What could he do? After all, he was an Oscar-winning actor. Portraying his role with such authenticity, the competition continued, and as time elapsed, the Magic's offense, led by McGrady, became increasingly fluid. Iverson, who was tightly marked by a four-man defense, was worn down significantly by Souza's relentless pursuit, even when he managed to create some opportunities and take a few shots. His efficiency and accuracy were dismal. Soon, the final buzzer of the fourth quarter echoed through the arena. The Magic triumphed over the Philadelphia 76ers with a score of 99-87 in the first game of the Eastern Conference Playoff second round. Souza achieved a remarkable performance, amassing 27 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. Souza's three-point shooting was impeccable, finishing the game with a flawless 5 out of 5 attempts. The Orlando Magic superstar, Tracy McGrady, efficiently amassed 33 points, along with 5 rebounds and 6 assists. In contrast, the Philadelphia 76ers' sole reliance, the core player Allen Iverson, struggled under Souza's relentless defense, managing to score a meager 21 points. His shooting percentage was dismally low. Well done, young man. Did you see his dejected expression? Haha. To be honest, this is the first time I've witnessed him in such a state after knowing him for so many years. Back in the locker room, McGrady burst into laughter, playfully nudging Souza with his shoulder. He has truly grown fond of this young fellow. The tenacity Souza displays on the defensive end is simply captivating, especially his implementation of a 1-on-4 defense, which seemed meticulously crafted just for A. Ever since adopting this strategy, A has been completely stifled by Souza. Souza also smiled. Truly, it was everyone's contribution. Your exceptional defensive coordination disrupted the 76ers' strategy. Otherwise, even if I managed to contain Iverson, I wouldn't have been able to guard the others. Souza did not seek personal glory. Maintaining the harmony of the locker room is also a crucial factor in a team's success. Moreover, in the presence of these seasoned veterans on the court, no matter how talented Souza might be, he was still merely a rookie. In the NBA, it's an unwritten rule that rookies, regardless of their prowess, must show respect to their elders. Even the great LeBron James, the king himself, once carried shoes for veteran Ricky Davis in his early days. Hence, Souza paid no mind to such trivialities. All right, boys, you did an outstanding job tonight. Special commendation to Sue. He fought like a true warrior on the court. His suffocating defense, akin to a death coil, along with drawing several offensive fouls, was particularly impressive. Well done, young man. You'll be starting in the next game. Doc Rivers gave Souza a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Starting? Souza was filled with exhilaration. The experience of sitting on the sidelines is far from pleasant. He expressed gratitude towards his coach and his teammates. Souza exclaimed excitedly, "Let's go. Let's attend the press conference. Today's special guests are T-Mac and Sue." Coach Doc Rivers added, leading the way as Souza and Tracy McGrady departed the locker room together, heading toward the press conference venue. Along the way, Souza accessed his system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing both the standard and hidden missions. Ding. Congratulations, host, for accomplishing the standard mission freezing A. Restricting his score below 25 points. Reward, 10 system points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the hidden mission reward, the Tomahawk Dump Package. As Souza listened to the system voice resonating in his mind, a wave of elation washed over him, and his face radiated with excitement. He promptly accessed his badge system. 3 illustrious badges, the Hall of Fame 3-point sharpshooter, the Hall of Fame death grip, and the bronze medal-dodging Terminator, instantly illuminated before him. Souza glanced around and, in light of the recently acquired Axe Dunk package, promptly selected the Contact Finisher badge in the finishing category. Ding. Would the host like to upgrade the Contact Finisher badge? Souza clicked confirm without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded to the Bronze Terminator badge. Ding. The Terminator badge enhances the host's ability to decisively conclude confrontations. Without further contemplation, Suze promptly equipped the badge. After completing this task, the three of them arrived at the venue of the press conference. This was Suze's inaugural attendance at a press conference. Unlike the previous simple post-match interview, the sight of a room full of reporters made him feel a tingle of anxiety. Fortunately, amidst the crowd, he spotted a few compatriots from Longwa, which alleviated his nervousness somewhat. As the questioning commenced, Rivers abruptly announced, "Now we shall begin." No sooner had the words left his lips than a camera was aimed at McGrady. As the star player of the Magic, McGrady was naturally the first to be queried. The reporters posed a few straightforward questions to him. Dressed in stylish attire, McGrady answered with confidence, showing no hesitation. When a reporter inquired about the key to their victory that evening, McGrady instinctively glanced towards Suze on his right. Of course, it was Sue. As the team's leader, McGrady did not seek to claim sole credit for the win. He nudged Suze playfully with his shoulder. If it weren't for this young brother engaging Iverson, preventing him from making an impact on defense, our triumph would not have been so effortless. McGrady's face radiated with a smile. His eyes filled with trust and admiration for Suze. All right, shall we invite Sue to answer a few questions now? McGrady shrugged. Absolutely. I can hardly wait for you all to shine the spotlight on my little brother. He truly deserves it. His words elicited laughter from the audience. Hey, Sue. How does it feel to step onto the playoff stage and turn the tide? You are already a well-known figure now. What is it like to be in the limelight? A reporter eagerly inquired. Suze shrugged his shoulders, feeling indifferent. No one would approach me on the street asking for an autograph. Nor would anyone take the initiative to greet me. I merely assist the team in securing victories, as I always have. Suze's response was remarkably calm, devoid of the aggression he had displayed during his previous post-match interview. This sudden shift left the gathered journalists somewhat taken aback. Okay, Sue. I watched the footage of your earlier post-match interview, and I thought you wouldn't be so accommodating. One reporter jested with a grin. Indeed. If it is about equality and respect, I have no reason to decline an interview. Please remember, I am not just a boy from Huaxia. My name is Suze. Chapter 14. At 4 in the morning, watching and practicing basketball after completing a few interviews, the press conference for the Magic concluded. Due to his stellar defense against the 76ers, Suze's name once again graced the front page of American sports news. Upon returning to the hotel where the team was staying, Suze received a call from his mother, who was far away in Longwa. Gazing at the familiar yet distant number, memories of life beyond the basketball court flooded his mind. It turned out that in this life, Suze had been adopted by his parents, who treated him as if he were their biological son. Besides him, Sue's father and mother had a daughter of their own, who was 3 years his senior and currently studying at a university in Orlando. Hello, Mom. Suze answered the phone. Although the woman on the other end existed only in his memories, for some inexplicable reason, a wave of warmth surged within him. Son, Mom watched your match, and I knew my son was the best, came the excited voice of his mother from the other end. Suze's lips curved into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of bashfulness. Mom, it's actually not that bad. Not that bad? She replied, it's simply astonishing, isn't it? Mother Sue spoke with great excitement. Suze could discern the pride in her voice. Let me tell you, ever since you helped that Magic team turn the tide, your father has been strutting around among his old buddies, bursting with pride. He boasts about how remarkable his son is everywhere. Listening to the excitement in Sue's mother's voice and imagining his father's triumphant demeanor made Suze's smile even brighter. Although they had never met, the feeling of being quietly watched over and cared for by his parents filled him with immense affection for them. He resolved to play well, not only to make his parents proud but also for himself. He wanted those so-called scouts to see that his son truly deserved to be the top pick. Like most parents, Sue's father and mother believed their son was the brightest star. Haha, Mom, I will work hard, but it's getting late, and I need to rest. I have training tomorrow. Suze chuckled and said, look at my memory. All right, you should quickly take a rest. I won't disturb you any longer. Mother Sue once again reminded Suze with a few words before finally hanging up the phone. The following morning, Suze's door was rapped on early. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the voice of McGrady resonated from outside. Sue, little brother, it's time to rise. We must head to training. Though McGrady's voice was not particularly loud, it seemed especially jarring in the tranquil morning. Suze glanced at the time. It was merely 4 in the morning. Who says McGrady does not train diligently? Isn't this quite a testament to his hard work? Training at such an hour is not solely the domain of Kobe, but McGrady as well. It is no wonder that these two individuals have forged a strong friendship. Susie muttered a few words under his breath, yet swiftly dressed and stepped out of the room. Little brother, don't indulge in oversleeping. Train early to maintain peak competitive form, McGrady advised. Upon seeing Susie, he raised his right hand and playfully punched Susie's chest. Come on, let's go. Listen, today my trainer has specially invited a few impressive players. Rumor has it there's even a stunning female player with gorgeous wavy hair. McGrady extended his right arm and draped it casually over Susie's shoulder. Susie rolled his eyes in exasperation. I say, my friend, are you off to practice your skills or merely to watch the game? Susie's words held a double meaning. However, this ball was not the same as that ball. McGrady, a seasoned veteran, immediately grasped the implication. He responded with a sly smile, as if to say, only children make choices. Adults, of course, desire them all. McGrady wore an expression of nonchalant certainty. Susie couldn't help but break into a mischievous smile. Excellent. I quite like this. It is truly unexpected that McGrady possesses such a delightful personality. He understands the balance between work and leisure, seamlessly blending watching games with practicing. After a simple breakfast, the two swiftly made their way to the training ground. Upon entering the training facility, Susie spotted Allen Iverson clad in his practice attire. Why is he here as well? Aren't the training sessions typically divided between the two teams? Susie appeared somewhat bewildered. McGrady smiled and explained. It is not yet the official training time, so the training facility is open for public use, and of course, they can also come. Susie displayed a look of realization. So this is how it is. What about your trainer? What about those skilled players you brought in? Susie was eager to witness firsthand the caliber of players that an NBA trainer could summon for practice. Look, there stands my old acquaintance Carter over there. Do you see him? And the beautiful woman standing alongside him is the sole female player I invited during my training sessions. McGrady raised his hand, gesturing towards the other half of the court. My goodness. Susie was somewhat taken aback. 3 of the legendary 4 great guards had already arrived, and the 4th was preparing for the second round of the playoffs in Los Angeles. However, what astonished Susie even more was that the enchanting woman mentioned by McGrady turned out to be an old acquaintance of his. Suing, my own sister, the biological daughter of my adoptive parents. Susie could hardly have imagined that the biological daughter of his adoptive parents was also an exceptional basketball player. Despite the distance, he could still see Suing clad in a form-fitting athletic outfit, her S-shaped curves exquisitely accentuated, with a figure that was both alluring and captivating. A mere glance at her would undoubtedly send one's adrenaline soaring. It was as if they shared a telepathic connection. For Suing turned her gaze towards Susie and McGrady. Hey, McGrady exclaimed, raising his right arm and vigorously waving towards Suing. At that moment, McGrady was merely 24 years old, a youthful age when one is particularly eager to engage with beautiful women. Susie was not surprised by McGrady's reaction. Come on. Why are you just standing there? Hurry over to watch the practice. As the team's leader, McGrady had to maintain his composure. Susie followed McGrady and approached him. Sister, it has been a long time since we last met. Susie shyly greeted Suing. Deep in his memory, he vividly recalled how Suing had bullied him during their childhood. Sister? McGrady exclaimed in surprise. Sue, she is your sister? McGrady appeared quite astonished. Susie remained silent, merely nodding in tacit agreement. McGrady shook his head, his face a canvas of astonishment. It was madness, truly, utterly mad. Suing pouted slightly and beckoned to Susie with a flick of her finger. Come here, little Sue, she called. I have something to discuss with you. With that, Suing turned and headed toward the edge of the arena. Susie shook his head in exasperation. His elder sister had always possessed this temperament, decisive and commanding. Whenever Susie dared to resist, he would be met with a swift reprimand. Susie inherited the memories of his predecessor, and thus he was well aware of the ferocity of his older sister. Therefore, he could only obediently follow Suing as she walked ahead. Chapter 15. Special mission. The performance in the 2 playoff matches was quite commendable. Observing you on the court, moving with the swiftness of a leopard, one would hardly associate you with the poor agility that was once so vividly remembered. Suing embraced herself with her arms crossed over her chest, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief, a playful expression adorning her face. Susie chuckled softly. That is certainly the case. Although I may be ranked last in the second round, my abilities are undoubtedly top-notch. Susie did not conceal her pride in the slightest. Suing cast him a sidelong glance, remarking that she had flown all the way from Orlando. She had even gone through her teacher to extend a special invitation to Vince Carter. What do you think? Are you interested in accepting my challenge? As the sister of Suze, Su-Ying was quite astonished by her brother's remarkable performance. In her memory, Suze was indeed a basketball player with considerable static talent. However, when it came to athletic prowess, Su-Ying found it difficult to commend him. This was precisely why, since their childhood, she had been able to assert her dominance over Suze. After all, if he couldn't even surpass his elder sister in basketball, how could he avoid being thoroughly bullied? A challenge? Suze scratched the back of his head. Sister, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by Su-Ying. Who were you calling old? Su-Ying's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, her face adorned with an expression of indignation. Suze was startled. A deep-seated fear buried in the recesses of his original host's memory surged forth, the terror of being dominated. Suzilian quickly displayed a smile that was almost ingratiating. I am old. My sister, however, is youthful and radiant, eternally young. Suze silently wiped away his cold sweat, thinking to himself that one must never provoke a woman, especially a beautiful one. To declare a woman old is akin to playing with fire. Su-Ying rolled her eyes and murmured, now that's more like it. What I propose as a challenge is a one-on-one American basketball showdown between you and Vince Carter. In this one-on-one duel, there are considerable limitations. Dribbling is restricted to 3 attempts, and the offensive play must be completed within 10 seconds. Such constraints will truly test the individual prowess of both players. The reason Su-Ying invited Carter to engage in a one-on-one American basketball challenge with Suze is twofold. Firstly, Su-Ying wishes to ascertain whether her brother has indeed achieved a moment of enlightenment and whether there has been a remarkable enhancement in his physical abilities. Secondly, she contemplates that if Suze experiences a breakthrough in his fitness, the one-on-one match with Carter could elevate Suze's basketball skills, thereby enabling him to establish a stronger foothold in the NBA. Unbeknownst to Su-Ying, Suze possesses the basketball emperor system, which bestows upon him extraordinary improvements in both technique and physicality. All right, sister, if I win, what shall we say? Suze gazed at Su-Ying with a cheerful smile. Su-Ying raised a hand and placed it gently on Suze's shoulder. It's simple, just as always. I will be waiting for you in the hotel room. What? Suze was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing those words. Good heavens, this was simply too exhilarating. Images of past encounters with Su-Ying teasing him flooded Suze's mind. Naturally, Suze harbored no illicit intentions, nor did he possess the audacity to entertain such thoughts. Each time Su-Ying made her playful remarks, Suze invariably fled in disarray. Haha, just look at you, so timid and fearful. What are you thinking? Do not forget, I am a graduate student specializing in medicine. She continued. Do you wish to employ medical methods to assist you with your therapy? Su-Ying bore a mischievous smile, radiating the satisfaction of having successfully teased someone. Suze finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that practicing basketball with a stunning beauty like Su-Ying would indeed be quite exhilarating. Ahem. Very well then, sister, I have consented. Suze quickly diverted the conversation, steering it back towards basketball. Aren't you curious about the penalty for your defeat? Su-Ying looked at Suze with a beaming smile. Suze shrugged his shoulders. Rest assured, I shall not succumb to defeat. Suze gazed upon the court, where Vince Carter was engaged in jovial banter with Tracy McGrady, his expression notably resolute. Ah, young man, boasting is not a commendable trait, he mused. Su-Ying kindly reminded. Vince's abilities are evident to all. Do not underestimate him. Otherwise, do not come to me in tears should you face defeat. Suze confidently declared, rest assured. Just watch how I handle Vince. Suze's words are audacious. Yet, such audacity demands a certain capital. It is evident that Suze possesses that very capital now. Very well, bold indeed. Let us proceed to the competition. A mere 10 points will determine the victor. Su-Ying waved to Suze and then took the initiative to stride towards the basketball court. Suze also walked over. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a special mission. Suze was making his way towards the basketball court when the voice of the system echoed in his mind. A special mission? What could this task entail? Suze instinctively inquired. Ding. Special task. Achieve victory in a 1v1 American-style duel against Carter. Is it really that simple? Suze chuckled softly, as if granting himself a delightful indulgence. Suze brimmed with confidence. Although it was a one-on-one American-style showdown, he remained assured in his ability to triumph over Carter. The strength of the opponent was not daunting. What truly instilled fear was the loss of unwavering belief in victory. Ding. Special mission condition 1. Allow Carter to score 5 points first. Ding. Special mission condition 2. Permit Carter to initiate the offense. Goodness. This is rather excessive, isn't it? Suze was somewhat astonished. The difficulty of the special task had suddenly escalated significantly, although Suze harbors confidence in his ability to triumph over Carter. This conviction is predicated upon both individuals commencing the contest from an equal footing. However, conceding an initial 5 points to Carter effectively translates to a significant disadvantage. Carter, a prominent figure among the league's elite shooting guards, possesses formidable scoring capabilities alongside commendable defensive skills. Indeed, he stands as one of the most sought-after superstars in the league. It is imperative to acknowledge that we are witnessing Carter in his prime. To face a player of Carter's caliber and willingly yield 5 points, while allowing him to initiate the offense, is akin to digging one's own grave. Ding. The host need not be astonished. The rewards for this special task are indeed substantial. Now that is more like it. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to bring about your demise. Suze rolled his eyes in frustration and remarked, Ding. The system prompts that terminating the system is a simple task. The host merely needs to collide their head against the wall. Ding. However, this would inevitably result in the host's demise, leaving them bloodied and broken. Suze helplessly rolled his eyes. Oh, this dog of a system. Have you truly bound yourself to me? Pray, reveal the nature of the doubled rewards. Ding. Please refrain from uttering disrespectful remarks, or the system will initiate self-destruction. Dog system. Dog system. You dare to self-destruct? As a proud citizen of the Dragon Nation, how could he be threatened by a mere system? Ding. The system, in its magnanimity, has chosen to forgive the host. Startled by Suze's fervor, the system became considerably more docile. Ding. Rewards announced. Upon victory, the host shall receive 50 badge points, in addition to an exclusive action package. Ding. Please commence a new competition to obtain your rewards. Chapter 16. A score of 5 points to you. Suze approached the basketball court, where Carter and McGrady, the jovial cousins, were engaged in cheerful banter. Hey, did you see that? I have a formidable ally, McGrady exclaimed, pointing at the approaching Suze, his face aglow with excitement. This year, I am determined to pursue the championship. Just don't be too envious of me. My dear cousin, McGrady declared with great pride. The emergence of Suze has significantly bolstered McGrady's confidence in securing a championship title. Suze's exceptional performance on both offensive and defensive ends has piqued McGrady's interest in this 19-year-old, second-round pick hailing from the Dragon Country. This is precisely why McGrady decided to awaken Suze early in the morning for practice. To be honest, I feel a tinge of envy. As Suze approaches, Carter casts an admiring glance. Hey, Vince, how's the preparation going? Are we ready to commence a friendly match? Suing smiled warmly as she spoke to Carter. Her unique Eastern beauty compelled Carter to steal a few more glances at her. Of course, I can assist you. Teacher Stephen invited me here precisely for that purpose. Carter replied with utmost courtesy. Thank you. My younger brother is also well prepared. Suing turned to glance at Suze behind her. The young man appeared remarkably composed, displaying not a hint of panic. Suze approached Carter. Unlike his fervent admiration for McGrady, and Mamba, Suze held a distinct yet profound appreciation for Carter's remarkable dunks and his humble, understated demeanor. Hello, Vince. It's a pleasure to meet you. I kindly ask for your leniency in our forthcoming encounter. Suze greeted humbly. Carter chuckled heartily. I have watched your matches. Your defense is fierce yet remarkably clean. Your three-point shots are sharp, truly a cold-blooded scorer. Do not hold back later. Suze's humility garnered Carter's admiration. However, in the next moment, Suze's words unsettled everyone. Very well, let us begin. I shall grant you 5 points and allow you to serve first. With a cheerful smile, Suze uttered a seemingly casual remark that instantly stirred up a tumult. What nonsense are you spouting? Carter furrowed his brow, his face a mask of disbelief. You want me to give you a 5-point head start? Do you look down on me? As one of the league's premier stars, Carter was incensed by Suze's words. The slight admiration he had garnered from Suze's humble demeanor evaporated in an instant. McGrady seized Suze's arm. Buddy, what foolishness are you talking about? If you give my old pal a 5-point advantage, you might as well concede half the game. McGrady shot Suze a knowing glance. Just moments ago, he had praised Suze in front of Carter, but he did not wish for Suze to suffer a humiliating defeat. McGrady was well aware of his old friend's prowess. Though Suze was no slouch, conceding 5 points would undoubtedly hand over half the victory to Carter. Even Suing was taken aback. She reached out to touch Suze's forehead, incredulous. Are you feverish, uttering such nonsense? Giving a 5-point lead, dear brother. Are you not being a tad overconfident? Suing rolled her eyes in exasperation, wondering if her younger brother had truly lost his mind. She was utterly earnest in her intentions. Suze shrugged his shoulders, displaying an air of calmness. After all, it was merely a matter of 5 points, not particularly significant. In Carter's eyes, Susie's composure was nothing short of outrageous arrogance. A mere second-round rookie, having played just 2 commendable games, carried himself with such hubris. Utterly oblivious to the realities of the sport, it was enough to ignite a fiery rage within him. Very well. You insolent brat, you have successfully provoked my ire. Carter pointed an accusatory finger at Susie. You are doomed, for I shall ensure your defeat is nothing short of humiliating. Carter was ablaze with fury. Despite his naturally humble and gentle demeanor, he could not tolerate such blatant provocation, especially from a second-round draft pick. It was an affront he could hardly bear. You truly are unaware of your own limitations. I will teach you a harsh lesson and deliver a resounding reprimand. Carter's eyes glinted with menace, embodying a formidable presence. Suze chuckled with a sense of ease. Very well, let us see how you intend to kick my backside. Of course, should you find yourself defeated. Do refrain from claiming that I took advantage of you. Suze, with a mischievous glint in his eye, exclaimed, What the heck? Instantly, Carter was consumed by rage. This young lad clearly looked down upon him. After all, he was the star player of a team, one of the league's premier scorers. How could he be so disparaged by a mere novice? Enraged, Carter erupted, his voice booming as he bellowed at Suze, Listen here, you. Let us make a wager. If I cannot keep you scoreless, I shall concede to any terms you propose. However, should I emerge victorious, I demand an immediate apology from you, followed by 100 laps around the court. Fueled by indignation, Carter's singular focus was to swiftly vanquish Suze. Suze smiled and nodded. Sure, no problem. Can we begin now? He inquired cheerfully. Carter's earlier roar had also attracted the attention of Iverson, who was training on the other side of the gym. Temporarily abandoning his own practice, he approached to observe the one-on-one showdown between Carter and Suze. The game commenced with both players ready. Carter initiated the offense first. In this American-style one-on-one contest, Carter was permitted only 3 dribbles and must complete his attack within 10 seconds. With his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes ablaze with fury, he swiftly released the ball with his right hand, summoning all his strength as he aimed to break through Suze with a lightning-fast first step. However, at that moment, a badge symbolizing the Hall of Fame's tenacious defense illuminated above Suze's head. Suze extended his long arms, resembling a piece of elastic candy, firmly adhering to Carter's side. With 1 dribble, then a second. Carter's intention to rely on speed to bypass Suze was thwarted by Suze's swift lateral movement and his gum-like defense. On the 3rd dribble, Carter deliberately paused for a moment, then swiftly executed a step back, seeking to exploit the change in rhythm to create distance between himself and Suze, thereby gaining space for a shot. Upon witnessing the moment, Suze astutely discerned that Carter was poised to take a shot. He swiftly lunged forward, extending his long arms and leaping high, intent on blocking Carter's attempt. Ah, you foolish young one, you are still too inexperienced. Although Carter had gathered the ball, his pivot foot remained stationary. As Suze sailed past him, Carter suddenly took a substantial step forward with his other foot. He deftly maneuvered his body past Suze, creating ample space for his shot. Utilizing a feint combined with elegant footwork, Carter left Suze in his wake, and at that moment, the hoop appeared to him as vast as the ocean. This shot was destined to succeed. A smile of triumph graced Carter's lips as he confidently released the ball. Just then, a large hand surged toward the basketball with unwavering determination. Chapter 17, The Dragon Kingdom, the elusive step Vince Carter, employing his deceptive moves and refined footwork, effortlessly left Suze airborne. With Suze launched into the air, Carter seized the opportunity to shoot. Yet, he underestimated the situation. Though Suze was airborne, he extended his left hand backward. His long arms reached out, casting a formidable shadow as they firmly pressed against the basketball in Carter's grasp. Oh, a magnificent block. On the sidelines, McGrady could not contain his astonishment. Iverson, too, was taken aback by the sheer static athleticism on display. Suze delivered a resounding block, forcefully swatting the basketball from Carter's grasp. With this failed offensive attempt, Carter squandered a prime scoring opportunity. Damn it, he muttered softly upon landing, his expression rife with regret. He had acted too hastily. Had he been more patient, the outcome might have been distinctly different. Vince, it is now my turn. Your chance has passed. Suze's words were undeniably imposing. The greatest respect one can show to an opponent is to exert every ounce of strength to vanquish them. Do not rejoice too soon. I shall make you aware of true cruelty. Carter executed a ground pass, delivering the ball to Souza. The teams resumed play once more. Souza refrained from dribbling directly. Instead, he employed the triple threat stance, skillfully manipulating Carter's defensive focus. After a few feints, Souza executed a shot fake. Having observed the Magic's games, Carter was acutely aware of Souza's remarkable three-point shooting prowess. Thus, as Souza initiated his shooting feint, Carter, though he did not leap, advanced a step forward, extending his arms in an attempt to disrupt Souza's shot. Excellent. This is the moment. With his keen judgment on the court, Souza swiftly executed a feint before seamlessly transitioning into his next move. He followed it up with a probing step on his right foot, creating the illusion of a drive. Observing Souza abandon his shot in favor of a breakthrough, Carter instinctively retreated half a step. It was this slight retreat that inadvertently granted Souza the space he needed to take the shot. Swish. Souza effortlessly launched a three-pointer, the basketball tracing a flawless arc through the air before nestling perfectly into the net. Simultaneously, the Hall of Fame three-point sniper badge illuminated above his head. Magnificent. Tracy McGrady marveled from the sidelines, then called out to Vince Carter, "Cousin, beware, Sue's three-point prowess is formidable. Stay sharp." Witnessing Souza's scoring display, Allen Iverson narrowed his eyes, reassessing this late second-round pick from the Dragon Nation. Draft position doesn't dictate destiny. On the court, true strength prevails. History brims with second-round gems who defied expectations. Perhaps, Iverson mused silently, he had indeed underestimated Souza's caliber. "Not bad," Carter conceded, gripping the ball. "But I won't grant you another clean look. My turn now." In American one-on-one rules, possession shifts after each score. Yet as Carter received the inbound pass and surged forward, Souza intercepted with surgical precision, thwarting the attack before it materialized. "Seems the offense still rests with me," Souza remarked, spinning the ball on his fingertip. "And I won't be showing mercy." Souza chuckled cheerfully. Carter let out a cold snort. "Come on, give it your all." Carter passed the ball back to Souza, the fire of battle in his eyes intensifying. It was evident that Souza's relaxed demeanor only fueled Carter's competitive spirit further. "Huh, all right. Can you guess whether my next move will be a shot or a drive?" Upon receiving the ball, Souza exhibited no hesitation this time and boldly surged straight towards the paint. Souza stands at an impressive height of 210 centimeters, while Carter measures 198 centimeters. Souza stands a remarkable 12 centimeters taller than Carter. As long as he can penetrate the paint, Souza can fully leverage his height to overpower Carter. One dribble. Two dribbles. After dribbling twice, Souza initiated a Eurostep layup directly from the free throw line. Souza, with his long limbs, elevated the ball high above his head, utilizing his impressive wingspan. With a generous stride, he swiftly took a step to the right, aiming to penetrate the basket. "You shall not succeed." Carter mustered all his strength, attempting to leverage his core to impede Souza. However, to his astonishment, Souza deftly swayed his arms to the left, simultaneously taking a significant step with his left leg, effortlessly bypassing Carter. This momentary lapse in defense left Carter utterly astonished. In today's league, the Eurostep is not a common weapon in the arsenal of players. Such fluid lateral movements effectively decelerated his pace while effortlessly deceiving the defender. Just as Carter was taken aback, a bronze badge signifying the dodge finisher illuminated above Souza's head. Concurrently, Souza flawlessly activated the exclusive move set for Manu Ginobili's Eurostep layup. Like a serpent, akin to a ghostly step, he gracefully maneuvered past Carter's defense. Souza stretched out his long arms and effortlessly laid the basketball into the hoop with a smooth underhand scoop. "Oh my, just look at how nimble my young friend is." His side-to-side footwork was utterly bewildering. Watching Souza score yet again, McGrady on the sidelines was absolutely exhilarated. He had known all along that this young man was something special. After merely 2 games, McGrady already envisioned forming a friendship with Sue. This young brother was definitely someone worth keeping around. McGrady exclaimed excitedly, mimicking ball-handling motions with his hands as he swayed rhythmically from side to side. A flicker of surprise passed through Su Ying's gaze. In her recollection, Souza, despite his remarkable static talent, displayed relatively rudimentary athleticism and basketball skills. Hence, a player like Souza, who oscillated between brilliance and mediocrity, was often dismissed in this era. His strength and speed were lacking, and any discussion of basketball technique seemed futile. However, the 2 shots he made moments ago, particularly the recent layup, completely transformed Su Ying's perception of him. What sort of footwork was that? Carter was astonished. It was rare for him to witness such a breakthrough maneuver on the basketball court. Indeed. Aside from the Spurs bench player Ginobili, Carter had never encountered another athlete who executed such techniques with such finesse. In Longwa, this was known as the Mizong step. Suze spoke without hesitation, not forgetting to wink at Carter. The mysterious footsteps? Carter murmured to himself, intriguing. Could it possibly be a martial art from the Dragon Kingdom? Suze shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps one could say it that way. After all, no one has officially named the Euro step yet. Even Manu Ginobili, who frequently employs the Euro step, has not bestowed a name upon this particular move. Suze did not mind taking the initiative to bestow a name upon this distinctive layup. Moreover, people from the beautiful country and around the globe hold a profound admiration for the martial arts of the Dragon Nation. Suze was not averse to adding a vivid stroke to the artistry of Dragon Country's martial arts. Excellent. Once more, Carter seized the basketball again, initiating a new wave of offense. Chapter 18. Take Me as Your Master. The clash between Suze and Carter was truly exhilarating. Particularly notable was the earnest Suze, whose suffocating defense rendered Carter utterly incapable of scoring. Conversely, Suze frequently showcased his prowess with precise three-pointers and astonishing footwork, amassing points with remarkable ease. In just a few exchanges, Suze's score surged to 9, while Carter remained stagnant at 5. As Suze employed his height and reach to thwart yet another of Carter's attempts. The onlooking Allen Iverson gasped in astonishment. Crazy, Iverson exclaimed, expressing his admiration for Suze. Although Suze's offensive repertoire may be limited, his defensive capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. Leaving Iverson in awe, it appeared that Suze's ability to dominate in the first game of the second-round series was no mere fluke. Just as Iverson marveled at the display, Suze seized the ball, initiating the final offensive of the match. What manner of offensive strategy should I employ to conclude the game? Suze did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, he cradled the basketball in his right hand and glanced toward the sidelines at Suing. Sister, what do you think is more impressive, a three-pointer or a decisive drive to seal the game? Suze felt remarkably at ease, with a glimmer of joy evident even in his eyes. Suing shook her head in resignation. I suppose 3 points will suffice. Suze's precise three-point shooting left Suing in awe. In an era that does not particularly revere the three-point shot, Suze's astonishing accuracy in this discipline is truly eye-catching. Very well, I shall heed my elder sister's advice. Suze winked at Suing before turning his attention to Carter. My elder sister instructed me to conclude the game with a three-pointer. Vince, I am about to take my shot. As Suze's voice faded, he immediately executed a shooting motion with the ball in his hands. Having witnessed Suze's prowess in three-point shooting, Carter felt a surge of tension as he saw Suze prepare to release the shot. With a sudden burst of energy, Carter propelled himself towards Suze in the blink of an eye. Haha, Vince, did you expect this? My true intention was to drive to the basket. Suze feigned a strike, then deftly passed the ball, sprinting past Carter's left side. Carter endeavored to maintain control of his body, although he lunged upward. He had yet to leap and hurriedly pursued Suze's direction. Suze maintained a composed demeanor as he assessed the situation. At the very moment when Carter exerted himself to chase back, Suze executed a sudden stop, complemented by a deft retreat. Through this rhythmic alteration, he created a significant space for his shot. However, contrary to expectations, Carter did not tumble to the ground. Instead, he exhibited remarkable control over his body. As Suze launched his three-point attempt following the retreat, Carter immediately halted, leapt into the air, and lunged towards Suze. Look, I am still taking the three-point shot. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Suze executed a direct jump shot, utilizing a step-back maneuver for a three-point attempt. Carter, too, leapt with all his might, aiming to capitalize on his vertical leap to disrupt Suze's shot. Alas, Suze, having secured ample space for his release, possessed an undeniable advantage with his height and reach. In the face of Carter's defense, he effortlessly stepped back and launched a three-pointer. Whoosh! The basketball sailed gracefully from Suze's fingertips, soaring through the air towards the hoop. Swish! Almost immediately, the sound of the ball brushing against the net resonated. A perfect swish! It was a flawless shot. Suze, under the defense of Carter, executed a step-back three-pointer, sealing the game with a decisive shot. Carter turned around, gazing despondently at the hoop. He had exerted every ounce of effort in his defense, yet ultimately, Suze's three-pointer found its mark. The sheer static talent of Suze endowed him with the ability to disregard defensive efforts entirely. You are formidable. I concede defeat, Carter sighed with resignation. On the sidelines, McGrady rushed onto the court, exclaiming, "Haha, brother, you're incredible. Giving me a 5-point lead and still defeating my cousin. Your prowess is impressive." As McGrady spoke, he playfully delivered a hearty punch to Souza's chest. "Haha, truth be told, it was Vince who let me win." Before the match, Souza had been brimming with confidence, but after his victory, he adopted a more modest demeanor. He refrained from boasting, recognizing the camaraderie shared among those in the NBA. He had no desire to humiliate Carter, especially since there was no animosity between them. "Sue, you truly are remarkable. I need to reassess your defensive strategies," Iverson remarked, having produced a camera from seemingly nowhere, waving it in Souza's direction. "You all continue. I'm off to analyze the footage." In preparation for the second playoff game, AI intended to thoroughly examine Souza's defensive habits, aiming to find a way to breach his defenses in the next match. "Now, it's time to fulfill our wager." As AI departed, a mischievous grin spread across Souza's face as he turned to Carter, whose cheeks twitched slightly. "I keep my word. Feel free to propose any conditions." Carter, accepting the bet, displayed no intention of reneging. Souza stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes darting around. "How about this? You take me as your master. I shall teach you the elusive steps. It would not be a loss for you." Souza chuckled heartily. "What?" Carter exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. Beside them, T-Mac burst into fits of laughter. "Oh, ha ha ha. This is absolutely exhilarating. Old buddy, to take Sue as your mentor is simply too amusing." McGrady laughed uncontrollably, tears beginning to well up at the corners of his eyes. Suing gazed at Souza with astonishment. "Souza, are you truly serious?" Suing found it somewhat unbelievable. It is important to note that Vince Carter is one of the most sought-after stars in the league today and is indeed the reigning slam dunk champion of the NBA. The idea of Carter becoming a disciple of Souza is utterly astonishing. Souza nodded without hesitation. Of course, he was serious. Accepting the bet and yielding to the outcome was not a disadvantage in becoming my disciple. "The mysterious steps, dear Vince, do they not entice you greatly?" Souza raised an eyebrow, nudging Carter with his shoulder. "You wouldn't dare to deny it, would you? But then again, it doesn't matter. There are no outsiders here. If you refuse to admit it, I am powerless against you. Yet, you are a distinguished star of the league. How could you bear to deceive a mere second-round draft pick like me?" Carter's expression darkened. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly uttered a single word through clenched jaws. "Okay. I keep my word. I accept the wager." Carter pinched his nose in resignation. Souza extended his hand and firmly patted Carter's shoulder. "You see, this is exactly how it should be. As my apprentice, you shall not be at a disadvantage. Is the Misty Step not impressive? If employed on the court, it would surely attract a new legion of admirers, wouldn't it?" Souza approached, extending his hand to clasp Carter's shoulder, wearing a mischievous expression. Chapter 19, Scene 2 commences. According to the latest news reports, NBA superstar Vince Carter was defeated in a one-on-one showdown by the Orlando Magic rookie, Souza, at the training facility. In a stunning turn of events, Carter, after conceding a 5-point head start, lost to Souza with a score of 10-0. Reliable sources indicate that Vince Carter has taken Souza, the Magic's second-round pick, under his wing to learn the elusive footwork techniques of Longwa. As the Philadelphia 76ers and the Orlando Magic prepare for the second game of their playoff series, reports concerning Souza are inundating the sports scene in the beautiful nation. Across major media platforms, videos of Souza's one-on-one encounter with Carter have gone viral. Souza executed the agile Dragon Kingdom's elusive steps, repeatedly dismantling Carter's defense. With a casual smile, he glanced at the pre-match news reports displayed on the arena's screen while donning his training attire. These stories were circulated thanks to his supportive elder sister, Su-Ying, who endeavored to bolster his reputation and help him gain recognition. After sinking a 3-point shot, Souza accessed the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a special task and earning 50 badge points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a special task and acquiring Darren Williams' signature double crossover move. After defeating Carter, Souza did not hastily redeem his rewards within the system. Instead, he opted to acquire his rewards just before the commencement of the second match, catching his opponent off guard. The double change of direction is indeed a highly practical maneuver. It may appear unassuming, yet it strikes at the heart of the adversary. Upon hearing the system's reward, Souza was instantly filled with exhilaration. According to his memories from a past life, Darren Williams could be regarded as a diminutive powerhouse. His dual-direction moves were unassuming yet remarkably effective, often leaving opponents bewildered and off balance. He could truly be hailed as the most unpretentious ankle breaker. Suze glanced once more at his badge points and the badges he currently possessed. Suze currently possesses 50 badge points. The badges are categorized into 4 distinct sections. In the finishing badge category, Suze holds the Bronze Dodger badge. Within the shooting badge realm, he boasts the Hall of Fame 3-point shooter badge. In the defensive badge section, he is equipped with the Hall of Fame clamps badge. Beyond these 3 badges, Suze also possesses the Jin Billy Euro Step animation package, the Tomahawk Dunk animation package, and the Darren Williams Double Cross animation package. After a brief glance, Suze promptly examined the points required for upgrading each badge. Upgrading from a bronze badge to a silver one necessitates 30 points. Transitioning from silver to gold requires 80 points. And advancing from gold to the Hall of Fame demands 160 points. Suze stroked his chin, meticulously examining the points required for various upgrades. HM? Beyond the Hall of Fame, there exists the level of Basketball Emperor? My goodness, this upgrade demands 300 points. It seems rather extravagant. Upon seeing the required points for the upgrade, Suze appeared somewhat astonished. However, as long as the tasks are completed swiftly and efficiently, these points will be easily within reach. Suze briefly conducted some research and, considering the newly acquired exclusive action pack, decided to upgrade the badges in his organizational area to enhance his dribbling skills. The ankle breaker badge is certainly essential. While he possesses the ability to shoot 3-pointers, he finds himself lacking in the flair of dribbling that would enable him to effortlessly navigate past defenders. Suze pondered for a moment before decisively activating the ankle terminator badge. Ding. The system prompted, "Host, would you like to spend 10 points to illuminate the ankle terminator badge?" Illuminate. Suze directly expended 10 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully leveled up and obtained the Copper Ankles Terminator badge. Ding. The Copper Ankles Terminator badge slightly enhances the host's ability to perform evasive maneuvers. Suze possessed 40 points in his possession, and he promptly expended 30 points to elevate the copper metal of the Ankle Terminator to silver. Ding. Congratulations to the host on a successful upgrade. Suze glanced at his remaining 10 points and then fixed his gaze upon the area designated for the termination badge. This is it. Suze directly tapped on a badge. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have spent 10 points to illuminate the Bronze Dunk Master badge. Ding. The Dunk Master badge can slightly enhance the host's dunking ability, particularly when combined with certain basic dunking maneuvers. Ding. The host's Tomahawk Dunk action pack can now be activated. Following the system's prompt, Suze noticed that the previously dim Tomahawk Dunk action was now glowing brightly. Quite impressive. Suze couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sue, what are you grinning about over here? At that moment, the human known as Purification Doug Rivers approached, giving Suze's shoulder a hearty slap. Suze was taken aback and hastily shut down the system. Ah, coach, it's nothing. I am simply thrilled to have the opportunity to start today. This is the first time I have been able to take the field as a starter and on the grand stage of the playoffs no less. Suze's perspective is both reasonable and justifiable. To emerge as a starter in the concluding stages of a second-round showcase, especially during a rookie season and with no playing time in the first 6 games of both the regular season and playoffs, is an impressive feat driven by extraordinary performance. Anyone in such a position would undoubtedly be exhilarated. Young man, while it is commendable to maintain enthusiasm and vigor, excessive excitement may hinder your focus during the game. It is essential to strive for a balanced mindset. You have already achieved much, so continue to exert yourself. This evening, you must shoulder the critical responsibility of guarding the opposing team's key player, Iverson. Doug Rivers, renowned as a motivational speaker, has already inundated Suze with a hearty dose of encouragement upon their first meeting. Suze felt somewhat helpless, yet he still smiled and nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, coach. I will lock down A, just as I did in the last game. Observing Suze's confidence, Doug Rivers still harbored some reservations. Sue, you performed admirably in the previous match. However, do not underestimate your opponent, especially not an MVP-level player. After imparting a few words of caution to Suze, Doug moved on to other players, sharing his earnest motivational words. The warm-up period swiftly came to a close, and following the introduction by the arena DJ, the players took to the court. Look, there haven't been significant changes in the starting lineup. The only alteration is the promotion of Sue, the late second-round draft pick from Longwa, to a starting position. The commentator exclaimed with palpable excitement. For a late second-round pick to captivate the coaching staff in merely 2 games on such a grand stage is indeed nothing short of miraculous. On the court, Clad in the Orlando Magic's number 7 jersey, Suze naturally positioned himself beside A. The second game of the second round of the playoffs was about to commence. Chapter 20. The initiative to change looks like it's you defending me again? Allen Iverson remarked, eyeing the tall Suze, whose arms extended beyond his knees, with a gaze filled with anticipation and competitive spirit. After the training session concluded yesterday, Iverson took the time to analyze Suze's defensive habits and techniques. He noted that Suze's defense was notably targeted. Suze will proactively maneuver his right hand to drive forward, thereby relinquishing his left hand. Simultaneously, his off-ball defensive pressure is quite formidable. Consequently, Iverson has resolved to initiate more ball-dominant assaults in this match, particularly focusing his offensive efforts on the left flank. Suze lowered his head and smiled at Iverson. The stark contrast in their towering heights created a charming sense of irony. Indeed, the coach has designated me as the defensive sentinel of our team, specifically tasked with guarding you. Are you prepared, eh? In this match, my sole objective is to staunchly defend against you. Suze casually remarked, ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the opportunity for a debut. Ding. Task issued. Freeze Iverson. Restrict player A's score to below 25 points and ensure a shooting percentage of under 35. As Suze engaged in conversation with A, a system task echoed in his mind. This task, in contrast to the previous freezing of A, now included a stipulation to regulate the accuracy of hits. This presented a considerable challenge for Suze, while controlling A's scoring was relatively straightforward. Achieving a high efficiency in answers made it exceedingly difficult to maintain the hit rate at 35. Suze took a deep breath. It seemed that the most effective strategy was to minimize Allen Iverson's opportunities to handle the ball. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the basketball was tossed high into the air. Both centers leaped to contest the tip-off, and a player from the 76ers successfully secured the ball, promptly passing it to the approaching Iverson. Everyone spread out. Iverson signaled for all to clear the space, while he dribbled across half court, positioning himself at a 45-degree angle on the left side of the three-point line. Oh, a one-on-one right from the start. This was the rhythm of an immediate offensive mode. Suze silently reminded himself that in their previous encounter, he had made it exceedingly difficult for Iverson. This was partly due to Iverson's lack of familiarity with his defensive style, and partly because his teammates had initially exhausted Iverson's energy for a while. By the time he took the court as a substitute, he would be better equipped to defend against Iverson. However, in today's match, he was faced with a fully energized Iverson right from the start, and Suze knew he had to remain vigilant. As Suze pondered this, Allen Iverson initiated his offensive maneuver. With dazzling dribbling skills, he continuously shifted Suze's defensive stance. Suddenly, Iverson grasped the ball in his right hand, spread his legs wide, and executed a swift drag step that instantly disrupted Suze's defensive positioning. Suze instinctively pressed to his left, preventing Iverson from driving to the basket with his right hand. Watch closely, kid. Iverson smirked, swiftly executing a change of direction while transferring the ball to his left hand. With a powerful push off his right leg, he launched himself forward. Holding the ball in his left hand, Iverson surged past Suze on the opposite side, moving with the swiftness of lightning, effortlessly evading Suze's defense with an explosive first step. HM? Suze was secretly astonished. It was evident that Iverson had successfully deceived his gaze this time. However, Suze did not surrender. He immediately turned and pursued Iverson with determination. As he noticed his teammate approaching to provide assistance, Suze shouted urgently, "Return. No need for help. A is mine." Agile as a cheetah, Suze relentlessly chased after Iverson. Suddenly, Iverson decelerated, abruptly halted, executing a swift stop. Suddenly caught off guard, Suze collided directly into A. In response, Iverson leapt effortlessly, launching himself into the air, staggering as he released the ball. Beep. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Suze. Bang. Despite the whistle, Suze soared high, delivering a forceful slap to the basketball that A had just released from his fingertips. Iverson executed that shot with remarkable cunning. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Suze behind him, cleverly orchestrating a foul for a rear-end collision. This was a shooting foul. And now Iverson would approach the free throw line for 2 shots. Observing the referee's gestures, the commentator elaborated on the situation. "Young man, you've committed a foul. Be more cautious next time." As Iverson spoke, he couldn't resist winking at Suze, exuding an air of triumph. Suze shrugged his shoulders. It has only just begun. Suze did not take this foul to heart. However, he held a deep admiration for Iverson's ability to adapt. It was evident that Iverson had indeed studied his own defensive tendencies and judgments. For a player like Iverson, who possesses a balanced proficiency in both hands, initiating an attack with his left hand was hardly a daunting task. Souza silently reminded himself that he must timely adjust his strategy for the next defense against A. With Iverson sinking both of his free throws, the Magic commenced their first offensive play of the match. Clad in the number 1 jersey of the Magic, McGrady advanced the ball across half-court and signaled Souza to come over for a screen. This was one of the tactics meticulously devised by the Magic's head coach, Rivers. By utilizing the screen between McGrady, occupying the shooting guard position, and Souza, positioned as the small forward, they aimed to capitalize on McGrady's offensive threat. Should the opponents choose to double-team McGrady, Souza would enjoy an excellent opportunity for an open shot. Souza understood instantly and rushed forward to provide cover for McGrady. This was a feigned distraction, urging his teammates to pursue swiftly. Iverson took on the responsibility of guarding McGrady. Despite his disadvantage in height, Iverson's defensive pressure was formidable. He discerned the Magic's strategy and promptly alerted his teammates with a loud shout. The 76ers players swiftly complied with Iverson's directive, not allowing McGrady's offense to delay, but instead hastening towards Souza's position. In that fleeting moment as they navigated through the screen, Souza found himself at the top of the three-point arc, momentarily unencumbered. Take the three. McGrady extended his long arm and delivered the ball to Souza, who had already positioned himself at the arc clad in the number 7 jersey. Souza received the pass and immediately initiated his shooting motion. The prowess of Souza's three-point shooting is universally acknowledged within the ranks of the Philadelphia 76ers. He has been recognized as a formidable three-point threat. This is not without reason. Souza has achieved an impeccable three-point shooting percentage of 102 playoff games. No one dares to underestimate the danger posed by Souza's long-range shooting. Consequently, when players from the 76ers observe Souza preparing to shoot from beyond the arc, they immediately extend their long arms in an effort to contest his shot. Chapter 21. The Aerial Sprite on the Court. The players of the Philadelphia 76ers are wary of Souza's three-point capabilities. Upon seeing Souza assume a shooting posture, they promptly extend their arms and leap, intent on blocking his attempt. I shall bestow upon you a name, the Flickering Flight. Witnessing the 76ers players spring into action, Souza, with his keen court awareness, swiftly alters his offensive strategy. With the ball in his right hand, he rapidly penetrates toward the paint. The 76ers center, Derek Kellman, observes Souza barreling into the lane and immediately rushes to thwart his advance. Souza was accelerating with all his might, the hoop looming directly ahead. He gathered his strength, leaping off the ground, intent on executing a spectacular dunk over Derek Kellman. However, Derek Kellman was not one to back down easily. As he observed Souza's intention to dunk over him, a seasoned veteran of the NBA, a fire ignited within him. A late second-round pick dared to attempt to dunk on me? How audacious. Go back and shoot your three-pointers. Clad in the number 44 jersey of the Philadelphia 76ers, Derek Kellman watched as Souza soared towards the basket. In response, he also leapt, extending his long arm with the intention of swatting Souza's basketball away with great force. This late second-round pick needed to be taught a lesson. Derek Kellman roared in defiance. The audacity of this late second-round pick attempting to dunk on him was nothing short of ludicrous. Souza exerted all his strength, fully harnessing his power, yet during the aerial confrontation with Kellman, he distinctly sensed a lack of residual force. What is this predicament? Wasn't his strength and speed maximized? Souza was thrown into the air, a thought flashing through his mind like lightning. Although his time suspended in midair was considerable, it became evident that he could not complete the dunk. Souza had no choice but to change his approach, initially intending to execute a graceful axe-like dunk. He cradled the basketball in his right hand and traced a circle with his right arm outward. In the midst of aerial confrontation, he performed a deft pull-up maneuver. Harnessing his exceptional hang time and remarkable wingspan, he effortlessly maneuvered around Derek Kellman's defense and smoothly deposited the basketball into the hoop. Souza's exquisite pull-up was nothing short of mesmerizing, akin to a sprite dancing in midair. The TNT commentator gasped in astonishment, his voice tinged with excitement. This move could rival that of Michael Jordan, truly a work of art. Not only the commentator, but even the visiting 76ers fans couldn't help but praise Souza's layup. "Oh my, that was stunning. This move obliterates everything," exclaimed one. Souza's elegance is simply extraordinary." Upon landing, Souza barely had time to celebrate before the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System notification. Host has not equipped the Dunk Master badge. Unable to complete dunks under physical confrontation. Upon hearing the system's voice, Suze couldn't help but roll his eyes. What is the purpose of the Dunk Master? Ding. The Dunk Master enhances the host's ability to unlock and utilize advanced dunking techniques. Ding. The Dunk Specialist improves the host's capacity to execute dunks in physical confrontations. Suze felt somewhat helpless, sensing that he had been let down by the system. However, it mattered little. Although he had not executed the alley-oop dunk, the bronze medal evader assisted him in achieving a splendid finish beneath the basket. Surely, this play would make it to the top 5 highlights, wouldn't it? As Suze retreated defensively, he pondered silently. The 76ers launched another offensive. Iverson, possessing the ball, swiftly crossed the half-court line. It seems he has decided to refrain from playing without the ball today. Upon encountering Iverson, Suze immediately initiated his dribble drive. In the previous game, Iverson had conserved his energy by initially moving off the ball in the half-court before receiving a pass to commence his attack. However, after being subjected to Suze's relentless defense in the last match, Iverson resolved to take the ball directly from the backcourt to launch his offensive. That was a fine play just now, kid. Watch me. Faced with Suze's defense, Iverson, in the same position as his last attempt, intended to break through using his left hand to control the ball. Suze had long been prepared. As he observed Iverson's intention to dribble with his left hand and penetrate, he promptly moved to defend, effectively obstructing Iverson's path to the basket. After 2 attempts, Iverson found himself unable to break through using his left hand. He swiftly altered his strategy, pivoting to hold the ball in his right hand and accelerating towards the interior for a breakthrough. Suze closely followed Iverson, leaving him no opportunity for a breakthrough. As the offensive clock dwindled and a passage through Suze's defense seemed impossible, Iverson resorted to a series of swift crossovers, followed by a step-back three-pointer. Bang! Suze astutely perceived Iverson's offensive maneuver, then leapt high into the air, seizing the basketball that had just slipped from his fingertips. NCE. Just like that. Su hastened to initiate a fast break. From his position at the sidelines, Magic's head coach Doc Rivers, witnessing Suze's successful defense against Iverson, immediately shouted towards him. Hurry, hurry. Hurry. Counterattack. This is a golden opportunity. Move it, my friend. Suze was indeed extraordinarily tall, adorned with the illustrious Hall of Fame Death Grip badge. It could be said that this time, his defense completely subdued Iverson. Upon receiving the ball, Suze accelerated with all his might, charging towards the opponent's half. The players of the 76ers quickly pursued him. Eric Snow, the formidable perimeter defender of the 76ers, positioned himself in front of Suze, intercepting him before Iverson could react. You cannot deter me. Suze shouted directly at Eric Snow. Are you kidding? I am the team's defensive sentinel. You won't get past me easily. Eric Snow spread his arms wide, his gaze fixed intently on Suze, embodying an unwavering determination. Defensive sentinel? Let's see about that. Suze, with the ball in his right hand, executed a drag step, followed by a swift change of direction in front of his body. His head adorned with the signature dual crossovers reminiscent of Darren Williams. Bang, bang. Suze executed 2 consecutive swift changes of direction, leaving Eric Snow utterly flummoxed. As the silver ankle Terminator badge gleamed, Eric Snow found himself sprawled on the floor. A gasp rippled through the crowd. It was truly astonishing that someone of Sue's stature could perform such rapid maneuvers. Even more remarkable was his ability to maintain full speed while executing these 2 successive changes of direction. The TNT commentators erupted in exhilaration. The arena was enveloped in awe. No one had ever witnessed such a dual-directional shift while accelerating. Following the initial gasps from the 76ers fans, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. Suze skillfully maneuvered past the defensive stalwart Eric Snow of the 76ers, then surged forward with determination towards the opponent's hoop. At that moment, the other members of the 76ers were preoccupied with their own defensive assignments, granting Suze a clear opportunity to assault the basket. Suze certainly would not let this opportunity slip away, although he failed to execute the dunk last time. This time he was determined to seize the magnificent chance before him. Suze leapt into the air with a grand stride. His body suspended in midair as he executed a flawless axe-handle dunk. Chapter 22, Indispensable. Without you, Suze's movements in the air were entirely unrestrained. His body stretched horizontally. Arms outstretched like a battle axe, he forcefully slammed the basketball down towards the hoop. Bang! A sharp crack resonated as the ball was emphatically dunked into the net. OMG. Sue's dunk was truly a revelation. If the others wielded mere ordinary axes, then Sue's rim-rattling slam was akin to a lengthened, reinforced super axe. The elegance of his execution rivaled that of the legendary dunker Vince Carter. The TNT commentators on-site shouted hoarsely, their voices trembling with excitement. The remarkable height of Sue's jump, coupled with the gracefulness of his aerial extension and the impeccable execution of his dunk, left the TNT commentators utterly astonished. Oh my goodness, is this truly the same rookie whose draft report was deemed a complete disaster? On the sidelines, the head coach of the Magic, Doc Rivers, covered his head in disbelief. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? He would find it hard to believe that this was the very player selected at the tail end of the second round this year. This rookie, chosen as the 30th pick in the second round, has once again shattered the preconceived notions that the draft report instilled in everyone. After executing an exquisite dunk, Suze did not forget to unleash a fierce roar towards the audience, exclaiming, "Come on." After Suze's furious roar, he raised both hands, performing a celebratory gesture akin to revving a motorcycle, and swiftly sprinted back to his half to defend. The Philadelphia fans, witnessing Suze's immediate impact on both offense and defense, found themselves silenced from their earlier cheers at the game's outset. The 76ers continued their offensive onslaught. Suze remained steadfast in his defense against Allen Iverson, akin to a piece of chewing gum clinging resolutely to its flavor. As the hero of Philadelphia, Iverson played the entirety of the first quarter. However, he found himself thoroughly contained by Suze. With 9 attempts, he managed to make only 2 field goals, complemented by 2 free throws, totaling a mere 6 points in the first quarter. This was exceedingly rare for a top scorer like Iverson in the league. "Well done, Sue," Doug Rivers remarked during the quarter break, specifically praising Suze. 2 out of 9. It appears your efforts to limit have borne fruit. Excellent work. I suspect I will not take the court in the early portion of the second quarter, so you may rest for a while. When it returns, I will substitute you back in. However, Suze shook his head in disagreement. "Coach, allow me to continue playing. I am confident that A will not take a breather in the early part of the second quarter. This is the playoffs, and with A's insatiable desire for victory, he is unlikely to rest when the team is trailing." Thanks to Suze's exceptional defense, the 76ers managed only 15 points in the first quarter. In contrast, the Magic, under the relentless offensive onslaught from McGrady and Suze, had accumulated 26 points, establishing an 11-point lead within just the first quarter. Rivers furrowed his brow. "Sue, listen to me. If it remains off the court while you play early, it will unnecessarily deplete your energy and squander our defensive resources. That would be neither advantageous nor worthwhile. Therefore, you should rest on the sidelines. I trust the opposing coach will also allow us some respite." Doug Rivers spoke with resolute conviction. Seeing this, Suze chose not to argue. Although he was performing admirably, he remained a newcomer. The NBA league values seniority, and regardless of one's individual prowess, a rookie must humbly adhere to the coach's directives during their inaugural season. Suze returned to his seat, and T-Mac approached him. "Buddy, you performed exceptionally well in the first quarter. That reverse layup and the rim-rattling dunk were simply spectacular." McGrady's face beamed with a smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Haha, you weren't too shabby yourself. Especially those pull-up jump shots after your between-the-legs dribbles. They had me utterly stunned." Suze unabashedly extolled the virtues of McGrady. Currently, the primary focus of the Magic team remains their star player, McGrady. However, Suze has ascended to become the second option, serving as an additional offensive force on the court. Remarkably, he achieved this in just 2 games. The bench of the Magic team exudes harmony. In stark contrast, the bench of the 76ers appears somewhat despondent. As the team's leading figure and one of the top scorers in the league, Iverson fervently applauds, vocally encouraging his teammates. "Come on, guys. We are only down by 11 points. This is our home court, and we still have a chance. The game is far from over." After motivating his teammates, Iverson approached the 76ers head coach, Larry Brown. "Coach, let me stay on the court at the start of the second quarter." With the team trailing by 11 points, a fierce determination gleamed in Iverson's eyes. He understood that the 76ers could not afford to lose this game. As the team with home court advantage, dropping 2 consecutive home games would bode poorly for the entire series. "Are you sure?" Larry Brown turned his head. Skepticism etched across his face as he regarded his protege. Larry Brown's influence had transformed Iverson into one of the league's elite scorers, elevating the 76ers to be one of the formidable teams in the Eastern Conference. Despite the shortcomings in the abilities of role players and the lack of depth on the bench, Larry Brown had nonetheless maintained the 76ers' performance in the upper echelon of the East. Absolutely. Iverson, filled with resolve, was determined to give his all for the full 48 minutes. I suspect the opponent will allow Sue to rest for a while, which coincides perfectly with my opportunity. Therefore, I must seize this moment to close the gap. Iverson's gaze was unwavering. Larry Brown nodded slightly in agreement. With the conclusion of the timeout, the whistle blew, signaling the return of both teams to the court. On the Magic side, the star player McGrady and Suze were sitting on the bench to recuperate. Yet, clad in the 76ers number 3 jersey, Iverson proactively stepped onto the court. What? The instant Doug Rivers laid eyes on Iverson, he immediately regretted it. This young man had audaciously disrupted the 76ers' typical rotation, remaining on the floor truly astonishing. Doug Rivers stroked his chin, yet he hesitated to substitute Suze in to guard Iverson. Soon, the second quarter commenced. As the offensive linchpin for the 76ers, Iverson, unencumbered by Suze's defense, unleashed his prowess like a tiger released from captivity. In a mere 2 minutes, Iverson, through a combination of drives, shots, and assists to his teammates, managed to narrow the deficit to just 3 points. In contrast, the Magic team struggled offensively without the pivotal presence of McGrady and the supportive role of Suze, frequently missing shots and committing turnovers. Within a mere 2 minutes, the 76ers, under the leadership of Iverson, unleashed a formidable 8-0 scoring run. Timeout. A quick timeout was urgently called by Doug Rivers, unable to remain seated any longer. The moment the timeout was called, he immediately turned to Suze and shouted, "Suze, when you step on the court, you must tightly guard A. We cannot afford to be without you." Chapter 23, Come On, Defend Me. Iverson spearheaded the team's 8-0 offensive surge. As the 11-point lead began to dwindle, Magic head coach Doug Rivers could no longer sit idly by. He hastily called a timeout and prepared to substitute Suze to take on the defensive assignment against Iverson. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. "Hey, feeling good, are we?" Suze cheerfully remarked as he approached Iverson upon re-entering the game. Iverson casually blew on his right hand and shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course, my rhythm is unstoppable." As the Magic players prepared to inbound the ball, Suze swiftly maneuvered to receive it, opening his arms wide. "Over here. Let me handle it," Suze shouted loudly to his teammates. The point guard of the Magic glanced at Doc Rivers, and upon receiving the latter's affirmation, passed the ball to Suze. "Clear out. Everyone clear out." Suze stood at the apex of the three-point arc, cradling the basketball against his waist with his left hand while vigorously gesturing to his teammates to create space with his right. Oh, this play promises to be intriguing. Is Sue attempting to take on a one-on-one? It is essential to note that although A lacks height, he is undoubtedly a master of steals. Sue appears to be excessively confident. The likelihood of successfully challenging A in a one-on-one scenario is exceedingly slim. The TNT commentators chuckled as they observed the unfolding scene, with one nodding in agreement with the other. "You are correct," they remarked. While Sue's defensive prowess is formidable, most of his offensive plays stem from fast breaks. Now, as the primary offensive initiator, I believe I will impart a valuable lesson to Sue. Not only the two TNT commentators, but also the teammates on the bench expressed skepticism regarding Suze's decision to take the lead in this offensive play. Huh? Is Sue truly going for a one-on-one? My goodness, although his fast breaks are commendable, facing A in a one-on-one battle might prove to be quite challenging. What audacity to take on A. Several players from the Magic team voiced their doubts about Suze's choice. However, McGrady shouted at them, "Quiet. Just watch. Sue will defy your expectations. Have you not seen the video of Sue dominating Vince?" McGrady had witnessed firsthand how Sue, even after conceding 5 points, decisively overpowered Vince Carter. Thus, he harbored no doubts about Sue's one-on-one capabilities. On the court, Suze began to move. He swiftly utilized his right hand to dribble, employing a hesitation step to feint a drive to the right, aiming to draw Allen Iverson's defensive attention. As an external defensive specialist, Iverson, despite his lack of size, possesses exceptional defensive skills. Suze executed a dragging step but failed to deceive A, who remained steadfast in his defensive focus. Observing that A's defensive concentration had not been disturbed, Suze swiftly changed direction in front of his body, transferring the ball to his left hand while accelerating to break through from the left side. In an instant, Iverson reacted, quickly shifting laterally in the direction of Suze's advance, closely trailing him. "Huh? You wish to defend against me? It won't be that simple." As Suze spoke, he once again executed a swift change of direction, suddenly accelerating towards the right. The consecutive shifts in his movement caused Allen Iverson's defensive focus to shift as well. However, the silver medal ankle breaker badge and the dual dribble package of Deron Williams that Souza possessed could not be activated under Iverson's defense. Realizing that he could not breach Iverson's defense, Souza quickly opted for a jump shot from beyond the three-point line after maneuvering to unsettle Iverson's guard. With a swift motion of his right hand, Souza pulled the ball back, his elongated physique soaring into the air like the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, launching a three-point shot despite Iverson's defense. Iverson's lack of height rendered him incapable of effectively contesting Souza's shot, leaving him to watch helplessly as Souza released the ball. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air. Soon, a badge signifying a Hall of Fame three-point sharpshooter illuminated above Souza's head. Swish. A crisp sound echoed as the ball found its mark. 3 points added to the scoreboard. A splendid jump shot from beyond the arc. Clean and decisive. It seems we have underestimated Sue. For this moment, we owe Sue an apology. The two TNT commentators immediately revised their stance upon witnessing Souza's remarkable feat after Souza drained the three-pointer with a smooth pull-up jumper. He immediately raised his left hand to a height comparable to Allen Iverson's stature. Then he bent down, placing his left hand near his own left ankle, tauntingly remarking, "You're too short." Such a gesture from Souza instantly infuriated Iverson, igniting a fervent reaction among the fans present. How dare a late second-round pick mock a? Who does he think he is to deride Iverson? They exclaimed. Just wait and see. Iverson will retaliate with utmost ferocity. Iverson glared at Souza, his anger palpable. You better watch yourself, kid. Soon, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Iverson did not conceal his fury in the slightest. Souza smiled. All right, I shall wait. But do be cautious not to be caught off guard. Souza harbored no disrespect towards Iverson. On the contrary, Iverson was one of Souza's idols. However, on the court, each fought for their own cause. Especially on the grand stage of the playoffs, it is a realm where victors and vanquished are determined. Souza's actions were intended to provoke Iverson. It is well known that Iverson's competitive spirit is on par with that of any great star. When angered, Iverson is sure to unleash 200 of his potential in response. However, in a state of heightened emotion, he may also make some irrational decisions. If Iverson acts impulsively, it is inevitable that he will commit errors and take ill-advised shots. By capitalizing on these moments, it can significantly benefit the team on the court. Iverson was filled with determination. As he received the inbounds pass, he aimed to swiftly dribble the ball upcourt to initiate an offensive play. Just then, Souza, who had initially opted for defense, unexpectedly charged towards Iverson. At the moment Iverson turned his back to receive the ball, Souza rushed in, extending his long arm to swipe at the basketball. Oh no, Iverson exclaimed, as he had been so focused on how to counter Souza that he momentarily overlooked the approaching threat. Souza deftly propelled the basketball outward, then, as agile as a cheetah, swiftly surged toward it. He seized the ball with remarkable precision, positioning himself at the left corner beyond the arc. Gentlemen, an open three-pointer poses no challenge for me. I intend to bide my time until your defenders arrive. Souza did not immediately opt for a three-point shot. Instead, he clutched the ball, turned his head toward the 76ers bench, and shouted loudly, "Damn." The 76ers players were visibly incensed. This kid was way too cocky. Come on, defend me. An open three-pointer is too easy. Everyone assumed Souza would take the uncontested shot, so Allen Iverson and another 76ers player didn't rush to guard him, instead positioning themselves near the basket for the rebound. But to their surprise, after taunting the bench, Souza turned to Iverson and the other player and yelled again, "Come on, defend me. I'll sink this three right in your faces." Chapter 24. The Mayor of Philadelphia. Damn it. The entire 76ers team was furious. They had never seen anyone like Souza, someone who actually demanded to be defended. Souza did not immediately take the open three-point shot, leaving the players on the Magic's bench in a state of disbelief. What is he doing? With such a splendid opportunity, why not shoot? Is he waiting for someone else to defend him? Sue has gone too far this time. What a fantastic chance he squandered. Blast it. Shoot, Sue, release that forsaken basketball. On the court, Iverson and the 76ers center, Derek Coleman, charged angrily towards Souza. How audacious. You insolent brat. I shall vehemently swat your shot away. Coleman shouted at Souza. Souza's arrogant demeanor instantly enraged Coleman. As two players from the 76ers charged toward him, Souza swiftly assumed a shooting stance. As Souza executed a feint to shoot, a subtle smile of mischief graced the corners of his lips. Allen Iverson and Coleman, Upon witnessing Suze's intention to elevate for a three-point shot, leaped into the air, aiming to disrupt or even block his attempt. Yet, at the very moment both competitors ascended, Suze abandoned the shot, dribbling with his left hand and swiftly maneuvering along the baseline towards the basket. What? A collective gasp of disbelief resonated from the crowd. Didn't Suze claim he would boldly shoot three-pointers amidst the crowd? This fellow has proven to be utterly untrustworthy. Suze accelerated, effortlessly surpassing Iverson and Coleman. At that moment, the lane was utterly unoccupied. Suze leapt into the air with an extraordinary jump, once again executing a thunderous axe-handle dunk. Behold, Su was about to perform another axe-handle dunk. Ah, how exhilarating. Brace yourselves, and do not be caught off guard. The two TNT commentators exclaimed with fervent excitement. The emblem of the signature tomahawk dunk animation illuminated above Suze's head. Just when everyone anticipated that Suze was about to conclude with a powerful and thunderous slam dunk, Suze astonishingly employed his remarkable aerial suspension ability, executing a deft move in midair to perform a pull-up. Wow! A collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. Suze's choice completely surpassed their expectations. Suze's body was positioned to the left of the hoop, his slender right arm gracefully arcing around it to execute a reverse layup. Not only were the fans and players on the scene stunned, but even the system within Suze failed to react in time. After Suze completed this exceptionally challenging up and under reverse layup, the bronze medal emblem of the Terminator gleamed atop Suze's head. Ding! The system issued a protest. Ding! The host is kindly reminded to execute coherent actions in the absence of confrontation next time, lest the system risks crashing. In Suze's mind, the system protested vehemently. Enough with the nonsense. If you cannot even react, how dare you call yourself a system? The system was rendered speechless by the rebuttal. Once on the ground, Suze placed his right hand over his left chest, while his left hand rested behind him, bowing respectfully to the fans in attendance. Goodness, this fellow is utterly arrogant. Does he regard the playoffs as his personal stage for performance? How outrageous. Su, you are nothing but trash. The fans of the 76ers were once again incensed by Suze's actions, with some even expressing their disdain by giving him a downward thumbs up. Suze, however, remained unfazed, simply chuckling as he jogged back to his side of the field to defend. Suze's stunning performance elicited a wave of cheers from the Magic's bench. The earlier skepticism directed at Suze transformed into resounding applause in his favor. The two teams continued their contest, with Suze's exceptional defensive prowess. He once again rendered Allen Iverson's shooting touch frozen. Iverson's attempts were strained, even when utilizing screens for a mid-range shot just inside the three-point line. He often missed the basket. In stark contrast, the Magic's offense, under Suze's vigorous assault, displayed remarkable potency. Whenever Iverson defended Suze, he swiftly employed a pull-up jumper, scoring effortlessly from beyond the arc. When confronted by other defenders, Suze executed the most unpretentious yet effective DeMar Carroll-style double-cross, seamlessly maneuvering past his opponent to score in the paint. Despite occasional missteps, he managed to extend the lead back to 11 points, maintaining it until Tracy McGrady entered the game. The fans at the 76ers' home arena erupted into chants of "Fuck SU," directed at him. However, Suze remained unfazed, continuing to score smoothly whenever he received the ball. United in purpose, the Magic, with McGrady as their offensive linchpin and Suze as the secondary scorer, decisively took control of the game in the third quarter. Even in the waning moments of the third quarter, Suze and McGrady executed an aerial connection. The contest lost all suspense with Suze's buzzer-beater three-pointer at the end of the third. Fuck Su. Fuck Su. Even as Suze was substituted out, the 76ers fans continued to chant their slogan fervently. Suze, undeterred, merely approached the technical desk and waved vigorously at the spectators on the sidelines. Farewell, I shall not return. With a score of 4-0, we will carry this series victory away to Orlando. Suze, with a smile gracing his lips, shouted towards the fans at the sidelines. Observing Suze's audacious demeanor, the 76ers supporters were filled with indignation. Yet, Suze's performance was beyond reproach. In just 29 minutes on the court, he made 10 of his 15 attempts, including a flawless 5 for 5 from beyond the arc, and converted both of his free throw attempts. Suze showcased his remarkable scoring efficiency, amassing 27 points, along with 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Such an all-encompassing performance left the 76ers fans with no choice but to hurl insults at Suze to vent their frustration. Buddy, your performance is improving immensely. I always knew you had it in you. Tracy McGrady playfully nudged Suze's shoulder, his face radiating joy. The outcome of the game had become a foregone conclusion, with the series poised to lead 2-0 against their opponents, much to McGrady's delight. Haha, not too shabby, but you, my friend, are truly stealing the spotlight. Come, let me see your stats. Oh my goodness, simply magnificent. As a fervent admirer of the former star, Suze did not hold back his admiration for his idol. 36 points, 5 rebounds, 9 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks. This performance is nothing short of impeccable. Suze spoke cheerfully, and the two exchanged laughter, creating a harmonious atmosphere on the sidelines, while their relationship deepened further. In stark contrast, the bench of the 76ers was shrouded in despondency. The team star, Allen Iverson, expressed his discontent by forcefully throwing his towel to the ground. Soon, the match concluded, and as one of the standout performers of the game, Suze received an invitation from a TNT reporter after exchanging pleasantries with his opponent. "Sue, may I interview you for a moment?" inquired the blonde reporter from TNT, her smile radiant as she gently tapped Suze on the shoulder. "Of course," he replied. Suze nodded slightly, lowering his head just enough to hear the reporter's voice more clearly. "I would like to pose my first question to you. Today, your performance was truly exceptional, particularly that reverse layup after eluding 2 defenders, which was a magnificent display of talent. Following that, upon hearing the boos and jeers from the crowd, how did you manage to adjust your mindset?" Upon hearing this question, Suze erupted into laughter, deliberately gesturing as if to don a cap with both hands. The beautiful reporter looked at him in confusion. "When I heard them shouting F Sue, I realized I had metaphorically placed the mayor of Philadelphia's hat upon my head. I shall dominate them, and all that remains for them is impotent rage." Chapter 25. A journey to Orlando after the match concluded. The entire Magic team swiftly flew back to Orlando to commence preparations for the third game of the second round of the playoffs. Suze's remarkable performance on the court, along with a series of highlights, quickly made its way back to Longwood through various media channels. The title of Philadelphia mayor swiftly circulated within the basketball circles of both Longwood and Maligua. Even CTV5 announced plans to focus on broadcasting the games of the Magic, the team to which Suze belongs. "Son, you are doing exceptionally well." His father and mother specially flew over from their homeland to Philadelphia to watch your last game live. To avoid distracting you, your father insisted that I refrain from calling. However, I simply could not contain my excitement. My son has achieved remarkable success. Your mother is eager to call and extend her congratulations. After the team's video session, Suze received a call from his mother. Hearing her excited and elated voice, he was taken aback. "Mom, are you saying that you're in Maligua? Where are you? I will come find you." Suze was overwhelmed with excitement. Previously, due to his position at the end of the second round, he had not wished for his parents to come to the United States to support him in person. Even if they were present, they would not be able to witness Suze's presence on the court. However, the current circumstances had changed dramatically. Suze's outstanding performance in 3 consecutive playoff games stirred an irresistible urge in his parents to cheer for their son in person. "No need, no need. We're here with your sister. Oh, right, and your girlfriend. Mom heard you've been seeing someone in America. How come you never mentioned her to me?" Sue's mother, though seemingly reproachful, was brimming with delight, as if she were aware that her own pig always knew how to root for the cabbage. A girlfriend. Suze was utterly bewildered. However, he soon recalled that when he inherited the memories of the original owner, there indeed existed a girlfriend with an innocent appearance. It was merely that Suze had been preoccupied with competitions during this period, causing him to overlook this girlfriend from his memories. Wasn't he this absurd? To traverse into another realm and receive such a boon, and even a girlfriend at that? It seemed akin to an arranged marriage. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding in this situation. Suze helplessly offered a defense. Suze had never encountered the girlfriend from his memories. Thus he harbored no particular feelings towards her. How could it possibly be a misunderstanding? Your girlfriend is also your sister's junior. Mother has already met her and is quite satisfied. Suze let out a silent sigh. He had resolved to pay a visit to his parents, if the opportunity arose. He could also find a way to address this emotion that did not belong to him. "Mother, please tell me where you are. My training has concluded for today. It has been a long time since I last saw you, and I miss you dearly." Suze spoke softly. His feelings for his parents were merely rooted in the depths of the original owner's memories. Suze also wishes to meet his parents, Sue father and Sue mother, to see if they are as he remembers them. "Really? Of course it's true, Mom. When have I ever deceived you?" Suze chuckled and remarked, "All right, Shaoze. We shall be at the hotel not far from your training facility. Mother will take them downstairs to await your arrival." With that, Sue's mother ended the call. Suze put away his phone, offering a wry smile. He needed to ascertain the nature of this inexplicably emerged girlfriend. Additionally, he had to meet with his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Sue. As Su Zigong hung up the phone, my D approached with a smug grin, embodying the quintessential expression of a mischievous friend. "So, was that your mother's call?" Suze had an incessant feeling that McGrady was disparaging him, yet he possessed no concrete evidence to substantiate this notion. "Indeed. My parents have arrived in Orlando, intending to attend the next match in support of me." Suze shrugged his shoulders. "That's quite generous. I've covered their tickets." McGrady declared with a sense of magnanimity. As one of the league's premier stars and the undisputed leader of the Magic team, McGrady's family could attend home games without the burden of ticket expenses. Clearly, this privilege was not afforded to Suze, who was at the tail end of the second round. McGrady admired Suze, captivated by his basketball prowess, and thus was eager to treat him as a close friend. Since they were friends, securing a few tickets was a trivial endeavor. "Isn't that a bit too generous?" "I'm really taking advantage of you," Suze joked with a smile. McGrady playfully draped his arm around Suze's shoulder. "What are you talking about? We're good brothers. It's just a few tickets. But you, my friend, are rather sneaky. You have a girlfriend and kept it well hidden. Come on, how about we go meet your family today?" "I have nothing planned anyway," McGrady said with a mischievous grin. "Sure, that sounds absolutely fine." Suze did not refuse McGrady. Being able to forge a friendship with his idol from a past life was an opportunity Suze eagerly desired. "Let us hurry, as the reporters outside are still few," he urged. McGrady took hold of Suze's hand, and the two of them exited through a small door of the training facility. In a short while, they arrived at the entrance of the hotel mentioned by Sue's mother. Not far away, Suze spotted his parents, both smiling warmly and waving at him. In contrast, his elder sister, Su-ing, maintained her usual icy demeanor, though the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, betraying a hint of playful amusement. Beside Su-ing stood a young girl clad in a white t-shirt, paired with light blue jeans and white sneakers. Her long, straight black hair danced gently in the breeze. Upon seeing Suze, the girl displayed a shy smile. The moment he laid eyes on her, Suze felt an undeniable connection, as her pure and refreshing appearance evoked a sense of delight. "Dad, Mom, this is my teammate and star of the league, Tracy McGrady. I heard you were coming to Orlando. He was eager to meet you and has graciously covered your tickets." After their introduction, Suze took the initiative to present McGrady. McGrady greeted Suze's parents with a cheerful smile. "Uncle, Auntie, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I have nothing to offer, but these tickets shall serve as a token of our meeting. I hope you enjoy them." In the presence of his elders, McGrady remained humble and polite. "Haha. We are truly grateful," they responded. Su-fu spoke earnestly. MCDI shrugged, patting Suze's arm. "Su is my good friend. I admire his skills on the court as well as his effortless demeanor. It's merely a few tickets, nothing significant." While several people engaged in lively conversation, a youthful girl approached Suze. "Suze, why haven't you contacted me these past few days? Are you still upset about what happened last time?" Chapter 26. The challenge of the second round. Lin Yu gazed at Suze with her large, glistening eyes, radiating innocence. "To be honest, I didn't mean to prank you last time. It was all my sister's idea," she confessed, playfully sticking out her tongue. "She said that by challenging you, it could help improve your skills." Lin Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with a sense of remorse. Suze felt a sense of helplessness as the deep-seated memories belonging to the original owner of his mind were stirred awake. It turned out that this occurred shortly before the commencement of the playoffs. Suze received an invitation from his older sister Su-ing and her girlfriend Lin Yu to attend a friendly basketball match at Montfort Academy. Montfort High School is also the alma mater of the former prodigy Ben Simmons and the second overall pick D'Angelo Russell. As a second-round pick in the NBA, Suze faced a humiliating defeat on the court at the hands of high school basketball players who had yet to step foot in college. This incident severely undermined his self-confidence, prompting him to leave in a fit of anger. Initially, he believed that his girlfriend, Lin Yu, had intentionally sought to humiliate him, only to discover that it was, in fact, the idea of his older sister. Suze couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness for the original owner. With an elder sister who bore an uncanny resemblance to a troublesome friend, it was hard to discern whether to laugh or cry. "Hey, don't ignore me," Lin Yu exclaimed anxiously, her eyes slightly reddened. She turned to Su-ing, her gaze brimming with a plea for assistance. Ahem. Su-ing was aware that Lin Yu held a deep affection for Suze. The pair had been in a romantic relationship since their high school days and subsequently pursued their studies together in the United States, embodying the essence of childhood sweethearts. It was undoubtedly my suggestion. However, your basketball skills at that time were woefully inadequate. I merely wish for you to confront reality and to relinquish your fixation on the path of basketball. Su-Ying raised her hand to caress her chin, casting a contemplative gaze over Su-Zhe. However, based on the performances in these 3 matches, your showing has been somewhat satisfactory. Su-Zhe rolled his eyes in exasperation. Sister, your method of education, so laden with criticism, nearly shattered my self-confidence. Su-Zhe recalled the original owner's despondent and self-destructive demeanor, which stirred a sense of compassion within him for the original owner. All right, dear Zhe, your sister is also acting for your own good. Mother Su stepped in at the perfect moment, mediating between the 2 siblings. Su's basketball skills are truly remarkable now. It seems your sister's tough love approach has borne fruit, remarked my D with a mischievous grin as he draped his arm around Su-Ze's shoulders. Indeed. That's why I have specially invited an NBA star to assist you in enhancing your skills. What do you think? Are you interested in taking on the challenge? Su-Ying embraced herself with both arms, accentuating her striking figure. Senior, are we still competing? Su-Zhe had just finished his training, and his stamina was undoubtedly depleted. How about we go eat first? Lin Yu looked at Su-Zhe with deep concern. Su-Zhe had finally begun to gain some traction in the NBA, and naturally, his girlfriend Lin Yu wished to protect the newfound confidence he had established. You've invited a star player? McGrady expressed his surprise. You truly have quite the connections. This is indeed unexpected. I wonder who you managed to secure this time. McGrady found it somewhat unbelievable that Su-Ying could arrange for an NBA star to attend. Su-Ying shrugged her shoulders. Fortunately, my teacher lent a helping hand. He was once a renowned agent and had also served as a basketball coach at the university, thus possessing an impressive network of connections. Su-Ying elucidated a statement, then directed her gaze towards Su-Zhe. If you are fearful, you need not attend. As Shaquille mentioned, your physical stamina is not currently robust. Should you falter, it may well deal another blow to your fragile heart. Su-Ying is quite sharp-tongued, showing little regard for Su-Ze's dignity. Her intentions, however, stem from a desire to motivate him, hoping to facilitate his advancement on the path of pursuing his dreams in the NBA. Otherwise, she would not have gone to such lengths to enlist the help of basketball stars to refine Su-Ze's skills. Each one-on-one session significantly enhances Su-Ze's ability to tackle challenges on the court. Often, when effortless scoring opportunities elude him, he must rely on one-on-one confrontations to secure points. Sister, your provocation tactics are ineffective against me. Su-Zhe spread his hands, adopting an air of indifference. However, my curiosity was piqued regarding whom he had invited. Thus I consented to the challenge. Su-Zhe is well aware that his elder sister's actions are aimed at honing her basketball skills. Su-Zhe also wishes to engage in such one-on-one duels to trigger tasks, unlock additional exclusive skill sets, and accumulate points to enhance his formidable abilities. Let us proceed. The destination will reveal everything. Su-Ying spoke mysteriously. Soon, the group arrived at a private basketball training facility in downtown Orlando. Upon entering, Su-Zhe spotted a somewhat familiar figure practicing his shot. This person looks vaguely familiar. McGrady also sensed a sense of recognition. Oh, I remember now, it's Gilbert. McGrady tapped his head, wearing an expression of sudden realization. Are you referring to Gilbert Arenas? Su-Zhe gazed in astonishment at McGrady, who nodded with unwavering certainty. Indeed, it was he. I am well acquainted with his shooting form. This individual recently earned the Most Improved Player award in the just concluded regular season. Undeniably a rising star in the realm of basketball. McGrady proceeded to introduce Su-Zhe to Arenas, who later became renowned as the General. Su-Zhe was instantly intrigued. Although Arenas had yet to reach his peak, his current prowess was not to be underestimated. Securing the NBA's Most Improved Player award was a testament to Arenas' formidable abilities. Moreover, like Su-Zhe, Arenas was a late second-round draft pick, sharing the same status as a second-round selection and embodying the spirit of perseverance in the NBA. This confrontation truly piqued Su-Zhe's anticipation. As they approached the court, Su-Ying cheerfully walked over to greet Arenas. Lin Yu, standing beside Su-Zhe, anxiously fixed her gaze on Arenas before glancing back at Su-Zhe. This guy must be quite skilled, right? Su-Zhe, you must give it your all. Lin Yu clenched her delicate fists, cheering for Su-Zhe. Upon hearing her words, Su-Zhe couldn't help but smile. It was evident that this girl was genuinely nervous about the original owner's performance. However, Su-Zhe held no particular feelings for Lin Yu at this moment. Do not worry. He is not my rival, Suze proclaimed with great confidence. Ding. System task initiated. Defeat arenas. Chapter 27. Confidence is the pinnacle. Ding. Task details. Engage in a 1v1 American-style duel. Successfully score at least 3 three-pointers and achieve 1 dunk over an opponent. Ding. Task accomplished. The host shall receive rewards. The voice of the system resonated within Suze's mind. Suze stroked his chin, contemplating the relative simplicity of this task. The 3-point shots were manageable. Yet executing a dunk over an opponent posed a considerable challenge. System, he mused, in the previous match, I rendered player A ineffective. And he managed to score merely 23 points with an abysmal shooting percentage of 35. What of my reward? Surely, you have not forgotten it, have you? Suze spoke with evident irritation. After the conclusion of the previous match, Suze did not immediately receive the rewards from the system. Suze was not in a hurry. After all, rewards from the system, though delayed, would eventually arrive. Ding. The system announced the reward for the previous task. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 badge points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Reggie Miller 3-point action pack. The Reggie Miller 3-point action pack? Suze did not find much interest in such an action pack. However, the reward of 20 badge points could certainly be utilized effectively. Having learned from his previous experiences, Suze quickly located the Dunk Master badge in the termination section of the badge system. Without hesitation, Suze utilized 10 points to illuminate the bronze Dunk Master badge, swiftly equipping it. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading to Bronze Dunk Master. Ding. The Bronze Dunk Master badge allows the host to perform dunks over players under 192 meters tall. Ding. Should the host wish to dunk over taller players, further upgrades are necessary. As Suze listened to the voice emanating from the system, a wave of delight washed over him. The ability to intercept players standing below 192 meters was simply perfect, especially since Gilbert Arenas stood at precisely 191 meters. This threshold was indeed impeccable. Suzeton was filled with unwavering confidence. Completing the task he had set for himself seemed exceedingly simple. With 10 points remaining, Suze had no intention of utilizing them further, since they were of no immediate use. He decided it would be wiser to conserve them for the purpose of upgrading to more advanced badges. Shaoze, stop standing there grinning foolishly. Come here quickly. At that moment, Suing had finished her conversation with Arenas and turned to call out to Suze. Suze walked over and approached Arenas, extending his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Gilbert Arenas was truly an inspirational figure among second-round draft picks, rising from obscurity as an unheralded selection to become a dazzling star in the NBA, only to fade into darkness after the infamous gun incident. His career had been nothing short of a roller coaster of triumphs and tribulations. Hello, on the court. You are my senior. I look forward to learning from you, Suze said respectfully. Suze flashed a friendly smile, but Arenas merely cast a glance at him, refraining from extending a handshake. I've received my payment for training. Can we commence? Arenas exuded an air of arrogance, his gaze betraying a hint of disdain towards Suze. Despite Suze's commendable performances in the recent playoff matches, he still failed to garner the respect and recognition he deserved. Although both were late second-round picks, Arenas had already spent 2 years in the league. No longer the rookie he once was. His accolade of the NBA's most improved player attested to his prowess. It was only natural for a young and audacious player like Arenas to exhibit such behavior. Tracy McGrady, noticing this slight, felt a surge of irritation and approached. Hey, it seems you lack respect for my brother. Do you require a lesson in manners? The sight of his younger companion being belittled ignited an indescribable fury within McGrady. Through the recent matches, he had grown increasingly appreciative of Suze, especially grateful for his outstanding performance in the final game of the first round of the playoffs. Without Suze, McGrady's lofty aspirations would have been nothing more than a resounding slap in the face. Thus, witnessing Suze's disrespect, McGrady stepped forward to defend him. Arenas smirked. What's wrong? If you're dissatisfied, why not both of you come at me? His demeanor was undeniably arrogant. Even in the face of McGrady's esteemed status in the league, Arenas showed no signs of backing down. Fine. You're quite audacious, aren't you? Come on. Pass me the ball. Let me show you your place. McGrady, fueled by anger, was ready to challenge Arenas in a one-on-one showdown. McGrady. There's a saying in our homeland. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Dealing with a small fry like Arenas is something I can handle. You need not intervene. Suze smiled as he stopped McGrady. Although Suze was smiling, his eyes were filled with fury and a fighting spirit. Arenas' disdain had effectively provoked Suze. Brother, you must be cautious. His scoring ability rivals my own, and his offensive techniques are exceedingly diverse, McGrady whispered in Souze's ear. Rest assured, I shall deliver a resounding defeat to him. Souze smiled effortlessly. McGrady patted Souze on the shoulder before making his way off the court. Souze turned around and fixed his gaze on Arenas, declaring, mark my words, I shall thoroughly trounce you. I assure you. You will score not a single point in this match. Arenas chuckled, a derisive smirk spreading across his face. He pretended not to hear. Craning his neck and tilting his head, exaggeratedly placing his right hand near his ear as if to catch the sound. What did you say? Speak up. I can't hear you. Did you say something just now? It sounded like someone was passing gas. Arenas' arrogance was irksome. Lin Yu could no longer contain herself and interjected. Hey, you are quite rude. Souze will undoubtedly defeat you. He will ensure you score nothing. Lin Yu's charming demeanor turned frosty as she clenched her delicate fists and vigorously waved them at Arenas. Arenas burst into laughter. Little girl, go wash up and get some sleep. Do you truly believe that after a few commendable playoff games, you are invincible? You may be able to guard against A, but you cannot guard against me. Arenas slightly lifted his chin, an expression of pride etched on his face. In his view, he was far more formidable than A. Confidence truly is the pinnacle, and this sentiment was vividly embodied in Arenas. Souze could not be bothered to continue the trivial banter with Arenas. Souze entered the court with a serious expression. Who serves first? I'll let you. According to the rules of American one-on-one. The game is decided at 10 points. Don't say I'm taking advantage of you. Arenas effortlessly tossed the ball to Souze, but with a twist, imparting a spin to it. The force was perfectly calibrated, allowing the basketball to land precisely on the floor before him. It struck the ground and, propelled by the rebound, soared back towards Arenas. Chapter 28. A violent dunk. Arenas intentionally executed a spinning serve, aiming to humiliate the Navi rookie before him. A smirk played on his lips as he prepared to catch the ball. However, at the very moment the basketball rebounded, Souze swiftly extended his arm, utilizing his long reach to seize the ball. Remember, in this match, you will not have any opportunity to score. Souze's expression was grave, his tone chilling. Arenas shrugged nonchalantly. Enough with the nonsense. Let's let the ball do the talking. He made a provocative gesture towards Souze, seeking to incite him. However, Souze remained unfazed. His mind was as tranquil as still water as he swiftly immersed himself in the game. For Souze, this American-style one-on-one confrontation felt akin to extra practice. Just as he prepared to launch his offense, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. The system detected that the opponent was excessively arrogant and that the host had made bold claims. Ding. Thus, the system thoughtfully introduced a hidden task. If Arenas scored 0 points, the host would receive an additional reward. The system was indeed considerate, promptly presenting a hidden task in response to Souze's grand declarations. Souze did not respond to the system. Instead, he charged towards the interior with the ball in hand. Souze executed a magnificent breakthrough, dribbling twice in swift succession before launching into a 3-step layup. Arenas positioned himself firmly in front of Souze, obstructing his path to the basket. Simultaneously, Arenas raised his arms high, striving to disrupt Souze's shooting motion. However, Souze opted not to take the layup directly. Instead, as he made his second step, he seamlessly transitioned into a Euro step. With a grand stride to the left, he elegantly maneuvered around Arenas' defense. Oh, the elusive Dragon Nation's footwork. Such brilliance. On the sidelines, McGrady, witnessing Souze's deft use of the Euro step to evade Arenas, erupted in exhilaration. Souze's stride and speed were remarkably swift, leaving Arenas with scarcely any time to react. Souze's body undulated like a serpentine creature, effortlessly guiding the ball into the basket with his left hand. Almost simultaneously, a bronze medal emblazoned with the emblem of the Terminator illuminated above his head. You are utterly defenseless against me. Your stature is simply too diminutive. After scoring a goal, Souze bent down and placed his right hand at the position of his ankle to mock Arenas, playing mind games. Souze possesses even greater skills than Arenas. Arenas' expression darkened. Don't get cocky. I'll show you what real ability looks like. As for your words, prepare to eat them. It was Arenas' turn to attack with the ball. Utilizing the triple threat stance, he probed Souze's defense, weaving in shot fakes to expose any defensive weaknesses. Souze extended his arms wide, fully focused, his gaze fixed intently on Arenas, leaving his opponent with no chance whatsoever. Come on, attack. What are you doing with the ball? Merely spectating. Souze shouted at Arenas. Souze stepped forward, forcefully using his sturdy chest to push against Arenas, providing him with ample physical resistance. Su's formidable defense, coupled with his impressive height and wingspan, instilled in Arenas a palpable sense of pressure. Arenas, feeling a sense of urgency, began to feel beads of sweat forming at his temples. Bang! Suze pressed forward once more, seizing the moment when Arenas appeared anxious, nearly executing a successful steal from his opponent. Now was the moment. At the precise instant Suze took a risk to challenge, Arenas discerned a flaw in Suze's defense. In that fleeting moment, Arenas seized the opportunity, refusing to relinquish it, even though the vulnerability lay on his left side. With his left hand cradling the ball, Gilbert Arenas sprang into action, utilizing an exceptionally swift first step to evade Suze's defense. Huh, is that all? Suze scoffed disdainfully. Immediately, Arenas pursued him closely. Sensing Suze's relentless chase behind him, Arenas dribbled twice before suddenly executing a sharp halt, intending to catch Suze off guard with a change in rhythm. This was a signature offensive maneuver that Arenas frequently employed during matches. However, his hopes were dashed. The anticipated spectacle of Suze being left bewildered, as had happened with other opponents, failed to materialize. Suze came to a steady halt before Arenas, once again thwarting his offensive attempt. You have already halted the ball. There are no more choices left. Take the shot. Suzier spoke to Arenas. Had Arenas not underestimated him from the outset, Suzier would not have felt compelled to be so aggressive. However, since Arenas held him in disdain, it was essential to retaliate vigorously from multiple angles. Faced with no other choice, Arenas opted to shoot against Suzier's long reach. Although he elevated the arc of his shot to avoid being blocked by Suzier, the basketball still struck the rim and failed to result in a score. With a sharp clap of his hands, Arenas expressed his regret. I was just a bit unlucky, he remarked. The recent shot hitting the back of the rim without bouncing in left him feeling quite disheartened. Suze shrugged his shoulders. If one lacks strength, do not blame luck. If one is incapable, do not blame the uneven path. Suze did not hesitate to mock Arenas. You arrogant brat. Don't get too pleased with yourself. I will shut you down on this play. Do you think you are strong? I am determined to obliterate you. Arenas, equally unrestrained, unleashed his own taunts, hoping to provoke Suze into making a mistake during the offense. Suze received the pass and, with a smile, said to Arenas, rest assured, I will dunk over you. Dunk over me? Arenas chuckled heartily. You truly have an extravagant imagination. Suze shrugged his shoulders. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. As Suze's voice fell, he immediately drove towards the paint with the ball held firmly in his right hand. Suze, tall and long-limbed, possesses an extraordinary stride. With his full acceleration, he required merely 2 dribbles to leverage his physical strength advantage, pushing Arenas into the 3-second zone. Suze clasped the ball with both hands and leaped into the air, soaring high as he positioned the basketball behind his head. Arenas attempted to jump to obstruct Suze, but he found himself firmly boxed out, utterly devoid of any space to take off. Thud. Suze exhibited no mercy as he forcefully propelled the basketball into the hoop with great vigor. Oh yes, a thunderous slam dunk. I always knew Suze was the finest. Lin Yu leapt with excitement, her cheeks flushed, waving her arms in enthusiastic support for Suze. Oh ho ho. Let me behold this. This is indeed the dunk of the year. McGrady framed the scene perfectly, positioning his hands like a camera lens, entirely focused on Suze. As Suze landed, he could not help but address Arenas. What do you think? Am I not a man of my word? Rest assured, I shall continue to dunk over you with the next shot. Chapter 29. Unnecessary movements, what? Upon hearing Suze's audacious remarks, Arenas expressed his skepticism. Do you really think you can dunk over me again? That was merely a stroke of luck. As he spoke, Arenas received the ball that Suze had passed to him. Watch closely, I will demonstrate how to evade your defense. With that, Arenas swiftly dribbled the ball with his right hand, aiming to exploit his lightning-fast first step to break through Suze's defense. As Suze adjusted his defensive focus in response to Arenas' offensive maneuvers, Arenas, noticing Suze retreating in defense against his drive, promptly altered his attack strategy. With a deft motion, he pulled the basketball back with his right hand, executing a swift change of direction before completing his second dribble. Arenas' rapid retraction of the ball and the shift in direction caught Suze completely off guard, an utterly foolish defensive choice. With the ball now in his left hand, Arenas surged towards the paint with remarkable speed. Aware that he had only 1 dribble left, he maximized his stride during this decisive move. Did he truly believe that would suffice? Suze let out a cold snort and, swift as a leopard, pursued Arenas with remarkable agility. Suze, tall with long arms, trailed closely behind Arenas, poised to leap at any moment to execute a spectacular block. Arenas, aware of this looming threat, accelerated further, utilizing his final dribble before swiftly initiating a three-step layup, aiming for an immediate score. Witness the prowess of a top-tier scorer. With all his might, Arenas sprang off his right foot, using his left hand to elevate the basketball, striving to distance it as far as possible from Suze's outstretched arm. As the ball soared towards the hoop, Suze found himself devoid of any opportunity to contest the shot from behind. Fortunately, he relinquished the chase and dashed directly toward the basket. At that moment, the elongated figure of Suze resembled a swift cheetah on the basketball court. With his athletic abilities fully enhanced by the system, Suze reached the vicinity of the hoop in the blink of an eye. Suze, brimming with energy, leaped into the air as if propelled by a spring. Bang! Just as Arenas released the basketball, still ascending, Suze forcefully pinned it against the backboard, producing a resounding thud. Oh ho! A spectacular rejection from behind. You shall not penetrate. After Suze executed a splendid block, he let out a celebratory cheer even before touching the ground. Arenas wore a somewhat grim expression. It was evident that he had not anticipated Suze's remarkable athletic prowess. Despite having positioned himself behind Suze, the absence of other defenders to secure the position allowed for this unexpected turn of events. Suze effortlessly maneuvered past, executing a spectacular block. Alas, Arenas, filled with frustration, clapped his hands forcefully, expressing his dissatisfaction with his own offensive play. Despite having created a clear opportunity to shoot, he still found himself thwarted by Suze's defense. I have stated before, I shall not permit you to score. Spare yourself the futility of further attempts. Suze seized the basketball and called out loudly to Arenas. Arenas' expression darkened slightly. After receiving the ball from Suze, he promptly returned it to him. As it was now Suze's turn to attack, he concealed the ball behind his back with both hands. What did I just say? Yes, I still intend to dunk over you. You haven't forgotten, have you? Suze smiled broadly, his demeanor particularly relaxed. In the face of a player like Arenas, who exhibits an imbalance between offense and defense, Suze felt an abundance of confidence in one-on-one situations. Go ahead and try. You shall not succeed. Arenas vigorously shook his head, not forgetting to clap his hands forcefully as a taunt towards Suze. Suze no longer hesitated. He adeptly dribbled the ball with his right hand, propelling himself towards the paint with astonishing speed. Arenas pursued him relentlessly. However, after just one dribble, Suze swiftly gathered the ball and launched it towards the backboard. Witnessing Suze's audacious maneuver, Arenas was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting second, Suze seized the opportunity to accelerate past Arenas' defense and charged towards the interior. Wow! Arenas exclaimed, hastily pivoting to chase after Suze. As he regained his composure, he angled his body to obstruct Suze's leap as much as possible. Yet, Suze soared high, his hands meeting the backboard with a resounding impact. Expertly catching the rebound, Arenas attempted to leap, but found himself completely pinned beneath Suze, devoid of any space to take off. He could only raise his arms high in an effort to intercept Suze in midair. This very action caused Suze, who was gripping the ball, to tilt precariously. Lin Yu, along with Suze's father and mother, instinctively gasped in unison from the sidelines. Suze's body had completely lost its balance in midair. Should he insist on completing this dunk, he would undoubtedly crash heavily onto the floor. Yet, despite this precarious situation, Suze remained undeterred. His gaze was resolute, devoid of any panic. With tremendous force, he slammed the basketball into the hoop. Bang! A thunderous self-alley-oop, he once again executed an emphatic dunk over Arenas. Crash! After completing this powerful dunk, Suze also lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Ace! Lin Yu was the first to rush out, her beautiful face etched with worry and anger. She was concerned for Suze's well-being and infuriated by Arenas' recent excessive actions. Shaoze! Both Sue's father and mother rushed over, and even McGrady lost his composure, charging directly towards Arenas. Are you here to fight, or to play basketball? Just now. That unnecessary action was completely uncalled for. Do you realize that your actions could potentially ruin Sue's career? As a devoted admirer of Suze, McGrady was ablaze with fury. Arenas, equally indignant, retorted, I don't share your opinion. I was merely attempting to defend. The two collided head-to-head, exchanging a volley of trash talk. In a fit of rage, McGrady forcefully shoved Arenas aside. I see you're just asking for a beating. McGrady, fueled by anger, prepared to swing a fist at Arenas. only to be firmly restrained by Su Ying. T-Mac, don't resort to violence. I've invited reporters. If you act now, they will capture it on camera. Su Ying called out loudly to T-Mac. Su Ying summoned the reporters with the intention of elevating Su Ziyang's reputation. Given her brother's commendable performance, he deserved heightened exposure both on and off the court to bolster his popularity. Should McGrady resort to violence now, it would undoubtedly be captured by the journalists. Upon hearing of their presence, Arenas spread his arms wide, wearing a provocative expression as he gazed at McGrady. Come on, strike me. I am eager to witness how the league will respond to your actions and what the media will say about you. Chapter 30. Intense confrontation observing Arenas' taunting demeanor. McGrady felt the pent-up fury within him on the verge of eruption. He could no longer restrain himself. Do not hold me back. I must teach him a severe lesson on behalf of Su. McGrady forcefully shoved Su Ying aside, sending her sprawling to the ground, and raised his arm, ready to strike Arenas. In the realm of NBA stars, off-court one-on-one practice typically lacks excessive fouls. It is merely a routine training session, where the outcome holds little significance. From the very beginning, Suzy and Arenas were both holding their breath, particularly Arenas, whose composure began to waver after Suzy's series of successful defenses. Just then, as McGrady was about to unleash a punch, Suzy's voice rang out. He swiftly approached McGrady, grasping his arm firmly. T-Mac, my friend, I truly appreciate you standing up for me. However, we still have the playoffs ahead, and the media's whispers could disrupt our focus. Stay calm. We must remain composed. Since this is a one-on-one, let's let our performance speak for itself. Suzy was filled with a desire to charge at Arenas and deliver a sound thrashing. Yet, he understood that on the basketball court, particularly in the presence of the media, such actions were utterly impermissible. The court demanded that one let their skills do the talking. Sheer prowess was the ultimate arbiter of all disputes. By rendering Arenas scoreless and ensuring the media disseminated the footage, Suzy would have satiated his frustration. What could be more humiliating for an adversary than to leave the court without a single point? By all that is holy, he could not swallow this indignity. Tracy McGrady glared fiercely at Arenas, uncertain whether to strike or to play. Lin Yu, equally incensed, fixed a fierce gaze upon Arenas. Fortunately, Suzy's robust physique had spared him injury. Otherwise, Lin Yu would have sought vengeance against Arenas with fervor. All right, my friend, you remain composed, McGrady encouraged, placing the basketball firmly in Suzy's hands. He then raised his hand and gave Suzy's shoulder a hearty slap. Teach him a lesson, make him regret it, and let him be utterly humiliated. McGrady unhesitatingly directed a middle finger towards Arenas. Suzy chuckled softly. No problem, matters on the field must be resolved on the field. Suzy is far from feeble. Were it not for the confines of the basketball court, he would undoubtedly administer a severe lesson to Arenas. However, in this arena of sport, Suzy is determined to decisively trample Arenas underfoot using the very essence of the game itself. Suzy also raised his middle finger at Arenas. Come on, keep going. Arenas shrugged his shoulders with a provocative expression. Kid, don't get cocky. I won't let you score so easily. As he spoke, Arenas made a shoving gesture. Suzy was utterly unafraid. He retorted mercilessly, you may give it a try and see if I will shatter your dog's head. Suzy passed the ball to Arenas, signaling him to initiate an offensive play. Arenas attempted to mount an attack once more, but was swiftly thwarted by Suzy. When it was Suzy's turn to attack, he opted for a sudden three-point shot. This unexpected strike caught Arenas entirely off guard, leaving him to watch helplessly as the basketball swished through the net. Following his successful three-pointer, Suzy granted Arenas no further opportunities. Dominating the game on both defense and offense, Suzy exhibited complete control. In the blink of an eye, after successfully defending against Arenas, the score had escalated to 9-0. Suzy has truly fulfilled his promise. At this very moment, he has prevented Arenas from scoring a single point. Arenas appears increasingly agitated, his eyes reflecting a mixture of madness and anxiety, his expression tense. With media present at the scene, Arenas is deeply concerned that Suzy might humiliate him. If he cannot even compete against a rookie drafted at the end of the second round, how could he, the NBA's most improved player, avoid becoming a laughingstock? It all comes down to this final shot. Suzy received the ball, but refrained from hastily launching an offensive. Instead, he continued to engage in a psychological duel with Arenas. To effectively counter someone like Arenas, one must dismantle him from both a psychological and technical standpoint. How shall I conclude this game with this play? Shall I penetrate for a score, or take a shot from beyond the arc? Suzy gazed at Arenas with a cheerful smile. Under the warmth of Suzy's grin, Arenas felt as though he were the subject of mockery. He fixed a fierce glare upon Suze. Enough of the chatter. No matter what, I shall not allow you to score. Arenas' voice came out somewhat hoarse. His impatience had left him parched, and he felt as if he were ablaze with fervor. Forget it. I shall rely on my three-point shot. I believe I excel at that. Suze gazed at the hoop, a cheerful smile gracing his lips. Out of 9 attempts, he successfully made 5 three-pointers, boasting an astonishing accuracy of 100. Upon hearing this, Arenas became wary, his eyes fixed intently on Suze, his demeanor akin to that of a poised leopard. Ready to pounce at any moment, Suze made a sudden move. He abruptly raised his hand, executing a feigned shooting motion. The tense Arenas, witnessing Suze's shooting gesture, immediately lunged forward. How naive you truly are. Suze swiftly lowered his center of gravity, clutching the ball in his right hand as he made his advance. Arenas, in a hurried descent, sprinted towards Suze's direction. Damn it. He must not be allowed to score. Arenas fervently urged himself. He summoned all his strength and dashed towards Suze. However, at that very moment, Suze, having just executed a dribble, abruptly came to a halt, feigning a shooting motion once more. Arenas, witnessing this, leapt high again. Clearly, he had once more been outmaneuvered by Suze. Suze exhibited an air of calmness, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. He dribbled once more, charging towards the paint. As he executed his second dribble, he paused again, allowing Arenas ample time to react, and yet again, he lunged at Suze. However, Suze refrained from taking a shot, once more deftly faking Arenas out of his shoes. Ha ha! McGrady erupted in laughter. Gilbert was entirely at Suze's mercy, with McGrady's laughter echoing. Suze initiated his third dribble. This time, he executed a jump step, drawing perilously close to the hoop. Just as it appeared that Suze was poised to score with an effortless dunk, Arenas recklessly charged forward. He leapt high, intending to block Suze's shot. Yet, Suze paused once more, allowing Arenas to ascend first. As Arenas began his descent, Suze summoned all his strength, propelling himself upward with tremendous force. Bang! As Suze launched into the air, he collided fiercely with Arenas. However, this time, with all his might, Suze sent Arenas soaring away into the sky. An eye for an eye, a blow for a blow. Suze, undeterred by physical confrontation, propelled Arenas aside and executed a powerful two-handed slam dunk, securing the final points. Chapter 31. Beautiful and capable. The moment when Suze executed a ferocious slam dunk sent the media, armed with cameras and camcorders, into a frenzy. They erupted in shouts as they captured the striking imagery of that violent dunk, particularly during the instant of the slam. The tautness of Suze's muscles contrasted starkly with Arenas' helplessness, vividly showcasing the intensity of Suze's dunk. You have lost. 0 points. After Suze landed, he roared towards Arenas. The immense force unleashed by Suze knocked Arenas to the ground, leaving him momentarily dazed, his face a portrait of disbelief. Here he was, the illustrious NBA Most Improved player, unceremoniously toppled by a rookie who had merely played 3 commendable games. What was even more astonishing was that he had failed to score a single point in his confrontation with this newcomer. Oh yeah, Suze is simply the best. Lin Yu excitedly dashed to Suze's side, arms outstretched as she enveloped him in a warm embrace. Suffather and some other also displayed smiles of satisfaction. McGrady dashed over, energetically thumping Susie's shoulder. Brother, do you realize what you've accomplished? You shut out Gilbert. How cool is that? McGrady's face was alight with excitement and exhilaration. He found Susie's remarkable performance utterly astounding. Even when facing Gilbert Arenas himself, he had never felt assured of being able to stifle his opponent. Yet, Susie had achieved this feat, and McGrady increasingly admired him, believing that Susie was destined to become a superstar in the league. Amidst the jubilant cheers, reporters swiftly surrounded Susie. Despite having delivered 3 consecutive stellar performances, in the NBA, any player could experience a brief surge of brilliance. Thus, even with Susie's astonishing displays and his decisive victory over Carter in one-on-one training, media attention on him remained moderate. However, witnessing Susie's impressive shutout against the league's most rapidly improving player ignited fervor among the attending journalists. They clamored around him, thrusting microphones and recorders into his face. Susie, share your feelings at this moment. You shut out your opponent. This was indeed a thrilling match. Do you now consider yourself superior to Arenas? Faced with the onslaught of questions, Susie offered a wry smile. To be honest, he was not particularly fond of dealing with the media. Susie spread his hands and declared, at present, The only sentiment I possess is an overwhelming hunger. Therefore, I shall decline to answer any inquiries. I must attend to my meal. Suze pushed through the crowd, swiftly escaping the scene with the assistance of McGrady, along with his parents and girlfriend, Lin Yu. The only one left behind was Su Ying, who had not managed to leave in time. The media truly posed a headache, bombarding with nonsensical questions that were difficult to navigate and could easily incite conflict. Upon exiting the training facility, Suze exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. McGrady placed an arm around Suze's shoulders, saying, "Sue, what was that about? You must learn to revel in the spotlight while also mastering the art of handling the media. When you become the focal point of the league, such challenges are unavoidable." McGrady, as the elder brother figure, spoke with a tone of earnest sincerity. Suze shrugged his shoulders. "As for what comes next, that can be discussed later. Right now, I am genuinely famished. My friend, lead us to the finest restaurant. I wish to satiate my hunger." Without hesitation, Mighty nodded. "Absolutely. This meal is on me." As a gesture to welcome my esteemed uncle and aunt, Suze nodded and was about to lead the group away. "Hey, A's, the senior is still inside." At that moment, Lin Yu tugged at Suze's arm. Suze suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling that Su Ying was left in the training hall to deal with those reporters. Never mind, he would send her a text message to inform her of their location, and they would wait for her. After a simple meal, McGrady parted ways with Suze and his family. After Suze escorted Lin Yu and her parents back to their residence, he intended to return to his own apartment. Just as he was about to leave, Su Ying called out to Suze, "Xiaoze, wait a moment." Su Ying was still clad in a pristine white t-shirt, paired with light blue denim jeans and spotless white sneakers. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, radiating an aura of sunshine and efficiency. "Elder sister, what's the matter now?" she inquired. "Surely you haven't scheduled another combat training session for me?" Suze jested, fully aware that Su Ying's actions were ultimately for his own benefit. After all, engaging in one-on-one training with stars from the NBA would significantly enhance Suze's skills. However, what Su Ying was unaware of was that Suze was continuously improving his abilities through the acquisition of system rewards. But that's not the case. "I have other serious matters to discuss with you. Please come to my room." Su Ying smiled charmingly at Su Zian while playfully beckoning with her finger. Thud. Suze gazed at Su Ying's swaying silhouette, swallowing hard. "Bah, Suze, you beast. That is your elder sister." Suze silently cursed himself, yet upon turning his head, he began to console himself. Well, it could actually be otherwise. Suze shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts from his mind, and then swiftly followed behind Su Ying. Upon entering the room, Su Ying addressed Suze, saying, "Xiaoze, with your remarkable performance, you will soon establish a firm foothold in the league. However, at present, you are in need of a manager. I would like to recommend myself for the role. What do you think?" Su Ying retracted her smile and gazed earnestly at Suze. Suze came to the beautiful country to pursue his university education. Despite being selected by the Orlando Magic due to the market in Longhua, he remained a late second-round pick, hardly garnering the interest of any professional agents. Naturally, with such a meager salary, Suze could not afford to hire a professional agent. Consequently, he even managed to complete the contract signing with the Orlando Magic on his own. "How wonderful." Suze readily agreed. "Sister, it would be wonderful if you could become my agent. Just look at you. You are not only beautiful but also exceptionally capable." Upon hearing this, Su Ying's expression became somewhat awkward, her beautiful eyes glinting with a fiery intensity. "Oh, no, what I meant was that your ability to handle affairs is remarkable." Suze also recognized this and hurriedly explained. "Moreover, your ability to adeptly handle the media today, as my agent, is absolutely no issue at all. Besides, we are still family." Suze is yet to grasp the concept of having an agent. Since there is currently no agent, it seems harmless for Su Ying to take on that role. Upon hearing Suze's words, Su Ying smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 32. The third match begins. The third game of the Eastern Conference Playoff semifinals is set to commence tonight. The players have relocated to the Waterhouse Center in Orlando, renamed Amway Center in December 2006. The Magic team has established a significant lead of 2-0. Let us see if they can defend their home court tonight. Before the camera, Zhang Weiping, dressed in a gray suit and wearing a warm smile, is speaking cheerfully. In order to provide a better broadcast of the game featuring Dragon Country player Suze, the Dragon Country has also dispatched commentators and guests to the forefront. Today, we are pleased to welcome Suze's agent, who is also his sister, Su Ying, for an interview. Su Ying stood between Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia, her head adorned with a headset. Greetings to the esteemed audience of Longhua. It is a pleasure to meet you all here. Su Ying's beautiful face was adorned with a radiant smile, and she did not forget to wave at the camera. Su Ying, we have several inquiries that we wish to pose to you, which are also of great concern to the fans of Longhua. Yu Jia looked at Su Ying with a cheerful expression. Teacher Yu Jia, please feel free to ask, she replied. I assure you, I will speak candidly and exhaustively. Su Ying brushed aside the loose strands of hair by her ear, exuding an air of openness to all. We have all witnessed Su Zhe's remarkable performance on the basketball court, as well as the captivating footage of his one-on-one duels with Vince Carter and Gilbert Arenas post-match. Curiosity has piqued regarding the sudden enhancement of Su Zhe's athletic prowess. It is well known that the scouting reports indicated Su Zhe possessed exceptional static talent. Yet his dynamic abilities were deemed inadequate for a foothold in the NBA. What lies behind this transformation? The question posed by Yu Jia resonates with Su Ying's own bewilderment. She had personally observed Su Zhe's dismal defeat against high school competitors in the past. The sudden surge in Su Zhe's athletic capability left her astounded. Nevertheless, when confronted by the media's lens, Su Ying cast aside her distractions and delivered a flawless response. Indeed, Su Zhe's athleticism was once lacking. However, due to the previous lack of attention on him, few were aware of the countless hours he dedicated to training, laboring in sweat as he awaited this moment to shine. At that moment, the camera also captured Su Zhe, engaged in shooting warm-ups on the court. Su Zhe was oblivious to the camera aimed at him as he held the ball, listening to the system bestowing rewards upon him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing both the ordinary and hidden tasks. Ding! Additionally, congratulations to the host for triumphing over Arenas. Su Zhe curled his lips in disdain. Congratulations are all well and good, but what about something tangible? I have accomplished 2 tasks. What rewards can I expect? As Su Zhe spoke, he released a 3-point shot that swished perfectly through the net. The softness of his touch left Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia in awe from a distance. Ding! Ordinary task completed. The host receives 20 badge points. Ding! Hidden task completed. The host receives 20 badge points and the windmill dunk animation pack. Hearing the system's rewards, Su Zhe felt a sense of satisfaction. However, there was one aspect that left him somewhat disheartened. The badge points he earned for completing tasks felt rather meager. I must say, system, your generosity leaves much to be desired. For 2 tasks, I only received 40 badge points. Can't you be a bit more magnanimous? If it weren't for the lack of options, I would genuinely consider switching to a more generous system. Ding! System notification. If the host feels the badge points are insufficient, the next distribution will be 10 points. Damn! Accursed system. Su Zhe secretly muttered a curse under his breath. Ding! The system prompted, reminding the host not to insult others in private, as it was capable of hearing. Su Zhe rolled his eyes in exasperation. Were it not for the intangible nature of the system, he would have certainly summoned it forth to administer a stern reprimand. This time, he had acquired 40 badge points, which, when combined with the 10 points he had previously accumulated, granted Su Zhe a total of 50 badge points. Su Zhe glanced at his badge section. In the finishing badge area, he possessed the Bronze Dodging Terminator and the Bronze Lockdown Specialist. In the shooting badge area, he held the Hall of Fame 3-point shooter. In the defensive badge area, he had the Hall of Fame clamps. In the playmaking badge area, he owned the Silver Ankle Breaker. Coupled with the Euro Step package inspired by Jin Billy and the Tomahawk Dunk package, as well as the dual crossover package reminiscent of Darren Williams, Su Zhe was well equipped. Su Zhe's offensive repertoire is relatively diverse at present. However, in the mid-range area, his scoring ability remains a void. Su Zhe stroked his chin, contemplating the significance of mid-range shooting. It is an absolute weapon in the playoffs. Icons of the game like Jordan and Kobe are undeniably masters of the mid-range shot. While the 3-point shot is formidable, it ultimately remains a less conventional approach. When opponents alter their defensive strategies, granting opportunities for mid-range shots, one may find themselves in a precarious situation if not prepared. With this thought in mind, Su Zhe promptly selected the shooting badge area. He searched briefly and soon discovered the mid-range Maestro badge. Without hesitation, Su Zhe promptly expended 10 badge points to elevate the mid-range Master badge to bronze. Subsequently, he invested an additional 30 badge points to upgrade the bronze mid-range Master badge to silver. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful upgrade. Ding! This badge will enhance the host's mid-range shooting accuracy. After completing the upgrade, Su Zhe nodded in satisfaction. Although the upcoming match against the 76ers may not necessitate it, it is always prudent to be prepared. Should the opponent alter their defensive strategy, he would be better equipped to respond effectively. Susie glanced at the other badge sections once more. When facing a much shorter player like Iverson, Susie's dribbling was constantly disrupted by his defensive pressure. Especially against elite perimeter defenders, they always managed to create trouble for Susie's ball handling. Currently, Susie's skill set resembled more of a three-point shooter who wasn't particularly adept at dribbling, but could still shake off average defenders. Wanting to change this situation, Susie immediately fixed his gaze on the playmaking badge section. That's the one. Susie has directly illuminated the Master of Ball Control badge. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful illumination. Ding. This badge will slightly enhance the host's ball control abilities. Susie expended all 50 badge points. Just then, the warm-up period before the game concluded. As the players returned to their benches amidst the DJ's booming voice at the Waterhouse Center, the starting players of the home team, the Magic, began to take the court one by one. When Susie's name was announced, a section of the arena erupted with cheers from fans hailing from the Dragon Kingdom, including Sue's parents. Under the spotlight's glow, Susie made his official entrance. Commencing the third game of the semifinals. Chapter 33, the mid-range attempt with a sharp whistle from the referee, both centers leapt into action. The Magic center was the first to tip the basketball into Tracy McGrady's hands. Clad in the Magic's #1 jersey, McGrady initiated the first defensive play of the match. His seemingly drowsy eyes now sparkled with fierce determination. He brought the ball past half-court, and Susie immediately rushed over to set a screen for him. This strategy was specifically crafted by Magic head coach Doc Rivers for McGrady and Susie. Unfortunately, Susie's screen was not particularly effective, allowing the defender to slip past with ease. Nevertheless, McGrady accelerated with great speed, driving towards the interior of the 76ers defense. Allen Iverson, tasked with guarding Susie, quickly circumvented him to impede McGrady's advance. This was the 76ers' defensive tactic against McGrady: forefront engagement and rear pursuit. For McGrady, scoring would not come easily. Iverson's lateral movement was swift, positioning himself directly in McGrady's path. The defender originally assigned to McGrady also rushed over, attempting to sandwich him between themselves and Iverson, striving to force McGrady to pass or even strip the ball away. However, McGrady's reflexes were remarkably quick. Just as the two 76ers players closed in on him, he deftly passed the ball to Susie, who had popped out to the 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. Little brother, sink that damn three-pointer. The basketball from McGrady found its way securely into Susie's grasp. Yet, as a sharpshooter, Susie had caught the keen attention of the 76ers head coach, Larry Brown. Thus, prior to the game, the 76ers had prepared accordingly. The 76ers player, Keith Van Horn, who had been stationed at the corner, swiftly closed in on Susie. The Magic's power forward, Drew Gooden, who lacked the ability to shoot from beyond the arc and was inconsistent with mid-range shots, presented a target that the 76ers could afford to leave unguarded. Susie vividly recalled that in his previous life, during the playoffs, Gooden's shooting percentage was a dismal 40. Over the course of 7 games, he managed a mere 4 assists. Even when passing to Drew Gooden, who charged towards the basket, he still had to contend with the defensive presence of the 76ers center. In such situations, Drew Gooden lacked the requisite ball-handling skills to navigate the pressure. Thus, passing to Drew Gooden was unequivocally an unwise choice. These thoughts flitted through Susie's mind in an instant. As he observed Keith Van Horn of the 76ers closing in for the defense, Susie swiftly made a decision and executed a shooting feint. The threat he posed from beyond the three-point arc compelled Keith Van Horn to leap into action. As Susie sprang into action, swift as a cheetah, he surged past the side of Van Horn's body. The Philadelphia 76ers center, Derek Coleman, recognizing Susie's intent to penetrate the paint, promptly positioned himself to defend against him. Simultaneously, Allen Iverson, having successfully executed a double team, appeared in Susie's path. Analyzing the footage from previous games, it was evident that Susie's scoring primarily stemmed from beyond the arc and within the 3-second zone. This indicated a glaring deficiency in his mid-range shooting ability. Such was the specific directive from 76ers head coach Larry Brown prior to the game, to staunchly guard against Susie's three-point shots and his incursions into the paint. Thus, it seemed implausible for Susie to penetrate the interior, especially with Keith Van Horn lurking behind, ready to assist defensively. Therefore, a mid-range shot presented itself as Susie's most prudent option. Originally intent on attacking the paint, Susie executed a sudden stop, halting just 2 steps inside the three-point line. Clad in the Orlando Magic's #7 jersey, Susie leaped high, resembling the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe, and released the ball with precision. What? Suze opted for a mid-range shot? This is hardly an optimal offensive choice. The commentators shook their heads in disbelief. For Suze had never attempted a mid-range shot in past games. This lad seems to be forcing it. Even head coach Doc Rivers privately deemed this attempt less than ideal. Not only had Suze never showcased a mid-range shot during games, but even in practice. He had rarely taken such attempts, and when he did, they often ended in failure. Thus, Rivers preferred to utilize Suze primarily as a three-point shooter. Amidst the skepticism, Suze's mid-range shot swished through the net, granting the Magic their first 2 points. "Well done, mate. That shot felt excellent," Tracy McGrady exclaimed, giving Suze a thumbs up in enthusiastic encouragement. McGrady had faith in Suze. He had witnessed Suze's prowess in one-on-one situations. Even in the absence of mid-range attempts, McGrady remained convinced that Suze could indeed put that confounded basketball through the hoop. Iverson rushed to Suze's side. "Kid, who would have thought you could shoot mid-range?" Quite the surprise. Suze shrugged his shoulders, exuding an air of nonchalance. It was as if he were saying, "Of course, I possess much more." Suze is not one to boast. As long as he can accomplish his tasks and earn badge points, he will continually grow stronger. However, whenever badge points are mentioned, Suze feels as though something is amiss. Ding. A task has been issued. Achieve at least 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists in this match. Ding. Upon completion of the task, the host will receive rewards. It is the tasks that are lacking. Upon hearing the voice emanating from the system, Suze broke into a smile. Shortly thereafter, Iverson, utilizing a screen, received a pass from his teammate. Having completed his task, Suze swiftly advanced towards Iverson. Positioned at the arc's summit, Iverson briefly found himself with an opportunity to shoot. Instinctively, he made a shooting motion, aiming to outmaneuver the pursuing Suze. Yet, Suze remained unfazed. Bolstered by the Hall of Fame Deadly Clamps badge, his perimeter defense was exceptionally formidable. Observing that Suze was unshaken, Iverson promptly called for another screen. "Kid, tonight you won't be able to contain me," he declared, "for I am determined to seize victory, and not just one, but 2 games." As he saw the center approaching to set the screen, Iverson shouted to Suze. With a swift change of direction and an immediate burst of speed, aided by the center screen, Iverson left Suze trailing behind. The Orlando Magic center, responsible for guarding the Philadelphia 76ers player, failed to even delay Iverson's advance. Andrew DeClercq. The Magic center watched helplessly as Iverson gained an expansive shooting space and smoothly executed a mid-range jump shot. Suze felt somewhat helpless, yet he could only exert himself to squeeze through swiftly. As he watched Iverson leap high into the air, Suze summoned all his strength to jump, lunging towards the basketball in Iverson's grasp. Chapter 34. Shaking off the defense, Suze exerted all his effort to defend against Allen Iverson. Although he managed to disrupt Iverson's shot to some extent, he failed to achieve a single block. The basketball grazed Suze's fingertips as it was launched, swiftly soaring towards the hoop. The sound of clanking iron resonated sharply. As the long rebound bounced out, Suze, who had already secured an advantageous position, effortlessly seized the rebound. A counterattack! A counterattack! Suze swiftly dribbled the ball, calling out to his teammates with fervor. Tracy McGrady was the first to heed Suze's call, racing toward the opposing half with great intensity. After making 2 precise dribbles, Suze adeptly passed the ball to the sprinting McGrady. What a splendid assist! Upon receiving the ball, McGrady did not forget to vocally commend Suze. The defenders of the 76ers were not slow to react either. 2 defensive players positioned themselves closely around McGrady, making it exceedingly difficult for him to execute a fast-break layup. McGrady swiftly advanced while glancing back to assess his teammates' positions. At this moment, aside from the 2 76ers defenders diligently shadowing McGrady, the path ahead for Suze was completely unguarded. Seizing the opportunity, McGrady propelled himself towards the basket, drawing the attention of the 2 defenders. Rather than attempting a challenging layup amidst the defensive pressure, McGrady lofted the basketball high against the backboard. Swiftly following up, Suze understood the cue perfectly, leaping into the air to seize the ball mid-flight. It was an aerial relay. McGrady's pass was simply exquisite. In the commentary booth, Coach Zhang Weiping erupted with excitement. Suze, soaring high, grasped the ball with both hands and executed a windmill motion with his arms. Bam! Suze executed a stunning windmill dunk, accomplishing this aerial relay. Oh, how exhilarating! No one can stand in our way. As Suze landed, McGrady exuberantly shouted, extending his hand to vigorously high-five Suze. After the celebration, McGrady did not forget to raise 4 fingers towards the 76ers bench, forming the shape of the number 4. Magic in 4. Observing McGrady's gesture, the arena erupted with deafening cheers. Souza collaborated with McGrady, continuously waving his arms to invigorate the atmosphere on the court. At this moment, Iverson's expression remained exceptionally calm, his eyes shimmering with a resolute glimmer. "Have you decided? Where shall you vacation?" Souza retreated to Allen Iverson's side, smiling as he spoke to him. On the court, aside from triumphing over opponents in terms of tactics and physical prowess, mastering the opponent's mentality is equally essential. In the past, the legendary Larry Bird, often regarded as the king of psychological warfare in the NBA, was indeed a master in this realm. Souza was equally unyielding. This statement nearly drove Iverson to the brink of exasperation. The response came cold and cutting. "Do not presume you can vanquish us so easily. The game has only just begun." As Iverson's words echoed, he swiftly darted along the baseline, utilizing the center's off-ball screen to maneuver into position. Seeking an opportunity to receive the ball, Souza swiftly adhered to Iverson's side, providing no opportunity for Iverson to receive the ball comfortably. Iverson's speed was akin to lightning, and Souza was no less formidable. Despite Souza's close defense, Iverson still managed to find a chance to receive the ball. Upon catching it, Iverson immediately feigned a shot, attempting to utilize the triple threat position to manipulate Souza's defense. However, Souza remained unfazed, extending his arms and firmly pressing his body against Iverson, striving to disrupt him as much as possible without leaping easily. Observing this, Iverson felt somewhat helpless. He could only push forward with his left hand to create some space. Yet, the moment Iverson raised his arm and forcefully shoved Souza, the latter fell to the ground. The referee's whistle followed. Beep. Offensive foul. The referee had directly called Iverson for the foul. Iverson's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the referee, unable to contain himself as he approached to argue. "How can that be an offensive foul? I merely made a normal move." He flopped. Iverson gestured animatedly with his arms while expressing his grievances to the referee. The referee shook his head and explained to Iverson, "Your last move was too forceful. You indeed pushed him down. I did not see a flop." Iverson, somewhat irritated, nodded and replied, "Fine, that's acceptable. I can easily draw an offensive foul from him." Following 2 consecutive offensive possessions, Iverson concluded with a missed shot and a turnover. As they arrived at the front court, Souza positioned himself in the corner according to the team's strategy. To conserve Iverson's energy on the defensive end, the 76ers head coach, Larry Brown, assigned Iverson to guard Souza. After all, with McGrady on the court, Souza's opportunities to attack with the ball were relatively scarce. "How did I fall on that last play?" Souza bent down and whispered softly into Iverson's ear, "I feel as though I am lacking an Oscar statuette. What do you think?" Souza incessantly whispered in Iverson's ear, causing the latter to feel somewhat flustered. Coupled with the failure of his previous 2 offensive attempts, Iverson was now growing impatient. "You certainly know how to perform, but you must also let your prowess speak for itself. You don't even dare to take me on one-on-one." Iverson scoffed at Souza. In truth, due to Souza's previously limited dribbling skills, it had been challenging for him to execute any complete dribbling maneuvers when faced with Iverson. However, Souza had now equipped himself with the copper-level ball handling master badge. Souza's dribbling skills have also improved significantly. "I admit you're quite formidable, but you're still a notch below me. Otherwise, you'd be taking me on one-on-one with the ball." Seeing Souza remain silent, Iverson continued speaking. Souza burst into laughter. Following that, he swiftly emerged from the corner position. Observing that the Magic's offense had come to a halt, Souza sprinted to the top of the arc to receive the ball. At this moment, only 6 seconds remained on the shot clock. "I will shatter you with this shot. Just watch." Upon receiving the ball, Souza cheerfully addressed Iverson, exclaiming, "Enough boasting. Let us see what you've got. I will intercept your dribble." Iverson, undeterred, retorted with equal fervor. With only 5 seconds remaining on the clock, the tension mounted. Souza swiftly seized the ball and initiated an offensive maneuver. He first feigned a shot, then, with the ball in his right hand, executed a deceptive dragging step. Iverson, fixated on Souza, awaited the perfect moment to snatch the basketball from his grasp. Just as Iverson lunged forward to intercept, Souza deftly lifted the ball, performing a graceful spin that left Iverson in his wake. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Amidst the exhilarated cheers of the fans and the fervent exclamations of the commentator, Souza effortlessly evaded the defense. Chapter 35, a commanding score of 3-0. What a splendid play by Souza. He has successfully shaken off Iverson's defense. The live commentator, Zhang Weiping, exuberantly proclaimed, "Indeed, Su-Zhe. Take the ball and show him what you've got." It seemed as though Su-Zhe could hear Zhang Weiping's fervent encouragement echoing in his mind. With a swift pivot of his right hand, Su-Zhe evaded Iverson's defense, yet he did not opt for a direct drive. He astutely observed that although Iverson had momentarily lost his defensive position due to a risky attempt at a steal, he quickly recalibrated himself. This indicated that Iverson, with remarkable speed, had re-established his defensive stance. Standing at 183 meters, Iverson's selection for the all-defensive first team is undoubtedly well-deserved. His rapid adjustment and tenacity in defense are truly astonishing and worthy of admiration. With decisive resolve, Su-Zhe executed a swift pivot, seamlessly transitioning into a retreating step, complemented by a feigned prayer gesture. Such an elaborate display of dribbling, coupled with Su-Zhe's imminent shooting threat, instantly drew Iverson back into the fray. At that moment, a bronze badge of the Master of Ball Control illuminated above Su-Zhe's head. Su-Zhe felt a surge of joy within. The Master of Control badge had indeed elevated his dribbling prowess to a new echelon. Previously, executing such maneuvers appeared somewhat clumsy against a defender of Iverson's caliber. He would likely have been stripped of the ball. However, now his movements flowed with remarkable smoothness and grace. As Su-Zhe prepared for a jump shot, Iverson sprang into the air, intent on disrupting his shot. "You have been deceived." In that fleeting moment of Iverson's leap, Su-Zhe deftly altered his action, driving toward the basket with the ball held firmly in his right hand. "Alas," Iverson exclaimed, swiftly adjusting his center of gravity to expedite his descent. Yet, even with such urgency, he was unable to guard against Su-Zhe. After eluding Iverson, Su-Zhe halted near the free throw line and launched a mid-range jumper. Clad in a blue and white number 7 jersey, Su-Zhe resembled the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe as he sent the basketball soaring. Swish! The ball found its mark, adding 2 points to the Magic's score. Aha! What a splendid shot by Su. Oh ho ho, such flamboyant dribbling, fluid as flowing water. Absolutely marvelous, just like that. After Su-Zhe made that shot, the bench of the Magic erupted with fervor. Not only the Magic substitutes, but the fans at the Amway Center also cheered in unison. McGrady dashed over to Su-Zhe's side and playfully slapped his backside. "Well done, my friend. It seems your ball handling skills have improved remarkably." Su-Zhe shrugged his shoulders. There was no other choice. Evading the defender was as effortless as crossing a quiet street in the morning. McGrady was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Once again, this young man had managed to impress. The contest continued. The Orlando Magic's offense flowed with remarkable fluidity, and under the alternating leadership of McGrady and Su-Zhe, they seemed to score at will. Although Su-Zhe had yet to attain the status of a recognized star in the league, he had undeniably become a crucial scoring option for head coach Doc Rivers. In stark contrast, the Philadelphia 76ers found their offense stagnating after Iverson was thoroughly contained by Su-Zhe. While Iverson was capable of making some challenging shots, it did little to alleviate the 76ers' predicament. As the game entered its later stages in the fourth quarter, with just 6 minutes remaining on the clock, Su-Zhe successfully defended against a player from the 76ers, and after executing a collaborative double team with his teammate to achieve a steal, he swiftly propelled the ball forward towards the front court. Su-Zhe dribbled the ball to a spot 2 steps beyond the three-point line and came to a halt. The scoreboard displayed 89-69, with the Magic team leading by a commanding 20-point margin. Sinking just one more three-pointer would essentially seal their victory. "Gentlemen, this shot shall send you home." Su-Zhe did not hastily take a shot. Instead, he turned his head and shouted loudly towards the Philadelphia 76ers bench. At that moment, the players on the 76ers bench glared at Su-Zhe with fury. However, throughout this game, Su-Zhe's relentless improvement on both the defensive and offensive ends has exacted a heavy toll on the 76ers. "Farewell. Wishing you sweet dreams." Su-Zhe secured the basketball against his waist with his right hand and waved a farewell gesture towards the 76ers bench with his left. While Su-Zhe was basking in the spotlight on the court, the 76ers defenders had already returned, positioned before him. However, rather than charging forward to closely guard Su-Zhe, the defenders opted to maintain their distance, stationed just beyond the three-point line. Faced with such a considerable gap, Su-Zhe did not hesitate. He unleashed a fierce three-point shot. Oh, what an extraordinary moment. How could he possibly make such a long-range shot? This choice of shot appeared rather questionable, almost reminiscent of a failed attempt to show off. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, Suze swung his arm once more, releasing the basketball with precision. The ball traced a perfect arc through the air and, under the watchful eyes of all, it descended gracefully into the hoop. Wow! The Magic fans in the center arena erupted in a frenzy. They cheered with a roar akin to a tidal wave. Magic in 4. Magic in 4. The arena resounded once again with the chant celebrating the Magic's triumph in 4 games. After Suze released the ball, he performed a bow and arrow gesture on the spot. To add to the theatrics, after drawing the imaginary bowstring, he aimed the arrow at the Philadelphia 76ers bench and, with a flick of his wrist, mimicked the act of shooting. Ha! Suze was truly enjoying himself on the court. This gesture was utterly piercing. A shot that seemed to penetrate the heart, indeed, carried such a flavor. The live commentator on CTV, Ujia, chuckled as he remarked, "Indeed, the implication was clear. I have shot you down with a single arrow." It felt reminiscent of the legendary tale of the archer and the eagle. Zhang Weiping, beside him, expressed his excitement. For a player from the Dragon Kingdom, particularly one regarded as a late second-round pick in the NBA, to showcase such remarkable performance on the court was undoubtedly exhilarating. Absolutely. If the previous offensive surge from the Magic was akin to sealing the coffin for the 76ers, then Suze's recent three-pointer was the final nail in that coffin. Ujia passionately exclaimed. Amidst the cheers of the Magic fans, 76ers head coach Larry Brown, with a sense of resignation, opted to call a timeout, subsequently substituting in bench players. The Magic also fielded a purely substitute lineup, tacitly acknowledging the outcome of the match. Soon, the game concluded, with Suze achieving a stat line of 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, perfectly fulfilling the system's task. Meanwhile, another core superstar, T-Mac, amassed 35 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. Together, they led the Magic to a commanding 3-0 lead in the Eastern Conference semifinals. Chapter 36. The secret of success. First and foremost, congratulations on securing a substantial 3-0 lead. It is well known that teams with such an advantage in a playoff series have a significantly high probability of advancing. What emotions are you experiencing now? After the match, CTV5's Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia approached Suze for an interview. As the second highly regarded player from the Dragon Kingdom following the illustrious Yao Ming, this was only the second time Suze was interviewed. The first occasion was on the night of the NBA draft, where the spotlight also shone brightly on the number 1 pick, Yao Ming. Suze stood with his hands on his hips, his expression remarkably relaxed. Well, borrowing a phrase from T-Mac, I have already begun contemplating my next opponent. Suze's face was alight with joy, his tone imbued with remarkable confidence. Oh, the youth indeed exudes self-assurance. Yet such words are rather audacious. Truly, the vigor of youth knows no bounds, Zhang Weiping remarked with a warm smile. His gaze towards Suze filled with a sense of pride. Suze slightly tilted her head and asserted with a commanding presence. Isn't it the nature of the youth to be spirited? Suze's performance in the 4 playoff games has indeed endowed him with the confidence of youth. In the first playoff match, when confronted with adversity, he assisted his team in averting a reversal and successfully advanced to the second round. The subsequent 3 games showcased an escalating prowess, with each match reflecting significant improvement. Such a promising young talent naturally inspires heightened expectations. Suze, how do you evaluate your performance in these matches? Ujia interjected at an opportune moment, posing the question. Suze pondered for a moment and replied, in truth, there is nothing particularly remarkable. I believe there is still ample room for my improvement. The badge system is so robust. Yet I have not managed to unlock all of its features. The potential for Suze's progress and ascension is undoubtedly vast. So what are your objectives for this year? Or, more personally, what are your aspirations? Coach Zhang Weiping inquired once again. Without a moment's hesitation, Suze responded, now that we have entered the playoffs, our sights are firmly set on the championship. His ambitious declaration left Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia somewhat astonished, as the goal seemed rather audacious. Given the current composition of the Magic, navigating through the Eastern Conference was already fraught with challenges. Even if they managed to surpass the Philadelphia 76ers, they would still have to contend with the New Jersey Nets, who ranked second in the East during the regular season. Unlike the 76ers, the Nets boasted formidable strength. Although both Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia believed that Suze's aspirations were improbable, they did not wish to dampen the enthusiasm of youth. Indeed, such ambition was commendable. Suze, we wish you success and hope you can lift the coveted O'Brien Trophy. Zhang Weiping gave Suze a thumbs up. Oh, by the way, Yu Jia interjected, as if suddenly recalling something. Before the game, a widely circulated video among the media showcased you in a one-on-one matchup against this season's NBA Most Improved Player, Gilbert Arenas. In that video, you triumphed with a score of 10-0. Suze, this footage has also made its way back home, creating quite a stir. Despite the current slow pace of media development, with some channels and self-media platforms still in their infancy, a handful of media outlets in our country have begun to seize the opportunity, circulating this somewhat unclear footage. Consequently, a number of ardent basketball fans have started to witness your remarkable performance. It is precisely for this reason that the name Suze has gained a measure of prominence back home. We previously consulted your agent, Suing, about what has driven such a rapid enhancement in your basketball skills. Is there any wisdom or experience you might share with us? Yu-Jia gazed at Suze with earnest intent. Suze smiled lightly. He shrugged his shoulders and calmly stated, "In truth, there is but a single secret to success." "Oh, pray tell." Yu-Jia expressed his eagerness for Suze's response. To transform from possessing almost no dynamic talent to becoming a player of remarkable dynamic prowess on the field in such a short span of time. Yu-Jia was equally curious about the secrets that resided within Suze. Suze replied earnestly, "That is diligence. Everything may lie, but your efforts will never deceive you. Furthermore, when you find yourself disregarded by everyone, always remind yourself that the most difficult thing to accept is not being forgotten by others, but rather embracing your own mediocrity." Suze's words were imbued with sincerity. Zhang Weiping and Yu-Jia nodded in agreement. However, what Suze remained unaware of was that at that very moment, countless aspiring talents preparing to participate in the upcoming year's talent show were watching from their television screens, along with players striving in high school and junior leagues. All profoundly moved by his statement, although Suze's fame had yet to burgeon. His words had etched themselves into the minds of every player who witnessed the live broadcast. "I shall never accept my mediocrity. The only one who can defeat me is myself." Before the screen, a handsome white player with flowing golden locks and an unremarkable physique silently urged himself, "Hey, Korver. Stop daydreaming. It's time to head to training camp." Reluctantly, Korver gazed at Suze on the television. Despite their similar ages, Suze's words deeply inspired him. "All right. LeBron, I'm on my way," Korver replied, making his way towards the door. "Oh, by the way, Kyle, did you catch the live broadcast today?" Sue from Longwood delivered an extraordinary performance. A robust man clad in training attire and towering stature inquired with a grin. "Absolutely. I was glued to the screen the whole time. His performance was simply spectacular," Korver enthusiastically responded. "LeBron, you should know, he is merely a late second-round pick. Yet in these brief 4 games, he showcased skills rivaling those of basketball legends. He is my idol," Korver declared, his fists clenched in excitement. Beside Korver stood none other than LeBron James, often hailed as the chosen one, a prodigious talent seldom seen in a century, his face alight with anticipation. Indeed. I can hardly contain my eagerness to enter the NBA. I would relish the opportunity to face such a fascinating opponent in competition. I may not be his fan yet, but I yearn to defeat him on the court." LeBron's eyes sparkled with hopeful anticipation as he envisioned the scene of clashing with Suze on the basketball court. Chapter 37. Team meeting. After the match concluded, Suze returned to his residence, oblivious to the profound impact his recent interview would have on a new generation of players. Suze reclined on the sofa, hoping to indulge in a moment of respite, when he received a call from head coach Doc Rivers. "Hello? Sue. What are you up to?" "I just settled down for a brief rest." "Is there something you need, coach?" Suze inquired politely. Suze felt somewhat puzzled. Why was Rivers calling him at this hour instead of taking a rest? "Young man, you have performed remarkably well in these recent games. I would like to invite you to a team meeting," Rivers said with a cheerful demeanor. "You know, we have gained the upper hand in the series. Our aim for the next match is to conclude this round in Orlando. Thus, I would like to invite you to join the team meeting to discuss our strategy for the upcoming game." Doug Rivers' tone was imbued with sincerity. Suze felt a surge of excitement. This was his first invitation to participate in the core team meeting. Although he had attended player meetings before, he had never had the opportunity to make an appearance in such a pivotal gathering. Clearly, his consistently improving performance in recent matches had captured the attention of the Magic's management and coaching staff. They were willing to include Suze, a late second-round pick, in the core team discussions. "How magnificent. Coach, I will head over immediately." Suze, filled with anticipation, hastily donned his attire and swiftly made his way towards the gymnasium. This was the first occasion on which he had been invited to participate in a core team meeting, and his heart brimmed with exhilaration. This invitation signified that through his remarkable performances over 4 games, he had temporarily won the favor of the management and coaching staff. Upon his arrival at the team meeting room, he found that everyone was already present. In addition to the coaching team, the room also housed Tracy McGrady and another all-star player, Grant Hill, who was sidelined due to injury. Even John Gabriel, the general manager of the Magic, attended this meeting. "I apologize for the delay. The taxi encountered some traffic," he explained. Souzier displayed an apologetic smile. General Manager John Gabriel rose to his feet, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. Oh, let us see. This is the new star we have unearthed for our team," he exclaimed. "Young man, come. Take a seat." Acting on McGrady's suggestion, "We have temporarily included you in this meeting." John Gabriel guided Souzier to the chair beside him, placing his hands on Souzier's shoulders to indicate that he could take a seat. After Souzier took a seat, he cast a grateful glance at McGrady. He had initially believed that his remarkable performances over the past 4 games had solely earned him the opportunity to join the core team meeting. Little did he know, there was McGrady's unseen influence behind the scenes. McGrady winked at Souzier, conveying a sense of camaraderie, urging him to relax and adapt. Sitting across from Souzier, McGrady smiled warmly and spoke to him with an encouraging tone. Souzier nodded and then greeted each person in the room. As his gaze passed over Grant Hill, Souzier noticed a subtle difference. In Hill's eyes, beyond the courteous glance, there lingered a hint of envy. Souzier was initially perplexed, but upon recalling Hill's severe injury, he comprehended why the other party envied him. The NBA is perpetually abundant with extraordinarily talented and gifted players. Indeed, every athlete who manages to enter the NBA is, in their personal lives, a veritable Jordan. The prerequisite for these gifted players to ascend to stardom, aside from opportunity, is primarily health. Only by maintaining good health can one realize their potential and shine as a star. However, Grant Hill's injuries have subjected him to relentless torment. In contrast, the health of Souzier has afforded him opportunities to showcase his skills when chances arise. Now that Sue has arrived, we have just discussed strategies to limit the opponent's offense. Sue, as the most promising defender against Iverson in recent games, do you have any thoughts or suggestions? Doc Rivers has set his sights firmly on Souzier. The upcoming game is pivotal for determining the fate of the series. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, the core team members convened an urgent meeting to devise the best strategy in the briefest time possible. Souzier scratched his head. "When it comes to defense, I actually have a suggestion. Let us stick to the old strategy of 1-on-4. I will closely shadow Iverson, regardless of whether he has the ball or not. My aim is to entangle him as much as possible, forcing him to expend maximum energy on the offensive end. Furthermore, in addition to exhausting Iverson on the offensive side, we must also make his defensive efforts uncomfortable. For instance, when facing Iverson, the offensive players should continuously wear him down during their attacks. If we can achieve these 2 objectives, Iverson's stamina will plummet dramatically." Souzier articulated his thoughts. As his words resonated in the air, McGrady was the first to raise his hand in agreement. "I concur with Sue's proposal," he stated. His observations regarding Iverson's defense were well-founded, rendering his advice exceedingly trustworthy. As the star player of the team, McGrady wholeheartedly supported Souzier. The recent matches had only deepened McGrady's admiration for Sue, especially as he witnessed Sue's continuous improvement and his humble demeanor. He confronted opponents with tenacity while maintaining a kind disposition towards his teammates, a quality that McGrady found particularly endearing. "All right, I too agree. Previously, on the court, I had followed Sue's advice. At that time, he was undeniably a rookie. Of course, he still is." Doug Rivers concluded with a hearty laugh. The others in the conference room joined in the laughter. Souzier exhibited no signs of discomfort. Instead, he nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. In the NBA, regardless of how stellar one's performance may be during their rookie season, a rookie remains a rookie, a title often subjected to jest. Very well, what if a 1-on-4 defense fails to contain Iverson? For instance, Iverson frequently finds opportunities for mid-range shots following screens. He might even penetrate the paint to inflict damage. How shall we counter this? General Manager John Gabriel posed another inquiry. "Switch defense." Souzier replied without hesitation. "In fact, we can employ a defensive switch strategy to compel Iverson into a 1-on-1 confrontation. Immediately after the switch, we will aggressively double-team Iverson, forcing him to pass the ball. This will place the ball in the hands of others, allowing them to execute the offense." Chapter 38. The 4th game begins a defensive switch. Everyone present had spent numerous years navigating the NBA, Yet this was the first time they had encountered such a defensive approach. Sue, could you elaborate on this defensive strategy? General Manager John Gabriel looked at Suze with eager anticipation. It was evident that he was captivated by the defensive strategy Suze had proposed, a method that had never been witnessed on the NBA court before. Suze stated, in simple terms, when defenders encounter a pick and roll, they should immediately switch their defensive assignments with the player setting the screen. This allows us to deny Iverson any opportunity for an easy shot. At the very moment of the switch, we can employ an aggressive double-team strategy, leaving the screener unguarded while tightly enclosing the ball handler. This tactic compels the ball handler to pass the ball out. Given the scoring capabilities of the other players on the 76ers, they are simply insufficient to overcome us. Suze's words provoked opposition from an assistant coach. I disagree with this approach. Our team has never employed such a defensive strategy. Adopting this novel tactic in the final match would come at a significant cost. John Gabriel shook his head, revealing a hint of resigned amusement. Sue, your suggestion seems rather unreliable. The glimmer of anticipation in Gabriel's eyes had dissipated, replaced by a flicker of disappointment. Clearly, while Suze's proposal was striking, it appeared impractical to everyone present. Indeed, Sue is a key player for our defensive line, but your suggestion is undeniably risky, remarked head coach Doc Rivers, also shaking his head. I'm afraid we cannot implement your proposed switching defense strategy. We will stick to our previous defensive method, utilizing a one-on-four approach. Doc Rivers ultimately concluded, with the general manager, head coach, and several assistant coaches all opposing Suze's proposed switch, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Yet, he recognized that his suggestions were merely advisory. As a player who had only demonstrated prowess in 4 games at the tail end of the second round, he held little sway within the team. His participation in such a team meeting was solely due to the influence of McGrady. Suze remained undeterred. Several individuals. Why don't we give it a try? I am willing to take on the responsibility. If the defensive switch proves ineffective, I am prepared to face a suspension. Suze rose to his feet, speaking with conviction. At that moment, McGrady, who had remained silent until now, raised his hand. I concurred with Sue's suggestion. It was worth a try, especially since we held the advantage of a match point. If we failed to achieve a favorable outcome in the first quarter, we could make adjustments in the subsequent 3 quarters. McGrady held Suze in high regard and was eager to support his proposal. The advantage of having a match point also instilled in McGrady the courage and confidence to attempt this strategy. After all, had it not been for Suze's remarkable performance in the final game of the first round of the playoffs, the Magic would likely have been eliminated long ago. With the star player backing Suze, those led by Doc Rivers exchanged glances of disbelief. T-Mac, are you serious? Doc Rivers looked at McGrady, his expression one of incredulity. While Rivers did not deny that Sue had performed exceptionally well in the 4 games, he was skeptical that such brilliance would grant him greater influence within the team. Of course I am serious. You all witnessed Sue dominate in the training facility, besting Vince and Gilbert in one-on-one drills. Sue's abilities are continually improving. And I trust his judgment, McGrady asserted without hesitation. Furthermore, I have mentioned that we will experiment in the first quarter, and if it does not yield results, we can make timely adjustments in the latter half. With McGrady's endorsement, the management, led by Doc Rivers and Gabriel, huddled together to discuss the matter in hushed tones. Well, after our discussion, we are willing to give it a try, Doc Rivers conceded with a shrug. Under McGrady's support, Suze's proposal for defensive switches was accepted. During the following day's training, the entire Magic team began to implement the switching strategy with targeted exercises. Doc Rivers specifically arranged for McGrady to lead the second unit in scrimmages against the first unit, continuously honing the techniques for switching defense and the timing for traps and double teams. The overall effectiveness of the training was quite satisfactory, alleviating some of the tension that had weighed on Doc Rivers' mind. Soon, the day of the game arrived, and Suze entered the Waterhouse Center early for warm-up training. After sinking a few 3-pointers, he activated the system. System, is it time to distribute the rewards from the last mission? Suze felt somewhat disheartened. The system was always remarkably proactive in issuing tasks, yet when it came to dispensing rewards, it seemed to exhibit a peculiar laziness. Were it not for the system's utility, he would have been tempted to unleash a barrage upon it with an Italian cannon. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the successful completion of the previous task. Ding. Congratulations, host, for earning 20 badge points. Ding. The allocation of badge points is at the host's discretion. I must inquire, dear system, could you possibly ensure that your rewards arrive in a more timely manner next time? Suze could not help but voice his complaints. Ding. System. Please be more attentive next time. Suze pursed his lips. He refrained from engaging in further conversation with the system and directly accessed the badge interface. Currently, Suze possessed a mere 20 badge points. As he surveyed the badges that had already been upgraded alongside those that remained in a muted state, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Activating additional badges at this moment would merely elevate them to the bronze level, offering minimal benefits. Ultimately, he decided it prudent to conserve his points, opting to await the next task before enhancing his existing badges. As Suze contemplated this, he was about to shut down the system. Suddenly, a chime sounded, announcing the release of a new task. Suze gazed at the ethereal interface that materialized before him, where the tasks were illuminated on the screen. Ding. Upon achieving a sweep against the 76ers, the host shall be rewarded. Ding. A hidden mission has been activated. Ding. If the host restricts Iverson's scoring to 20 points or fewer, inclusive of 20, while securing over 35 points, the host will obtain a concealed reward. What? Suze was taken aback upon discovering the hidden task. Was this some kind of jest? To restrict Iverson's scoring would necessitate an all-out defensive effort. Not only would he have to defend fiercely, but he would also need to play a more prominent role on the offensive end. This proved to be a considerable challenge for Suze. Chapter 39. Unexpected circumstances. The warm-up training concluded swiftly. Following the introduction by the venue's DJ, the players from both teams swiftly took to the court. The arena was filled with fans of the Magic, adorned in blue t-shirts, transforming the scene into a sea of azure. The supporters raised banners proclaiming Magic in 4, tirelessly rallying for their team from the sidelines. This match held immense significance for the Magic. CTV5's commentator, Yu articulated with clarity. Indeed, this marked the Magic's first advance to the Eastern Conference semifinals since the 1995-96 season. If the Magic could secure a victory, it would mean their return to the Eastern Conference Finals after a 7-year hiatus. The anticipation was palpable. Would the Magic successfully progress? We also looked forward to witnessing Suze's remarkable performance in this contest. Zhang Weiping chuckled amiably as the players took the court. The referee tossed the basketball into the air, and the Magic seized possession right from the start. Tracy McGrady, donning the Magic's #1 jersey, was the first to claim the ball, initiating the team's opening offensive play. McGrady swiftly advanced the ball past half-court, buoyed by the cheers of the crowd. Faced with the defensive stalwart Eric Snow of the 76ers, McGrady gestured for his teammates to spread out. Exuding confidence against Snow, McGrady employed intricate dribbling maneuvers to manipulate Snow's defensive balance. Holding the ball in his right hand, McGrady suddenly executed a deceptive hesitation move to the right. Snow, momentarily captivated by McGrady's feint, began to close in on his driving lane. Seizing the opportunity, McGrady pulled the ball back and seamlessly transitioned to a behind-the-back dribble, transferring it to his left hand. This fluid sequence of movements left Snow off balance. The crowd erupted in astonishment, followed by thunderous applause for McGrady. "You cannot guard me," McGrady taunted Snow. With a behind-the-back dribble, he elegantly stepped back with his left foot, retreating beyond the three-point arc. At that moment, McGrady found himself with ample shooting space. He launched a jump shot from beyond the arc, his graceful form embodying elegance and fluidity, exuding a sense of effortless finesse. However, Eric Snow did not relent in his defensive efforts. As he witnessed Tracy McGrady preparing to launch a three-point shot, Eric Snow exerted every ounce of his strength and lunged forward. His momentum was so forceful that he collided directly with McGrady in midair. But that was not the end of it. While attempting to impede McGrady, Snow's arm made a decisive move, forcefully pushing the airborne McGrady aside. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. McGrady, due to Snow's aggressive shove, plummeted to the ground with great force. The most distressing aspect was that McGrady's back made first contact with the floor. His entire back crashed down brutally. Thud. McGrady fell heavily, accompanied by a pained cry. What the hell? Susie, who was lurking in the corner, was instantly thrown into disarray upon witnessing McGrady being subjected to a malicious foul by Eric Snow. McGrady's back had always been rather vulnerable. During the regular season, he had experienced some discomfort in that area. Now, having been forcefully thrust from midair by Eric Snow, the impact was visibly agonizing. Suze was the first to rush forward, forcefully knocking Eric Snow to the ground. "Do you even understand that this is a flagrant foul?" Suze bellowed at Eric Snow, unable to rein in his emotions. He had never felt such fury, even when fouled by an opponent. This was not merely a playoff game. Eric Snow's actions could potentially jeopardize the latter part of McGrady's career. Suze is acutely aware that during the latter half of McGrady's career, he was plagued by persistent injuries to his back and knees. A mere push from Eric Snow could easily exacerbate the risk of back injuries. Suze was engulfed in fury, not content with overturning Eric Snow. He charged towards his opponent, his fist raised in readiness. What nonsense is this about missions? If you intend to take down McGrady, I shall first bring you down. Like a frenzied leopard, Suze's wild energy was palpable, prompting the players from both sides to swiftly intervene and restrain him. Sue, calm down. The match has only just begun. Stay composed. Stay composed. Perhaps McGrady is unharmed, the players from the Magic team continuously reassured him. Striving to quell the tempest of his wrath, Suze glared fiercely at Eric Snow, jabbing his finger at the latter's nose while unleashing a torrent of invectives. The scene was chaotic as the team physician rushed onto the court, kneeling to assess McGrady's injury. I merely aimed to defend with utmost intensity. It was not a malicious foul, Eric Snow shouted as he rose from the ground. Rookie, if you don't understand, just keep quiet. These words only fueled Suze's fury further. However, held back firmly by his teammates, Suze found no opportunity to charge at Eric Snow. You scoundrel. If you remain on the court any longer, I swear I'll snap your thigh. I'll obliterate you and send you home to your mother. Suze glared at his opponent, retorting without a hint of courtesy. Amidst the chaos, McGrady was assisted to his feet by the medical staff of the Magic. How are you feeling, my friend? Suze rushed to McGrady's side, filled with concern. McGrady shook his head. No, my back is in excruciating pain. I fear I can no longer continue in this match. A grimace of agony marked his face, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Sue, you must give it your all in this game and sweep them aside. Suze nodded emphatically. He patted McGrady on the shoulder and said, My friend, rest assured, I shall crush their heads. In Suze's eyes burned a fierce flame of indignation. He resembled an enraged lion, fixated intently on the direction of the Philadelphia 76ers bench. Following McGrady's departure due to injury, the referees penalized Eric Snow for his unnecessary foul, expelling him from the game. As he exited, Eric Snow displayed not a trace of remorse. Instead, his expression was one of unfettered ease. Farewell, rookie second-rounder. Without McGrady, your defeat is inevitable. Eric Snow even took a moment to wave at Suze. Suze let out a cold laugh. Trash. Just watch, you're out of here, and I will annihilate your teammates. In this match, I shall wreak havoc upon the 76ers. Chapter 40, The Ruthless Madness in merely a matter of seconds from the start. The 76ers' formidable defender Eric Snow committed a malicious foul against McGrady, resulting in an injury that forced him to leave the game. This incident plunged the Magic fans at the Amway Center into a profound silence. A shadow of despair loomed over the faces of the Magic supporters. The injury of their star player, McGrady, cast a cloud of uncertainty over the team's prospects in the match. Not only were the Magic fans disheartened, but even the players appeared somewhat despondent, their eyes reflecting a vacant, dazed expression. It seemed as though everyone understood the grave predicament the team would face without their primary scorer, McGrady, in this confrontation against the 76ers. Come on, guys, let us rally. At that moment, Suze stepped forward. He stood at the sidelines, calling his teammates over to gather around head coach Doc Rivers. McGrady is injured. We must lift our spirits and send the opponent packing, avenging McGrady. Suze's gaze was resolute, his eyes ablaze with fury. Suze felt an overwhelming desire to deliver a crushing blow to Eric Snow. However, on the basketball court, it ultimately comes down to the ball speaking for itself. As the outcome of the game serves as a powerful rebuke to the opponent. Nothing is more devastating than personally sending an adversary fishing on the court. Sue, it's easy for you to say, but our team currently lacks a scoring ace, making it challenging for our offense to shine. Indeed, the significance of T-Mac to our team is self-evident. Without him, our offensive capabilities will face a monumental challenge. Once our offense falters, no amount of defensive prowess can remedy the situation. The players of the Magic appeared despondent, as if they had already glimpsed the inevitable conclusion of the game. If everyone places their trust in me, I am willing to shoulder the dual responsibilities of offense and defense. Just pass the ball to me, and I shall seize victory. Suze clenched his right fist and spoke with unwavering conviction. Leave it to me. The players of the Magic exchanged glances, simultaneously turning their gaze towards head coach Doc Rivers. They all acknowledged that Suze had performed remarkably well in the previous matches. However, it was widely believed that this was primarily due to the presence of McGrady, who had drawn defensive attention. Now, without McGrady, There was a palpable skepticism regarding Su Zhe's ability to shoulder the team's offensive burden. "Su, how confident are you?" Doc Rivers sighed quietly. The absence of McGrady had transformed what once seemed to be a promising playoff journey into a perplexing enigma. This left Doc Rivers anxious, fearing he might become the first coach to be overturned after leading 3-0 in a series. 10 out of 10, Su Zhe asserted resolutely. Doc Rivers placed a firm hand on Su Zhe's shoulder. "Very well, let us see what you can do. I will entrust you with all of McGrady's possessions. I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory response." Considering Su Zhe's outstanding performance in the initial 4 playoff games and finding no other reliable options, Doc Rivers decided to place his faith in Su Zhe. After all, one might as well try a dead horse as a live one. Perhaps there would be a fortuitous outcome. As the referee blew the whistle, both teams returned to the court. Following the recent chaos, the center arena fell into a profound silence. Su Zhe approached the free throw line, executing 2 free throws awarded for a technical foul, both of which he confidently sunk into the basket. "From this moment forth, it was to be my moment of reckoning." After completing the free throws, Su Zhe loudly addressed the players of the 76ers on the court. The 76ers players regarded him with indifference, believing that his previous stellar performances were merely a result of the influence of McGrady. Now, without McGrady, they anticipated that Su Zhe would not deliver any remarkable play. As the Magic prepared for an inbound pass, Su Zhe, clad in the number 7 jersey, swiftly received the ball, initiating the first offensive play of the match. Su Zhe stands at the apex of the three-point arc, gripping the ball with both hands. He gazes at the defender before him, none other than the illustrious Allen Iverson, one of the league's premier perimeter defenders. Su Zhe's expression was devoid of emotion, resembling that of a merciless assassin. "Su, give it up. Without McGrady, victory is unattainable for you." Iverson's lips curled into a faint smile, intent on delivering a devastating blow to the heart. Su Zhe fell silent. In an instant, he stepped forward with his right foot, executing a tentative move. Then he swiftly retracted his right foot, confronting Iverson's defense, and leaped for a jump shot beyond the three-point line. This was not an optimal choice for a shot. Yu-Ja from CTV5 shook his head as he spoke. Such a shot, against the opponent's defense, swish. Before Yu-Ja could finish his sentence, Su Zhe's jump shot from beyond the arc found nothing but net. 3 points scored. Su Zhe's remarkable 3-point shot reverberated through the once quiet Waterhouse Center, eliciting wave upon wave of astonished gasps. "You are too short." Su Zhe's expression was icy as he pointed his right hand near his ankle, a gesture laced with mockery. Su Zhe unleashed a powerful retort against his adversary through both scoring and taunting. Even when facing one of his idols, the legendary Allen Iverson, Su Zhe approached the confrontation with the ferocity of a cheetah, ruthlessly dismantling his opponents. Iverson's expression darkened momentarily, but he soon regained his composure. When it was the Philadelphia 76ers' turn to inbound the ball, Su Zhe, who had initially retreated to his own half, suddenly surged back with the swiftness of a cheetah, catching the 2 76ers players off guard with his unexpected return. Su Zhe extended his long arm and intercepted the basketball mid-flight, seizing it into his possession. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Zhang Weiping from CTV5 could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "What a splendid play." Su Zhe's unexpected maneuver took everyone by surprise. With a swift steal, he charged towards the basket. 2 players from the 76ers pursued him closely. However, instead of opting for a layup or a dunk, Su Zhe deliberately chose to wait for the 76ers defenders to close in. With a brief pause, Su Zhe executed a feint, causing the Philadelphia 76ers player to be completely deceived. At that moment, Su Zhe propelled himself upwards with a powerful leap. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air. Su Zhe skillfully sent the basketball soaring through the air, securing a flawless shot into the hoop. A remarkable 2-1 conversion. Su Zhe deliberately capitalized on his opponent's anxious defensive mindset to achieve a remarkable 2-1 score. After Su Zhe scored at 2-1, he refrained from exuberant celebration. His expression was icy, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade, exuding a chilling calmness that was almost terrifying. Su Zhe's demeanor was truly commanding. It seemed as if this moment had been anticipated by him all along. Yu-Ja remarked in astonishment. Su Zhe confidently sank the free throw, bringing the score to 8-0. Following McGrady's departure, Su Zhe single-handedly accounted for the Magic's first 8 points, surpassing everyone's expectations. Chapter 41. Consecutive Scoring. A wave of cheers erupted within the Waterhouse Center arena. An 8-0 lead. This promising start served as an encouraging signal for the Magic. Meanwhile, On the 76ers bench, head coach Larry Brown wore a grim expression, feigning calmness. Instead of calling a timeout, he vociferously urged his players on the court to rally. Stay alert. Do not let your guard down. Pass the ball to A. Larry Brown's commanding voice revitalized the 76ers. After successfully executing an inbounds pass, Iverson advanced the ball toward the opposing half. However, as soon as Iverson received the ball, Souza, clad in the Magic's number 7 jersey, extended his long arms, closely guarding him. Don't even think about an easy score. Even if you attempt a shot, be prepared for a significant expenditure of energy. Souza's voice was frigid, his gaze imbued with a potent sense of combativeness. Young man, do not speak too soon. Without T-Mac in this match, I shall lead my team to annihilate you. As Iverson spoke, he endeavored to accelerate and breach Souza's defenses. Yet, Souza adhered to him like an adhesive, persistently challenging Iverson with physical confrontations. More crucially, Souza's elongated arms continuously disrupted Iverson's dribbling. 6 seconds. 7 seconds. Iverson, exerting every ounce of his strength, still failed to advance the ball past the half-court line. Amidst the relentless physical tussle, Iverson fumbled several times, narrowly escaping a steal by Souza. Meanwhile, the emblem of the Hall of Fame's death grip flickered above Souza's head. Time raced by. Just as Iverson, with all his might, approached the midline, the referee's whistle pierced the air. 8-second violation. With fierce defense, Souza directly forced Allen Iverson into a violation for failing to advance past half-court within 8 seconds. The crowd erupted in exhilaration as the fans of the Magic fervently cheered for Souza. What a remarkable play. Souza's defense was truly impressive. He fully engaged in physical confrontation, exhibiting long arms to disrupt and remarkable speed to keep pace. It was undeniably a splendid defensive display. Zhang Weiping from CTV5 exclaimed with enthusiasm. Clearly, the formidable performance of the Dragon Nation players is enough to ignite excitement in every citizen of the Dragon Nation. However, after executing such a formidable defense, Souza remained unfazed. His expression remained cold, appearing as calm as still waters. Hey, how is it? I told you. You won't have an easy time scoring in this game. Souza gazed at Iverson, who was tasked with guarding him. Iverson's lips curled downward slightly. Youngster, the game has only just begun. Do not speak too confidently. The Magic executed an inbound pass, delivering the ball directly into Souza's hands. Souza stood at the apex of the three-point line, cradling the ball under his right arm, signaling his teammates to spread out. What? Do you wish to go one-on-one? I have already discerned your strategy. Allen Iverson stared at Souza with unwavering confidence. A subtle smile graced Souza's lips. You cannot guard me. Perhaps it would be prudent to have someone else try. He added, should I overwhelm you, it would be quite the spectacle. Iverson clapped his hands towards Souza. Come, let us see. Souza replied, very well, if you relish the challenge, I shall indeed overwhelm you. With that, he swiftly launched his offensive. He initiated with a feigned jump shot, aiming to exploit the threat of his three-point shooting to outmaneuver Iverson. After all, Souza had previously succeeded in sinking a three-pointer while under Iverson's defense. However, this time, Iverson remained grounded. The answer was simply to elevate his arms, positioning his body closely against Souza, denying him any space or opportunity to shoot. Souza seized the opportunity, swiftly passing the ball to his right before rapidly penetrating towards the paint. Iverson firmly restricted Souza's right-hand side, denying him any chance to break through with his right hand, compelling Souza to utilize his left hand for the drive. Souza came to an abrupt halt, swiftly altering his direction and transferring the ball to his left hand. After a deceptive maneuver, Souza suspended the ball in his left hand and executed a dragging step with his left foot towards the side front. This moment instantly altered Iverson's defensive stance. Following this, Souza swiftly employed the dual hesitation move reminiscent of Darren Williams. He first accelerated and changed direction in front of him, transferring the basketball to his right hand. Then, as Iverson's defensive orientation shifted once more, Souza rapidly accelerated and altered his path again, transferring the ball to his left hand while simultaneously creating space between himself and Iverson. It was this slight distance that empowered Souza to hold the ball in his left hand and surge forward with all his might into the paint. Observing that Souza had successfully breached Iverson's initial defense, a nearby Philadelphia 76ers player rushed in, intent on providing assistance. At that very moment, Souza decisively opted for a sudden stop and initiated a shooting motion. As Souza initiated a shooting motion, the corner of his eye remained vigilant, observing the approaching help defender. Just as he seemed poised to take a sudden mid-range shot, the 76ers player responsible for the help defense leapt into action, intending to disrupt Sousa's release from the side. What he did not anticipate, however, was that this was merely a feint. Sousa did not directly attempt a shot. Instead, he deftly maneuvered to leave the opposing defender in his wake. Sousa, with his keen and composed judgment, assessed the dynamics of the court. In the absence of McGrady, he understood the necessity of employing fierce defense and powerful scoring to swiftly dismantle the opponent. Thus, Sousa deliberately awaited the defensive players of the opposing team, intent on creating a 2-1 opportunity. Only by successfully executing such a play could he psychologically shatter his adversaries. The more of these shots he made, the more he could erode the opponent's confidence. Having made the leap, he would show no mercy. Sousa silently roared within himself. At the very moment the opposing defender leaped to block, Sousa charged toward the defender with unwavering determination. Sousa deliberately initiated physical contact, an action that took everyone by surprise. Suddenly, the whistle of the referee pierced the air as the defending player infringed upon Sousa's offensive cylinder. Nevertheless, Sousa did not relinquish his attempt to shoot. His intention was not merely to draw a foul, but to successfully score. With a resounding thud, the physical clash occurred, and Sousa's somewhat slender frame lost all semblance of balance in midair. Oh my, he still chose to take the shot. I had believed that Sousa aimed solely to provoke a foul from his opponent, yet he proceeded to shoot. The commentator on-site erupted with excitement. Everyone presumed that Sousa's objective was merely to create an opportunity for a free throw. In a state of complete imbalance, unable to execute a conventional shooting motion, Sousa nonetheless released the basketball with an exceedingly awkward posture. Chapter 42. Before the sweat even dried, you call a timeout. The ball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc as it sped toward the hoop. Swish! A mid-range jumper successfully sank. He secured a 2-1 opportunity. On the crown of Sousa's head, the emblem of the silver medal mid-distance master gleamed. A wave of exuberant cheers surged through the Waterhouse Arena, the home ground of the Magic team. Magnificent! That shot was simply extraordinary. With an impressive display of physical prowess, he executed a 2-1 play, showcasing Sou's remarkable skills. Oh! The fervent roars of the fans resonated within the Waterhouse Center, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. After securing the 2-1, Sousa unabashedly expressed his emotions, raising his arms in triumph and calling out, "Come on! Bring it on! Keep defending against me! I will outplay all of you! You cannot stop me!" Sousa bellowed loudly at the players of the 76ers on the court. The players appeared somewhat exasperated. Little did they anticipate that Sousa would successfully execute such a challenging 2-1 play. Do not get too carried away. It was merely a stroke of luck. Allen Iverson mercilessly rebuked Sousa. Sousa merely curled his lips and shook his head vigorously. "You cannot guard against me. It is utterly impossible." As Sousa spoke, he simultaneously shook his finger towards Iverson. McGrady's injury and subsequent exit had utterly infuriated Sousa. In his wrath, Sousa was determined to deliver a resounding victory in honor of Team Mac. Amidst the fervent cheers of the fans in attendance, Sousa confidently sank his free throws. 11-0. Sousa's formidable performance propelled the Magic to an astonishing 11-0 run within just over a minute of the game's commencement. The head coach of the 76ers, Larry Brown, resignedly called for the first timeout of the match. The opponent's powerful 11-0 start, particularly on the Magic's home court, prompted Brown to express concern that without this pause, it would be exceedingly challenging to regain momentum. The sound of the timeout whistle echoed through the arena. Sousa shouted loudly towards the 76ers bench, "I haven't even broken a sweat, and I've already put you on pause." This statement instantly enraged the players of the 76ers, yet they found themselves unable to retaliate. With the sheer strength of an individual, Sousa unleashed an astonishing 11-0 scoring run, leaving all players of the 76ers in a state of embarrassment. "Sue, you have performed admirably. It is truly remarkable to score 11 consecutive points single-handedly. This display is nearing the greatness of McGrady. Sue, you have indeed earned our trust. We shall exert every effort to ensure your victory in this game." Sousa's commanding performance in the opening minute swiftly garnered the trust of his teammates. Sousa's intent transcends merely delivering a resounding victory for McGrady. He seeks to seize this opportunity to garner greater trust from his teammates. It is through mutual trust among teammates that Sousa's standing within the team can steadily ascend. This achievement is the culmination of collective effort. Without the support of others, I alone would find it impossible to conquer our adversaries. In the face of praise from his peers, Suze remains humble, responding with modesty. However, against opponents, he exudes an audacious spirit, relentlessly toying with their mindset. When it comes to his comrades in arms, Suze's demeanor is one of humility. As he strives to unite his teammates in every conceivable way, Doc Rivers casts a commendatory glance at Suze. As the saying goes, the NBA is never short of exceptionally talented players. Yet, there are those who, upon achieving certain milestones, become arrogant and turn into a burden for their teams. Clearly, Suze does not belong to this category. His humility and lack of self-aggrandizement have swiftly endeared him to his fellow players. Sue, you will likely encounter a more intense level of defense moving forward. If faced with double teams, you must trust your teammates and distribute the ball. Be swift in your passing. Do you understand? Doc Rivers addressed Suze with a knowing look. Suze nodded in understanding. Doc Rivers expressed his satisfaction with a nod, then addressed the other players entering the game. Stay focused, be aggressive in your pursuit, and create offensive opportunities for Sue. On the defensive end, we will initially employ a switch strategy followed by double-teaming the ball handler, forcing Iverson to pass the ball. Beyond Iverson, the opposition lacks any significant scoring threats. During the previous team meeting, it was decided to experiment with the double-teaming strategy following a switch. If the results proved unfavorable, Rivers would swiftly make adjustments. As the timeout concluded, the 76ers initiated their offense. Iverson's gaze was resolute. Despite trailing by 11 points, he exhibited no signs of panic. The match had only just begun, and the deficit would soon be closed. Upon crossing half-court, Iverson immediately called for a pick and roll. The 76ers center moved to set a screen for Iverson. However, at the moment the screen was established, the Magic's center switched onto Iverson. What is this defensive strategy? This type of defense was unprecedented to witness. I recall other teams utilizing it, albeit very rarely. Ujia and Zhang Weiping from CTV5 expressed their confusion. Not only them, but even the TNT commentators voiced their skepticism. Was this a spontaneous decision to switch defenders, or had it been meticulously planned? Wouldn't this defensive approach allow Suze to match up against the interior defender? The center could easily leverage his weight to back down Suze. Amidst the chorus of doubts, Suze, upon the switch, promptly abandoned his assigned defender and opted to double-team Iverson alongside his teammate. Faced with the unexpected shift in defensive strategy, Iverson momentarily faltered. Instinctively, he attempted to drive and create a shooting opportunity. However, he was met with a blockade. Both the Magic center and Suze were towering figures. They extended their long arms, directly disrupting Iverson's passing lane. Iverson sought to deliver a flashy pass to his center, yet found it impossible to release the ball. Angling his body, he executed a bounce pass. However, the Magic players had already anticipated this move, lying in wait along Iverson's passing route. Following Iverson's pass, they easily intercepted the ball. "Sue, fast break," shouted the Magic player after completing the steal. Suze, resembling a swift cheetah, dashed rapidly towards the opponent's half of the field. Suze propelled himself forward with his long legs, resembling a swift leopard, dashing rapidly towards the front line. Simultaneously, the ball from his teammate was swiftly passed to him. An opportunity arose in the attacking zone, a 1-on-0 situation. Suze has seized a splendid opportunity to attack the basket. Upon receiving the ball, Suze swiftly charged towards the hoop. Suze clasped his hands and leaped directly from the free throw line. His extraordinary ability to suspend in midair made him resemble a celestial voyager, as if he had entirely defied the force of gravity. Chapter 43, Receiving a Technical Foul. Suze soared high at the free throw line, akin to an astronaut navigating through the cosmos. With an exquisite and consummate windmill dunk, he emphatically thrust the basketball into the hoop. The resounding thud echoed, causing the backboard to vibrate from the force of his slam. What a powerful and magnificent dunk it was. Simply breathtaking. Observe the height of Suze's leap and the duration of his hang time. He could easily rival the elite dunkers in NBA history. Zhang Weiping from CTV5 exclaimed with fervor. Ujia, equally astonished, stood speechless at the spectacle unfolding before him. The fans in attendance erupted with excitement, their cheers for Suze's flawless windmill dunk resonating loudly. The waves of applause surged, stirring the passions of all who listened. On the court, after executing such a thunderous dunk, Suze landed and immediately commenced his celebration. He placed his right hand over his heart and tucked his left hand behind his back, bowing in homage to the audience on the sidelines. Damn it, he has outshone everyone again. Allen Iverson could not help but feel a surge of frustration upon witnessing the display. After all, this was the stage of the playoffs. Suze regarded this place as what? A performance stage for the dunk contest? That scoundrel. In an instant, Iverson was ablaze with fury. After celebrating, Suze swiftly dashed past Iverson. It's 13-0. How come you still haven't scored? Suze inquired as he ran by, nearly driving Iverson to the brink of fury. Was it that he did not wish to score? Or perhaps he simply had not been afforded the opportunity. Striving to maintain his composure, Iverson, upon receiving the ball from his teammate, intended to rapidly advance into the half-court. However, at that moment, the previously distanced Suze once again surged forward, closely adhering to Iverson and persistently instigating physical contact. Hey, come on, surely you're not going to struggle to cross half-court again? As Suze engaged in physical confrontation with Iverson, he incessantly unsettled Iverson's mental state. Even someone as psychologically resilient as Iverson found himself perturbed by Suze's antics. Get out of my way, Iverson exclaimed, feeling a surge of anger, intent on retaliating with force. He swung his left arm vigorously, driving his left elbow forcefully into Suze's chest. Now was the moment. With his experience, Suze fell to the ground with a calculated ease. The referee's whistle immediately pierced the air. Even in an era that encourages physical confrontation, Iverson's recent arm swing was rather excessive. Suze reclined gracefully, effortlessly drawing an offensive foul from Iverson. Oh, what a flawless performance. I am utterly enamored with Sue. He has managed to elicit an offensive foul from the opposing team's star player. My word, this initial phase of the match has been nothing short of Sue's personal showcase. An 8-second violation followed by an offensive foul. Sue has consecutively forced 2 blunders from A. The crowd erupted in cheers, along with the Magic's bench. Iverson, in a fit of frustration, vociferously exclaimed to the referee, "Ref, he flopped." It was a dive. Iverson was incensed, trailing behind the referee with relentless complaints. The series of errors and the lack of offensive flow even had a player as formidable as Iverson feeling anxious. The score stood at 13-0, and this was merely 2 minutes into the game. If this continues, how will the match unfold? CTV5's Ujia chuckled, remarking, Iverson is in a tizzy, relentlessly pursuing the referee with his grievances. Even his teammates cannot rein him in. I wonder if the referee will issue a technical foul. Zhang Weiping shook his head. From the referee's demeanor, it seems unlikely he will issue a T. After all, Iverson is a superstar in the league. He surely deserves some consideration. Just as they continued their commentary, Suze was once again stirring the pot on the court. Suze, much like Iverson, trailed closely behind the referee, incessantly gesturing for a technical foul. This moment ignited a wave of exhilaration among the spectators, who joined in a chorus demanding the referee penalize Iverson. Can you hear the crowd's outcry? You better silence yourself immediately, or I shall indeed issue you a technical foul, the referee proclaimed earnestly to Iverson. Meanwhile, the players of the 76ers desperately attempted to restrain Iverson, signaling him to remain composed. Yet, at that moment, Suze relentlessly pursued the referee, signaling for a technical foul against Iverson. In a surprising turn, the referee turned his head and promptly called a technical foul on Suze. This unexpected maneuver left everyone in a state of bewilderment. What? How did Suze receive a technical foul? Zhang Weiping remarked, bewildered. I truly do not understand. This sequence was unclear, Ujia responded, shaking his head in confusion. Let's listen to the crowd's reaction. Standing at the sidelines with his hands on his hips, Suze wore a resigned smile after being assessed a technical foul. The referee, addressing the microphone at the scorer's table, loudly clarified. Player number 7 from the Magic has persistently interfered with the officiating through gestures. Thus, a technical foul has been assessed. Upon hearing this explanation, the players of the Magic team at the Waterhouse Center erupted in boos, with some fans even chanting accusations of biased officiating. Suze also chuckled helplessly. However, there was little he could do, as he was merely a rookie in the NBA at present. If he were to reach the caliber of Kobe, McGrady, or Iverson, even a mere gesture towards the referee would be met with leniency. A few choice words directed at the officials would likely be overlooked. Following the technical foul free throw executed by A of the 76ers, it was the Magic's turn to initiate a new offensive round. Suze received a sideline pass from his teammate, positioning himself at a 45 angle to the left of the three-point line. The head coach of the 76ers, Larry Brown, altered the defensive strategy. He assigned the undersized Allen Iverson to guard other players and brought in another defensive stalwart, the 196-meter-tall Aaron McGee, to contend with Suze. A defensive switch, is it? Suze held the ball, a grin adorning his face, exuding an air of ease. Yet, in his eyes, A fierce flame of determination burned brightly. Enough of the chatter. I shall not allow you to score. Aaron McGee, serving as the sixth man for the 76ers, had once been honored with the title of Best Sixth Man. In addition to his consistent scoring prowess, he also possessed commendable individual defensive skills. Larry Brown summoned Aaron McGee to the court, intending to restrain and tire out Souza. Oh, is that so? Souza did not underestimate his opponent. He was well aware of Aaron McGee's strength. With a height considerably greater than that of Iverson, he could indeed disrupt Souza's direct jump shots from the perimeter. Moreover, his speed was commendable, allowing him to keep pace with Souza. Amidst the cheers of the longtime fans in the arena, Souza commenced dribbling, launching yet another offensive assault. Chapter 44. Changing strategies in the face of Aaron McGee's defense. Souza's offensive efforts remained wholly unaffected. Souza dribbled the ball with his right hand, advancing towards the interior with the intent to penetrate. Just as Souza initiated his first step, Aaron McGee swiftly shifted laterally, obstructing Souza's path to the basket. To think you can breach my defense is nothing short of a fanciful dream, Aaron McGee exclaimed loudly to Souza. Souza's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a confident smile. Remember your words. Soon, you shall find yourself regretting them. As his voice faded, Souza executed a reverse dribble beneath his legs while simultaneously taking a half step back, creating distance between himself and JaVale McGee, thus securing a measure of shooting space. The emblem of the bronze ball control master illuminated atop Souza's head. The presence of this badge enabled Souza to execute dribbling maneuvers with enhanced efficiency and swiftness. Compared to his previous feints, his movements now flowed with remarkable fluidity. Observing the space he had created, Souza promptly executed a deceptive gesture reminiscent of a prayer. Aware of Souza's proficiency in three-point shooting, Aaron McGee swiftly propelled himself forward, closing in on Souza with great urgency. Souza effortlessly manipulated the defensive focus of Aaron McGee, exerting minimal effort. This prowess is grounded in Souza's formidable three-point shooting ability. Having witnessed Souza's sharpshooting firsthand, opponents are perpetually threatened whenever he prepares to shoot from beyond the arc. As Aaron McGee lunged forward with determination, Souza promptly abandoned his shooting motion, deftly dribbling with his right hand and driving towards the interior. It is this rhythmic variation that granted Souza ample space to penetrate the defense. Souza accelerated with unwavering determination, effortlessly breaching the first line of defense set by Aaron McGee. Yet, even so, Aaron McGee relentlessly pursued Souza from behind. Do not be fooled into thinking this was enough. The Philadelphia 76ers center, Derek Coleman, abandoned his assigned opponent and swiftly moved to provide assistance. Just when everyone anticipated that Souza would decelerate, he showed no intention of doing so. Souza swiftly executed a double crossover move. And the moment the signature move of Darren Williams illuminated above his head, he sent the Philadelphia 76ers center tumbling to the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers within the Waterhouse Center arena. The emblem of the silver metal anklet Terminator once again illuminated the crown of Souza's head. I have claimed your ankle. As Souza charged fiercely towards the hoop, he did not forget to turn his head and bellow at Derek Coleman. Coleman, rendered helpless, could only watch in despair as Souza launched his assault on the basket. No obstacles remained before Souza. He straightened his body and with all his might executed a powerful axe-style dunk. Thud. With a resounding impact, Souza firmly drove the basketball into the hoop. 15-2. Souza has once again altered the score on the field. A dazzling display of dribbling has reignited the fervor within the Waterhouse Central Gymnasium. The fans have risen to their feet, vociferously cheering for Souza. Auntie, Souza has scored again. How splendid! Lin Yu exclaimed, excitedly tugging at Sue's mother's arm. Bouncing with joy, Sue's mother wore an expression of excitement and gratification. After enduring for so long, Souza has finally begun to shine on the grand stage of the NBA. Sue embraced herself with both arms, a subtle smile gracing her lips, and a fleeting expression of pride illuminated her enchanting face. Indeed, she felt a profound sense of pride for Souza amidst the fervent cheers of the fans. The players of the 76ers appeared utterly disoriented. Even the legendary Allen Iverson, confronted with the Magic's innovative defensive switches and double-teaming strategies, struggled to find an effective countermeasure. Nearly halfway through the game, the 76ers found themselves trailing the Magic by a staggering 18 points. As the halftime whistle blew and Iverson returned to the locker room, he could no longer contain his frustration. What on earth is wrong with you all? Can't you see I'm being double-teamed? Why can't anyone step up and score? Is it truly so difficult to put that damned basketball through the hoop? Iverson shouted in exasperation at his teammates. He felt utterly exhausted. Although he was not primarily tasked with guarding Suze, the latter resembled a bloodthirsty lion on the court, his prowess rendering any defensive efforts futile. The 76ers had experimented with various defensive strategies, such as assigning JaVale McGee to guard Suze or utilizing Derek Coleman for the same purpose. Yet, they perpetually failed to contain Suze's relentless offense. No one was faster than Suze, and no one as tall matched his speed. Facing various defenders, Suze effortlessly employed different offensive strategies. It is no exaggeration to assert that, during the first half, Suze single-handedly dismantled the Philadelphia 76ers' defensive lineup. In contrast, Iverson found himself constrained by the opponent's defensive tactics. Throughout the first half, Iverson attempted only 10 shots, managing to score a mere 2 baskets. It was not merely the sudden alteration in the opponent's defensive approach that caught Iverson off guard. More infuriatingly, Suze, akin to an unrelenting cheetah, shadowed Iverson throughout the game. There were moments when Iverson struggled to even advance the ball past half-court. This tremendous physical exertion left Iverson feeling profoundly fatigued. The players of the 76ers hung their heads, displaying a dejected demeanor. Observing their leader Iverson's outburst of frustration, head coach Larry Brown stepped forward. "All right, do not lose your temper. We still have half a quarter left. We must alter our defensive and offensive strategies in the second half." The seasoned coach Larry Brown, having navigated the basketball realm for many years, although unable to devise a countermeasure against the opponent's switches and double teams in the first half, had gleaned some insights after 2 quarters of exploration. "Coach, do you have any strategies that could assist the team in overcoming this predicament?" Iverson hurriedly inquired of his mentor. On the court, apart from his teammates, the only one capable of aiding him was the venerable Larry Brown, who had once guided the team to the finals. Once the opponent switches, you must immediately pass the ball out. At the same time, the player receiving the ball should not rush to attack but rather return it to A's hands. Furthermore, the player setting the screen must be the opposing center. The center's slower movement will render them incapable of containing A. The solution that Larry Brown could devise to bolster the offense would indeed test Iverson's aggressive capabilities, which were precisely what he relied upon and excelled at. Moreover, defensively, since we are unable to contain Suze with individual defense, we shall adopt a zone defense strategy, employing a carding-style defense to continuously exhaust Suze. Larry Brown adjusted his glasses. "I admit that Suze's performance has been truly remarkable and has exceeded my expectations. However, we can utilize this carding-style defense to make Suze pay the price in stamina. I refuse to believe that he is made of iron. After a full half without rest, he can continue to battle in the second half." Chapter 45. Is he really not tired? As the second half commenced, the players of the 76ers immediately executed the tactics devised during halftime. In the first defensive possession on the court, they fell into a 2-3 zone defense formation. The 76ers exhibited a conspicuous transformation in the second half, replacing their previous man-to-man defense with the 2-3 zone defense. It remains uncertain whether such a defense will bring about any changes. The commentator Yu Jiao from CTV5 remarked on the situation unfolding on the court. "I sense that the 2-3 zone defense may pose a certain challenge for the Magic team. Just observe Suze's performance in the first half. Most of his plays were aggressive attacks against man-to-man defense. The effectiveness of breaking through the zone defense is still unknown, and throughout the first half, Suze did not take a moment's rest, which significantly drained his stamina, as noted by Zhang Weiping. On the court, Suze, initiating the first defensive play, calmly assessed the opponent's defensive strategy. It was evident that the adversary had altered their defensive tactics, clearly intending for him to encounter a card-like defensive approach during his attempts to penetrate. Suze did not hesitate, facing the defensive sentinel, Aaron McGrady. He immediately adopted a posture of breakthrough. Indeed, under the opponent's 2-3 zone defense, Suze's advance was swiftly met with a double team. The prospect of a simple offensive maneuver was utterly unattainable. Aaron McGrady incessantly whispered in Suze's ear, "You should know, we will seize victory and achieve 4 consecutive wins." Suze paid no heed to the interference of Aaron McGrady, directly passing the ball to the open Orlando Magic player, Gordon Girasek. Girasek hesitated momentarily, lacking sufficient confidence in his three-point shot. Meanwhile, Suze, having made the pass, surged forward with the agility of a cheetah, hastening towards him. "Pass the ball to me." Suze dashed to Girisek's side, outstretching his arms to request the ball from his teammate. Without a moment's hesitation, Girisek executed a seamless handoff, delivering the ball to Suze. Meanwhile, The two Philadelphia 76ers players who had just double-teamed Souza were drawn in by his movement, trailing him all the way to the three-point line. As Souza seized the opportunity, utilizing Jalisi as a shield, he caught the ball with both hands and, from a position merely half a step beyond the three-point line, launched a direct three-point shot. Alas, this was far from a prudent choice. Souza's decision appeared somewhat reckless. On the commentary platform, Zhang Weiping shook his head repeatedly upon witnessing the shot. The spectators in attendance also gasped in astonishment. It was evident that no one anticipated Souza would opt for an immediate three-point attempt. Souza's elongated figure soared into the air, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, as he launched the basketball with precision. Before Souza, there was no defensive interference. Suddenly, the emblem of a Hall of Fame three-point sharpshooter illuminated above his head. The basketball traced a flawless parabolic arc before swishing through the net. A three-pointer succeeded. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers as Souza's remarkable shot epitomized his personal heroism. Following the successful three-pointer, Souza assumed the pose of drawing a bow and knocking an arrow, his gaze directed squarely at the 76ers bench. My apologies, but that's just how precise I am. As Souza struck a pose akin to drawing a bow and knocking an arrow, he let out a thunderous roar. The head coach of the 76ers, Larry Brown, shook his head in disbelief. Yet, he never anticipated that such gestures would not hinder Souza's relentless offensive prowess. The arrogant demeanor of Souza has incited considerable ire among the players of the 76ers. Yet, despite his audacity, they find themselves unable to best him, which only serves to intensify their frustration. Damn it, this fellow is insufferably arrogant. This shot must have been a stroke of luck. No matter how proficient his three-point shooting may be, it is inconceivable that he could be so precise. The players of the 76ers grumbled under their breath. Their teeth clenched in anger as they glared at Souza. Souza's formidable performance has evidently shattered their aspirations of overturning the series in the wake of McGrady's injury. Don't just stand there. Attack. Initiate the offense. Iverson loudly urged his teammates. This time, in an effort to evade being closely guarded by Souza from the outset, Iverson refrained from receiving the ball in the backcourt. Instead, he sprinted to the front court, continuously utilizing screens to shake off Souza's defensive grip. However, when Iverson was without the ball, the Magic employed a one-on-4 defensive strategy, relying on Souza's intense individual defense to make it exceedingly challenging for Iverson to receive the pass. After a strenuous effort, Iverson finally managed to catch the ball, but the shot clock had dwindled down to 10 seconds. You can certainly run, Iverson remarked, glancing at Souza as he called for a screen from the center. While I may not outrun others, I have no trouble pursuing you. Souza shrugged his shoulders, exuding an air of nonchalance. His words provoked a deep fury within Iverson, who was renowned for his remarkable speed in the league. Souza's words were clearly a manifestation of disdain for his capabilities. However, his intention behind such actions was to provoke Iverson's mindset, inciting him to become overly emotional and make unwise decisions. At that moment, the center of the 76ers stepped forward to set a screen for Iverson. The instant the screen was established, the double team continued to encircle Iverson. He promptly passed the ball and then swiftly maneuvered to the opposite side to evade the defenders. Souza keenly observed this and immediately made a judgment. Shouting to his teammates, "Return and mark the opposing center forward, leave A to me." Souza's commanding performance this evening has culminated in an impressive tally of 38 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists. Such statistics undeniably establish him as the cornerstone of the team. It is precisely due to these exceptional figures that a bond of trust has been forged between Souza and his teammates, who are not only willing to place their faith in him, but are also eager to heed his directives. Ultimately, the NBA is a league for the formidable. As long as one possesses undeniable prowess, no one will cast doubt upon you. The center for the Magic swiftly repositioned, while Souza continued to shadow player A, catching the 76ers off guard. The original strategy faltered, compelling the 76ers center to attempt a force shot that ultimately missed the mark. Under Souza's leadership, the Magic established a significant advantage on both offensive and defensive fronts. Even when confronted with the opposing team's zone defense, Souza adeptly countered with three-point shots and mid-range jumpers, showcasing his skill. As the game progressed, Souza once again played through the entirety of the third quarter, leaving 76ers head coach Larry Brown astonished. Good heavens, he truly shows no signs of fatigue. While marveling at Souza's stamina, Larry Brown was equally astounded to discover that Souza's statistics had soared to 50 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. Throughout the entire third quarter, Suze accounted for 12 of the 21 points scored by the Magic. Suze captivated the fans at the Waterhouse Center with his formidable performance on the court. "You cannot defeat me. This victory belongs to Orlando. It belongs to T-Mac." After Suze's buzzer beater in the third quarter, he shouted towards the 76ers. Chapter 46, The Arrogant Youngster. In the fourth game of the Eastern Conference semifinals, propelled by Suze's formidable performance, the Magic held a commanding lead of 21 points with a score of 89-68 after 3 quarters. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the 76ers demonstrated a complete lack of fighting spirit, entering garbage time with 8 minutes still remaining in the match. John Waping remarked, "Suze is simply dazzling tonight. He is not only the hope of the Magic, but also a beacon of hope for basketball in Longwa." John Waping's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. Longwa has produced a #1 draft pick in Yoming, and now Suze has emerged as a formidable talent. This is indeed splendid news for the national team of Longwa. Undoubtedly, tonight in Orlando belongs to Suze. Moreover, I am convinced that the future also belongs to him. Yu-Jia echoed with enthusiasm. Soon, the game concluded, and players from both teams embraced each other at center court in a gesture of mutual respect. Suze proactively approached A, extending his hand with a cheerful smile. A graciously accepted Suze's handshake, and the two embraced in mutual acknowledgement. "Brother, your performance was indeed remarkable. You successfully thwarted me." Following the conclusion of the match, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. Iverson, with heartfelt admiration, remarked, "I once believed that no one in the league could truly restrain me, but you have done so. Congratulations on reaching the Eastern Conference Finals, young man." After 4 games, Iverson increasingly appreciated Suze's spirit on the court, admiring his indomitable resolve and reflecting on his progress and growth. "Haha, my friend. Did you know that it is my fortune to compete against you? I have learned so much from you. Resilience and an unwavering goal of victory." Suze gazed earnestly at Iverson and said, "My friend, you are truly my idol. Please do not take offense at the occasional banter on the court." Suze holds great respect for Iverson and admires him immensely. However, on the court, in pursuit of victory, one must exert every effort, setting aside any notions of unsportsmanlike conduct. Even banter is merely a facet of the game. Iverson erupted into laughter. "Honestly, Sue, you are a star of tomorrow. How about I give you an autograph, and we swap jerseys?" Iverson suggested. "Absolutely. I couldn't ask for anything more." Suze swiftly removed his jersey, revealing a robust upper body. Iverson also took off his jersey and specifically asked a staff member for a pin, inscribing a message of encouragement on Suze's shirt. "Keep going, create your own brilliance." With a flourish, Iverson handed the jersey back to Suze. "Little brother, I'll be watching you on television. If your performance isn't dazzling enough, I might just fly to Orlando to give you a kick," Iverson remarked, half in jest. Suze also broke into a smile. The moment when the two exchanged jerseys was captured and documented by the media. After the conclusion of the match, Suze did not immediately attend the press conference. Instead, he rushed to the medical room to check on McGrady's condition. "How is it? Is T-Mac's injury serious?" With a face etched with concern, Suze inquired. Although he possessed a system, it was of no assistance to McGrady, which left Suze quite frustrated. Dr. Acklian, the team physician, shook his head, his expression tinged with gravity. According to the results of the MRI, T-Mac's injury was not promising. He required a considerable period for recovery. Even if he wished to participate, he would need to wait until at least the 6th game of the finals, assuming the team could reach the finals and engage in 6 games with their opponents. Hearing this, a sense of unease settled in Suze's heart. "Where is T-Mac now?" he asked. Dr. Acklian shrugged. "He has gone to a hospital in Orlando, where he will undergo treatment." Suze nodded and, after expressing his gratitude to Dr. Akerlin, proceeded to the press conference. At the venue, head coach Doc Rivers awaited his arrival. Due to McGrady's injury, the Magic had dispatched Rivers and Suze to attend the event. Noticing his protege approaching the entrance, Rivers promptly stood to greet him. Never in his wildest dreams did Rivers anticipate bestowing such honor upon a second-round draft pick who had signed a minimum salary contract. Come, Sue. I've been waiting for you for ages. Where have you been?" Rivers inquired with a cheerful smile. Suze replied, "I inquired about T-Mac's condition." "Oh, and I must remind you, please refrain from disclosing T-Mac's injury to the media for the time being. The team will relay the information at an appropriate moment." Suze nodded in acknowledgement. As the two entered the venue of the press conference and took their seats, the cameras of the media immediately focused on Suze. "Sue, I can hardly contain my eagerness to interview you. May I begin now?" A blonde-haired, blue-eyed female journalist interjected eagerly. Suze nodded. Of course. Tonight. You delivered an astonishing performance, achieving 56 points, 7 rebounds, and 8 assists. It is simply astounding. How did you manage to excel so remarkably after McGrady's injury? Suze replied without a moment's hesitation. I am always prepared to face every second on the court. Especially after the opponent injured T-Mac. They have provoked my wrath. Suze did not conceal his outrage towards the malicious fouls committed by the 76ers players. Furthermore, I must add that, despite my humble standing, I firmly believe the league should impose a suspension on Eric Snow. His perilous actions could lead to further injuries among players. The journalists nodded in agreement, fully aware that McGrady's injury cast a pall over the Magic's prospects in the playoffs. Sue, your next opponent is the New Jersey Nets, one of the strongest teams in the Eastern Conference. Do you feel any pressure facing such an adversary? Another journalist inquired. Suze shrugged his shoulders and shook his head with a sense of ease. Of course not. I believe the New Jersey Nets are far from being a stumbling block on our path to the championship. Suze's response left the attending journalists in utter astonishment. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. It is important to recognize that the current New Jersey Nets are a formidable Eastern powerhouse, boasting a triumvirate of stars, Jason Kidd, Kenyon Martin, and Richard Jefferson. This trio is among the most coveted championship contenders in the league. The fact that they are dismissed by Suze is a testament to the audacity of this young man from the Dragon Nation. There is no need for your surprise. Suze retracted his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. The opponent standing before me shall ultimately be vanquished. Chapter 47. Hospital Visit Furious. This young man is utterly audacious. The players of the New Jersey Nets, who were watching the post-game interview following the Magic's Game 4 against the 76ers, collectively erupted in indignation, especially the hot-headed Kenyon Martin, who clenched his fists and slammed them forcefully onto the table. Damn, is he mocking us? We are a formidable contender, boasting the second-best record in the Eastern Conference. Where was he during that time? Probably still manning the water cooler, I wager. Kenyon Martin glowered at the screen, wishing he could storm in and deliver a thorough thrashing to Suze. Kenyon, do not lose your temper. The most effective form of retaliation is to obliterate them on the court. Jason Kidd, the team's unequivocal leader, coldly interjected. Kidd's expression was equally strained, his eyes flickering with fury. It was evident that being belittled by a second-round rookie who had only recently tasted a modicum of success was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. Jason, I must crush him. He needs a severe lesson, Kenyon Martin declared, his right fist clenched and waving emphatically. Richard Jefferson, one of the trio of star players, urged his teammate to maintain composure. Buddy, we are already leading 3-0. Let us focus on finishing off our current opponent before we turn our attention to the Magic. In the Eastern Conference semifinals, the New Jersey Nets similarly held a commanding 3-0 lead over the Boston Celtics. This series was devoid of suspense, with nearly all industry analysts predicting the Nets would clinch victory in 4 games. Indeed. Let us rally. Everyone, it's time to train, Jason Kidd proclaimed, shutting off the television and rising to applaud vigorously. Go, 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 he shouted, rallying his teammates. They aimed to secure the next game and then teach a fitting lesson to the overconfident youth in the Eastern Finals. After concluding the post-game interview, Suze first reunited with his parents. He instructed Su-Ing to escort his father and mother back to the hotel while he hurried to Orlando Hospital to visit McGrady. Lin Yu insisted on accompanying Suze, and despite his efforts to shake her off, she remained steadfastly at his side. Suze, feeling helpless, had no choice but to accompany Lin Yu to the hospital. Suze remained unaware that his post-match interview had incited discontent among the entire New Jersey Nets team. While en route to the hospital, he accessed the system. Having exerted himself tirelessly on the court, he felt it was time to reap the rewards that were rightfully his. Otherwise, this unreliable system would undoubtedly concoct another excuse to delay the disbursement of his rewards. This scenario evoked memories of a nefarious boss notorious for withholding wages. How arduous it was for him to labor tirelessly on the court, striving to earn a few badge points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your flawless performance in this match. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully sweeping the 76ers and earning 20 badge points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for effectively limiting player A's score to 20 points while achieving a personal score of 35, thus receiving a hidden reward of 50 badge points. Upon seeing the rewards, Suze was momentarily taken aback. There are surprisingly no animal packs this time? Are you expecting me to engage in a single action for eternity? When it comes to surpassing others, one must provide me with a touch of fresh inspiration. Suze rolled his eyes, clearly displeased with the dogged system. Ding. The system chimed in, apologizing for the oversight, urging the host not to take offense. How infuriating. Suze felt a surge of impulse to strike someone. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a hidden reward. The Durant double dribble move set. Upon beholding this skill package, Suze's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. Given his current height, weight, and wingspan, he could be likened to a future version of Kevin Durant. Thus, possessing a skill set akin to Durant's dual direction maneuvers would be most fitting. Although the speed of Durant's dual direction skill package may not rival that of Deron Williams, the ample range of Durant's movements, combined with his formidable shooting prowess, poses a significant threat to opponents. Suze joyfully accepted 70 badge points along with an exceptionally compatible action pack. Suze did not hastily allocate the 70 badge points. Instead, he first turned off the system. Say, what were you foolishly smiling about just now? Lin Yu tilted her head, her large eyes sparkling as they fixed curiously upon Suze, her expression a canvas of questions. Suze gazed at his seemingly curious girlfriend, who resembled an inquisitive child, and couldn't help but chuckle. Do not inquire. The answer is simply unknown. Suze teased. Say, you are quite mischievous. Do tell me, what is so amusing? Lin Yu wrapped her arms around Suze's, shaking it gently with fervor. Suze smiled and said, I am simply delighted at the thought of the team advancing smoothly. Lin Yu regarded Suze with a skeptical gaze, yet she could discern no flaws in his demeanor. Before long, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of Orlando Hospital. Suze had paid the parking fee and, accompanied by Lin Yu, entered the hospital. After a brief inquiry, they quickly ascertained the location of McGrady's ward. The two soon arrived outside the room, where they found McGrady's agent, Lauren, standing guard. Upon seeing Suze, Lauren greeted him courteously. Just moments ago, T-Mac had mentioned you. Suze smiled faintly. How is T-Mac's condition now? He inquired with a hint of concern. The situation has stabilized, came the reply. The doctors have decided to adopt a conservative approach for rehabilitation for the time being. Surgery will be considered if necessary. Lauren, displaying a sense of helplessness, spread her hands and cast a worried glance toward the hospital room. Suze gestured towards the direction of the hospital room. May I enter? Of course, but please do not stay too long as it may disturb T-Mac's rest. Suze nodded and then entered the hospital room. Hey, let me see who has arrived. Our hero of the match, exclaimed McGrady with excitement. Oh wow, brother. Your performance was simply remarkable. Upon meeting, McGrady effusively praised Suze, to the point where he overexerted himself, aggravating his back injury. His expression a peculiar blend of laughter and pain. I must say, my friend, given your injury, it would be wise to temper your enthusiasm. The good news is that we triumphed in this match. The bad news is that we are likely to face the New Jersey Nets in the next round. A team as formidable as the Detroit Pistons. Besides coming to visit you, I also wanted to inquire if you have any effective strategies against them. Although Suze had some ideas, they were primarily based on the accumulated experiences of his past life. He was eager to hear McGrady's suggestions, hoping to discover more effective strategies against their opponents. Chapter 48. Has the payment been made? Regarding this question, McGrady had already contemplated it seriously before the conclusion of the G4 final match. Listen, my friend, I have thought it through carefully. We should force Jason Kidd into isolation plays. McGrady's thoughts resonated perfectly with Suze's. Suze's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly grasped McGrady's arm, unable to suppress a vigorous shake. Goodness, you must be an undercover agent sent by the opponent, right? McGrady could not help but let out a sharp cry. The sudden jolt had aggravated the injury on his back. Suze smiled awkwardly, hastily releasing his grip, appearing utterly flustered. He expressed his sincere apologies, saying, I'm truly sorry, I was just too excited. Matey rolled his eyes, remarking, fortunately, I know you well. Otherwise, one might genuinely think you were an undercover agent for your opponent. Suze cleared his throat twice, alleviating his own embarrassment. It was merely a suggestion. Was such agitation truly necessary? Matty cast a helpless glance at Suze. Were it not for his deep admiration for Suze, he would have insisted that he leave immediately. Could one not be agitated? My thoughts align with yours. I merely wondered if it would be feasible. Hearing you express the same sentiment brings me considerable relief. Suze's words took McGrady by surprise. Brother, aren't you confident? For instance, that switching defense tactic was quite successful. I received a call from Doug, and he mentioned that this defensive strategy will become one of our team's staple defensive maneuvers. Trusting your judgment has always been one of your greatest strengths. Suze smiled shyly. In truth, it is my first time participating in the Eastern Conference Finals, and I feel somewhat anxious, thus seeking your affirmation. Although I have the support of a system, it ultimately relies on an individual's strength. Suze possesses confidence in himself, yet harbors a certain trepidation regarding the overall strength of the team. More importantly, he is undeniably a bit anxious, as this marks his inaugural participation in such a critical showdown since his rebirth. It is essential to recognize that in contests of this magnitude, a loss would render all prior efforts futile. It is evident now. However, your assessment is remarkably astute. Rest assured. I will also offer the team some recommendations through a conference call. You need not worry about your suggestions being dismissed by the team. McGrady is well aware that, given Suze's current standing within the Magic, although he is eligible to attend high-level team meetings, it is challenging for anyone to genuinely heed his advice. Despite the effectiveness of the defensive adjustment proposed by Suze, as a rookie in his debut season, a second-round pick from the Dragon Nation, gaining a solid foothold in the team and earning the complete trust of the management will require some time. Hearing McGrady's words, Suze felt considerably reassured. My friend, focus on your recovery. I will be waiting for you in the finals. Suze spoke with unwavering determination. My D smiled with relief. All right. It's settled then, but do not disappoint me. Suze departed from the hospital. On the way to escort Lin Yu back to school, he received a call from his elder sister, Suing. Suze, I just received an interview opportunity. This is an excellent chance for you to gain exposure. Meet me at the apartment at 7:30 this evening. An interview. Upon hearing the need to manage the media, Suze couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. Sister, I understand that you are working diligently as my agent. However, there is one question I must ask. Is it possible for me to avoid dealing with the media? You must know that I am not adept at navigating such interactions. Suze's face was etched with helplessness. The mere thought of the absurd questions posed by those reporters sent waves of headache coursing through him. On the other end of the line, Suing shook her head. Of course not. This is a special interview conducted by ESN just for you. You must understand that ESN boasts a formidable user base. This interview has the potential to further elevate your popularity. Suing has already begun to endeavor to transform Suze into a top-tier superstar. Both talent and exposure are indispensable. Upon hearing her sister's resolute tone, Suze could only reluctantly nod in agreement. All right, sister, I will first escort you back to school, and then I shall return to meet you. At 7:30 in the evening, Suze and Suing arrived at an upscale CAF. Suze donned a tailored gray suit complemented by a pair of brown leather shoes, exuding an air of exceptional competence and poise. Sister, does the exclusive interview with ESN follow a certain format? For instance, should one prepare by memorizing lines in advance? Suze appeared somewhat bewildered and naive. In truth, he was well aware of ESN's tactics, which were merely aimed at leveraging him to generate a sensational buzz. It was entirely possible that they would employ other elements, such as videos of his one-on-one matches against Carter and Arenas. The so-called exposure and attention were acquired through eye-catching methods. It was a case of feigned ignorance. Suing cast a glance at her brother. At that moment, a portly man with a bushy brown beard entered the private room of the CAF, accompanied by a cameraman. Good evening, Miss Sue. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is John Banner. At the behest of Professor Bergen, I am here to conduct a special interview with Suze, the jovial man said with a smile. Professor Bergen, being Su Ying's mentor, possessed extensive connections across various industries. The opportunity to arrange one-on-one training sessions between Carter, Arenas, and Suze attests to his influence. Thank you. However, I assure you, you will not regret this. And in the future, you will take pride in having interviewed a premier superstar. Su Ying is neither modest nor polite, given Suze's current display of prowess. It is merely a matter of time before he ascends to the status of a future superstar in the NBA League. Miss Sue, I truly admire your confidence. Shall we commence the interview now? John Bonner inquired with a cheerful smile. Certainly, my client is already prepared. Upon concluding her remarks, Suing introduced Suze to John Banner. Oh, he is a young man who appears even slimmer in person than on television. During this first encounter, I hope our collaboration will be pleasant. Suze was not particularly impressed by the bearded man, merely offering a symbolic nod. John Bonner, however, seemed indifferent. He took a seat and dove straight into his first question. Sue, your current performance is nothing short of remarkable. We have also learned that you engaged in one-on-one training sessions with Vince Carter and Gilbert Arenas within the league. The footage clearly demonstrates your overwhelming superiority over them. As John Bonner spoke, he retrieved the videos. I can't help but wonder, did they compensate you in some manner for you to achieve such an outstanding display against them? Chapter 49. The Encounter. Gentleman S. soared upon hearing this question. Suze was nearly overwhelmed with indignation. Was this individual truly brought in by Suing to cultivate her star persona? This doubt flickered briefly in Suze's mind. However, upon observing the hint of disdain and mockery in the other man's eyes, he quickly grasped the reality. This individual, known as John Banner, with his prominent beard, inherently doubted that a player from the Dragon Nation, particularly one drafted at the tail end of the second round, could triumph in a one-on-one American basketball showdown against both Vince Carter and Gilbert Arenas. It appeared that, despite being hired for the task, this bearded man did not hold Suze's abilities in high regard. I think you're out of your mind. Suze wore a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth as he raised his right hand to point at his own head. What? Not only John Banner, but even Su Ying and the cameraman were left in astonishment. Is this considered a response from Suze, or merely a mockery directed at Banner? Nevertheless, Su Ying did not reproach Suze. Even Su Ying found John Banner's question somewhat displeasing. Young man, this is a sign of disrespect towards me. John Banner cast an irritated glance at Suze. Suze shrugged his shoulders. Is there? I believe not. To doubt my abilities. What else could it be if not a lapse in judgment? Suze's words reek of arrogance. Are all those who doubt Suze's abilities truly deluded? Su, you are rather presumptuous. John Banner's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. I can see that your performance in the competition was commendable. Yet it fails to substantiate your claim that you can consecutively vanquish Vince and Gilbert in a one-on-one American duel. Banner's face was etched with dissatisfaction. Indeed. He held this second-tier show from the Dragon Kingdom in contempt. Although Suze had demonstrated considerable prowess on the field, in Banner's eyes, it was merely a result of his teammates' assistance in restraining opponents. Thus, when John Banner first witnessed Suze's triumph over Carter and Arenas in a one-on-one, he questioned whether they had been bribed. Ah, how laughable. If you do not believe in my capabilities, why did you agree to interview me? It is quite evident that you, with your bushy beard, are indeed hypocritical. Very well, since you do not sincerely wish to interview me, I shall not bother accommodating you. Oh, and before you leave, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Suze stood up and stretched vigorously, letting out a satisfying yawn. Subsequently, he flashed a wide smile, revealing 8 perfectly aligned white teeth. It's advisable to consult a neurologist during your free time. Your thoughts seem quite disordered. Suze gazed earnestly at John Banner. This statement nearly sent John Banner to meet his maker. Suze, I apologize. It was my failure to maintain proper oversight. Su Ying approached Suze, her delicate face adorned with an expression of profound remorse. Suze smiled graciously. How can this be blamed on you? Some individuals harbor malicious intentions, and initially you cannot discern their true nature. Come, let us return to the hotel to find our parents and enjoy a late-night meal. I know a delightful French restaurant in Orlando. Tonight, I shall treat you. In an effort to divert Su Ying's attention and alleviate her guilt, Suze took the initiative to suggest a late-night outing. Just as Su Ying and her brother, Suze, were about to depart, John Banner, infuriated, abruptly stood up. Wait. Su, you cannot leave just yet. John Banner glared at Suze with palpable annoyance. Suze turned to look at John Banner and said, What's the point of staying if you're not going to leave? I'm not a mind reader. This remark struck John Banner like a dagger to the heart, nearly causing him to spit blood in frustration. I have invited a mysterious guest, a star from the NBA. Do you dare to accompany me to a training facility? I wish to witness your prowess firsthand. If you can triumph over him as valiantly as you did in the video, I shall gladly apologize and become your devoted admirer. Covering your journey diligently. John Banner was serious now. He questioned Suze's true capabilities and had prepared a test of his own. Oh, a competition, you say? I am indeed intrigued, but first, I need to know who you have summoned. Suze scratched his ear, casting a disdainful glance at John Banner. The title of gentleman belonged to none other than Ray Allen, the star player of the Seattle Supersonics. Upon hearing this name, Suze's interest was instantly piqued. The gentlemanly sword. Ray Allen. During this period, Ray Allen was not merely an exceptional marksman with formidable three-point shooting prowess, he was also the cornerstone of his team. His remarkable ability to sink three-pointers often overshadowed his ball-handling skills, as well as the fact that Ray Allen was also a player capable of soaring through the air with astonishing dunks. Emerging from the illustrious 1996 draft class, He was undoubtedly one of its most distinguished talents. The prospect of engaging in a one-on-one duel with the peak version of Ray Allen filled Suze with exhilarating anticipation. Very well, I accept this challenge. Su Zixing eagerly accepted the challenge, igniting John's excitement. Excellent. You truly possess courage. I am eager to witness firsthand whether you are as formidable as depicted in the videos. The group departed the CAF and drove to a basketball training facility in Orlando. The esteemed gentleman, Ray Allen, had been invited and arrived early to engage in some light shooting practice. His appearance came at a considerable cost to John, who had invested a significant sum to secure Ray's presence amidst his vacation. Hey, Ray, sorry to keep you waiting, John greeted as they entered the training venue. Ray Allen smiled and shook his head. Not at all. It's a perfect opportunity to refine my shooting and regain my rhythm. As I haven't had a structured training session in quite some time, Ray Allen truly lived up to his moniker of a gentleman, speaking with grace and courtesy, exuding a comforting aura. Suzy Yuen gazed from a distance, observing the youthful Ray Allen, brimming with vitality and possessing strikingly expressive eyes. Allow me to introduce today's challenger, Suze of the Orlando Magic. And here stands Ray Allen. John Bonner facilitated their introductions. Upon hearing Suze's name, Ray Allen's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Oh my, let me see, is this the most sought-after rookie in the playoffs? He mused, adding, well, he doesn't appear particularly different. Yet, he has undeniably made an indelible impression. Even when commending others, Ray Allen exhibited a distinctly refined demeanor. Chapter 50. The three-point showdown. Ray Allen held no disdain for Suze, rather, he was astonished by Suze's formidable performance on the fiercely competitive playoff stage at such a tender age. How about we engage in a different kind of contest today? Ray Allen proposed, passing the ball to Suze. A different contest? Suze gazed at Ray Allen with a hint of surprise. Ray, I'm curious about the nature of our competition, he inquired. Ray Allen pointed to the basketball in Suze's hand. Let us engage in a three-point shooting contest. I have witnessed numerous exceptional three-point shooters, yet I have never encountered one with your remarkable precision. However, our contest shall not consist of mere conventional three-point shooting. Such an endeavor would hold no challenge for either of us. Ray Allen, exhibiting great humility, refrained from boasting about his own three-point prowess, instead choosing to articulate the truth with a gentle touch. Suze broke into laughter. A three-point shooting contest? He had never felt intimidated by anyone. Equipped with the Hall of Fame three-point shooter badge, he maintained an impressive 45% shooting percentage even amidst the intense competition of the playoffs. For a player like Suze, who attempts over 5 three-pointers on average per game, such a percentage was quite optimistic. He wondered how the difficulty could possibly be increased. The prospect of competing against Ray Allen piqued Suze's interest immensely. Upon hearing that Ray Allen intended to elevate the challenge, Suze's excitement only grew. Look, I've already marked the court, Ray Allen exclaimed, gesturing towards the basketball court behind him. Starting from the three-point line, he had placed a black cone at intervals, extending all the way to the center court, totaling 3 cones. From the three-point line to the center court, we will take 5 shots at each designated spot. That makes for a total of 25 attempts. The one who makes the most shots wins. What do you think? Ray Allen declared, pointing to the court. Beside them, Suing furrowed her brow slightly. Ray Allen was one of the league's renowned sharpshooters. His exceptional three-point shooting skills could easily overshadow any dribbling prowess he possessed. Competing against such a figure in a three-point contest felt akin to a novice challenging a master. Xiaoze, perhaps we should decline, she suggested. Suing harbored concerns that Suze's confidence might be undermined, and thus she was reluctant for him to partake in the competition. Suze, however, appeared eager and enthusiastic. Refusal? Why refuse? Trust me, it is indeed possible. Suze spoke with unwavering confidence. Observing his self-assured demeanor, Suing felt it unnecessary to voice her thoughts. At that moment, a voice echoed in Suze's mind. Ding! A standard task has been issued. Triumph in the three-point contest against Ray Allen. Ding! A hidden task has been unveiled. Achieve victory while maintaining a shooting accuracy of over 50. In comparison to winning the match, sustaining that level of accuracy seemed considerably more challenging. After all, shooting three-pointers from an extended distance is a formidable test of technique, touch, and even mental fortitude. Let us begin this endeavor. As Suze beckoned to Ray Allen, he made his way towards the basketball court. Ray Allen cast an admiring glance at Suze. The young man exhibited commendable courage. His refusal to retreat has already earned my respect. Ray Allen not only appreciated Suze's bravery, but also harbored unwavering confidence in his own shooting skills. Suze did not change into sports attire, nor did he engage in any warm-up exercises. Shall you go first, or shall I commence? Suze was eager to engage in a three-point shooting contest with Ray Allen. Although it was not on the competitive court, this duel was sufficient to demonstrate that Suze relied on skill rather than mere fortune. It would also serve to silence those who still doubted Suze's abilities. Ray Allen, taken aback, inquired, "Do you not require any warm-up?" Suze chuckled lightly. "Why bother with warm-ups? That is far too tedious. Let us dive right in." Ray Allen gazed at Suze in astonishment, increasingly perplexed by the young man's demeanor. It was unclear whether this was sheer confidence or blind arrogance. In light of this, he resolved to allow Suze to take the first shot. To maintain a semblance of fairness, Ray decided to step aside, allowing the rhythm he had just cultivated during his warm-up to gradually fade into stillness. "Very well. I shall defer to your wishes." Suze approached the three-point line. Meanwhile, he activated the badge system interface. He still had 70 unused badge points at his disposal, which were now perfectly timely. Suze swiftly navigated the system interface and located the projection section. After a brief search, he discovered the badge for the ultra-long-range three-point shooter. Without hesitation, Suze illuminated the badge. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the long-distance three-point shooter badge. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned the bronze long-distance three-point shooter badge, which will slightly enhance your three-point shooting ability. What is the shooting range? Suze inquired. Ding! The shooting range is 1 meter beyond the three-point line. Ding! In an unguarded state, the accuracy will increase. However, when defended, the accuracy will decrease. Ding! Please exercise caution in your usage, the system kindly reminded Suze. Suze glanced at the remaining badge points, discovering that he had a total of 60 points left. Without hesitation, Suze proceeded to upgrade the bronze badge for long-distance three-point shooting. Ding! Congratulations, host, the upgrade was successful. Ding! The silver badge for long-distance three-point shooting will enhance the host's three-point shooting range. Ding! The range extends by 1.5 meters beyond the three-point line. Such a modest increase represents a significant breakthrough. Suze made a rough estimation, noting that a distance of 50 centimeters was just sufficient to reach the midpoint between the two conical barrels. The remainder would test both Suze's skill and his fortune. As the remaining badge points were insufficient for any upgrades, after completing the operation, Suze positioned himself at the three-point line. Ordinary shooting lacked excitement. "Allow me to demonstrate a trick shot for you all." Suze turned his head to speak to a few individuals nearby. As Suze's words faded, he grasped the ball with both hands, leaped into the air, and executed a flawless 360-degree spin before launching the ball into the distance. The gentle touch of Suze, coupled with an exceptional confidence, elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers nearby. Among the crowd, Suing felt her heart leap to her throat upon witnessing Suze's audacious maneuver, rendering her immensely tense. Her hands clenched tightly together, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the basketball hurled by Suze, as if even breathing had become a challenge. Just as Suze released the three-point shot, a badge signifying a Hall of Fame three-point shooter illuminated above his head. With the badge aglow, the basketball soared through the air and, with a satisfying swoosh, landed perfectly in the hoop. One shot, one score. As soon as Suze stepped onto the court, he secured a triumphant start. Chapter 51. Challenging Opponents, Challenging Oneself. Upon witnessing Suze's first three-pointer confidently swish through the net, Suing finally exhaled in relief. It was not that she doubted Suze's prowess, rather. Facing off against a top-tier sharpshooter like Ray Allen, the absence of flamboyant displays was indeed a source of tension. Ray Allen was secretly astonished. After executing a flawless 360 spin in midair, Suze released a three-point shot that, even if attempted by himself, might not have found its mark. Ray Allen began to secretly admire Suze. Suze retrieved the basketball once more and flashed a smile at the individuals on the sidelines. Adjusting his stance, he prepared for another attempt. The spectators at the edge of the court gazed at Suze in confusion, uncertain of what trick he was about to execute. On the court, Suze held the ball with both hands, his back turned to the hoop, leaving the onlookers even more bewildered. What was he planning to do? Could it possibly be a reverse shot? John Bonner voiced his skepticism. Suze winked at Banna, remarking that it was surprising there was indeed something in that large head of his. "You guessed correctly, I intend to shoot a reverse layup." Upon hearing this, Su Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, her exquisite and beautiful face reflecting a look of utter incredulity. Could this fellow possibly be out of his mind? Why attempt such a high-difficulty move? Surely, it would be far more prudent to simply make a steady shot. Just as Suing silently questioned Suze's choice. He turned his back to the hoop and launched the basketball into the air. As the ball left his hands, it traced a perfect arc. Suing felt an increasing sense of tension. She clasped her hands tightly against her chest, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the basketball soaring through the air. Her heart racing with fervent anticipation. In stark contrast, Suze on the court appeared utterly composed, even before the ball had swished through the net. He was already raising his hand in a gesture of triumph. With a graceful arc, the basketball effortlessly descended into the hoop. A sigh of relief escaped Su-Ying as she finally relaxed. Just moments ago, as she beheld the high-flying shot, she had feared it would miss. Her current emotions were akin to the exhilarating rise and fall of a roller coaster. The onlookers nearby widened their eyes, displaying expressions of disbelief. Oh my goodness! What an extraordinary shooting touch! John Banner's mouth hung agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Ray Allen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Good heavens, what an exhilarating moment. Even if I were to take the shot myself, I would not dare to hold 100% confidence. Yet, Suze's preemptive celebration indicated an unwavering self-assuredness. To spare a few hearts from undue stress, Suze opted for more straightforward shots for his next 3 attempts, successfully sinking 5 three-pointers from the first position. All without fail, Suze arrived at the second location. He tucked the basketball under his left arm, while his right hand grazed his chin. The distance is slightly farther, but it poses no challenge for me. Suze equipped himself with the silver medal badge for long-range three-point shooting. As long as he refrained from being overly reckless, he was capable of making the shot. Therefore, this time, Suze opted not to showcase flashy moves, but instead, he executed a steady and deliberate shooting motion. Suze made 5 attempts, successfully sinking 4 of them. Quite impressive, his touch is remarkably smooth. On the sidelines, Ray Allen praised Suze effusively. Such a gentle finesse in three-point shooting is truly enviable. Suze smiled at Ray Allen. This is nothing, on to the next point. While speaking, Suze moved towards the next location. The distance had increased significantly, yet he remained within the range for the silver badge of long-distance three-point shooters. However, at this distance, the accuracy is bound to decrease. Suze took a deep breath. He swiftly delivered the first ball. At the moment Suze released the basketball, a silver medal for the ultra-long-range three-point shooter badge illuminated above his head, and the ball found its mark with precision. Suing let out a sigh of relief. He was now a full 1.5 meters beyond the three-point line. Within this range, it would be a blessing if Suze could manage to make 3 successful shots. Suze consistently and steadily sank three-point shots, ultimately landing 4 successful attempts at the third position. Well, Ray Allen increasingly admired Suze. At this moment, there was a profound sense of mutual respect. The league boasts numerous exceptional sharpshooters, such as Page from the Kings, Terry from the Hawks, and Pierce from the Celtics. They are undoubtedly among the finest marksmen in the league. However, the only player who has truly caught the eye of Ray Allen thus far is none other than Suze. His extraordinarily soft shooting touch left Ray Allen feeling somewhat overshadowed. It is simply astonishing. Suze's outstanding performance has opened the eyes of the skeptical John Bonner, who now finds himself filled with regret and chagrin for having previously questioned Suze's prowess. At this moment, Suze once again executed a three-point shot from the third position, achieving a commendable 3 out of 5, thereby maintaining a respectable shooting percentage. At this range, he has surpassed the distance of the silver medal long-range shooter badge. His ability to sink these shots is a testament to the excellent shooting form he has cultivated earlier. As he approached the final position, the midline, he found himself beyond the typical shooting range. Even with his current rhythm, Suze could only manage to score 2 out of 5 attempts from this challenging spot. In this last position, his performance was not particularly dazzling. Ray, it is now your turn. I eagerly anticipate your brilliant display. Suze handed the basketball to Ray Allen, smiling warmly as he spoke to him. Suze's three-point shooting performance was an impressive 14 out of 25, boasting a remarkable 56% accuracy rate. Such extraordinary precision even drew admiration from Ray Allen. I suppose there's no need for further competition, Ray Allen remarked, his words eliciting surprise. Had he conceded defeat without even attempting a shot? With a light-hearted chuckle, Allen explained. My personal best during training is 13 out of 25. Clearly, your performance today has surpassed my usual standard. John Bonner stood wide-eyed in disbelief. Ray, you can't be serious. You made 1 fewer than Sue? Allen shrugged helplessly. Though it pains me to admit, the facts speak for themselves. I have no reason to deceive anyone. Indeed, Ray Allen's integrity was beyond reproach, renowned throughout the league as both a gentleman and a paragon of honesty. Moreover, Bonner himself had invested heavily to bring Allen here. There was no motive for deceit. However, Allen's tone shifted abruptly, his eyes gleaming with unyielding determination. Facing such a formidable opponent, I still wish to test myself. Challenging him is also a challenge to my own limits. Chapter 52. A firm refusal. Though Allen's personal best in training fell short of Souza's stellar performance that day, he refused to retreat. Instead, Souza's dominance only stoked the flames of Allen's competitive spirit. Even with slim odds of victory, Allen resolved to push himself and to challenge Souza. And so, the NBA legend stepped up to the three-point line, embracing the role of the challenger. Swish, swish, swish. Unlike Souza's flamboyant shooting style, Allen's every motion was textbook precision, mechanical, focused, as if the ball were guided by an unerring instrument, destined to find the net the moment it left his fingertips. His first 5 shots landed flawlessly, matching Souza's perfect 100 start. As he moved through each spot, Allen poured his utmost effort into every attempt. Soon, his session concluded with a final tally of 13 out of 25, tying his personal best. With the last shot released, Allen shook his head ruefully and conceded graciously, "I've lost. Souza's shooting prowess is truly exceptional. I yield with admiration." Ray Allen, known as the gentleman of the game, graciously acknowledges defeat with unwavering dignity. In stark contrast to Arenas' petulant outbursts, his composure is truly commendable. Oh, what an extraordinary spectacle it was. John Bonner clapped incessantly, his admiration palpable in the air. "Sue, you have indeed triumphed. Your prowess has left me in awe. I apologize for my previous actions." The mere thought of having questioned Souza's integrity regarding her financial dealings with Carter and Arenas made John Bonner blush with embarrassment. Such a notion is the utmost insult to a basketball player. "Sue, I wish to conduct an exclusive interview with you. I aspire to be the first journalist to cover your story. Please grant me this opportunity." John Bonner exclaimed, his enthusiasm unmistakable. Beside him, Ray Allen nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I believe Sue deserves an exclusive journalist. She is destined to become a superstar in the league." Having witnessed Sue's exceptional shooting ability, Ray Allen held her in high regard. Suing felt that everything had finally fallen into place. If Souza had a journalist dedicated solely to reporting on him, it would greatly benefit his journey as a budding star in the world of sports. Souza gazed at John Bonner, then calmly shook his head. "I'm afraid I cannot accept the services of someone who has once questioned my integrity to provide exclusive coverage." Souza outright declined John Bonner's kind offer. Such a choice by Souza has indeed astonished several individuals. Souza, this is a rare and fortuitous opportunity. John Bonner is one of the most renowned journalists in the industry, and his professional acumen is exceptionally remarkable. Should you contemplate this once more? Suing whispered a reminder in Souza's ear. Even Ray Allen found it astonishing. A young player, fresh in the league, yet capable of making a name for himself in the playoffs, truly requires a dedicated journalist to help pave his path to stardom. "Sue, this is indeed a splendid opportunity. Are you truly willing to let it slip away?" Ray Allen gazed at Souza in disbelief. Meanwhile, John Bonner, who had been rejected, bore a rather grim expression. As one of the industry's most distinguished journalists, he had never before encountered such a refusal. Souza took away his first experience. Souza smiled. "I hold no fondness for those who have questioned me. My presence here today, agreeing to compete with Lay, is not for the sake of having a reporter with exclusive coverage. Rather, it is to demonstrate that my strength is never to be doubted by anyone." Souza's words resonated with a profound authority. Though his voice was not loud, it emanated an undeniable strength. Souza seeks to demonstrate his true strength, rather than relying on financial prowess to vanquish his opponent. Observing Souza's distinctive character, Ray Allen finds himself increasingly impressed. The young man possesses remarkable spirit. Ray Allen cannot help but exclaim in admiration. Souza merely smiled, exchanged phone numbers with Ray Allen, and then departed with suing. "Souza, have you truly made up your mind? Such opportunities are rare and elusive." Suing still felt a pang of regret for Souza's refusal of John Bonner. She genuinely wished to assist Souza in forging a path to stardom. "Sister, have you ever heard a saying?" Souza tilted his head, calmly gazing at Suing. "What did you say?" Suing inquired with a sense of bewilderment. Souza replied with a smile, "If you bloom, butterflies will come." Upon hearing these words, Suing felt a profound impact. It was evident that Souza was right. When a flower is sufficiently vibrant, there is no need to seek out attention. The butterflies will naturally come to it. Souza is no different, as long as he demonstrates sufficient strength on the field. An endless stream of journalists and resources will come knocking at his door. A John banner may not even be significant in comparison. With this realization, Su Ying's mood improved considerably. She gazed at her half-brother, feeling a sense of strangeness yet familiarity. "Sister, I'm a bit hungry. Let us go back and take Mom and Dad out for a late-night snack." Su-Zhe chuckled cheerfully as he spoke. Su Ying first nodded and then shook her head. "No, you are a professional basketball player and must maintain your physique. Eating indiscriminately will alter your body fat percentage and affect your performance." As Su-Ze's sister and his agent, Su Ying bears the responsibility for Su-Ze's career. Su-Ze chuckled. "Sister, it's perfectly fine. One meal is no big deal." What Su-Ze did not reveal to Su Ying was that he possessed a system. Not only could he indulge in midnight snacks, but even if he were to feast on fried chicken and sip cola daily, nothing would alter. After all, he had a system at his disposal. Su Ying, unable to resist Su-Ze's insistence, could only nod in acquiescence, resigned to her fate. Su-Ze subsequently activated the system, having triumphed over Ray Allen. What rewards await this time? Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing both the ordinary and hidden tasks. Ding. Congratulations, host, for accomplishing the ordinary task, earning 30 badge points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for fulfilling the hidden task, receiving an injury repair card. Injury repair card? Su-Ze was instantly filled with excitement. System. Can the injury recovery card be utilized by others? Su-Ze pondered. If it could be utilized by others, would not McGrady's injuries heal swiftly? Ding. System notification. The injury recovery card can only be used by the system itself. Ding. Please allocate the injury recovery cards wisely, host. Chapter 53. Stay away from me. Days of respite passed in a blur. On this day, Su-Ze, along with his team, boarded a plane to New Jersey, embarking on the first away game of the Eastern Conference Finals. Gentlemen, lift your spirits. Today marks the first game of the Eastern Conference Finals, and I hope we can secure a triumphant start. Coach Doc Rivers of the Magic fervently motivated his players during practice. The fact that the Magic, with their current roster, had advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Coach Rivers himself marveled at their fortune. Who would have thought that Su-Ze, once merely the water boy on the bench, could astound everyone with his remarkable talent? Observing Su-Ze in the distance, who was engaged in a media interview, Rivers wore a contented smile. Over yonder, standing at the edge of the training field, Su-Ze, fresh from practice and wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, was being interviewed. Since Su-Ze had led the team into the Eastern Conference Finals, CTV5 had increased their coverage of him. Zhang Weiping watched Su-Ze with a cheerful expression. The media from the United States and even domestic outlets were skeptical about the Magic's prospects in this series. Almost everyone believed that the superior New Jersey Nets would eliminate the Magic in 5 or even 4 games. What are your expectations for this series? Upon hearing this question, Su-Ze couldn't help but chuckle. The dynamics on the court are ever-changing. Yet, since I have arrived here, I am determined to strive for the finals. Magic in 4. This is not merely a slogan. It is my unwavering resolve. Su-Ze's gaze was sharp, and his words carried a profound conviction. Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping regarded him with admiration. However, they believed that while youthful enthusiasm is commendable, blind overconfidence could be detrimental. Yet, even with these thoughts in their minds, they refrained from discouraging Su-Ze. Su-Ze, we have noted the previous reports regarding the New Jersey Nets. They expressed dissatisfaction with your post-game interview following the victory over the 76ers in the 4th match. In fact, they are planning to deploy significant defensive strategies against you. Do you feel any pressure regarding this? Yu Jia continued with his inquiry. Su-Ze chuckled and shook his head. No, I welcome them to defend against me. I relish the thrill of a challenge and take great pleasure in overcoming my opponents. Su-Ze appeared remarkably at ease, showing no signs of deception. It was a jest, for he still held 60 unutilized badge points in his possession. Should the need arise, he could readily upgrade or activate new badges to enhance his competitive prowess. Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia posed several inquiries, to which Su-Ze responded with patience and thoroughness. Before long, the interview concluded, and Su-Ze returned to the training ground. Following a brief respite after the morning's team practice, he promptly accompanied the team to the Prudential Center, home of the New Jersey Nets, at 7 o'clock in the evening. Preparing for the first game of the Eastern Conference Finals, the New Jersey Nets had demonstrated commendable performance over the past 2 years, and with the addition of Jason Kidd, they had reclaimed their status as one of the Eastern Conference powerhouses. The Prudential Center was filled to capacity that evening. Having reached the Eastern Conference Finals for 2 consecutive years, The Nets aimed for the NBA championship, igniting boundless anticipation among the local fans for their team. On the court, after a brief warm-up, the players from both sides entered to the DJ's announcement. The chorus of cheers from the Nets fans reverberated within the arena, creating immense psychological pressure for the visiting Magic players. "Are you Suze?" Before the game commenced, Kenyon Martin, clad in the Nets number 6 jersey, approached Suze. Though their heights were comparable, Martin's physique appeared considerably more robust than Suze's. Suze merely nodded. He was, of course, familiar with Kenyon Martin, however. He harbored no particular fondness for this brute, a talent with a simple mind and a muscular physique. Were it not for Jason Kidd, it would have been impossible for Kenyon Martin's sheer talent to elevate the team to the Eastern Conference Finals. "You are quite arrogant," Kenyon Martin exclaimed. "Mark my words. Today I shall teach you a lesson. You, a laughable late second-round pick, will witness what true talent and strength truly entail." As he spoke, Kenyon Martin flexed the muscles on his arms towards Suze. Suze chuckled nonchalantly, completely disregarding Martin's remarks. Suze's calm demeanor made Kenyon Martin feel overlooked. As one of the prominent players in the current league and a core member of the Brooklyn Nets trio, being disregarded by a late second-round pick from a lesser-known country left Kenyon Martin feeling quite displeased. "Hey, did you not hear me speaking to you? Have I frightened you?" Kenyon Martin said, his tone rather brusque. Suze cast a glance at Martin. "Are you the leader of the team? If not, step aside. You are unworthy to converse with me. I only engage in dialogue with the team leader." Suze's words were a piercing blow, striking right at Kenyon Martin's wound. And then he added insult to injury. The topic of the team's leader had always been a source of discontent for Martin. As the number 1 pick, he was undoubtedly the hope of the team. However, with the arrival of Jason Kidd, Martin's aspirations of becoming the team's leader were thwarted, relegating him to the role of a mere second-in-command. While others might remain silent, the mere mention of it stirred discomfort within him. Moreover, being mocked face-to-face by a late second-round pick only served to further infuriate Martin. "Damn it! I am indeed the leader. I am the cornerstone of this team," Kenyon Martin exclaimed in a fit of rage. Suze curled his lips in disdain. He was well aware of Kenyon Martin's obsession with the position of team leader. In the annals of the NBA, it was precisely this desire for leadership that led Kenyon Martin to agree to a sign-and trade to the Denver Nuggets. Unfortunately, this individual, whose intellect was overshadowed by his physical prowess, failed to achieve his aspirations of becoming the team's captain in Denver. Thus, Suze deliberately broached the sensitive topic of team leadership to provoke Kenyon Martin. "Do you see any cows flying in the sky?" Suze looked disdainfully at Kenyon Martin. "There is only one leader of the Nets in my eyes, and that is Jason Kidd. As for you, kindly step aside." After Suze finished speaking, he took the initiative to step aside, leaving Kenyon Martin to stand alone. Chapter 54. "You are more obedient than my son." Suze's frigid demeanor only served to intensify Kenyon Martin's fury. With a piercing gaze, he fixated on Suze, silently vowing to unleash his wrath upon him. As both teams positioned themselves near the center circle, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the match. The basketball was tossed high by the official, and the centers of both teams leaped into action, vying for possession. The Nets center secured the first defensive opportunity for his team, while the Magic players swiftly fell into their assigned defensive positions. "Focus on the defensive strategy," barked Doug Rivers, the Magic's head coach, from the sidelines, directing his players with fervor. In preparation for the game, the entire Magic squad had scrutinized footage of the Nets' previous matches. Based on the team's characteristics and discussions held during upper management meetings, they resolved to implement the switching defense strategy proposed by Suze against the Nets' offense. Although Jason Kidd possessed a modicum of scoring ability, his capacity to penetrate defenses in one-on-one situations was limited. A prevailing notion in the NBA circles described the duo as Kidd not scoring and Nash not defending. The term Kidd not scoring highlighted Kidd's role as an astute floor general, yet he was far from being a proficient scorer or finisher. Thus, by employing the switching defense, the Magic aimed to stifle Kidd's ability to effectively orchestrate plays for his teammates, thereby rendering the New Jersey Nets offense stagnant. On the court, the Nets players, under Kidd's leadership, commenced a flurry of tactical movements. Kenyon Martin set a screen for Jefferson at the baseline, creating an opportunity for an open three-pointer following his cut. The Magic players resolutely executed their switching strategy, disrupting the Nets' offensive plans. Noticing this shift, Kidd expressed surprise and quickly called for Martin to come and set a pick. The combination of Kidd and Martin's pick and roll was a formidable weapon for the Nets' offense. However, as Martin approached to set the screen for Kidd, Suze, tasked with defending Kidd, swiftly communicated with his teammate, executing a flawless switch. This left Kidd unable to initiate an offensive play following the pick. But he quickly identified a vulnerability in the Magic's defense. Given the defensive approach, Martin found himself in a favorable mismatch in the post. For instance, if Souza, who possessed a slender frame, was tasked with guarding Martin, it would allow the latter to exploit the situation and punish the opponent in the low post. With the ball in his right hand, Kidd gestured towards Martin with his left. Kenyon Martin understood the unspoken message. As a representative of the rugged power forward archetype, Martin's low post skills, while somewhat unrefined, allowed him to effectively punish opponents who were lighter and less powerful than him. Indeed, as other Nets players gravitated towards the weak side, Martin positioned himself firmly in the elbow area, effectively boxing out Souza behind him, while simultaneously extending his arms to call for the ball. "Watch me crush you," Martin taunted, maintaining his position while dishing out trash talk to Souza behind him. In Martin's eyes, despite their similar heights, he clearly held the advantage in weight and strength. Thus, he perceived his back to the basket play against Souza as nothing short of effortless enjoyment. "Look, the bull is soaring in the sky because you're grounded." Souza retaliated against Martin without the slightest hesitation. Simultaneously, he accessed the system interface. As he opened the system interface, a task promptly emerged. Ding. Task issued. Secure victory at the home court of the Nets. Ding. Hidden task issued. Achieve victory while securing at least 5 blocks and 5 steals. Upon discovering this hidden task, Souza could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. Such data would necessitate an unwavering effort on the defensive end to even have a chance of completion. In a remarkably brief span, Souza expended 20 badge points to elevate the low post elite defender badge and the hot pot specialist badge to bronze in the defensive category. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The low post elite defender has been successfully upgraded, enhancing the host's low post defensive capabilities. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The hot pot specialist has been successfully upgraded, augmenting the host's shot blocking abilities. With the presence of the system, Souza's attributes, strength, speed, jumping ability, and stamina are all maximized. In terms of strength, Souza stands on par with Kenyon Martin. Equipped with the low post elite defender badge, Souza can exhibit an even greater finesse in low post defense. As Souza swiftly illuminated the 2 badges, Kenyon Martin received a pass from Kidd. "Watch me crush you in the paint," Kenyon thought to himself, feeling a surge of frustration at Souza's refusal to acknowledge his status as the team's leader. Bang. Bang. Kenyon began to leverage his weight and strength, forcefully backing down Souza. However, the moment he exerted his power, he felt as though he had collided with an impenetrable wall. Despite Souza's slender physique, he exuded an undeniable strength. Kenyon exerted all his might but was unable to budge Souza in the slightest. "Is that all you've got? Show me your strength." Souza exerted all his strength to hold back Kenyon Martin, preventing him from advancing even a single step into the paint. "Haven't you eaten? Put in some effort. Exert a bit more." As Souza diligently defended against Kenyon Martin, he incessantly whispered into his adversary's ear. Kenyon Martin attempted several times but found himself unable to budge Souza, leaving him both anxious and astounded. Despite Souza's seemingly frail physique, how could he possibly be so immovable? Surely, he couldn't be a pushover. Souza curled his lip, a look of utter disdain etched across his face. This expression incited the fury of Kenyon Martin, who let out a furious roar and summoned all his strength to charge vehemently towards Souza. At that moment, Souza made a composed judgment. Rather than continuing to clash physically with Kenyon Martin, it was not that he was unable to withstand the force, but rather he sought to employ a measure of strategy to render Martin's assault futile. Just as Martin unleashed his tremendous power, Souza suddenly executed a deft maneuver, withdrawing his support. In an instant, Kenyon Martin lost his footing and tumbled to the side. As Souza's head illuminated with the insignia of a bronze medal for elite defense, he effortlessly secured the basketball. With a straightforward mind and robust physique, he exerts his strength at the slightest command. "I fear my son may not be as obedient as you." Souza seized the basketball and, while initiating a swift counterattack, turned back to shout loudly at Kenyon Martin. Chapter 55, Malicious Foul. Having secured the ball, Souza sprang into action. Adorned in the blue jersey of the Magic. Number 7, he darted across the court like a leopard, propelling himself towards the opponent's half with remarkable speed. Look at that. Souza's pace is astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning. Now, with the ball in hand, Souza crossed the midcourt line and approached the three-point arc. 2 commentators from CTV5 were narrating the scene at a frantic pace, yet they felt their words could scarcely keep up with Souza's velocity. It was utterly extraordinary. Suze had traversed from his own backcourt to the opponent's three-point line in a mere 3 seconds. The astonished voice of coach Zhang Weiping echoed incessantly in Yujia's ears. On the court, Suze, leaving all others in his wake, charged towards the Nets basket. Not a single player from the Nets could match the intensity of his offensive speed. This terrifying velocity left the entire audience in a state of awe. It was the result of Suze's sheer determination and relentless effort. At this moment, he found himself facing an unguarded interior from the Nets. Suze leapt high into the air, his feet soaring as he grasped the basketball with both hands, swinging it in a grand arc before executing an astonishing windmill dunk. The sound was thunderous as he forcefully sent the ball crashing through the hoop, akin to a mighty hammer striking the heart of the Continental Airlines arena. Upon landing, Suze let out a fierce roar, a primal cry echoing through the space. Let the destruction commence, right here. The roar of Suze incited the displeasure of the Nets fans, followed by a chorus of boos echoing through the Continental Airlines arena directed at him. The Nets players resumed play from the baseline, with Jason Kidd orchestrating the offense. This time, Jason Kidd calmly assessed the circumstances of the previous possession, intending to advance the ball past half court. However, as soon as he received the ball, Suze extended his arms and closely marked him with his long arms. Suze nearly dislodged the basketball from Jason Kidd's grasp. Kidd immediately became alert, having scrutinized game footage of the Magic and the 76ers. He was acutely aware of Suze's aggressive half-court pressure. Even the formidable Allen Iverson had, on several occasions, succumbed to Suze's defense, failing to cross half-court within the 8-second limit. Byron Scott, the head coach of the Nets, also recognized this threat and promptly vociferated instructions to his players to support Kidd. Jefferson, understanding the cue, swiftly moved to receive the basketball passed by Kidd. This time, Suze's pressure proved ineffective. The Nets had clearly come prepared. Zhang Weiping, observing the unfolding scenario, chuckled softly, while Yujia nodded in agreement. Indeed, prior to the commencement of the match, both teams must have adequately prepared and reviewed each other's game tapes. The Nets adeptly navigated this particular situation. As the two commentators spoke, the Nets' offense once again stagnated. With Suze tightly defending Kidd, the latter found himself unable to orchestrate the attack, leaving the Nets, who heavily relied on Kidd, devoid of offensive strategies. Jefferson, isolated near the top of the three-point arc, sought to initiate a pick-and-roll but was thwarted by the Magic's defensive switches. Despite being regarded as one of the trio of stars for the Nets, Jefferson's ability to force the play was limited. Faced with the Magic's relentless defensive rotations, he hesitated noticeably. Pass it. Over here. There is an opportunity inside. Martin, who had previously failed to back down Suze, once again spread his arms to call for the ball. This time, the defender on Martin was the Magic's perimeter player, Gordon Jirasek. In comparison to Suze's prowess in low-post defense, Jirasek's capabilities were virtually negligible. Sensing a defensive lapse, Suze, who had been trailing Kidd, immediately launched an attempt to steal the ball the moment it was passed, closing in on Martin to create a double team. Suze possesses a profound understanding of Kenyon Martin. While Martin's athletic prowess is exceptional, his playmaking abilities leave much to be desired, rendering him a mere opportunistic player. Confronted with the Magic's double-team strategy, Martin found himself momentarily flustered. Lacking in ball-handling skills, he opted to force his way through two defenders. As he pivoted, attempting to power through the approaching Suze, he collided with an immovable force, akin to striking a wall, failing to budge Suze in the slightest. In that very moment, Suze swiftly extended his hand and knocked the basketball from Martin's grasp, leading to yet another turnover for Martin. Suze swiftly seized the basketball. Just as he was about to initiate a counterattack, he committed two consecutive errors, infuriating Kenyon Martin, who forcefully shoved Suze to the ground. "This is a foul. Referee. This is a foul." Kenyon Martin exclaimed loudly, expressing his grievances towards the official after pushing Suze down. The referee, unfaltering, promptly blew the whistle and charged Kenyon Martin with a technical foul. Rising from the floor, Suze refrained from impulsively confronting Kenyon Martin, understanding that his team needed him at this critical moment. If he received a technical foul or was ejected from the game, their chances of winning would be irrevocably diminished. Suze maintained his composure, merely offering a scornful smile towards Kenyon Martin, while his right hand gestured with a thumb pointing downwards in mockery of Martin. What a player! How reckless his actions are! I truly wish to see that scoundrel kicked out. In the stands, his girlfriend Lin Yu waved her fist in indignation, her face a picture of fury. Lin's father and mother also wore expressions of anger, their eyes betraying deep concern. However, upon witnessing that Suze remained unharmed and confidently scored two penalties, The anxious hearts of Lin's parents finally found some solace. Suze successfully converted both of his free throws, propelling the Magic to an early 4-0 lead within less than a minute of the game's commencement. "You little brat. Don't get too cocky. I'll obliterate you shortly." As Suze scored 4 consecutive points, Kenyon Martin vociferously hurled insults at him. While unleashing his verbal barrage, Kenyon Martin also mockingly displayed his pinky finger towards Suze as a form of derision. "Do you even have the right to compete?" Suze curled his lips in disdain as he gazed upon Kenyon Martin. "Mark my words, I shall ensure you accumulate 6 fouls and be expelled from the court." "Oh." "Rest assured, you will be grateful to me for this, for I am bestowing upon you the splendid opportunity to witness the game from a different perspective." Suze retaliated without hesitation against Martin. He had firmly resolved to penetrate the paint, intending to force Kenyon Martin off the court prematurely, subjecting him to the jeers of the fans. The Magic executed an inbounds play, and Suze swiftly received the ball, initiating a new offensive drive. Chapter 56, Defeat Them in Your Own Way. Suze, positioned beyond the three-point line, held the ball in his possession, while the player tasked with defending him was Richard Jefferson of the Brooklyn Nets, clad in jersey number 24. Standing at 2.01 meters tall, Jefferson appeared to be slightly shorter than Suze as he faced him. Suze did not launch a direct offensive but opted for a more conservative defensive strategy. He signaled for a pick-and-roll, intending to initiate an attack through the ball screen. Upon noticing Suze's gesture for the pick, the Magic's interior player swiftly came forward to set the screen. However, at the very moment the screen was executed, the Nets players unexpectedly began to switch their defensive assignments. Kenyon Martin, originally tasked with guarding the paint, astonishingly found himself matched up against Suze. "Huh?" Suze emitted a sound of skepticism, instinctively directing his gaze towards Jason Kidd, who stood at the baseline. Suze recalled that just moments ago, while he was executing the free throw, Jason Kidd had indeed engaged in a discussion with his head coach, Byron Scott. It turned out that their conversation revolved around employing the strategies of the Magic against the Magic themselves. How intriguing. The corners of Suze's mouth curled slightly upwards, revealing a smile that was intriguingly enigmatic. It must be said that as a tactical maestro on the field, a commanding figure in the game, and one of the premier point guards in the league, Jason Kidd's capacity for learning and his ability to adapt in real time are truly exceptional. Suze couldn't help but reflect on the fact that the Nets truly deserve their reputation as one of the dominant teams in the Eastern Conference. Their capacity for learning and adapting is remarkably impressive. Even more commendable is the players' execution on the court. In a remarkably short span of time, they can implement defensive switches with such thoroughness, showcasing the terrifying level of the Nets' execution. Young man, did you not expect that we have adopted your defensive strategies? Let us see how you respond to this." Kenyon Martin declared with an air of triumph, as if he had discovered the Achilles heel of the Magic. "Have you ever heard the saying?" Suze wore a cold smirk. "What did you say?" Kenyon Martin paused slightly, taken aback. "Learn from others, grow white hair." Kenyon Martin could not grasp the meaning of this statement, yet he discerned that Suze was mocking him. "If you intend to test my resilience, then I regret to inform you that you shall be thoroughly pierced by me." As Suze dribbled the ball, he shrugged his shoulders. At this moment, only 14 seconds remained on the shot clock. However, for Suze, this time was more than sufficient. As Suze's words faded, he held the ball in his right hand and executed a dragging step, feigning a breakthrough. Kenyon Martin's defensive focus was immediately shifted, moving in tandem with Suze's motion. Suze keenly perceived Kenyon Martin lowering his center of gravity, intending to defend against his drive. With a haunting smile, Suze seized the opportunity to break to the right, pressing inward with a decisive step. Kenyon Martin, akin to a marionette, found himself entirely at Suze's mercy. As Martin retreated a half-step to thwart Suze's advance, Suze suddenly executed a mesmerizing crossover dribble, mirroring the dual hesitation moves of Deron Williams. The seamless double hesitation, executed without a hint of deceleration, left Kenyon Martin momentarily bewildered, granting Suze a vast expanse of space for a shot. In his trepidation of being outmaneuvered, Martin had consistently employed a constricted defensive stance. Following Suze's rapid dual hesitation, a considerable distance had opened up between them. Now was the moment. After dazzling the audience with his intricate dribbling, Suze deftly created space and retreated half a step, positioning himself just beyond the three-point line. With arms outstretched, he launched a three-pointer. The basketball traced a graceful arc in the air before effortlessly swishing through the net. A magnificent three-point shot. The fluidity of his movements was truly mesmerizing. Suze's execution of the shot was nothing short of exquisite. Indeed, he evaded his defender with finesse, releasing the shot in one seamless motion, leaving the defender with no time to react. As Zhang Weiping and Yu Jiao gasped in astonishment, Suze struck a pose reminiscent of drawing a bow and arrow, directing his gaze towards Kenyon Martin. Behold, I have yet to exert my full strength, and you have already fallen. As Suze celebrated, he did not miss the opportunity to mock Kenyon Martin, already seething with anger. Martin's expression darkened further at Suze's taunts. Just you wait, I'll make you pay. Kenyon Martin shouted furiously at Suze. Suze shrugged nonchalantly. People who are cowardly tend to chatter excessively. Are you not a prime example? Suze mercilessly mocked his opponent, causing Kenyon Martin's face to darken with fury. He was ready to rush forward and shove Suze, but was timely restrained by Jason Kidd. Stay calm. Remain composed. I specifically called A to inform him that this kid excels at psychological warfare. Do not fall into his trap. As the leader of the team, Kidd made every effort to prevent Martin from acting impulsively. With Kidd's intervention, Martin managed to suppress his anger temporarily. The Nets faced a challenging start, with consecutive points lost, bringing the score to 7-0. In the brief offensive exchanges, Kidd had yet to discover a solution to turn the tide. It was evident that he needed to step up. As Kidd brought the ball past half-court, he signaled for his teammates to spread out. Confronted by Suze's defense, Kidd resolved to tackle the issue with a one-on-one approach. Although Kidd's ability to drive and score was not particularly exceptional, he posed a certain offensive threat. Are you planning to force your way through this time? Out of the corner of his eye, Suze surveyed the surroundings. The players of the Nets had all spread out, leaving the center position open for Jason Kidd. Are you capable of this? If not, do not force it. Would it not be wiser to pass the ball to Kenyon Martin? Suze began to challenge Jason Kidd's mindset. Kidd maintained an expression of indifference, as if he had not heard, effectively dismissing Suze. However, Suze did not relent. He continued to address Jason Kidd, stating, "Your offensive capabilities are lacking. If you cannot perform, do not force it. If you fail to score, it is your own embarrassment." Jason Kidd felt the sting of blatant mockery and ridicule. A prominent star in the league, he found himself humiliated by Suze, which irked him profoundly. Although he remained silent, his frustration began to simmer within. Kidd, expertly dribbling the ball, struggled to find any offensive space against Suze's relentless defense. Even an offensive maestro like Player A would see a significant drop in efficiency under Suze's guard, let alone Jason Kidd, whose offensive prowess was already lacking. As the clock ticked away, Kidd was unable to exploit any weaknesses in Suze's defense. With the 24-second shot clock nearing its end, in a moment of desperation, Jason Kidd could only shuffle sideways and opt for a three-point shot. Chapter 57. They had no chance left. Bang. Just as Jason Kidd released the three-point shot, Suze swatted it away with a resounding slap. A magnificent block was deftly executed against Kidd. Buzz. Immediately following, the sound of the shot clock expiring echoed, rendering the Nets' offensive effort futile once again. That marked Suze's first block of the game. Suze was adorned with the badge of a copper metal hotpot expert upon his head. Suze pondered quietly, realizing that he needed just 4 more blocks and 5 more steals to complete the hidden mission. Suze received his teammate's serve and swiftly initiated an offensive maneuver. Suze similarly called for a pick from the power forward, positioning himself against Kenyon Martin once more. It's you again, you worthless fool. Do you understand that getting past you is as effortless as crossing a street in the early morning? Suze unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks without a hint of mercy. In contrast to Jason Kidd, Kenyon Martin is far more susceptible to provocation, often succumbing to moments of irrationality. Kenyon Martin could feel a fiery rage swelling within his chest, as if it were on the verge of eruption. Were I the head coach of the Nets, I would never permit such a liability to defend against me, for it would be utterly futile. You and I are not of the same caliber as players. Suze incessantly mocked Kenyon Martin. As a former NBA draft pick and a player of notable standing within the league, how could Martin endure such scorn? His composure was swiftly shattered by Suze's taunts. With a thunderous roar, Kenyon Martin charged at Suze before he could initiate an offensive move, forcefully knocking him to the ground. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos, clearly directed at Martin. Indeed, this disapproval stemmed from Martin's erratic behavior throughout the season, which included malicious fouls against opponents and vehement outbursts towards officials. While such transgressions might be overlooked during the regular season, the stakes were markedly higher in the playoffs, where every inch is fiercely contested. As Martin toppled Suze, players from the Magic rushed in to separate them, while members of the Nets also surged forward, plunging the sidelines into chaos. The referees made every effort to restrain the players. and the coaching staff from the bench quickly entered the fray to prevent further escalation. Upon rising, Suze not only refrained from anger, but also gestured a playful farewell to Kenyon Martin, signaling, "Goodbye. See you in the next game." As Suze waved his hand in farewell, he called out loudly to Kenyon Martin. Indeed, due to Martin's malicious foul, the referee promptly ejected him from the game. In a fit of rage, Martin tore off his headband and forcefully threw it to the ground. Suze achieved his objective through a manipulation of mindset. He successfully orchestrated the expulsion of Kenyon Martin during the first game of the Eastern Conference Finals. Hush. The crowd was still filled with boos, but this time, the disdain was directed at Suze. The Nets fans at the Continental Airlines Arena, witnessing Suze's cunning triumph, were tempted to rush the court and tear him apart. Yet, Suze remained unfazed, standing defiantly at center court, enthusiastically waving his arms to amplify the cacophony of boos. Haha. Suze is as audacious as he is formidable. If the fans wish to boo me, I shall incite their fervor, making their jeers even louder. Such boldness in an away game is indeed commendable. The commentator, Zhang Weiping, chuckled with excitement, increasingly admiring Suze's character. The more hostile the environment, the more brazen he became. Were he an away fan, he would surely be incensed by Suze's antics. Indeed, this is a brutal psychological warfare. Beside him, Yu chuckled, remarking on Suze's delightful antics, first expelling Martin and then toying with the fans' emotions. His fearless attitude in the face of hostility truly incited a mix of hatred and fury among the visiting supporters. As the two conversed, the game resumed. And upon the first inbounds pass by the Nets, Suze's keen judgment led to an impressive steal. Following the theft, Suze swiftly executed a layup, widening the gap to a 9-point lead in a matter of moments. Now, Nets head coach Byron Scott could no longer remain seated. He hurriedly called for a timeout to recalibrate the strategy. The Magic team was invigorated, their spirits soaring under Suze's leadership. During the timeout, Rivers took the opportunity to commend Suze. Suze merely shook his head modestly, indicating that it was of no consequence. With Kenyon Martin ejected from the game, the Nets found themselves thoroughly dominated by the Magic on both offensive and defensive fronts. At the conclusion of the first quarter, Suze momentarily led his team on an impressive 11-0 scoring surge. By the end of the second quarter, the Magic had established a commanding 16-point lead over their opponents. With a score of 56-40, Suze unleashed his full potential, scoring an impressive 28 points out of 56. Suze's formidable offensive prowess left his opponents utterly helpless. Throughout the match, his relentless efforts allowed the team to exert comprehensive pressure on the Nets. Ultimately, the Magic triumphed with a resounding victory, defeating their rivals 101-83. Securing an impressive 18-point lead on the road to a victorious start. Suze achieved an impressive stat line of 48 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 steals, and 5 blocks. Oh, joy! They have triumphed. As the final buzzer echoed through the arena, Lin Yu in the stands waved her arms and leaped in exhilaration, cheering for Suze. Such a resounding victory also stirred great excitement in McGrady, who was watching the game from his hospital room. Such a performance from Suze surely secures a spot in the Eastern Conference Finals, doesn't it? After the match, two commentators from CTV5 specifically sought out Suze for an interview. Suze, tonight you delivered yet another exhilarating victory, and your statistics are quite impressive. At this moment, how do you feel? Inquired Coach Zhang Weiping with a cheerful smile. Suze shrugged his shoulders. In truth, there is nothing particularly remarkable. I merely wish to convey to everyone that my strength is beyond question. Suze's words exuded an undeniable air of dominance. He was acutely aware that many doubted his prowess, yet he was determined to silence his critics with an extraordinary performance that would repeatedly leave them in disbelief. Suze, you have just secured your first victory. However, the series is far from over. Do you think your opponents might retaliate? Or do you believe they still have a chance? Faced with such inquiries, Suze wore a rather resigned expression. They had no chance. Magic in 4. Chapter 58. You are the third in command in the Brooklyn Nets locker room. The atmosphere was palpably somber, with everyone seated in silence, lost in their thoughts. The head coach, Byron Scott, who had just concluded a post-game interview, stepped inside. Guys, what's going on? Let's lift our spirits. Byron clapped his hands vigorously. It's merely the first loss. We have a long series ahead of us. He endeavored to invigorate his players' morale. Today was just a preliminary skirmish. We have grasped their offensive and defensive strategies. As a seasoned team, we must quickly regroup. As head coach, Byron Scott's role extended beyond tactics and training. It also encompassed essential psychological support. If I hadn't been ejected, perhaps we would have had a better chance of winning. At that moment, Kenyon Martin stepped forward to assume responsibility. Guys, I apologize. I acted impulsively today. He looked at his teammates with a face full of regret. Jason Kidd approached and patted Kenyon on the shoulder firmly. Brother, keep your head up. I told you Sue is adept at mind games. We must do our utmost to avoid being distracted by his trash talk. Recalling Sue's taunts, Kidd felt a surge of anger. In the next game, give me the ball. I will dominate him. I need to prove my true strength. Don't forget. I am the first overall pick. Kenyon Martin flexed his right arm, displaying a fierce expression. Tactics are essential. We must defeat our opponents strategically. Kidd shook his head, dismissing Martin's plan for a solo performance in the upcoming match. Despite Martin having only 2 opportunities for one-on-one plays during this game, both were thwarted by Suze's defense. Kenyon furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Jason, are you questioning my ability? Have you forgotten that I am the primary scorer of the team? Martin couldn't shake off the memory of Suze's words about the team's leader before the game, which left him feeling infuriated. He was determined to prove to everyone that he was indeed the team's leader and an indispensable core player, without exception. Kidd furrowed his brow slightly, observing Martin's fervent agitation. He merely shrugged, choosing not to engage further. Kidd understood that quarreling with a teammate at such a moment would be decidedly unwise. Their ultimate aim was the championship. Only through victory could all issues be obscured. All right, everyone. It's been a long night. Let us return home, rest well, and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, we shall continue our training and preparation for the next match. As Kenyon Martin appeared poised to incite further discord in the locker room, head coach Byron Scott stepped in to mediate. The players of the Nets departed the arena, somewhat disgruntled, passing by the Magic's locker room. They were met with jubilant cheers emanating from within. Guys, we've secured an away victory and started off on the right foot. Now, let us keep the momentum going and settle the score in the next 4 games. Coach Doc Rivers exclaimed with exhilaration. He had never envisioned leading the Magic to the Eastern Conference Finals as the 8th seed, yet here they were, having triumphed in their first game against their opponents. Coach, the real hero today is Sue. Indeed, he's our champion. The players of the Magic encircled Sue, showering him with water from their bottles in celebration. For he shone as the brightest star of the day. Suze's performance tonight truly deserves the respect of his teammates. At this moment, he is like the moon surrounded by stars, encircled by his teammates and coach as they celebrate with exhilaration. Suze also burst into hearty laughter. He had finally managed to escape the circle, avoiding further drenching from his teammates. Ha ha ha, truly, it is the collective effort that counts. In our Dragon Nation, there is a saying that a single tree cannot form a forest. Without the cooperation of all of you on the field, executing switches, providing assistance, and showcasing our offensive prowess, my individual efforts alone could never secure such a resounding victory. Suze's words brought great comfort to the other players of the Magic team. They remained humble in victory and resilient in defeat. Especially during moments of spectacular performance, he never forgot to unite his teammates. This attitude earned him a greater measure of respect and admiration in the eyes of his fellow players. Unlike other rising superstars, Suze did not lose himself in euphoria after winning the match. Rather, he consistently prioritized his teammates in the collective team spirit. This is one of the reasons why he is held in high esteem and admiration by the players of the Magic. Sue, your character commands my utmost respect. Indeed, Sue. Apart from T-Mac, you are now the leader of the Magic. Sue, we are eager to be the planets revolving around you, allowing you to shine as our sun. The players of the Magic unanimously gave Suze a thumbs up. Suze's qualities and abilities on the field are more than sufficient to captivate this assembly of seasoned veterans. Suze felt the fervent gazes of those around him and revealed a smile of satisfaction and excitement. Thank you all for your trust, he began. But before he could finish his sentence, the door to the locker room was forcefully swung open from the outside. There stood Kenyon Martin and 2 other players from the Nets, visibly enraged. Upon witnessing this scene, Suze's brow furrowed into a deep frown. On the court, he remained humble, but off the court, he would not hesitate to strike back. While Suze showed no fear of Martin during the game, he understood the necessity of his efforts on the court for the team's success. However, off the court, he would not indulge Martin. What? Are you looking for trouble? As the recognized leader of the team, succeeding Tracy McGrady, Suze boldly stepped forward. Martin clenched his fists, seething with anger as he declared, "You all get out to celebrate. This is the Continental Airlines Arena, our home ground." Martin was incensed. Losing at home and witnessing the opposing team celebrate in the arena felt like an outright provocation. Suze let out a cold laugh. We enjoy celebrating here. It is our freedom. Moreover, even if you were to expel us, it would require your team leader, kid, and your coach to do so. What is Kenyon Martin in this scenario? The third fiddle of the team? The third fiddle. Upon hearing these words, Kenyon Martin was instantly engulfed in fury. Damn Suze, how dare he place himself behind Jefferson? Bang. Martin's fist struck the locker room door with force. Sue, I officially challenge you. Are you brave enough for a one-on-one? I will crush you. Chapter 59. Letting you have 4 points. Kenyon Martin was furious. While it was one thing for the Magic to celebrate their victory at the Continental Airlines Arena, it was utterly infuriating that this was not the first time Suze had belittled him, even claiming to be the third fiddle of the team. This was something Kenyon Martin could no longer tolerate. He felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess on the court to let Suze know his true strength. Simultaneously, Martin sought to diminish the Magic's post-victory elation through their one-on-one confrontation. Upon hearing Kenyon Martin's words, Suze could not help but smile even more radiantly. Do you truly revel in seeking out challenges? He inquired. Since you take such pleasure in it, allow me to oblige. As we are still within the confines of the arena, shall we settle this matter here? It was the first time Suze had encountered such a request. The idea of someone actively seeking submission was rather peculiar. If Suze were to deny this bizarre demand, others might claim that he was incapable. After all, a man must never appear inadequate. Suze donned his new jersey and arrived at the court of the Continental Airlines Arena. At that moment, Kenyon Martin stood on the court, his face adorned with a playful smirk as he fixed his gaze upon Suze. Sue's father, Sue's mother, along with Su Ying and Lin Yuyu, stood by the sidelines, watching intently. Be cautious, Suze. This fellow is quite malicious, Lin Yuyu exclaimed as she rushed over to quietly warn him. She recalled his previous unsportsmanlike conduct during the match, urging him to be careful and avoid injury. I would be heartbroken otherwise, she added, biting her pink lips, embodying the quintessential image of the girl next door. Suze smiled gently. He raised his hand and affectionately ruffled Lin Yuyu's hair. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Suze approached the basketball court. At that moment, the Magic's head coach, Doc Rivers, also made his way over. A look of helplessness was etched across his face. Coach, why don't you attempt to stop Suze? Su Ying furrowed her brow slightly, expressing her skepticism towards Rivers. Rivers shrugged his shoulders, speaking with evident resignation. I attempted to persuade Sue, but he is resolute in his desire to confront Kenyon. There is little I can do to dissuade him, despite my warnings that such actions might jeopardize the upcoming games. He remains undeterred. Doug Rivers appeared rather helpless. Engaging in such unsanctioned play against an opponent, without any protective measures, poses a significant risk of injury. Moreover, Kenyon Martin is certainly no gentleman on the basketball court. It is possible that his one-on-one matchup with Suze harbors ulterior motives. Suze has his own considerations. He is aware that his rivals, engaging in a one-on-one confrontation under such circumstances, could easily lead to injury due to malicious fouls. However, Suze aims to shatter Kenyon Martin's confidence through this very duel. Dismantling a person's self-assurance and resolve can render Kenyon Martin timid in subsequent matches. Even the slightest encounter with his defense could throw Martin into a state of panic, causing him to make mistakes in haste. This tactic is also intended to assist the team on the court. How about we engage in an unrestricted one-on-one? Kenyon Martin immediately suggested upon seeing Suze approach. He understands well that under the rules of American one-on-one, he would stand no chance against Suze. The limitation of dribbling no more than 3 times presents a formidable challenge for Kenyon Martin, whose skills are relatively unrefined. Suze nodded in agreement with a smile. No problem, since this is your turf, the rules are naturally yours to set. Kenyon Martin then proposed, let's make it 5 points, first to 5 wins. Kenyon Martin feared complications arising from a prolonged match. The fewer the offensive possessions, the more advantageous it would be for him. Leveraging his physical dominance to swiftly overpower his opponent seemed an excellent strategy. Very well, Suze replied. The winner serves, and as a gesture of courtesy, I'll even grant you a 4-point head start. How does that sound? Suze chuckled with an air of confidence. How utterly arrogant. Upon hearing these words, Kenyon Martin's anger surged within him. He felt insulted and ridiculed. Out of a total of 5 balls, Suze actually proposed to let him have 4. Was this not a sign of disdain? Are you serious? Kenyon Martin's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on Suze with a hint of hostility. It was evident that Suze's audacity infuriated and displeased Kenyon Martin immensely. Of course, I am serious. Suze nodded earnestly. Would I ever deceive you? Suze regarded Kenyon Martin with an expression of incredulity, as if he were gazing upon a simpleton. The surrounding onlookers could not help but roll their eyes, sensing that Suze's confidence might be bordering on arrogance. Nevertheless, matters on the basketball court should ultimately be left to Suze's own judgment. All right, you are audacious enough. Do you dare to let me take the first shot? Kenyon Martin exclaimed, his voice brimming with indignation. In his mind, he silently resolved, since you choose to swagger, I shall ensure you are brought down a notch. Suze shrugged his shoulders and replied, all right, no problem. Suze has already granted Kenyon Martin a chance to seal the victory. However, should he triumph over Kenyon Martin, it would significantly undermine his confidence. Ding. System task initiated. Ding. Defeat Kenyon Martin, and the host shall receive a system reward. Just as Suze consented to Kenyon Martin's request, the system task was simultaneously unveiled. Suze unhesitatingly positioned himself in defense. Come on, begin your performance. Suze passed the ball to his opponent and then beckoned towards Kenyon Martin with a disdainful gesture. This action was steeped in contempt and provocation. Enraged, Kenyon Martin immediately turned his back to the ball, intending to back down Suze from beyond the three-point line. You wish to overpower me from here? Surely, you jest. Have you forgotten that on the court, you are incapable of backing me down? Suze chuckled lightly. In a moment of reflection, Kenyon Martin recalled his unsuccessful attempt to back down Suze during the match. However, in that brief lapse of concentration, Suze's long arm extended and deftly swiped the ball from Kenyon Martin's grasp. Kenyon Martin quickly regained his focus, hurriedly seized the basketball, and then, with the ball held in his right hand, shifted his approach to penetrate towards the paint. Suze remained calm and unhurried, extending his long arms to obstruct and defend against Kenyon Martin's driving path. Just as Martin approached the edge of the 3-second zone, he suddenly halted, pulling the ball back with his right hand and executing a pivot, intending to exploit his footwork to penetrate the interior. However, Suze, adorned with the low-post defender badge, remained completely unfazed, even when confronted by a power forward with such rudimentary skills in the paint. The bronze-level low-post defender badge was more than sufficient to handle the situation. As Suze's badge illuminated above his head, he deftly sidestepped to his right, effectively obstructing Kenyon Martin's path of attack. Kenyon Martin had already secured the ball. Left with no options, he could only attempt a desperate shot, which was emphatically swatted down by Suze's formidable block. Chapter 60, The Final Assault. Suze executed a robust block, neutralizing Kenyon Martin's offensive attempt, while simultaneously earning the illustrious badge of a copper pot hot pot expert above his head. Suze gently shook his finger at Kenyon Martin. You cannot proceed. This is the restricted airspace of the Su family. Suze's flippant tone, coupled with his highly sarcastic gestures, left Martin's cheeks burning, as if he had just received a sharp slap across the face. Now it's my turn to strike. You had better be on your guard. Suze brought the ball beyond the three-point line, initiating the first offensive play. Can you guess whether I will take the left route or the right one? Suze employed a dragging step, endeavoring to shift the defensive focus of Kenyon Martin. Kenyon Martin remained vigilant, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Suze, striving to remain impervious to Suze's feints. However, despite his efforts, Suze continued to dazzle with his mesmerizing dribbling, aiming to disrupt Kenyon Martin's judgment. Suddenly, with the ball held in his right hand, Suze made a decisive move towards the paint, prompting Kenyon Martin to retreat a half-step, seeking to obstruct Suze's path to the basket. At that precise moment, Suze executed a dramatic crossover, seamlessly transferring the ball to his left hand. The iconic double crossover move, reminiscent of Durant's signature style, illuminated the air above Suze's head. Suze skillfully assessed Kenyon Martin's defensive maneuvers. Just as his opponent shifted to defend, Suze executed a sweeping change of direction. Throughout this maneuver, Suze exhibited no signs of deceleration. The magnitude of his evasion was so pronounced that he maintained an accelerating pace during the transformation. Kenyon Martin, momentarily disoriented, was unable to keep pace with the velocity of Suze's second change of direction. In his attempt to regain balance and reposition himself, he ultimately lost his footing and fell to the ground. The ankle terminator, the badge of Suze illuminated, effortlessly surpassing Kenyon Martin. I have stated before, surpassing you is akin to traversing a quiet morning street. Suze dashed past Martin with remarkable speed, not forgetting to strike at his heart. Martin's face flushed with shame, and his inner fury began to swell. Bang! Following closely, the sound of Suze successfully completing a slam dunk echoed. Come again, Martin shouted, rising from the ground and directing his ire towards Suze. Suze passed the ball to Kenyon Martin. The individual who scored took the free kick. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Suze took the initiative to position himself defensively, gazing down with an air of superiority at Kenyon Martin. The sight of Suze's lofty demeanor only fueled Martin's anger. "Do not be so arrogant. For this shot, you shall pay the price." As soon as Martin received the ball, he swiftly employed his right hand to drive forcefully towards the paint. His fury had clouded his judgment. He aimed to merge his speed and strength in a bid to swiftly penetrate Suze's defense and secure a score. Suze remained composed, unaffected by Martin's emotional outburst. As Martin charged fiercely toward the interior, Suze deftly sidestepped half a position, deliberately leaving a gap for Martin to penetrate. Seizing the opportune moment with seasoned instinct, Suze extended his lengthy arm from behind to cleanly strip the ball from Kenyon Martin's grasp. Most of Suze's steals now arise from a gamble-like approach. Drawing upon the experience accumulated in his previous life, alongside the wisdom of this existence, Suze consistently manages to secure steals during matches against players with weaker ball-handling abilities. However, when confronted with control maestros such as A or Jason Kidd, such steals rely heavily on fortune. Suze extended his long arms, effortlessly cradling the basketball in his embrace. He swiftly advanced beyond the three-point line, and before Martin could close the gap to defend, he launched a three-point shot. Swish. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air and landed perfectly in the hoop. "Oh yeah, Suze is magnificent. The ball is in again." Lin Yu, watching from the sidelines, waved her arms exuberantly, cheering and applauding for Suze. Sue's father and mother displayed expressions of contentment, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed upon their son. Upon hearing Lin Yu's praise, Kenyon Martin on the court became increasingly agitated. He turned his head and bellowed at Lin Yu. "What are you shouting about? It's merely 2 goals. What is there to cheer for?" Martin's face twisted with rage, his muscles twitching with fury. He was overwhelmed with anger. Although Suze had only scored 2 goals, Martin had already begun to feel the paralyzing fear of being dominated by him. In the presence of Suze, Martin experienced a profound sense of helplessness, both offensively and defensively. Why unleash your fury upon a girl? If you have the capability, let your skills speak for you on the court, rather than behaving like a coward and shouting at those who are uninvolved. Suze wore a cold expression, disdain evident in his tone. Lin Yu let out a chilly snort in agreement. Indeed, when one cannot triumph on the court, they resort to roaring at the spectators. If you truly possess the ability, then defeat Suze on the field. Martin's face was a mask of fury, his brows furrowed deeply, his countenance darkened to the extreme. "Come, bring it on." Kenyon Martin's eyes glowed with rage, a hint of madness flickering within them. He could not fathom how, having been given a 4-point advantage by Suze, he still found himself unable to match his prowess. "I wish you luck. May fortune smile upon you. Otherwise, it is impossible for you to best me." Suze spoke with an air of certainty. Martin felt a deep sense of insult. When had it become necessary for him to rely on the favor of the goddess of fortune to secure a victory? Martin seized the ball and initiated another offensive. Yet, this time, Kenyon Martin's efforts were once more thwarted by Suze. Almost immediately, Suze scored again. Undeterred, Martin launched yet another attack, only to find it similarly disrupted by Suze, who countered with yet another point. The score now stood at 4-4. This turn of events left Kenyon Martin increasingly agitated. He appeared somewhat flustered, and the expression on his face grew increasingly unnatural. This was his final opportunity. As Suze passed the ball to Kenyon Martin, he cheerfully encouraged him, saying, "Use your brain. You can do it." Suze pointed to his temple. Kenyon Martin's cheeks twitched involuntarily, and the panic and tension in his gaze did not escape Suze's notice. Martin took several deep breaths, his heart racing, the pounding sound exacerbating his agitation. Kenyon Martin fixated on the position of the hoop, silently resolving that he must make this shot. "Are you ready yet? I've been waiting so long that the flowers are about to wither." Suze gently tapped his ear and spoke with remarkable ease. Kenyon Martin remained silent, yet swiftly launched his final offensive. With all his might, Kenyon Martin accelerated, charging directly towards the paint. However, this time, Kenyon was unlike his usual self. Every muscle in his body was engaged. His left arm, as the ball handler, raised his elbow, crashing forcefully into Suze's chest. Chapter 61, Can I Refuse? Martin was desperate. In his bid to breach Suze's defense, he resorted to using his elbow as a battering ram, delivering a fierce blow to Suze's chest. The sound of impact resonated, evoking a visceral sense of pain. Gasp. On the sidelines, Doc Rivers inhaled sharply. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "That's an offensive foul." "Kenyon, you have committed a foul," Rivers yelled anxiously, jumping up and down at the edge of the court. However, in such a one-on-one matchup, Even a foul was unlikely to halt the game. Ignoring the furious protests from Rivers, Kenyon Martin was even more determined to penetrate the paint. Yet, he soon found himself astonished. He intended to clear a path with his elbow, but Souza stood firm like an unyielding wall. Even after being struck in the chest, he did not budge an inch, resolutely maintaining his defensive stance against Kenyon Martin's advance. Martin exerted himself once more, charging fiercely towards Souza. Yet, Souza remained immovable, rendering Kenyon Martin utterly powerless to shift him even a fraction. Furthermore, Martin's excessive force caused him to lose balance, drastically altering his dribbling posture. Souza seized the opportunity, extending his long arm to snatch the basketball from Kenyon Martin's grasp. Damn it! Kenyon Martin couldn't help but curse. He gazed at Souza, who had already advanced beyond the three-point line with the ball, and a sense of panic began to envelop him. In comparison to Kenyon Martin's own skills, Souza's offensive tactics were astonishingly diverse. Having scored 4 consecutive baskets, it seemed that this time Souza was poised to conclude the game. In a fluster, Kenyon Martin rushed forward, determined to employ every possible means to thwart Souza's impending attack. As Souza dribbled towards the three-point line, he began to exhibit signs of a shot. The mere thought of Souza's impeccable three-point shooting sent Kenyon Martin's speed surging. No, I must defend this shot at all costs. Kenyon Martin's mind was a cacophony of fervent shouts. As Souza appeared ready to shoot, Kenyon Martin charged forward, leaping high into the air, intent on delivering a monumental block to overshadow Souza's attempt. Yet, Kenyon Martin was mistaken once again. Souza effortlessly executed a simple prayer-like shooting feint, leaving his opponent completely bewildered. Souza's lips curled into a slightly cunning smile. You've fallen for it again. Do you not use your brain when playing? Souza effortlessly evaded Kenyon Martin midair, not missing the chance to taunt him. Suspended in the air, Martin's blood pressure skyrocketed with rage. Yet, powerless in that moment, he could only watch helplessly as Souza dribbled past with ease, driving straight toward the basket. Souza did not linger and effortlessly concluded the match with a graceful layup. 5-4. After initially allowing Kenyon Martin to score 4 points, Souza relentlessly netted 5 consecutive points, securing victory in the game. Kenyon Martin turned away, despair etched on his face as he gazed at the hoop. He clenched his teeth tightly, his expression a portrait of anguish, his eyes brimming with resentment and disappointment. You have lost this match. It is time to acknowledge your role as the third in command, is it not? Souza, clutching the ball, approached Kenyon Martin, seizing the opportune moment to deliver the finishing blow. Martin's expression was laden with bitterness, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated resentment. Yet, a loss is a loss. And to succumb under the circumstances of having been granted a 4-point lead by his opponent was particularly difficult for Kenyon Martin to accept. His gaze gradually became unfocused, and without uttering a word, he despondently made his way toward the players' tunnel. Oh yay, Souza has triumphed, Lin Yu exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. I always knew Ace was the best. With exuberance, she waved her arms and sprinted towards Souza. In a moment of celebration, she enveloped him in a warm embrace, rising on her toes to bestow a cool, fragrant kiss upon his cheek. Souza was momentarily taken aback, then gave a resigned smile. It seemed that his rather inexpensive girlfriend was not someone he could easily shake off. Ace, does your chest hurt? Let me massage it for you. Ace, your performance just now was truly valiant. Ace, that scoundrel Martin has harmed you once again, but fortunately, you triumphed and defeated him. Lin Yu chattered incessantly by Souza's ear, resembling a devoted fan. Souza could only smile helplessly. The others around him exchanged knowing smiles as well. At that moment, Doug Rivers approached, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. With a hint of apprehension, he remarked, Sue, do you realize how perilous this situation is? Fortunately, Martin's elbow strike landed on the chest. Had it been aimed higher, it could have jeopardized the upcoming series. The current Souza was no longer merely a water cooler attendant. He had become a crucial asset in Doug Rivers' arsenal. It is not an exaggeration to assert that, without Souza's remarkable emergence, the Magic would be far from gracing the Eastern Conference Finals. They might even struggle to survive the first round of the playoffs. It's all Martin's fault. If he can't play well, at least he could have decent character. It's utterly infuriating, Lin Yu exclaimed, while playfully sticking her tongue out at Kenyon Martin's retreating figure. Souza chuckled. Such trivial opposition cannot wound me. I am as steadfast as iron, while my adversaries are as fleeting as water. As Souza spoke, he emphatically patted his chest. Rivers let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, that's wonderful. Knowing you're all right puts my mind at ease. The one most anxious about Souza's injury was none other than Doug Rivers. with McGrady already sidelined. Should Suze succumb to injury as well, the Magic would likely falter in the Eastern Conference Finals. At that moment, Suing approached, accompanied by several journalists. Shaoze. These esteemed individuals are renowned sports reporters. They just witnessed your match against Kenyon from the corner and are eager to interview you. Upon hearing that he would have to face the media, Suze felt overwhelmed. Can I refuse? The instant he uttered those words, everyone around him froze in disbelief. It is crucial to seize the opportunity to shine before the media. Such moments are invaluable, while most would crave the chance. Suze's immediate thought was to decline, truly astonishing. A tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed female reporter approached Suze with a smile. Dressed in a professional suit that exuded both allure and competence, she introduced herself. Hello, Sue. I am Maria. I have just a few simple questions. And I hope you won't turn me down. Chapter 62. Brother, you are about to become famous. Suze's refusal only deepened Maria's curiosity about him. He is indeed an intriguing player. While other athletes often seize the opportunity to leverage media attention after a resounding victory, Suze deliberately chose to decline such engagement. This decision piqued Maria's interest, leaving her to ponder the nature of Suze and the reasons behind his choice to turn away from the spotlight. Suze shrugged helplessly. I apologize, but I am rather fatigued today. As for the interview, let my manager, Suing, handle it. With that, Suze took Lin Yuyu by the hand and swiftly departed with Lin's parents, anxious to evade any pursuing media. Upon returning to their rented apartment, Suze took a refreshing shower and reclined comfortably on the bed to rest, while activating the system. After a night filled with consecutive tasks, he anticipated a substantial reward. System, is it time to dispense the rewards? Suze often felt that the system was being rather indolent. While it was diligent in issuing tasks, it invariably procrastinated when it came to settling task rewards, much to Suze's annoyance. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of defeating the Nets, earning a reward of 30 badge points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for accomplishing the hidden task of achieving 5 steals and 5 blocks, earning a reward of 50 badge points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully overcoming the task of defeating Kenyon Martin, earning a reward of 20 badge points. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Suze was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by displeasure. Damn system, why are all the rewards just badge points this time? What about the exclusive move pack? The dunk pack? And the layup pack? What is going on? Have you forgotten other moves? If you can't, I can teach you. Suze could not help but vent his frustrations at the system. This lazy system truly knows how to cut corners, concocting a plethora of points to deceive itself. Ding. A system notification sounded. Suze refrained from using disrespectful language. Was that truly disrespectful? This was merely my classic trash talk. Do you wish to experience it firsthand? Before Suze could unleash his tirade, the system hurriedly intervened to quell his agitation. Ding. Wait. Host, please maintain civility. Civility? You dare speak to me of civility? With all these points you've conjured, how am I supposed to behave civilly? Suze expressed his indignation fervently. Although his points were commendable, the exclusive action pack was undeniably invaluable. With the exclusive action pack equipped, Suze could maneuver with greater ease on the court. I must ask you, will you grant me the action pack? If not, I shall unleash my wrath. Prepare to witness the prowess of the foremost critic from the Dragon Kingdom. The system truly trembled at Suze's threats. It appears that managing a system nowadays is quite a challenge. Ding. Please hold on, host. The exclusive action pack is being distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system has resupplied the exclusive action pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the exclusive action pack for Jordan's fadeaway shot. The legendary move of the esteemed Mr. Jordan? Ah, what an absolute boon this is. Upon acquiring this exclusive shooting motion package, Suze was instantly filled with delight, his entire being brimming with excitement. The picturesque fadeaway jump shot. Undoubtedly one of the most classic and graceful fadeaway jump shots of all time. Suze released the system with a swift motion and promptly accessed the badge interface. With the previous remaining 10 points, along with the newly acquired 80 badge points, Suze now possessed a total of 90 badge points. He intended to invest all 90 points into the fadeaway shot badge. The combination of the badge with the exclusive animation package painted a picture so exquisite that Suze could hardly dare to envision it. Before long, he located the fadeaway master badge in the shooting badge section. Without a moment's hesitation, Suze illuminated the reclining master badge. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the reclining master badge, consuming 10 badge points. Current level, bronze. A mere 10 points did not cause Suze the slightest pang of regret. He proceeded to upgrade, elevating the bronze reclining master badge to silver. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the bronze reclining master badge, consuming 30 badge points. Current level, silver. Ding. The higher the level of the reclining master badge, the more advanced exclusive reclining action packs the host can utilize. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Suze was instantly filled with delight. He eagerly anticipated equipping the Jordan Recline Jump Shot action pack. However, when Suze navigated to the exclusive action section, he was dismayed to discover that the Jordan Recline Jump Shot action pack was grayed out, rendering it unusable. What the heck? Damn system, you have deceived me once again. Suze resembled a naive young man, seemingly deceived by the system in matters of the heart. The package containing the Jordan Fadeaway shot required the prerequisite of possessing the Hall of Fame Fadeaway Master Badge to be equipped and utilized. In other words, with merely a silver badge, Suze was utterly incapable of employing the Jordan Fadeaway shot. Just as a hint of frustration washed over him, the sudden ringing of his phone shattered the silence. Suze glanced at the caller ID. It was a call from McGrady. Hey brother, I watched today's game, and your performance was nothing short of exceptional. McGrady's voice erupted with excitement as soon as the call connected. Clearly, he was immensely pleased and thrilled with the resounding victory. Good buddy, you are truly remarkable. It seems your prowess knows no bounds. McGrady couldn't help but shower Suze with praise. Suze smiled shyly. Haha, just average. Third in the world. To be honest, I was just improvising. McGrady was momentarily taken aback. He did not comprehend what Versailles meant. Otherwise, he would have surely retorted sharply at Suze. Haha, good buddy. Oh, by the way, I also watched your one-on-one video with Kenyon Martin. Man, you look incredibly cool. Giving him a 4-point lead and still managing to dominate your opponent in an unstructured setting, impressive. TSK, Kenyon must be feeling quite frustrated right now. Haha. As McGrady spoke, his voice crackled with excitement and a hint of harshness over the phone. He was utterly elated. Besides the team's victory, Suze had also decisively outperformed the opposing team's key player. Psychologically, Suze had secured an undeniable advantage. Wow, is it spreading this fast? Suze felt a sense of surprise. Of course, the internet is ever evolving. Moreover, the media's promotional efforts regarding such matters are immensely vigorous. Even renowned journalists like John Bonner and Maria are rallying support for you. Brother, you are on the verge of stardom. You are poised to become the hottest new sensation in the league. Chapter 63. A visit to summer camp. This was not the first time that McGrady proclaimed Suze's imminent rise to fame. Yet, McGrady was indeed correct. Suze had truly become a sensation. He first scored 4 points, then followed with a remarkable 5 consecutive shots, utterly overshadowing the video of Kenyon Martin. In this era of rapid internet growth, he achieved overnight fame. This surge in attention elevated Suze's prominence, both in the United States and in Longwa. Early the next morning, Suze, having risen with the dawn, received a phone call from Suing. Hello? Sis, what's up? Why are you calling so early? Is there something on your mind? As Suze munched on a slice of bread, he inquired, Do you remember Maria? The voice of Suing resonated from the other end of the line. Yes, the female journalist from yesterday, he replied. Suze nodded without hesitation. With her tall stature, golden hair, and captivating blue eyes, she possessed an exquisite and enchanting beauty that lingered in one's memory long after a mere glance. Suze couldn't help but recall the prominent socialites of the Kardashian family. Indeed, Maria and John Bonner have extended an invitation for you to visit a local high school in New Jersey. There happens to be a group of high school students who have just arrived in New Jersey for a basketball summer camp. The two of them wish to invite you as a distinguished guest. A distinguished guest? Suze stroked his chin, pondering the benefits of the matter at hand. Beyond merely elevating one's notoriety, it might also provide the rare opportunity to encounter the shadows of other NBA stars at the summer camp. To my knowledge, in addition to yourself, they have also extended invitations to Paul Pierce and Mike Bibby, both of whom are renowned figures in the league. The mere mention of these names piqued Suze's interest. Paul Pierce, known as the Truth, boasts exceptional three-point shooting skills and formidable one-on-one abilities, ranking among the elite in the league. This brother, having endured 11 wounds yet remaining steadfast, exemplifies true grit. As for Mike Bibby, his reputation as the White Devil in the league precedes him. His finesse and outstanding mid-range shooting are indisputable, as is his offensive prowess. Noticing Suze's silence, Suing assumed he was inclined to decline the offer. She gently urged, "Little Zay, listen to your sister. Participating in the summer camp will not only enhance your visibility, but also provide a chance to hone your skills through competition with Pierce and Bibby. I am aware of your rapid improvement in basketball. However, the opportunity to engage with such top-tier athletes would undoubtedly contribute significantly to your development." Suing earnestly urged. Fearful that Suze might decline this proposal, Suze chuckled softly. He could discern that Suing genuinely had his best interests at heart. Despite having traversed into a different realm, the presence of such a beautiful and understanding sister warmed his heart. "All right, sister, what time shall we meet today?" Suze inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing Suze's agreement, Suing was immediately overwhelmed with excitement. "Don't be late. We agreed to meet at the Defy training facility in New Jersey at 10 o'clock this morning. I will be there waiting for you." Su Ying's voice carried a hint of exhilaration. With the time and place firmly established, Suze quickly made his preparations. The prospect of engaging in a match with two of the league's current stars filled him with anticipation. At precisely 10 o'clock, Suze arrived outside the Defy training facility. Suing was already standing in the shade, awaiting her arrival. Suze hurried over, extending his hand like a fan, diligently providing a gentle breeze for Suing. Though the airflow was minimal, it was nonetheless a gesture of heartfelt kindness. "Sister, you've worked hard," Suze said with a cheerful smile. Suing cast a glance at Suze, a single look imbued with a myriad of enchanting nuances. "Enough of that. They will arrive shortly. Let us proceed inside first. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention, I've just learned that the summer camp has also invited the local basketball star, Kenyon Martin, from New Jersey as a special guest." Su Ying's words elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Suze. "What are you laughing at?" Suing looked at Suze in astonishment and inquired. Suze shrugged his shoulders. "I chuckled at the thought of Martin possibly being so vexed upon seeing me that he might lose his appetite for lunch today." The two of us entered the training facility, where Kenyon Martin was already engaged in playful antics with the high school freshmen from the summer camp. Adolescents around the ages of 15 or 16. Not far off, amidst this lively group of youths, Suze spotted several remarkably familiar figures. There was the slender, uniquely charismatic Durant, the robustly built yet somewhat naïve-smiling Greg Oden, and the haughtily aloof Michael Beasley, whose expression bore a hint of disdain. Suze raised an eyebrow. These individuals are all renowned figures destined for the NBA, especially Oden, a prodigy undeniably thwarted by injuries. Suze was silently pondering within his heart. Suze observed that although Kenyon Martin interacted reasonably well with most of the youngsters, both Oden and Durant, as well as Michael Beasley, regarded him with a certain disdain. This sentiment was understandable, given that Kenyon had recently suffered a resounding defeat at the hands of Suze and had now appeared at the training camp. It was only natural that no one would wish to exchange skills with a player who had been so thoroughly outmatched. What could one possibly gain from such an encounter? Ladies and gentlemen, please take note. The NBA's most sought-after rising star, Suze, has arrived. John Bonner, standing off to the side, had noticed Suze and Suing entering the training facility well in advance. He clapped his hands enthusiastically and began to introduce Suze with great fervor. Upon hearing Suze's name, the young athletes reacted as though they had stumbled upon a new world, their eyes lighting up in unison as they turned toward the entrance. "Good morning, everyone. I am delighted to be part of your summer camp." Suze waved to the group of youths, his face aglow with a warm smile as he greeted them. Upon hearing Suze's name, Kenyon Martin's expression shifted dramatically, as though he had just ingested several flies, rendering him visibly displeased. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the very youths who had just surrounded him swarmed around Suze like a flock of bees, encircling him in an instant. "Su, I have watched your matches. Your three-point shooting skills are extraordinary. Su, could you possibly teach me that elusive Dragon Kingdom layup? Su, you are my idol. May I have your autograph?" The chorus of enthusiastic voices clamored around Suze, their faces and eyes brimming with excitement. Even Durant, typically reserved and reticent, could not conceal the palpable exhilaration and joy that danced across his features at that moment. Suze smiled helplessly. "I can fulfill each of your requests. After all, a man cannot say no. However, you must come to me one at a time. Well, let us begin with you." Suze pointed towards Durant amidst the crowd. Suze seemed to have just heard Durant express a desire to learn his three-point shooting technique. Chapter 64. Guiding Durant. Standing amidst the crowd, Durant, having been singled out by Suze, was momentarily taken aback. "Are you referring to me?" Durant exclaimed, a blend of astonishment and excitement in his voice. "Yes, indeed, it is you. Did you not just express your wish to master the art of the three-point shot?" Suze smiled at Durant. He navigated through the crowd, approached Durant, and embraced him warmly. Is that true? How wonderful. I watched the playoffs. And your three-point shooting remained formidable, which left me in deep admiration. Durant beamed with delight, his lean face radiating excitement. Suze has astonished everyone with his remarkable performance on the grand stage of the playoffs, a true test for any superstar. His popularity has surged in tandem, particularly among the younger generation, where he has emerged as one of their new idols. After all, not every player selected at the end of the second round in the NBA can shine so brilliantly during the playoffs. Young man, I perceive your extraordinary talent and remarkable physique. It is evident that you are well suited for the game of basketball. By the way, I haven't yet asked you, what is your name? Suze embraced Durant's shoulders, inquiring with a cheerful smile. Suze was certainly aware of Durant's name. However, at this moment, Durant was merely an outstanding high school student, and calling out his name directly would have seemed rather astonishing. After all, unlike other NBA stars, Suze had not followed high school basketball games. Kevin Durant, Durant replied. Oh, impressive. Just hearing your name, it's clear that you are destined to become a superstar. Suze cheerfully extolled Durant. Now, let us commence. I shall impart my three-point shooting skills to you and observe how much you can learn. Suze brought Durant to the three-point line of the court. At that moment, the staff on the court passed the ball to Suze. Come on, Kevin. Hold the basketball in your hands and let me first observe your shooting posture. Suze gestured for Durant to take the first shot. Durant, without hesitation, positioned himself beyond the three-point line and launched a shot. However, at this juncture, he was not yet the formidable force destined to dominate the league. His accuracy from beyond the arc was still wanting, as he attempted several three-point shots, all of which clanged off the rim, drawing upon the memories of his past life. Suze astutely noted that Durant's shooting form bore significant discrepancies compared to that of the superstar he would eventually become. This divergence in technique contributed to a marked decline in Durant's shooting precision. Come, pass me the ball. When you shoot, you must elevate the ball to this position, ensuring your body is in harmony and your force is balanced. Suze reminisced about Durant's shooting posture and power application from his previous life, patiently imparting his insights to Durant. Each individual's power point, shooting stance, and hand shape are distinct. I believe this approach may suit you better, and your height might still increase in the future. Such a shooting posture and power technique will render your shots more fluid and precise. As Suze diligently demonstrated the movements, he patiently elucidated each step. Durant listened intently, not overlooking a single detail. Numerous factors contribute to the making of a superstar, however. A commitment to hard work and learning is undoubtedly among them. Now, you may give it a try. Suze utilized his recent shooting technique to accurately sink several three-pointers. Durant watched with an expression of envy. Upon hearing Suze invite him to give it a try, Durant eagerly grabbed the basketball. Standing beyond the three-point line, he cradled the ball with both hands, took a few deep breaths, and recalled the shooting form and power techniques that Suze had just taught him. I can do this, Durant silently encouraged himself. With his remarkable learning ability, he swiftly exhibited a flawless shooting style. The modified technique improved the finesse of Durant's shot, rendering it softer and elevating his release point. Swish, swish, swish. As Durant attempted several three-pointers, he successfully landed 3 or 4 in a row, which only heightened his excitement. Sue, I can't thank you enough. Our exchange has been immensely beneficial. Durant gazed at Suze with profound gratitude, his eyes sparkling with admiration, resembling that of an eager disciple. My shooting has become much smoother, no longer as rigid as before. I truly appreciate your help. Sue, may I have the pleasure of discussing this with you more often in the future? Durant looked at Suze with hopeful anticipation, his eyes filled with earnest longing. For the introverted and sensitive Durant, the mere act of vocalizing such a request was a testament to how much he had come to regard Suze as a cherished mentor and friend during this learning experience. Suze smiled knowingly. Once again, he reached out to clasp Durant's shoulder. Of course, little Kevin, this is entirely possible. Moreover, I can teach you how to hurl insults. To become a proficient provocateur. How does that sound? As Suze spoke, he couldn't help but wink at Durant. Criticizing others? Durant felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. In that moment, Durant found himself at a loss. He was perplexed by how Suze had discovered his particular penchant. Although the internet was not as advanced as it had been in his previous life, it was rapidly developing, with various messaging tools and online platforms gradually emerging. As a passionate internet enthusiast, Kevin Durant had exhibited remarkable prowess online since his youth. Thus, when Suze mentioned the act of criticizing others, Durant felt a sudden pang of recognition. Rest assured, My ability to critique is as formidable as my basketball skills. Suze spoke cheerfully, while Durant regarded him with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. The two swiftly exchanged contact information, observing Durant's rapid progress under Suze's guidance. The other youths at the summer camp eagerly clamored to engage with him for learning. This left Kenyon Martin, who had only moments ago basked in the limelight, feeling quite unsettled. After all, he was supposed to be the center of attention. Yet now, it seemed that the spotlight had shifted entirely to Suze. Just as the young athletes were clamoring to discuss basketball techniques with him, a commotion erupted outside the training facility. A throng of reporters surged in, escorting two individuals into the gymnasium, their cameras flashing incessantly, clearly capturing every moment. They had arrived. Suing approached Suze's side and whispered a gentle reminder. Suze cast his gaze towards the entrance, soon spotting two exceedingly familiar faces amidst the crowd. Chapter 65, Defeat and Depart. Despite the throng of people, Suze recognized the two figures, Paul Pierce and Mike Bibby. Dressed in athletic attire, they were surrounded by a swarm of reporters, basking in the limelight. The two shared laughter and conversation, appearing to enjoy a commendable rapport. Beyond the NBA courts, many players maintain amicable relationships, while others find themselves in fierce rivalries. Even off the field. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you here. Paul Pierce extended his right hand, waving as he greeted the youth at the summer camp. Mike Bibby also smiled, a slight grin gracing his lips. Upon the arrival of the two NBA stars, the group of youngsters did not exhibit overwhelming excitement. Instead, they remained clustered around Suze, eager to engage in discussions about basketball techniques. They had witnessed firsthand how, under Suze's guidance, Durant improved his shooting form and demonstrated commendable accuracy. In contrast, Paul Pierce and Mike Bibby had yet to offer them any significant benefits. Consequently, the campers were more inclined to converse with Suze, with only a few making their way over to seek autographs from Pierce and Bibby. Who is that? Pierce furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. He and Mike Bibby were supposed to be the stars of the day. Yet, upon entering the training facility, they had not received the anticipated warm welcome. Mike Bibby also glanced towards Suze in the crowd, finding him somewhat familiar, yet unable to place him. He shrugged, acknowledging the moment. Although Suze had shone brightly on the playoff stage, most people's impressions of him remained tethered to the number 7 jersey of the Magic. Clad in unremarkable sportswear, Suze hardly stood out, making it difficult for anyone to associate him with the prominent figure wearing number 7 on the court. It's Suze, the recently celebrated rising star of the league. Just then, the previously overlooked Kenyon Martin approached, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Suze. Pierce and Bibby associated the figure before them with the Magic's number 7 on the court. Indeed, it was this kid. Pierce felt a twinge of discontent. Although Suze had emerged as a rising star in the league, he had navigated its waters for many years and had been selected for the All-Star team multiple times. One would think he was the undisputed star of the league. In terms of status and experience, he should certainly rank above Suze. Bibby also felt a sense of displeasure. Today, he and Pierce were supposed to be the main attractions, yet unexpectedly, all the limelight seemed to have been seized by Suze, who had arrived first. It was hard not to think that Suze had done this intentionally. Hey, Sue. Pierce shouted in Suze's direction. However, Suze was surrounded by a group of youngsters and could not hear what Pierce was saying at all. He intended to approach and greet them, but he was blocked by the campers. Suze smiled with a hint of helplessness, while he also noticed the unfriendly expressions on the faces of Pierce and Bibby. Please make way. I shall greet Paul and Mike. Sue. Teach me the Dragon Country's mysterious step, will you? I'll return after a brief hello. Sue, do not leave. Today, no matter what. We shall not allow you to escape. Suze, with a bitter smile of resignation, found himself encircled by these summer camp youths, rendered utterly immobile. Did you see that? He is a rising star now, and he doesn't even bother to greet the veterans of the league. Kenyon Martin fanned the flames of discontent. The already irked Pierce and Bibby felt their spirits sink even further. How utterly arrogant. Pierce could not contain his exasperation. Does he not realize that the NBA is a realm that values experience? No matter how formidable his skills may be, he remains a rookie in his debut season. Pierce expressed his indignation. Bibby merely scoffed. Come on, let's go teach him a lesson. We must curtail this young upstart's hubris. Upon hearing their intentions, Kenyon Martin's spirits soared. He secretly anticipated the spectacle of Suze being thoroughly overwhelmed. Suze noticed that Pierce, Bibby, and Martin were approaching him, and he greeted them with a smile. It is a pleasure to see you all. Suze approached Pierce, greeting Bibby. Ah, you truly are the center of attention. Bibby remarked with a hint of envy. It's quite an adjustment for us to be greeted by the focal point of the event. Upon hearing this, Suze's brows slightly furrowed. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. After all, he was an NBA star. It was only natural for him to possess a certain demeanor. Sue, I've watched your games, but I believe you lack the prowess to be a guest at this summer camp, Paul Pierce declared, immediately dismissing Suze's capabilities. Though you have performed decently of late, it remains a fleeting moment. More importantly, you have yet to face a true opponent. Pierce's expression was one of arrogance. His gaze towards Suze filled with disdain and dissatisfaction. Upon hearing Pierce's words, Suze's mood soured instantly. Regardless of being a newcomer to the league and his inferior credentials compared to Pierce and Bibby, he felt he should not be looked down upon. Are you implying that you are superior to A? Suze raised an eyebrow and inquired. Of course, my physical gifts are undeniably superior to A's. And let us not forget, my static attributes surpass his as well. Just my height alone can impose limitations on you, Paul Pierce replied, exuding confidence. Suze shrugged. His face etched with skepticism. Is that so? But A is the MVP. His retort struck like a sharp dagger, piercing the heart of Paul Pierce. Indeed. Allen Iverson is the MVP, a luminary within the league, having led his team to the NBA Finals as the sole star. In contrast, Paul Pierce's finest achievement as a leader culminated in merely reaching the second round of the playoffs. Suze's remarks instantly provoked Paul Pierce's ire. Are you mocking me? Young man, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance, Paul Pierce exclaimed, seething with anger. I am merely stating the facts. I am not ridiculing anyone. Suze appeared utterly nonchalant. As for whether my words hold truth, the public shall decide. Paul Pierce, with his fiery temperament, immediately shouted at Suze, you little brat. Dare to challenge me to a match? The loser must leave this training facility. Chapter 66, 1v2 Pierce was completely enraged. First, he was disregarded by Suze. And then he was provoked on a sensitive issue. Determined, Pierce resolved to teach Suze a lesson. Being NBA players, they were bound to let their skills do the talking. Sue, it's not too late to concede. If you lose too badly, you might find it difficult to survive in the NBA thereafter. The White Devil, Mike Bibby, smirked derisively. He harbored little fondness for Suze, the rising star from the Dragon Kingdom. His feelings were primarily rooted in envy, as Suze's talent, opportunities, and prowess evoked feelings of admiration and jealousy within Bibby. Why was fate so unfair, bestowing upon Suze such remarkable static and dynamic abilities? Here's a bold suggestion, he proposed. Suze was acutely aware that a misunderstanding had already arisen today. Thus, the most effective way to resolve this misunderstanding was to conquer his opponent with his own prowess. What a proposal! Pierce sneered coldly. Surely you are not afraid to compete against me? If you are, then you might as well leave the training hall at once. Observing Pierce's aggressive demeanor, Durant, who had recently forged a commendable friendship with Suze, felt quite displeased. Yet, he found himself powerless in front of Pierce, lacking any influence or authority. Indeed, Kenyon Martin, who had remained silent until now, could no longer restrain himself. If I were you, Sue, I would wisely choose to depart, lest you find yourself humiliated after a defeat. Upon hearing Martin's derision, a cryptic smile curled at the corners of Suze's mouth. Without hesitation, he retorted mercilessly, Oh? Just like how you were utterly defeated by me, leaving you in utter disgrace? This statement nearly infuriated Kenyon Martin, yet it was a truth he could not refute. Those of mediocre ability had no right to speak in such a setting. It was akin to a gambler who had lost everything, still standing there shamelessly expounding on matters of significance. If I were in someone else's position, I certainly would not be here, bare and embarrassed, spinning in circles. Suze confronted directly, causing Martin's face to fluctuate between shades of green and white. Meanwhile, Durant, who observed quietly from the side, was filled with excitement. My goodness! Suze's skill in verbal sparring is truly remarkable. He manages to insult others without resorting to foul language. This has convinced Durant of Suze's ability to impart his mastery of this art. Suze was rendered speechless by Martin's remarks, and then continued, My proposal is quite simple. You go up with him, and I shall take on both. Suze pointed at Paul Pierce and then at Mike Bibby. Wow! The campers erupted in excitement. The journalist on the sidelines also gasped in astonishment. Incredible! Suze must have lost his mind. Goodness! Is this for real? 1 against 2? This is utterly insane. Oh ho ho! I am utterly enamored with Suze, the audacity with which he confronts the sky, the earth. And even the air is simply exhilarating. Ha ha ha, he is undeniably arrogant and unrestrained, precisely my preferred type. The admiration of the summer camp youths for Suze has skyrocketed in an instant. At this spirited age of youth, Suze has naturally become the lone hero in their eyes, facing two star-level players from the NBA League. At this moment, Suze seems akin to Captain America from a Marvel film. Meanwhile, Suing in the crowd is anything but composed. She believes Suze must be out of his mind. She concedes that Suze has indeed triumphed in one-on-one matches against basketball prodigies such as Vince Carter and Gilbert Arenas. Yet, that was merely a one-on-one. The current predicament is that Suze is attempting a 1 versus 2, which is truly outrageous. Suing could no longer contain herself. She squeezed beside Suze and tugged at his arm with urgency. Suze, isn't this a bit reckless? There are numerous reporters here, and if you were to lose, it would tarnish your reputation. Suing gazed at Suze with a face full of concern. She believed that Suze's decision was rather frivolous and lacked maturity. Sister, do not worry. I am confident in my abilities. Suze turned his head and offered Suing a reassuring smile. Suing shook her head in resignation. She understood that no one could alter Suze's decision. She could only pray that Suze would not suffer a humiliating defeat. What say you? Do you dare? Suze turned back to face Pierce and Bibby. Are you daring? Pierce and Bibby were both amused by his audacity. What nonsense are you spouting? Sue, you are truly overconfident. What is there that we would not dare? Not to mention a 1v2, we would gladly accept a 1v1 challenge. If we were to fear you, how could we ever establish ourselves in the league? Pierce unapologetically raised his middle finger at Suze. However, this is the first time I have heard someone make such a self-destructive request. Since you insist so fervently, let us make a spectacle of you in front of the media today. Pierce regarded Suze with disdain. In his view, he was more than capable of handling Suze alone, especially with the formidable Mike Bibby at his side. Wouldn't that simply result in a merciless thrashing? Bibby also smirked, saying, Sue, let it be known, if we emerge victorious, you cannot claim our triumph to be unearned. This is entirely of your own making. Suze shrugged his shoulders. Rest assured, you are no match for us. With a disdainful smile, Suze provoked an immediate fury in Pierce and Bibby. Very well, you insolent brat. Speak boldly now. But soon you shall be reduced to tears. Pierce exclaimed, his anger palpable. The crowd parted, creating a space for the three of them. At that moment, a voice resonated in Suze's mind. Ding. Task initiated. Defeat Pierce and Bibby in a 1v2 match, and the host will be rewarded. Ding. Hidden task initiated. Achieve a shutout against Pierce and Bibby for a concealed reward. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Suze felt a surge of excitement. He turned to Pierce and Bibby and inquired, what are the rules of the match? How many goals will determine the victor? After a brief discussion, Pierce and Bibby agreed. The scoring team will serve. The match will be decided by 10 goals. Suze nodded in agreement. Since there are few of us, may I serve first? Suze beamed as he observed the two individuals before him. With a multitude of media present, he felt no apprehension about the possibility of rejection. After all, they were already outnumbered. If he were to take on two opponents and did not initiate the play, even if they emerged victorious, the media would undoubtedly criticize Pierce and Bibby for their lack of prowess. Moreover, from the perspective of Pierce and Bibby, Suze's attempt at a one-on-two confrontation seemed utterly futile. What difference would it make if Suze was allowed to serve first? They readily agreed to his terms. As the details of the match were finalized, Suze positioned himself beyond the three-point line, ready to commence his inaugural offensive move. Chapter 67, Consecutive Scoring. Since a showdown was inevitable, Suze opted for the one-on-two challenge. Holding the ball beyond the three-point arc, he initiated his first attack. However, the double team immediately rendered him incapable of maintaining possession. Just as Suze was about to dribble, Pierce shouted loudly to Bibby. Although they had never collaborated before, synergy among stars often develops effortlessly. In this relaxed atmosphere, the coordination between them became even more seamless. Pierce and Bibby, one on each side, advanced towards Suze to execute their defensive strategy. With a slight smile gracing his lips, Suze remained unperturbed by the sudden double team from both opponents. He deftly clutched the ball in his right hand and charged towards Mike Bibby. In contrast to Paul Pierce, Bibby was undeniably a defensive liability. Even on the NBA stage, Bibby was far from being a formidable defender. Moreover, in terms of height and weight, he paled in comparison to Suze. Thus, targeting Bibby as the point of attack was the most judicious choice. Bibby, step up. I will assist you in defense. Do not falter. Withstand his drive. Utilize your speed to disrupt him. Paul Pierce continuously directed Bibby, embodying his role as the unequivocal leader of the team, accustomed to commanding the court with authority. Hence, it was instinctive for him to issue instructions to Bibby. Sousa's smile deepened. He broke through towards Bibby, intending to escape the double team, and simultaneously noticed a flicker of displeasure on Bibby's face. Bibby is undeniably a pivotal player for the Kings, although he may not be the team's leader. He certainly possesses a measure of authority. Currently partnering with Pierce, he felt somewhat irked being summoned at will by the latter. Bibby, you are, after all, a central figure of the Kings. How can you acquiesce so readily to Paul's directives? With a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, Sousa uttered a taunt. Upon hearing his words, Bye-Bye momentarily lost focus. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Sousa accelerated with all his might, darting past Bye-Bye like a cheetah. What the hell are you doing? He exclaimed in frustration, realizing that not only had Sousa broken through, but now he expected his assistance as well. Unable to contain his anger, Pierce lashed out at Bye-Bye. He quickly maneuvered around Bye-Bye, intent on blocking Sousa's path of attack. Yet, just as Pierce positioned himself for defense, Sousa abruptly halted, pulling the ball back with his right hand and pivoting outward. Caught off guard, Pierce lunged forward. But Sousa had already initiated a lean-back shot. Lacking a shooting sleeve, Sousa's form appeared somewhat rigid at that moment. In the instant he released the ball, a silver badge of the lean-back master illuminated above his head. The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air before successfully hitting the target. Sousa has taken the lead, securing a point. Even if one cannot equip Jordan, equipping a Kobe or a Nowitzki will suffice. Although Sousa successfully executed a fadeaway shot, he remained dissatisfied with his shooting form. Ding! The system prompted that the fadeaway shot packages of Jordan, Kobe, and Nowitzki all require the support of Hall of Fame-level fadeaway masters. Sousa was instantly petrified. Truly, the legendary shooting motion demands an exceptionally high standard. In comparison to the dribbling and layup animations, the requirements for this fadeaway shooting animation appear to be extraordinarily stringent. Sousa shook his head and re-engaged in the competition, already enjoying a one-goal lead. Sousa retrieved the basketball once more, casting a smile towards Pierce and Bibby. If it weren't for your defensive lapse earlier, would that young man have scored? Pierce remarked with evident displeasure. Upon hearing these words, Bibby's expression darkened considerably. Both players, having entered the NBA in the same draft class, now stood as stars within the league. In response to Pierce's admonition, Bibby opted to endure the moment. You are indeed correct, he conceded. After all, Bibby is known for his defensive vulnerabilities. Competing alongside him can indeed be quite challenging. Sousa spoke earnestly to Pierce. Upon hearing these words, Bibby nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, as if someone had plunged a knife into his heart. Enough with the nonsense. Let's go again. Bibby, pull yourself together and don't allow him to score so easily again. Pierce scolded Bibby mercilessly in front of everyone. Bibby's cheeks twitched, yet he restrained himself from uttering a word. Sousa's lips curled into a sly, mischievous smile. He resumed dribbling, advancing towards Bibby's direction with determination. This time, Bibby was not caught off guard. Instead, he boldly approached Sousa. Firmly resolved, Bibby was determined to thwart Sousa's advance at all costs. Bibby, as a fellow star athlete, one cannot help but ponder the stark contrast in their abilities. How is it that he can command you, and yet you seem to obey like a mere subordinate? Sousa accelerated towards Bibby, immediately activating his taunting mode. My choices are none of your concern. Bibby, infuriated, raised his hand and struck fiercely at Sousa's dribbling right hand. However, due to Bibby's lack of wingspan compared to Sousa, he had to lean forward to deliver a powerful blow to Sousa's dribbling hand. At that precise moment, Sousa astutely seized the opportunity, swiftly pulling the ball back with his right hand, leaning against Bibby, and effortlessly executing a spin to glide past Mike Bibby. Simultaneously, a bronze badge of master ball control illuminated above Sousa's head. Sousa, with keen insight, deftly maneuvered to evade his defender, inciting the ire of Pierce. Are you doing this on purpose? Pierce exclaimed, initially intending to provide support from the side to double-team Sousa. In a swift motion, he positioned himself to block Sousa's path to the basket. As Pierce lunged towards him, Sousa once again opted for a sudden halt. Drawing from his previous experience, Pierce, without hesitation, surged forward, determined to thwart Sousa's shot. Sousa did not falter. He boldly confronted Pierce's defense and took a jump shot near the free throw line. His elongated and graceful figure made him appear exceptionally ethereal and agile. The shooting posture resembled that of the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, cold and merciless. Due to his height and long arms, Suze was hardly affected by Pierce's defensive efforts, effortlessly releasing the basketball. The ball traced a flawless arc through the air before swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. The crisp noise resonated simultaneously with Suze's fluid and seamless movements, inciting a chorus of cheers and exuberance from the crowd. Remarkable. Sue is truly magnificent. That sequence of actions was simply enchanting. He could undoubtedly rival McGrady. Idol. Sue is my idol. Chapter 68. Change of possession. After Suze scored 2 consecutive points, Paul Pierce felt increasingly agitated. Mike, could you possibly invest more effort on the defensive end? Your lackluster defensive gaze is utterly ineffective. Pierce could not restrain himself from once again berating Bibby. With so many eyes upon him, Bibby, despite his patience, could no longer endure. Enough. I was attempting to intercept the ball, although Suze got past me. He scored while facing you. How can you still blame me for your defense? Bibby retorted with a scowl, visibly incensed. Bah, if you hadn't been so easily bypassed, we would have already double-teamed him. Pierce shot back without reservation. The two NBA stars found themselves in a heated argument. Suze embraced his shoulders with both hands, exhibiting an air of anticipation as if he were a spectator of a captivating performance. Suze understood why Pierce incessantly criticized Bibby. It was not that Bibby's defense was particularly unacceptable. Rather, at the onset of this one-on-two match, Pierce had firmly believed in their imminent victory. The notion that two individuals could struggle against one was unfathomable to Pierce. Thus, in the midst of such overwhelming confidence, any slight misstep was intolerable for him, naturally leading to his relentless tirade against Bibby. Observers on the sidelines were left dumbfounded as they witnessed the heated exchange between Pierce and Bibby. Who would have thought that merely 2 points could incite such a fierce dispute? Hey, have you finished your argument? Can we commence the game now? I'm eagerly awaiting my victory over you. Suze lightly tapped his ear, exuding an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing Suze's words, Pierce and Bibby momentarily ceased their quarrel. You little brat, don't think you can win. This time, I will guard you closely and see how you score. Pierce's face turned ashen, his gaze fixed on Suze with hostility. Suze shrugged his shoulders. I was unaware of who it was that I faced head-on, striking a mid-range jumper. Pierce nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Enough chatter, let us proceed. Even though you have secured those 2 points, victory remains a distant goal. Suze reined in his smile, his expression turning grave. He held the ball beyond the 3-point line, with his defender, Pierce, standing approximately a step away. Mike Bibby showed no intention of rushing in for a double team. Instead, he positioned himself behind Pierce, ever ready to provide support and assistance. Compared to an aggressive double-teaming strategy, this defensive approach afforded Pierce and Bibby greater flexibility, enabling them to execute their defense more effectively. Suze seized the opportunity, first taking a tentative step to the right. Pierce instinctively shifted a small step, causing a brief shift in his defensive stance. Now is the moment. Suze astutely seized the opportunity to take a shot. Without hesitation, he unleashed a 3-pointer from beyond the arc. As if the Grim Reaper wielded his scythe, Suze released the ball. It soared through the air, tracing a magnificent arc before swishing through the net. Another point added. Following his remarkable shot, Suze struck a pose reminiscent of drawing a bow, aiming not just at Pierce, but also at Bibby behind him. Oh, how splendid. It was akin to a decisive strike. The accuracy of that 3-pointer was astonishing. With even the slightest opening, he could effortlessly score. Truly impressive. It was a masterstroke. Leaving both Paul and Mike utterly astonished, cheers erupted from the sidelines once more. In that moment, to the boys at the summer camp, Suze seemed like a heroic figure, akin to Captain America. Not only was he holding his own against 2 opponents, but he was also completely dominating them. My apologies, but it appears I've scored again. Could you possibly intensify your defense a bit? Suze spread his hands, wearing an expression of utter helplessness. Pierce was momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Suze would boldly opt for a 3-point jump shot. Come on, let us do this again. Pierce, undeterred, refused to believe that the two of them could not overcome Suze alone. Suze's lips curled upward, revealing a hint of a wicked smile. He dribbled the ball once more, initiating his offensive maneuver. With a swift and precise shot, Suze effortlessly exploited the defensive weaknesses of both Pierce and Bibby, scoring relentlessly in their presence. Before long, his points soared to 9, while Pierce and Bibby remained scoreless. This predicament left them in a state of desperation, their expressions darkening with frustration. At that moment, neither could afford to cast blame upon the other. The stakes were too high. With only one basket remaining for Suze to clinch victory, they steeled themselves for the task ahead. We must defend this shot at all costs. Otherwise, We shall be left utterly humiliated, Pierce exclaimed fervently to Bibby. I am well aware of that. Rest assured, even if it requires a fierce foul. I will not allow him to score again, Bibby replied, his face flushed with intensity and his eyes gleaming with determination. A clear manifestation of his agitation over the looming defeat. Pierce, too, was not in a better state, his countenance darkened, his gaze sharp and penetrating. As if he intended to devour Susie whole. Susie regains possession of the ball, instead of hastily launching an attack. He delicately lifts the ball with his right hand and places it before Pierce. Come on, I shall be magnanimous and allow you to make an attempt at offense. Lest you accuse me of taking advantage. Susie wore an expression of innocent charm. What? Not only Pierce and Bibby, but even the others on the sidelines were taken aback. Is Susie truly daft? With just one more point, victory in this match would be assured. Should possession change hands? With the offensive prowess of Pierce and Bibby, wouldn't they effortlessly dominate Susie? A 2-on-1 situation, any collaboration would render Susie utterly defenseless. Are you serious? Pierce, who had already assumed a defensive stance, straightened his posture, his face a picture of astonishment as he gazed at Susie. Susie flashed a ghostly smile. Of course. I am a person who never tells lies. Pierce gazed at Susie as if he had discovered a new continent, looking at him as one might at a fool. Given Susie's current offensive prowess, even Pierce found it challenging to contain him. Yet, he voluntarily relinquished possession of the ball. Truly a display of utter foolishness. So, what do you think? Would you like this opportunity? Susie inquired with a grin. Yes. Why wouldn't we? Pierce replied without hesitation. After waiting for a while. It turned out Susie was indeed foolish. Pierce was elated. As long as he could pass the ball to himself and Bibby. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to handle Susie? Chapter 69. An opportunity given, yet you prove inept on the sidelines. Suing was so furious that she stamped her foot. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, her gaze fierce as she glared at Susie. Sensing the murderous glare from the sidelines, Susie instinctively glanced in Su Ying's direction. He offered her his signature smile, only to be met with her disdainful roll of the eyes. They could have won the game directly, yet Susie continued to play with fire. Su Ying now truly wishes to rush forward and strangle Susie to death. The ball has changed possession. Susie has transitioned from the offensive side to the defensive. Come now, let me witness your assault. Lest you claim that I am unworthy of victory, I shall grant you no opportunities for attack. With a relaxed demeanor, Susie spoke casually. Bibby and Pierce exchanged a knowing glance. You insolent brat, you shall pay for your arrogance. Pierce exclaimed loudly, we will not grant you any opportunities. He swiftly passed the ball to Bibby and then moved decisively to stand beside Susie, providing an exceptionally solid screen. Break through and teach him a lesson. Pierce shouted encouragingly towards Mike Bibby while executing the screen. Bibby, undeterred, dribbled confidently around the screen, intent on making a direct drive towards the basket. Upon witnessing the situation, Susie swiftly converged towards the paint, adeptly obstructing Bibby's path to the basket with remarkable speed. Having completed his screen, Pierce opted not to cut towards the rim, but rather to drift outside to the three-point line, calling out, here, pass it to me. As Bibby's route was effectively sealed, Pierce extended his arms and shouted towards him. Though Bibby is primarily an offensive guard, he possesses the ability to average 5.2 assists per game this season, making his passing skills equally formidable. Hearing Pierce's call, Bibby executed a behind-the-back pass, directing the ball toward the three-point line. In that very instant, Susie sprang into action, moving with the agility of a cheetah, swiftly reaching Paul Pierce. As the ball arrived, Susie positioned himself right before Pierce. Without hesitation, Pierce, with a single hand on the ball, quickly passed it to the already cutting Mike Bibby, who found himself in a position of absolute openness beneath the basket. You can't guard us, Pierce taunted Susie, his voice full of derision. However, Susie remained unfazed, rapidly launching himself towards Bibby. Due to the preceding sprints, Susie experienced a slight decline in speed and explosiveness. This time, Bibby seized the ball first. Without a moment's hesitation, Bibby went for a layup, sending the ball soaring towards the hoop. Just as the basketball began to ascend, a figure erupted from behind Bibby. It was Susie, like a swift leopard. Susie had returned to his defensive stance, leaping high with outstretched arms to snatch the ball from midair. A block. The crowd gasped in astonishment at such terrifying athleticism, combined with his extraordinary innate talent. At this moment, Susie resembled a deity of war, effortlessly dismantling the offensive strategies of Pierce and Bibby. As he executed a remarkable block, a bronze badge of hot pot specialist illuminated above his head. While this badge may hold little significance when blocking others, When it comes to thwarting a player like McGrady, who stands considerably shorter than Suze, the bronze badge proves to be more than sufficient. Upon receiving the ball, Suze did not immediately sprint towards the three-point line to initiate the offense. Instead, he elevated the ball to a secure position and vociferously remarked to Pierce and Bibby, "Look, I am offering you an opportunity, yet you prove to be ineffectual." This statement struck like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of Pierce and Bibby with relentless precision. Instantly, both men felt their faces flush with embarrassment, as if they had been dealt a stinging slap. 2 against 1, and yet they were thwarted, with the opportunity for offense being graciously bestowed by Suze himself. In that moment, Pierce and Bibby wished fervently for a crevice in the earth into which they could vanish. As Suze finished speaking, he swiftly dribbled the ball beyond the three-point line. Pierce and Bibby aggressively closed in on him. Undeterred by their defense, Suze confidently raised his hands and launched a shot from beyond the arc. As the Hall of Fame three-point shooter badge illuminated above his head, the ball swished through the net. 10-0. Suze utterly dominated 2 NBA stars. In the midst of his resounding victory, he even granted them a fleeting opportunity to score, only to successfully thwart their offensive efforts. Upon witnessing the basketball swish through the net, Pierce and Bibby were instantly disheartened. Both displayed expressions of frustration, their gazes becoming somewhat vacant. "We have lost," Pierce murmured, lowering his head, his eyes filled with a sense of defeat. Bibby, equally disheartened, placed his hands on his hips and shook his head in resignation. It was not that they lacked ability. Rather, Suze's prowess surpassed their own. His keen judgment, unparalleled speed, and exceptional innate talent set him apart. Suze almost completely dominated Pierce and Bibby. "Paul, it is time for us to leave," Bibby sighed. "To lose even in a 2v1 scenario. What face do we have left to remain here?" Pierce nodded in agreement and walked towards the training facilities exit alongside Bibby. "Wait." At that moment, Suze's voice resonated from behind them. Is there something else you need?" "You have already triumphed, and we have honored our agreement," Pierce replied. Turning to face the young Suze, his heart filled with a complex array of emotions, an indescribable sensation washing over him. "Stay a while. We are all in the same league. There is no need to take it so seriously. I know you did not exert your full strength. You merely spared my dignity." With a cheerful smile, Suze expressed his sentiments. He had no intention of creating a rift in their relationship. After all, they were all players within the same league, bound to encounter one another frequently. Moreover, from the very beginning, Suze had never intended to harbor animosity towards Pierce and Bibby. It was merely a misunderstanding. Now that Suze had emerged victorious in the game, he was not inclined to dwell on past grievances. It is wise to leave a thread of connection for future encounters. He bore no ill will towards Pierce and Bibby on the court. Why should he seek to crush them? Pierce and Bibby exchanged a grateful glance with Suze. "Thank you. We were indeed disrespectful earlier," Pierce solemnly apologized to Suze. What had initially been a trivial misunderstanding had transformed into a profound respect for Suze's abilities. It was not only his skills on the court but also his admirable character that earned Pierce's esteem. If it were Pierce himself in Suze's position, he would find it exceedingly difficult to maintain such grace. "Sue, your prowess and your integrity have won me over. I would like to be your friend. And I sincerely hope you will not decline," Bibby added, his face alight with gratitude. Had it not been for Suze's intervention, Pierce and Bibby would have faced utter humiliation that day. Should this incident spread, it would significantly tarnish their reputations. Are we not already friends? The kind forged through conflict and understanding. Suze smiled gently and spoke with ease. Chapter 70. The Second Hall of Fame Badge. Suze has not only captivated McGrady and Paul Pierce with his exceptional skills on the court, but has also won their admiration with his gentlemanly demeanor after the game. "Good brother, your talent is truly remarkable. Your physical attributes and athleticism leave others in awe." McGrady initiated a wave of praise for Suze, while Paul Pierce, not to be outdone, joined in the accolades. "Sue, your ability to read the game is outstanding. If the opportunity arises, the TD Garden warmly welcomes you." Pierce, unabashedly, began to court Suze. Although the current era does not favor the formation of superstar alliances, Suze is still not considered a superstar. He is merely a rising star in the league. Pierce aims to recruit Suze to the Boston Celtics before he ascends to the status of an NBA icon. Suze merely smiled, offering little in response. On the sidelines, Su Ying, witnessing Suze's victory, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She gazed at Suze's profile with enchanting eyes, a strange stir of emotions welling up within her. The youth participating in the summer camp were in awe of Suze after witnessing his remarkable triumph of defeating 2 opponents single-handedly. further elevating their admiration for him. The atmosphere in the training hall reached a crescendo, propelled by Suze's presence. As a result, the media spotlight shifted from Pierce and Bibby to Suze, significantly enhancing his visibility. Following the conclusion of the summer camp activities, Pierce and Bibby extolled Suze's skills and character during their media interviews, singing his praises. With the endorsement of two NBA stars, Suze's popularity surged once more in the beautiful country. This newfound fame was a direct benefit of his reconciliation with Pierce and Bibby. Upon returning to his apartment, Suze reclined on the sofa in a quintessentially relaxed manner, reflecting on the exhilarating day he had just experienced. Suze gazed at Su Ying's silhouette. Her alluring curves made him involuntarily swallow several times. The moment Su Ying turned around, Suze hastily averted his gaze, as if fearing discovery. Stimulating? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Su Ying casually tossed a bottle of ice water to Suze. Although they were clearly leading 9-0, they still chose to play with fire. Do you have any idea how my heart was racing at that moment? Su Ying cast a fleeting glance at Suze, her eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy. Suze turned on the tap, drinking with a satisfying gulp. With a mischievous grin, he chuckled softly. It's all about the thrill. Su Ying pouted slightly. Yet her expression remained one of immense joy. She settled beside Suze, a delicate fragrance wafting from her. Suze couldn't help but indulge in a few more greedy inhalations. Suze has traversed through time, and his feelings towards the sibling bond with Su Ying remained rather nebulous. In contrast to the youthful and vibrant Lin Yuyu, the mature and composed Su Ying, exuding an air of professional elegance and sophistication, captivates Suze far more. Following today's competition, your popularity is bound to skyrocket. Do you have any idea how many media representatives attended today? It's not just the media from the United States. There are also journalists from Korea, Longwa, the island nation, and even other countries and regions. Their aim was to cover the young talents at the summer camp, yet unexpectedly, you have become the centerpiece of attention. Su Ying exclaimed with great excitement. Suze shrugged his shoulders, resigned to the fact that wherever he went, he remained the most stylish individual. Su Ying was amused by Suze's serious demeanor. Xiaoze, your talent for boasting has certainly improved. By the way, how are preparations for the next competition coming along? Su Ying tilted her head, gazing at Suze, only to discover that he was also intently observing her. Suze's piercing gaze, filled with greed, startled Su Ying. She quickly turned her head, her cheeks flushing with warmth, feeling an intense heat. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? This thought flickered briefly in Su Ying's mind. No. How could that be possible? He is, after all, her younger brother. She must have misinterpreted his expression. Suze also noticed Su Ying's unusual demeanor and cleared his throat twice to alleviate the awkwardness. Actually, there's no need for any preparation. Although I missed today's team training, I will still manage to handle the nets in the next game. Oh, by the way, sister, please sit here for a moment. I need to step to the restroom. To dispel the uncomfortable atmosphere, Suze took the initiative to excuse himself, which relieved Su Ying. Upon entering the restroom, Suze locked the door and swiftly summoned the system from his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Pierce and Bibby in a 1v2 match, earning system rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 60 badge points. Hearing the voice of the system, Suze felt quite satisfied. While 60 badge points may not be substantial, combined with the previous 50 points he had left, Suze now possessed a total of 110 badge points. This amount was sufficient for him to upgrade the fadeaway master badge from silver to gold. After all, the system's upgrade rules stipulated that transitioning from bronze to silver required 30 points, from silver to gold necessitated 80 points, and advancing from gold to Hall of Fame demanded 160 points. Furthermore, to ascend from Hall of Fame to Basketball Emperor level, one would need 300 badge points. However, Suze did not rush to upgrade his badge. Instead, he awaited the system to announce the rewards for the hidden task. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of shutting out Pierce and Bibby. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a critical badge points reward. Ding. Please note, this is a critical badge points reward, not a standard badge points reward. Ding. Therefore, this hidden task reward does not include an exclusive action pack. Ding. Please refrain from indiscriminately hurling insults. The system had grown wary of Suze's penchant for sarcasm and mockery. Consequently, it maintained a transparent communication approach, ensuring all details were clarified in advance to avoid inciting Suze's ire. I understand. Now, please announce the rewards. Suze spoke with a hint of impatience. He was still eagerly anticipating the number of points the critical hit badge reward would yield. Ding! The host has completed the hidden task, earning 130 badge points. 130 points? Suze felt a surge of excitement. This was the most generous distribution from the system yet, as it unexpectedly awarded 130 badge points in one go. In the past, the system had been rather stingy, never daring to allocate even a marginally greater amount of badge points. Suze made a rough estimation. The recent accumulation of 110 points, combined with the current 130 points, was precisely sufficient to elevate the backward master badge to the Hall of Fame level. Goodness. The system truly knows how to tighten its belt, leaving me with not a single point to spare. Suze could not help but express his thoughts. Nevertheless, he decisively expended 240 badge points to elevate the Master of Reclining badge from Silver to Hall of Fame level. Chapter 71. Come at me if you dare. The second game of the NBA Eastern Conference Finals is about to commence. One wonders what kind of splendid performance both teams will deliver today. Let us now interview the star player of the Nets, Jason Kidd, and hear his insights. Blonde reporter Maria, microphone in hand, approached Jason Kidd, who appeared quite sprightly in his athletic attire. Hello, it's a pleasure to interview you, Jason. Did the loss in the previous game have any impact on your team? As a seasoned journalist with a modest reputation in the NBA circle, Maria, despite being a fan of Suze, was undeterred in her pursuit of interviewing other stars. Well, to put it simply, it didn't affect us much. It was just the first game, and we were indeed caught off guard by our opponents, but we have already devised a strategy to counter it. Our team is back on track, and I believe we can secure victory in this match. Jason Kidd exuded confidence. As the second-ranked team in the Eastern Conference, facing the underdog Magic team, Kidd held a significant psychological advantage. Despite the Magic's thrilling elimination of the Pistons in their subsequent sweep of the 76ers, Kidd remained optimistic. Considering the Nets had a strong chance against a Magic team lacking Tracy McGrady. Jason, have you been surfing the internet? Have you seen the performance of their scorer, Sue? He first defeated your teammate Kenyon Martin in a one-on-one, then triumphed over both Pierce and Bibby in a 1v2. Do you think this could dampen the morale of the Nets? Maria posed a sharp question, causing Kidd to furrow his brow slightly. My teammate Kenyon hasn't yet showcased his full potential. As for the off-court antics, I believe it leans more towards theatrics, Jason Kidd remarked, scratching the back of his head. He had indeed witnessed the viral videos circulating online, which had garnered significant views and clicks. However, Kidd preferred to believe it was a media-driven spectacle involving Pierce and Bibby collaborating with Suze. I was present during that moment. It was not a performance, but a genuine occurrence. Maria chimed in with a smile, increasingly admiring Suze's basketball prowess. Thus, when Jason Kidd questioned the authenticity of the event, Maria did not hesitate to retort, well, even if it wasn't a show, it certainly won't affect us in any way. Jason Kidd shrugged his shoulders. Our team will maintain an unblemished record in the upcoming games and subsequently eliminate the Magic. I must now proceed to warm-up training. This concludes the interview. With that, Kidd turned and departed towards the court for his pregame warm-up. Meanwhile, in the TNT studio, Paul Pierce and Mike Bibby were invited as special guests. As prominent figures in recent discussions, both Pierce and Bibby found themselves at the center of attention. The topic of their 1v2 defeat had become one of the most talked about subjects in the nation. Thus, TNT had specifically invited Pierce and Bibby, expressing their honor in hosting the two hot commodities. The host wasted no time and posed a pointed question regarding their thoughts on Susie's victory over them. Pierce and Bibby displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, they shared a self-deprecating smile. To be honest, we indeed lost, and quite decisively, Bibby admitted candidly. Despite the defeat, Bibby was genuinely impressed by Susie's skills and character. In just one game, he recognized the disparity between himself and Susie, particularly admiring Susie's integrity. It was Susie's humility and victory, devoid of arrogance or hubris, that garnered Bibby's respect. Indeed, Susie's prowess should not be underestimated. I firmly believe that the team likely to reach the finals this year is the Magic. Pierce also generously praised Susie. Suze's benevolence on the court has indeed won him the admiration of two NBA stars. The praise from Pierce and Bibby has significantly elevated Suze's popularity once more. Haha, it seems that despite your defeat, you have forged a wonderful friendship, the host remarked with a smile. Pierce nodded without hesitation. Indeed. We wouldn't have known each other without the competition. Now we are good brothers. If you ask me which side I support, I shall undoubtedly stand by my dear brother Suze. Magic in 4. I have faith in my brother Suze's abilities, Pierce exclaimed, raising his right fist and vociferously cheering for Suze. Inside the locker room, Suze caught a glimpse of the TNT broadcast and couldn't help but smile. It appears that his decision at that moment has borne fruit. In the NBA, one must have both adversaries and allies. By showing ample respect to Pierce and Bibby, he has ensured their heartfelt acceptance of their defeat. Such an investment promises enduring returns. Suze turned off his phone and donned his training attire before joining the team on the court for warm-ups. Spectators gradually filled the stands as the second game of the Eastern Conference Finals was poised to commence at the Continental Airlines Arena. Following a brief warm-up, the starting players were introduced by the venue's DJ, making their entrances one by one. Near the center circle, Suze intentionally approached Kenyon Martin. "Hey, the game is about to start. Are you ready to be dominated today?" Once on the court, Suze would seize every opportunity to unsettle his opponents. Having previously overwhelmed Kenyon Martin and witnessed his own triumph in a 1v2 situation, Suze had established a psychological advantage over him. Kenyon Martin was visibly frustrated, yet found himself unable to counter Suze's taunts. Could he claim to have overpowered Suze? That would be preposterous, only inviting relentless mockery in return. At that moment, Jason Kidd noticed the exchange between the two and quickly intervened, separating them. "Kenyon, remember what I told you. Do not engage in any dialogue with Sue." "Silence. Maintain your silence," Jason Kidd asserted loudly. He then turned to Suze. "Buddy, don't even think about trash-talking my teammates. You won't disturb them. If you have the guts, come at me and see if you can rattle me." Chapter 72. Kidd, give it up. Observing Jason Kidd's confidence, Suze couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Suze shook his head and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "You are not capable. You are no match for me. Your stature is simply too short." As Suze spoke, he gestured with his hand near his ankle. Jason Kidd, however, remained silent, not even casting a glance in Suze's direction. In contrast to the easily irritable Kenyon Martin, Jason Kidd exhibited a greater degree of composure. Suze was not in a hurry to engage with Kidd's mindset. To deal with such an opponent, it was imperative to first lead him into a predicament, provoking his impatience. As the referee blew the whistle to commence the match, the tip-off between the two centers marked the official start of the second game of the Eastern Conference Finals. The center of the Magic was the first to tip the basketball to their half, and after receiving the ball, the point guard began orchestrating the offense. According to the predetermined strategy, Magic's point guard, Shaquille Vaughan, dribbled to the three-point arc's apex. However, Suze, who was supposed to come up for the screen, did not advance to execute the play. Quinn glanced toward the half-court in surprise, only to find Suze positioned near the elbow of the three-point line, directing his teammates to spread out to the opposite side. Observing the direction of his teammates' movements, Quinn's instinctive reaction from years of training led him to move towards Suze's side. This maneuver would facilitate Suze's high-post back-to-basket play. What is Suze attempting? This is entirely contrary to our previously devised strategy, thought the assistant coach on the Magic's bench, astonished. Head coach Doc Rivers furrowed his brow, perplexed by Suze's intentions. Yet, with it being merely the first offensive play after the opening, Rivers opted not to vocally interfere and disrupt the player's judgment on the court. Soon, on the side with possession, only Quinn, who held the ball, and Suze, who was positioned near the elbow with his back to the basket, remained. Meanwhile, Kidd, tasked with defending Quinn, and Richard Jefferson, assigned to guard Suze, closely monitored the two Magic players. "Jakey, over here. Pass me the ball." Suze extended his arms wide, vociferously calling for the ball. Without hesitation, Shaquille Vaughan executed a high, arching pass, delivering the basketball directly to Suze positioned in the elbow area. Upon receiving the ball, Suze noticed that Shaquille Vaughan swiftly maneuvered towards the weak side, effectively clearing the area on the ball side. Backing down. "Don't be ridiculous. That's not your forte." Jefferson couldn't help but mock Suze. Jefferson had meticulously analyzed Suze's game footage, noting that throughout the preceding series, Suze had never attempted a post-up move. All his offensive plays were executed facing the basket. Thus, when Jefferson observed Suze attempting to back him down, he dismissed it entirely. "Is that so? Just be prepared for a thorough thrashing, and don't shed tears afterward." As Suze's voice faded, he swiftly pivoted and propelled himself towards the interior. Jefferson quickly sidestepped, employing his speed to establish a defensive position, effectively obstructing Suze's path of attack. Just when Jefferson believed he had successfully contained Suze, the latter adeptly transferred the ball from his right hand to his left, simultaneously executing a rapid turn of his body to the left rear. "Do you think such footwork in the paint can deceive me?" Jefferson smirked with a hint of derision. He decisively maneuvered again, convinced he could thwart Sousa's advance. However, this time, upon completing his pivot, Sousa chose not to drive inward but instead seamlessly transitioned into a backward jump shot. Sousa's choice took Jefferson somewhat by surprise. However, at this moment, Sousa had fully extended his shooting form. Even if Jefferson lunged with all his might, he could not disrupt Sousa's shot. Donning the number 7 jersey of the Magic, with his tall stature and remarkable wingspan, Sousa executed a quintessential fadeaway shot reminiscent of the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. This movement was so familiar. Jordan, how he longed for that man. The angle, the posture, and even every detail, Sousa appeared like an enlarged version of Jordan. Amidst the astonishment of onlookers, Sousa concluded this offensive play with a splendid fadeaway jumper. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air before smoothly finding its way into the net. A perfect swish. Sousa's backward jump shot was executed with such finesse that the ball did not merely graze the net, but rather swished through effortlessly. Oh my goodness! Such a silky touch rivals that of Jordan himself. Behold, the re-emergence of a masterpiece. Sousa's movements are nothing short of a tribute to Jordan. This singular shot has transported us back to our youth. The audience erupted in astonished gasps. Even within the league, many players have their own signature fadeaway jump shots, such as Nowitzki's one-legged fadeaway and Kobe's iconic maneuver. However, the only one capable of perfectly replicating Jordan's fadeaway is none other than Sousa. Although this was merely the opening shot, it ignited a fervor that enveloped the entire arena. Even the Brooklyn Nets fans could not restrain their enthusiasm for Sousa. After all, Jordan had only recently departed from this league. Everyone is eager to discover who will emerge as the next Jordan. Who could have anticipated that a late second-round draft pick from Dragon Country could flawlessly imitate Jordan's fadeaway technique? It is truly astonishing. After Sousa made the shot, he celebrated with a classic Jordan-style gesture of shrugging his shoulders. Look, you can't stop me, can you? As Sousa celebrated. He did not miss the opportunity to mock Jefferson. Jefferson, however, kept in mind Jason Kidd's words. Despite feeling displeased, he chose to ignore Sousa. Sousa was momentarily taken aback. He silently reflected that it was evident Jason Kidd had issued a strict command to the entire team today, no matter how much they were taunted. They absolutely would not lose their temper. It must be said, a composed leader possesses the ability to influence teammates with wisdom and rationality during the most critical moments. When it was the Nets' turn to attack, Jason Kidd had just received the inbound pass in the backcourt when Sousa relentlessly closed in on him with tight defense. Kidd remained unflustered. Having faced off against Sousa in the previous game, he was mentally prepared. With his back to Sousa, Kidd firmly shielded the ball with both hands, leaving no opportunity for Sousa to disrupt with his long reach. At the same time, Kidd turned his head and shouted through the gaps for his teammates to provide support. Jefferson and Martin swiftly rushed over, sandwiching Sousa between them while also forming a solid screen for Jason Kidd. Don't worry, Kidd. I've already figured out how to counter you. Jason Kidd thought to himself as he swiftly maneuvered around the screen and advanced toward the front court to initiate the offense. Chapter 73. The charity game give up? Not a chance. In Sousa's dictionary, these 3 words have never existed, even in his past life, when he bid farewell to the basketball court due to severe injuries. Sousa never relinquished his passion. Moreover, in this lifetime, he is endowed with the system's support and the invaluable experience amassed from his previous encounters on the court. Sousa will undoubtedly persevere. Jason Kidd advances the ball across half-court. This time, unlike in the previous game, he refrains from calling for a pick and roll and swiftly delivers the basketball into the hands of Jefferson. The Nets rely on Jason Kidd to orchestrate their offense. And on the court, the only player capable of executing a stable ball-handling offense is Richard Jefferson himself. Even Kenyon Martin falls short in that regard. Unless the interior players are particularly inept, allowing Martin to dominate weaker opponents is feasible. However, expecting Martin to serve as a primary scoring option is somewhat excessive. After Kidd passes the ball to Jefferson, the Nets promptly clear one side of the court, granting Jefferson the opportunity to face off against Sousa in isolation. Oh, your teammates have great faith in you. They have afforded you this chance to shine. It seems they want you to be the offensive anchor. Do you possess the prowess for such a role? Sousa looked at Jefferson with a skeptical expression. Your abilities may be lacking, but fortune seems to be aligning with you. However, I sense that your recent luck has not been particularly favorable. In our Dragon Country, we have always been quite accurate in reading faces and palms. Would you like me to offer you a glimpse into your fortune? Sousa extended his arms, adopting a defensive stance while persistently disrupting Jefferson. Noticing the disdainful expression on Sousa's face, coupled with an air of skepticism, Jefferson felt a surge of frustration rising within him. Silence. Just watch. I will outplay you. With those words, Jefferson swiftly initiated his dribbling. However, the moment the ball was released, Souze exhibited remarkable acumen, swiftly responding with keen judgment. Souze extended his long arm, perfectly positioned to intercept Jefferson's dribbling path. Jefferson, in a display of respect, directed the ball straight into Souze's hands, abruptly disrupting his original rhythm. The basketball, upon colliding with Souze's hand, veered dramatically off course. In a flurry of confusion, Jefferson struggled to regain possession of the ball. However, this brief delay cost them a valuable 5 seconds of the shot clock. With the previously consumed time, only a mere 13 seconds remained on the offensive clock. Time was of the essence. Failure to act swiftly would result in a 24-second violation. Souze glanced up at the timer on the opposite half of the court, kindly reminding Jefferson. Upon hearing that there were only 13 seconds left on the shot clock, Jefferson felt a surge of anxiety. He quickly gestured for Kid to come over and receive the ball. With no choice but to comply, Kid hurriedly approached to take the ball from Jefferson's hands. At that moment, only 10 seconds remained on the shot clock. After receiving the pass, Kid had no option but to initiate a pick-and-roll offense. Souze astutely discerned that Kid would undoubtedly exploit the pick-and-roll to initiate an offensive maneuver. Thus, he swiftly coordinated a defensive switch with the player tasked with guarding Kid. "You focus on Jefferson. Leave Kid to me," Souze called out loudly to his teammates. Out of trust in Souze, the players of the Magic immediately executed his plan. After all, due to his remarkable performances in the earlier games of the series, Souze had earned the confidence of his teammates. The players trusted Souze just as they would trust McGrady. Their willingness to follow Souze's directives was rooted in the formidable strength he had demonstrated. Souze's actions were intended not only to disrupt Kid's rhythm, but also to take responsibility for defending against the opposing team's interior players following the switch. Armed with his bronze low-post lockdown defender badge and bolstered by his on-court experience, Souze felt assured in his ability to effectively guard the rival's post players. As anticipated, Jason Kidd swiftly called for a pick-and-roll. Kenyon Martin emerged from the paint, setting a solid screen for Jason Kidd. As per the usual protocol, the defensive switch was executed. Souze swiftly issued his commands. The players of the Magic team quickly adjusted their defenses to confront Kidd. Originally poised to drive towards the basket, Kenyon Martin found himself deprived of any opportunity to receive the ball and launch an attack due to Souze's defensive switch. In desperation, Kenyon Martin was compelled to turn his back, receiving a pass from Kidd. "Kenyon, don't be distracted. Showcase your true potential," Kidd exclaimed while passing the ball, offering encouragement. Yet, as Kidd spoke, Martin also caught the taunting voice of Souze behind him. "Oh, it's you again? Your skills are lacking as well. I'm merely allowing you to shoot, and you still can't make it. Have you forgotten the times I dominated you? If you wish to mount an offense, I suggest you reconsider, lest you embarrass yourself shortly." Souze's voice was not loud, yet it lingered in Martin's mind like a haunting nightmare. Martin couldn't help but recall the scene from his last match, where he was mercilessly defeated by Souze despite having a 4-goal lead. In an instant, Martin felt a surge of panic, and the courage to hold the ball and face Souze faded away. As Souze observed the somewhat dazed Martin, he realized that his scheme had borne fruit. Following their previous one-on-one match, he had utterly shattered Kenyon Martin's confidence. As anticipated, Martin refrained from forcing a play against Souze and instead opted to return the ball to Kidd. A voice in Martin's mind resounded loudly, insisting, "I cannot do this." With the clock dwindling to just 4 seconds left on the shot clock, Kidd made a brief breakthrough, positioning himself for a mid-range shot. However, Kidd's attempt at a jump shot missed the rim, failing to secure the Brooklyn Nets' first points of the game. Seizing the rebound, the Magic, under Souze's leadership, swiftly launched a counterattack. Fast break. Fast break. Souze advanced the ball forward, shouting encouragement to his teammates. The players of the Magic sprinted towards their opponent's half of the court with fervor. However, the Nets players responded with equal urgency, thwarting any potential counterattack by the Magic. Reluctantly, Souze had to slow his pace and pass the ball to the point guard, allowing him to reorganize the offensive strategy. Jacques Vaughn, stationed at the top of the three-point arc, held the ball as Souze swiftly moved in to set a screen, simultaneously positioning himself to receive a pass beyond the three-point line. This tactic was specifically devised by Rivers to leverage Souze's threat from beyond the arc after the screen, thereby facilitating the player driving towards the basket. Yet, this time, after the screen, the Magic found the Nets employing the same defensive strategy of switching. The Nets star player, Kidd, who was responsible for guarding Jacques Vaughn, unexpectedly switched to defend Suze instead. Upon observing the Brooklyn Nets' defensive strategy, Suze was instantly struck by the notion that it resembled a veritable boon. Chapter 74, Bloodstained Arena. In the second game of the Eastern Conference Finals, the New Jersey Nets made alterations to their defensive approach. They opted not to continue with their previous defensive tactics, but instead emulated the Magic's defensive style, implementing a switch strategy that compelled the Magic to engage in isolation plays. However, the Nets' adoption of such a defensive scheme played directly into Suze's hands. Suze beamed with delight upon witnessing the defensive strategy employed by the Nets. Was this not an opportunity for him to effortlessly dominate the game? Suze bellowed decisively to his teammates without hesitation, "Clear out. Let me post up high." On the court, he had already established an impeccable rapport with his fellow players. Everyone understood clearly, after McGrady's injury, this 19-year-old prodigy from the Dragon Nation was the one destined to lead the Magic to victory. With his transcendent skills, he had conquered all skepticism and earned his teammates' unwavering trust. The Magic players began deliberately vacating one side of the court. Suze sprinted to the position previously occupied by Jefferson, turning his back to the basket and extending his arms in anticipation of the ball. In this era, physical confrontation is fervently encouraged. Consequently, even as Suze sought to establish his position, he had to navigate through the formidable defense of his opponent. In that brief distance, he was forcefully bumped several times by the Nets players, yet he managed to reach his designated spot with great effort. Nonetheless, such physical challenges could not deter Suze. Suze, leaning against Jason Kidd, outstretched his arms and called out loudly for the ball. "Over here. Pass it to me." In response to Suze's fervent shout, the players of the Magic team passed the basketball to him. With his back turned to Jason Kidd, Suze relied on his instincts to perceive the defensive maneuvers of his opponent. In contrast to Jefferson's defense, Kidd's approach was marked by a higher degree of finesse. Despite his lack of height, Kidd's basketball intelligence far surpassed that of Jefferson. He pressed his right arm against Suze's lower back, denying him a solid point of leverage. Simultaneously, his left arm incessantly reached forward, interfering with Suze's ball handling. Although Suze employed his long arms to keep the basketball at a distance from Kidd, he found it challenging to launch an effective offensive move. In terms of defensive positioning, Kidd demonstrated greater clarity in his strategy. He relinquished Suze's attempt to pivot and move along the baseline, instead focusing intently on preventing Suze from advancing towards the free throw line. As a result, even if Suze attempted to penetrate the paint via the baseline, the Nets' interior players, with their commendable agility, could readily assist Kidd in defense. This could even lead to a scenario where Suze faced a double team during the defensive engagement. Suze silently marveled, acknowledging that Jason Kidd is undoubtedly one of the most formidable figures on the court. The astute positioning and defense and the keen judgment displayed are qualities that Jefferson simply cannot compare to. Suze dribbled a few times before symbolically backing down towards the paint. However, just as he made his third dribble, Jason Kidd suddenly executed a retreat, vacating his original defensive position. Much like Suze's strategy of defending Kenyon Martin with a retreat, Kidd mirrored the maneuver. As Suze exerted himself, he lost his point of leverage. Fortunately, Suze was quick to react and sufficiently astute. He had been vigilant against Kidd's sudden retreat. Thus, the moment Kidd withdrew, Suze swiftly pivoted and executed a backward jump shot. Clad in the number 7 jersey of the Magic, Suze soared into the air, his elongated figure appearing graceful and ethereal. He confidently released the shot, his head aligning with the iconic logo of Michael Jordan's fadeaway jump shot. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air before settling into the hoop. Another 2 points. What an exhilarating exchange of offense and defense. Suze and Kidd engaged in a battle of wits. Kidd aimed to retreat, but Suze did not fall for the ploy, capitalizing on the moment with his precise fadeaway jumper. The commentator, Zhang Weiping, erupted in joyous laughter, exclaiming the brilliance of the play, which showcased Suze's exceptional basketball intelligence. Yu Jia was equally impressed, offering high praise for Suze. After Suze scored, he could not help but shake his head towards Jason Kidd, as if to say, "You cannot contain me." Suze's unruly demeanor failed to provoke Kidd. Kidd maintained an air of calmness, revealing no trace of emotion, and swiftly advanced the ball towards the front court after receiving a pass from his teammate. Drawing from previous experiences, Suze refrained from applying relentless pressure on Kidd throughout the court, as the Nets players remained acutely vigilant. Should Suze attempt to confront Kidd, other Nets players would inevitably come forth to set screens. Such pressure must be executed unexpectedly to be effective. The The fans in the Continental Airlines arena erupted in fervent cheers, their voices resonating to uplift the players on the court. After crossing half-court, Kidd opted not to allow Jefferson to continue his isolation play, but instead began to maneuver according to the Nets' well-rehearsed tactics. He chose not to have Kenyon Martin set a screen, but instead called upon a center to assist him. It was anticipated that this screening play would exploit the opponent's vulnerabilities. However, with Souza unable to close the gap for a switch, the Magic players decisively abandoned the idea of switching and reverted to double-teaming the ball handler, forcing Jason Kidd to release the ball. Kidd, in turn, promptly passed it out. Yet, at that moment, a dark figure swiftly darted across, intercepting Kidd's passing lane. It was Souza. The arena erupted in gasps, followed swiftly by a chorus of boos directed at Souza. Where had this fellow emerged from just moments ago? Everyone shared this bewilderment. With his keen experience on the field, Souza swiftly intercepted Jason Kidd's pass and, like a swift cheetah, dashed rapidly towards the opponent's half. Hush! As Souza propelled the counterattack with remarkable speed, the Nets fans in the Continental Airlines arena could not help but erupt in a cacophony of boos. However, Souza remained undeterred, charging forward with unwavering determination, launching a fierce assault toward the opponent's half. Jason Kidd, filled with frustration, relentlessly pursued Souza from behind, his eyes ablaze with anger, intent on thwarting Souza's attempt to score. Souza's speed surpassed that of Jason Kidd, allowing him to reach the 3-second zone a moment earlier, launching directly towards the basket. Behind him, Kidd leaped high, pouncing fiercely from a side angle towards Souza. Thud. Kidd's height was insufficient to obstruct Souza, yet his hand struck brutally against Souza's eye socket. In an instant, while still airborne, blood gushed forth, painting a horrifying arc of crimson in the air. Chapter 75, The Bloodthirsty Leopard. Within mere minutes of the game's commencement, Souza was struck in the eye by the Nets star, Jason Kidd, during a fast break. The blood coalescing into a vivid rainbow was a sight that evoked dread. Nevertheless, despite the blood obscuring Souza's vision, it could not veil his indomitable spirit. The searing pain in his eye socket did little to alter Souza's unwavering resolve. Despite the blood streaming from his eyes, Souza executed a magnificent windmill dunk, forcefully slamming the basketball through the hoop, thereby adding 2 more points for the Magic. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They were moved, captivated by Souza's indomitable spirit. Even amidst the gushing blood, Souza managed to perform such an exquisite and flawless windmill dunk, truly astonishing. Watching from the sidelines, Sue's father, mother, Lin Yuyu, and Suing felt their hearts leap into their throats at the sight of Souza staining the court with his blood. "Oh no, is Souza all right?" Lin Yuyu exclaimed, her face etched with worry as she anxiously monitored every move on the court. The faces of Sue's father and mother were etched with anger and concern. This was not merely a game, it was a blatant act of violence. On the court, Souza did not fall to the ground after the dunk. Instead, he stood firmly on the floor. He exhibited neither rage nor a roar. He simply allowed the blood to trickle down from his right eye. In an instant, blood streamed down the right side of Souza's face. The crimson liquid stained his eyes, infusing his gaze with a touch of madness and a thirst for blood. Souza fixed his gaze on Kidd, devoid of the anticipated fury. Yet, amidst this tranquility, everyone sensed the palpable wrath emanating from Souza. "You are destined to lose. For you have provoked the one person you should never have angered." Souza's tone was icy, sharp as a honed blade. Even the battle-hardened Kidd couldn't suppress an involuntary shiver, an inexplicable unease creeping into his heart. At that moment, the entire Magic team surged forward, some players immediately confronting Kidd in heated argument. The team physician swiftly took to the court, administering rapid first aid to stem Souza's bleeding. "How's the situation? Do you need to take a breather?" inquired Dr. Ackland, assessing Souza's condition with professional concern. "I'm fine," Souza responded firmly. "Once the bleeding stops, I can continue playing." Souza responded calmly. The tranquility of Souza astonished even the team doctor, Dr. Ackland. "Young man, do not push yourself. Your eye socket has been opened, and the wound is deep. It undoubtedly requires stitches. If not addressed promptly, there is a significant risk of infection." Dr. Ackland intended to dissuade Souza from continuing the match. However, Souza shook his head resolutely. "Giving up is not in my nature. I shall crush my opponent utterly with my blood and willpower." With unwavering confidence, Souza spoke. Dr. Ackland, somewhat taken aback, felt a deep admiration for Souza's determination. "I will first apply a temporary bandage to staunch the bleeding. But it may not hold for long. If it fails, you must seek immediate treatment, even if it means stepping off the court momentarily. As Ackland spoke, he deftly tended to Souze's wound. Meanwhile, head coach Doc Rivers could no longer remain composed. He bellowed toward the head referee. "Referee, that was a malicious foul. Did you not see? My player is bleeding profusely. Expel Jason immediately. He must be ejected," Rivers shouted with fervor. The referee, however, signaled for Rivers to regain his composure. "Hey, Doc, you need to calm down. If you continue this outburst, I might have to eject you first." Our officiating crew reviewed the replay and deemed it merely a common foul. "What?" Doc Rivers' fury intensified. He retorted vehemently, "Are your eyes blind? A common foul? His eye socket is split open, and you call that common? This is blatant bias. I will file a complaint with the league to thoroughly investigate you." The referee shrugged and continued to caution Rivers. "I warn you, if you persist, I will immediately eject you." Several assistant coaches grasped Rivers firmly, urging him to maintain his composure. This was the Eastern Conference Finals, not just a routine game. Losing the head coach would be akin to losing a key player. The Magic needed to maintain their integrity. No one could afford to be ejected. After considerable effort, the assistant coaches managed to restrain Doc Rivers. And the furious players from the Magic were also separated by the referees, restoring order to the court. Observing that Souze did not retreat to the locker room for treatment, commentators Zhang Weiping and Yu Jiao were deeply moved. "Remarkable. Souze is truly resilient. Even with his eye bleeding, he persists in playing. It's incredible." Zhang Weiping couldn't help but praise Souze. His admiration for the young player grew. Not only was he a masterful athlete, but his character was equally commendable. Yu Jia expressed confusion over the referee's decision not to expel Kid for the foul. Zhang Weiping nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I too find this officiating questionable. Kid's foul was excessively dangerous." On the court, after a brief bandaging, Souze continued to compete. His eye was visibly swollen, showing signs of injury. "You're doing well, but do not push yourself too hard." Kid approached Souze and spoke softly to him. Souze let out a cold laugh. "Rest assured, before I fall, I shall send you all back home to fish, ensuring you have an unforgettable and delightful holiday." Confronted by those who had caused him harm, Souze chose not to succumb to rage. Instead, he channeled that fury into motivation on the court. "Kid, tonight is destined to be a massacre. The Nets are but lambs in my eyes." Souze's tone was resolute, and his expression was exceptionally grave. Coupled with the still fresh stains of blood around his eyes, he appeared particularly fearsome, resembling the very visage of death. Kid glanced at Souze, a sudden tremor coursing through his heart. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding, as it was merely a routine foul. Souze had executed an additional free throw, which he converted with unwavering precision, temporarily placing the Magic ahead of the Nets by 5-0. As the Nets prepared to inbound the ball, the moment Kid received it, Souze lunged forward like a bloodthirsty leopard, aggressively pressing for the steal. If just moments earlier Souze had contemplated surprising his opponents with a different strategy, the malicious foul and the blood that stained the court now compelled him to retaliate in the most ferocious manner possible. Chapter 76, Shattering the Backboard. Souze surged forward with remarkable speed. In this era that champions physical confrontation, Souze unleashed a ferocious charge, causing Jason Kidd to lose his balance in an instant. Kidd, who had been firmly grasping the basketball with both hands, suddenly found himself bereft of control over the ball due to Souze's formidable impact. Souze swiftly accelerated, deftly maneuvering past Jason Kidd and seizing the basketball in his grasp. After the collision, Kidd spread his arms wide, vociferously lamenting to the referee, "This is a foul. He infringed upon my cylinder." Yet, the referee dismissed Kidd's protests with indifference. Kidd's previous malicious foul had merely been deemed a standard infraction. Consequently, the referee paid little heed to Souze's fierce impact on Kidd this time. With the ball now in his possession, Souze charged toward the basket with remarkable speed. As the Nets player stationed at the baseline prepared to inbound the ball, he hurried towards Souze while Kidd continued his complaints to the official. "Come on. Let me shatter you." As the defender approached, Souze showed no inclination to evade. He leaped with both feet, executing a powerful axe-handle maneuver midair. Souze raised the basketball high with one hand, his entire being resembling a fierce battle axe in midair, ruthlessly wreaking havoc. Even with a defender in proximity, Souze did not flinch. He deftly pushed aside the leaping Nets player with his ball-handling hand and then, with a powerful motion of his right hand, forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop. Bang! As Souze's head gleamed with the emblem of a copper medal, he forcefully thrust the basketball into the hoop. The tremendous power of his dunk shattered the backboard. With a resounding crash, as the backboard splintered, Suze also fell to the ground. The audience at the Continental Airlines Arena erupted in waves of astonished gasps. My goodness, this cannot be real. Sue has shattered the backboard with a single hand. Oh my God. This truly epitomizes the aesthetics of violence. The raw power of anger. This is what basketball is all about. The players on the Magic's bench leaped up in excitement, unable to restrain their exuberant shouts directed towards Suze. The fans in attendance were equally astonished, gazing at Suze in disbelief, as if they were witnessing yet another incarnation of the great Shaquille O'Neal donning the Magic jersey. The players from the Nets were left in a state of shock, momentarily forgetting to cheer or shout, their expressions frozen, hands clutching their heads, staring at Suze in utter disbelief. This late second-round draft pick from the Dragon Kingdom had once again astonished everyone. In the commentary booth, Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping were overwhelmed with excitement, their words tumbling over one another in a flurry of exclamations. Incredible! Truly remarkable! We have witnessed a miracle. Suze has shattered the backboard. Yu Jia's face was alight with exhilaration, his joy palpable. Zhang Weiping nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, it is astonishing. Who could have imagined that Suze would possess the strength to shatter the backboard? Such immense power could easily rival that of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. Having witnessed O'Neal's feats of strength firsthand, Zhang Weiping could only express his admiration for Suze's performance with sheer astonishment. Never before has any player from the Dragon Kingdom shattered a backboard on the NBA stage. On the court, Suze rose to his feet amidst the gasps of the crowd. As he stood, the wound above his eye reopened, blood trickling down and once again staining his vision crimson. Suze wore an indifferent expression, devoid of the expected jubilant shouts of celebration. He merely gazed intently at each player of the Brooklyn Nets. Suze's gaze was piercing, radiating a fierce determination. Each player from the Nets dared not meet Suze's eyes, opting instead to avert their gaze. Even the typically composed kid felt his heart racing uncontrollably at this moment. The eye of death. As the camera focused on Suze, a gasp echoed through the arena. This gaze, reminiscent of death itself, seemed poised to shatter the confidence and resolve of every opponent. It sent a clear signal to all. Suze was on the verge of unleashing his fury. The court staff hurriedly rushed onto the scene to clear the shattered remains of the backboard. Consequently, the game had to be temporarily halted due to the destruction. Under the strong insistence of the team doctor, Suze returned to the locker room for treatment. "Sue, how are you feeling now?" "Doctor?" Acklin inquired while attending to Suze's bleeding. "I am fine," he replied. Suze responded directly. "However, your eye sockets have already become swollen, which could easily impair your vision. Should there be any further violent impact, it may adversely affect your eyes." Dr. Acklin's expression reflected a degree of concern. "I advise you to withdraw from the competition, otherwise you risk incurring further injury." As the team physician, Dr. Acklin is committed to safeguarding the health of each player, and he genuinely does not wish for Suze to take unnecessary risks. The dynamics on the field are ever-changing. In the midst of high-intensity confrontations, anything can happen. Should Suze endure another impact, it could easily lead to new injury risks, potentially even affecting his eyesight. Suze, however, shook his head. "I am fine. I can still compete. I shall undoubtedly sweep my opponents aside." Suze's resolve is unwavering. The notion of surrender finds no place in his lexicon. Very well. Witnessing Suze's persistent determination, Lin refrains from imposing further. "Since you wish to take the field, you must accept the inherent risks. I shall now suture your wounds for temporary relief." As Lin spoke, he began to stitch Suze. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the door. "Let us in, I beseech you. My son's eye socket has been opened. I must see him." The almost plaintive voice of Sue's mother rang out. Just as the staff was about to respond, Dr. Lin interjected. "Allow them entry." With the team physician's command, no one dared to obstruct them further. Sue father, Sue mother, along with Lin Yuyu and Su Ying, hurriedly entered. "Xiaoze, are you all right?" Mother Sue walked ahead, her elegant face etched with concern. As a mother, even if she was merely Suze's adoptive mother, she had long regarded him as her own flesh and blood. Upon witnessing her child in pain, which mother could remain untroubled? She approached Suze, gazing at the gruesome wound, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Seeing Mother Sue in tears, Suze felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. "I am sorry to cause you worry. However, I am fine and can continue the competition." Suze displayed a comforting smile. Even the typically silent Sue father was filled with concern in his gaze. "Xiaoze, if it becomes too difficult, do not force yourself. You still have ample time to triumph in the competition. Sue's father spoke slowly. Suze shook his head resolutely, asserting, "As long as I am able to take the field, I shall never retreat." Chapter 77. Is he an Iron Man? After a brief respite, the match resumed. Having undergone stitches, Suze's eyes were now swollen to an alarming degree, resembling a puffed-up bun. Suze once again stood on the basketball court, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the spectators. The battle-hardened Suze had earned the respect of the fans at the Continental Airlines Arena. Despite the thunderous applause, he remained composed, his expression serious and his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized each player of the Nets on the court. As the game resumed, Suze immediately exhibited remarkable aggression. On the defensive end, he fiercely contested Jason Kidd, relentlessly pursuing him even amidst the screens set by opposing players. Under Suze's formidable defensive pressure, Kidd's ball handling appeared less stable, and each physical confrontation took a significant toll on him. Conversely, the Nets heightened their overall defensive intensity, deploying the agile Kenyon Martin to collaborate with teammates and double-team Suze before he could initiate his play. However, Suze's exceptional passing ability shone through. Capitalizing on Martin's defensive misalignment, he swiftly delivered a pass to a teammate, aiding the Magic in scoring. The game unfolded with both teams trading blows, each showcasing their offense and defense, swiftly concluding the first 3 quarters. Suze's formidable performance dominated the match on both offensive and defensive fronts. Despite the valiant efforts of the Nets, their lack of offensive vigor left them trailing the Magic by a substantial 12 points, with a score of 65-77 after 3 quarters. "Sue, perhaps you should take a breather in the 4th quarter," remarked Doug Rivers, the head coach of the Magic, his heart aching at the sight of Suze's increasingly swollen injury. Throughout the first 3 quarters, Suze had not rested for a moment. Regardless of whether the opposing star players were on the court, Suze exerted every ounce of his energy in the game. In the face of relentless defensive pressure, he repeatedly utilized his mid-range jump shots and Eurostep layups to secure points for the Magic. By the end of the 3rd quarter, Suze had already amassed an impressive stat line of 40 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. Suze gulped down water vigorously. Even with the system's enhancements, he found himself compelled to replenish his fluids to maintain his bodily functions. "No, I must seize victory in this match." Suze shook his head resolutely and spoke with conviction. The members of the Magic team were profoundly moved, gazing at Suze with admiration. It was evident to all that he single-handedly bore the weight of the entire team. The Magic team scored a total of 77 points, with Suze contributing a remarkable 40 points. This means he accounted for more than half of the team's total score. Most impressively, Suze delivered such an astonishing performance even when faced with double and triple team defenses from his opponents. Suze has thoroughly captivated every teammate with his unwavering dedication and actions. "Sue, do not overexert yourself. The series is still lengthy, and we have ample time for adjustments and rest." As the head coach, Rivers can discern that Suze is beginning to show signs of fatigue. In the previous match, Suze did not rest for a single minute, and in this game, despite the opponent's heightened defensive intensity, he persevered through 3 quarters without a break. Such immense exertion would challenge even the most resilient individuals. Suze revealed a faint smile. "Rest assured, I can still hold on. If I can no longer endure, I will proactively request to leave the field. Coach, allow me to take the stage. I am still capable of continuing the fight." Suze gazed intently at Doug Rivers. Moved by Suze's steadfast and sincere expression, Rivers was deeply touched by Suze's resilience. Suze Taillon to assist the Magic in advancing to the finals. "All right, if you cannot endure, step down. It is imperative to avoid the peril of injury while exerting oneself on the court." Doug Rivers patted Suze's shoulder with conviction. Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed in his mind, signaling the emergence of a new task. After 3 quarters without a mission, I never anticipated that it would materialize at this moment. "Oh, system, must you be so brazen in your negligence?" Suze couldn't help but exclaim. Ding. Task details. Win the match and achieve at least 50 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists. What on earth? Suze was on the verge of expressing his frustrations. During the 4th quarter of the match, he intended to serve as a pivotal point, effectively orchestrating his teammates' movements and facilitating their scoring opportunities. As long as they gradually executed their offensive strategy, ensuring a high success rate, they would surely wear down the Nets. Yet, at this moment, the system unexpectedly demanded that he achieve no less than 50 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, treating him as if he were devoid of humanity. "Oh, this infernal system. It truly disregards my existence. Suze rolled his eyes and spoke with irritation. Ding. The system task is also designed to hone the host's willpower. Ding. Furthermore, the host of the equipment system should be as steadfast as an old workhorse. Suze was on the verge of being infuriated to the point of bloodshed by the system. However, he was fortunate that his performance data remained commendable. Having already achieved a stat line of 40 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, he was tantalizingly close to the coveted 50 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists. Nevertheless, considering the relentless defense of the Nets, the prospect of accumulating 10 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists in a single quarter posed a significant challenge for the physically taxed Suze. Suze took a few deep breaths and accepted the task issued by the system. With the intermission at an end, both teams' players returned to the court. Upon witnessing Suze's reappearance, commentators Zhang Weiping and Yu Jiao were taken aback. Could it be that Suze had not taken a moment's rest? Yu Jia's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. Zhang Weiping could not help but exclaim, in the previous match, Suze didn't rest for even a minute, and it appears he is set to do the same in this game. Truly, he is a paragon of endurance. As Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia expressed their amazement, the fans at the Dallas Aviation Arena mirrored their astonishment. Oh my goodness, Suze is actually taking the court again. Does he possess such boundless stamina? They murmured. If Suze were to deliver yet another breathtaking performance, I would gladly herald him as the hero of the Magic team. It is simply astounding, utterly unexpected. Not only the fans, but even the players of the Nets were equally astonished. As they beheld Suze donning the number 7 jersey of the Magic, a palpable trepidation washed over them. They were aware of Suze's extraordinary physical capabilities. Yet they were taken aback to see him still brimming with energy after 3 grueling quarters. Suze's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a hint of playful mockery. Come forth, let me conquer you with sheer willpower. Magic in 4 is certainly not an empty phrase. In the depths of his heart, Suze cried out. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the players of the Magic executed an inbound pass, marking the official commencement of the 4th quarter in the 2nd game of the Eastern Conference Finals. Chapter 78. The Furious Fans as the 4th quarter began. Suze immediately seized the ball in the backcourt. Adorned in the Magic's number 7 jersey, his tall and long-armed figure positioned itself, but the Nets' Jefferson swiftly closed in. Intent on entangling Suze as much as possible. You are too naive, young man. Do you think you are an Iron Man, exerting yourself without a moment's respite? Jefferson pressed against Suze with his body, striving to force him into an uncomfortable dribbling position. Suze curled the corners of his lips upward. I am undoubtedly forged of iron, he declared. Shall we test whose endurance falters first, yours or mine? As Suze's voice faded, he surged forward with great force, colliding fiercely with Jefferson. Even amidst the brutal grappling, Suze managed to dribble past half-court within a mere 8 seconds. The continuous physical confrontations ignited Jefferson's competitive spirit. You're quite impressive, but in such physical exchanges, can you still score? Jefferson clung tightly to Suze, denying him any room to maneuver. Upon crossing half-court, Suze did not immediately launch a vigorous attack, as such exertion would deplete his stamina and diminish his offensive efficiency. Instead, he decisively passed the ball to a teammate and swiftly maneuvered towards the elbow area within the 3-point line, positioning himself for a high post back to the basket play. As Suze passed the ball to his teammate, he simultaneously offered a gesture as a signal. The players of the Magic team understood instantly and swiftly dashed to one side. Clearing the opposite end of the basketball court, Suze swiftly positioned himself. Throughout this process, Jefferson tightly clung to Suze, leaving him no opportunity to receive the ball. After Suze's positioning, the players of the Magic swiftly passed the ball into his hands. Upon receiving the ball, Suze immediately executed his signature back-to-the-basket move. Without hesitation, he swiftly performed a deceptive maneuver while simultaneously advancing towards the paint. You cannot defend against me. Surrender is your only option. As Suze executed feints, he vociferously engaged Jefferson in conversation. Jefferson braced himself against Suze's advance, his focus unwavering and his nerves taut. In the next moment, having maneuvered into position, Suze suddenly pivoted, seamlessly transitioning into a fadeaway jump shot. Given that Suze had already achieved an impressive shooting record of 7 out of 8 from this spot today, Jefferson could not afford to be complacent. Upon witnessing Suze's shooting motion, he immediately leapt into action, propelling himself forward with fervor. Yet, in that fleeting instant when Jefferson was deceived, regret washed over him. Suspended in midair, he realized that Suze had not taken the shot. Instead, He had executed a mesmerizing dream shake, skillfully creating an expansive shooting space without altering his pivot foot. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Souze's mastery of footwork evoked a chorus of astonished gasps from the crowd. Even in the absence of a badge for interior offensive prowess, Souze relied on the wealth of experience he had amassed in his previous life, executing exquisite footwork at precisely the right moment. Amidst the collective astonishment, the Brooklyn Nets interior linchpin, Kenyon Martin, who had been positioned to provide support, lunged forward, intent on disrupting Souze's shot. "You must first get past me if you wish to score," Kenyon Martin bellowed as he charged towards Souze. Confronted with his opponent's fervent double team, Souze remained unperturbed. A slight smirk graced his lips, revealing a hint of mockery. "Do you truly believe you are worthy of defending me? You, a mere vanquished foe?" The words spoken by Souze were not particularly harmful, yet they were laced with profound insult. Kenyon Martin was instantly consumed by rage. He erupted with a barrage of quintessential American trash talk, leaping swiftly with the intent to block Souze's shot. Almost simultaneously, both Souze and Kenyon Martin soared into the air. Souze's shooting space had become exceptionally constricted. Kenyon Martin had every opportunity to block Souze's shot. However, even though both players leapt simultaneously, it soon became evident that Martin was descending while Souze remained suspended in midair. My goodness, what an extraordinary ability to hang in the air Souze possesses. Zhang Weiping in the commentary booth gasped repeatedly, his body leaning forward in excitement. What a flawless suspension in the air. Martin is undoubtedly one of the league's premier jumpers. Yet, Souze's leaping ability surpassed Martin's by a considerable margin. Amidst Zhang Weiping's exclamations, Souze, with an extended hang time, effortlessly released his jump shot. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air before swishing through the net. The crisp, melodious sound of the basket drew a chorus of lamentations from the Nets fans at the Continental Airlines Arena. Everyone had presumed they could contain Souze, yet he still managed to score. What a spectacle! Souze's leaping prowess meant that although they jumped together, he remained airborne while his opponent had already landed. Yujia, equally exhilarated, chimed in. The Nets fans at the Continental Airlines Arena were growing anxious. While they respected Souze's tenacity and admired his skills, such sentiments could not quell their fervent love for the Nets. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon the arena resonated with the chant of F-Sue. Hey, 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 how can you resort to such insults? Lin Yuyu in the stands could no longer remain seated. She turned to a nearby Nets fan and vociferously questioned them. The Nets supporters, however, paid no heed to Lin Yuyu and continued to fervently shout the chant. Souze remained utterly undisturbed. After successfully sinking yet another three-pointer, he raised his right hand to his ear, gesturing towards the sidelines as if to listen intently. Come on, louder. The more you cheer, the more exhilarated I become. Souze shouted loudly towards the fans at the sidelines, his arms waving incessantly. Souze's brazen and arrogant actions incited even greater fury among the fans at the Continental Arena, their chants growing increasingly deafening. Hey, you're nothing but trash. You will be turned over shortly, shouted a fervent Nets fan, seated closest to Souze, unable to contain their disdainful taunts. Souze shrugged nonchalantly. Without a trace of concern, he retorted, just wait and see. I shall personally send your home team back to fishing. And do not forget to prepare bait for them. After Souze finished speaking, he promptly raced back to his own half to defend. The Nets' offense was far from smooth. Under the Magic's strategic switches and double teams on scoring points, the Nets' attack appeared exceptionally sluggish. Even the master orchestrator of offense, Kid, could only manage to score in a painfully ineffective manner. Conversely, Souze, despite facing the chorus of fuck SU from the Nets fans, continued to score efficiently and consistently. Even under the intense interference from Jefferson, Souze delivered a powerful response. Soon, the game, led by Souze's prowess, approached its conclusion. In Chapter 79, they found themselves once again at the Continental Airlines Arena. The second game of the Eastern Conference Finals was nearing its end, thanks to Souze's formidable performance. The Magic had established a commanding lead of 89-73, a full 15 points ahead, with only about 3 minutes left in the game. The scoring efficiency of both teams had plummeted under the suffocating defense. Were it not for Souze's support, the Magic would likely have crumbled long ago. As Jefferson approached him, Souze flashed a knowing smile. You look quite fatigued, he remarked to Jefferson. The latter, panting heavily, bore an unmistakable expression of exhaustion. To guard Souze, Jefferson had not dared to rest for a single moment in the fourth quarter. More importantly, he had to contend with Souze's relentless movements and the intense physical confrontations between them. In contrast, although Suze was also fatigued, he appeared to possess slightly more stamina than Jefferson. "You're not faring much better," Jefferson retorted defiantly. As the primary defender against Suze, Jefferson now felt as if his legs were laden with lead, exceedingly heavy. "Oh, then I shall break through first." Suze flashed a smile at Jefferson, and in an instant, he pivoted and accelerated, making a direct breakthrough to Jefferson's left side. Jefferson swiftly pursued Suze, yet his speed lagged by half a beat. Fortunately, Kenyon Martin, positioned for defensive support, quickly moved to obstruct Suze's offensive path, simultaneously granting Jefferson precious time to catch up with Suze. "Give it up. There's no way you'll score again," Kenyon Martin shouted at Suze. Although on a psychological level, Martin did not genuinely dare to confront Suze in a one-on-one duel. He nevertheless motivated himself through his fierce shouts, bolstering his resolve. A defeated opponent lacks the right to boast. Suze showed no mercy to Martin and immediately switched to a mode of derision. "Do you think you can defend against me? Have you forgotten the painful lesson of being utterly defeated by me? Your defensive efforts are utterly futile, for I shall sink the game-winning three-pointer right here." Before Martin could react, Suze launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. "Kenong, defend," shouted Jefferson, who was sprinting in pursuit. As he leaped with both feet off the ground, lunging at Suze from the side. Reacting quickly, Kenong Martin also raised his hands and charged at Suze. The two converged upon Suze, effectively sandwiching him in the middle. However, due to the excessive force exerted by Martin and Jefferson, they collided directly with Suze, causing his body to twist and become unbalanced in midair before the shot was taken. "That's a foul," yelled Doug Rivers, the head coach of the Magic, at the top of his lungs towards the referee. Yet, the referee remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious to the foul committed against the offensive player. Despite being off balance, Suze did not abandon his shot. He aimed for the hoop and, just a second before hitting the ground, released the ball with a sideways motion. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air and miraculously swished through the net. The crisp sound of the successful shot rendered the fans of the Brooklyn Nets at the Continental Airlines Arena momentarily silent. With this three-pointer, Suze achieved the remarkable statistic of 50-10-10. This shot sealed the fate of the game, creating an 18-point gap that prompted the Nets head coach to shake his head in disbelief and substitute all the starters. Following Suze's three-pointer, the Nets fans began to exit the arena in dejection, no longer hoping for a miracle. The explosive scoring capability of the Nets had proven to be far less formidable than anticipated. Soon, the game concluded amid the cheers of the Magic players, who celebrated their commanding 2-0 lead in the series. In consecutive away games, Suze delivered stunning performances, securing 2 victories. After the match, the media promptly sought out Suze. Among them, Maria, a devoted fan, was eager to interview him. "Hey Sue, what a sensational display tonight. At just 19 years of age, you achieved a remarkable 50-10-10 stat line. It's absolutely astounding. Even the great Michael Jordan couldn't dominate the playoffs at 19 like you have. Truly remarkable. I've seen countless fans and online commentators praising you. What are your thoughts at this moment?" Maria looked up at Suze, her face alight with excitement, her eyes sparkling as if she wished to devour him with admiration. Suze chuckled lightly. He shrugged his shoulders and casually remarked, "It's just basic stuff, nothing to worry about." Maria was taken aback, looking at Suze with a puzzled expression as she inquired, "Sue, what does this mean?" Suze replied with a cheerful smile, "It's merely a fundamental operation. No need for accolades." Maria was momentarily taken aback, then her excitement surged as she laughed even more. "Sue, you've outdone yourself again. If such data is merely basic operation, what would the other players think? Sue, tonight is undeniably your night. How do you perceive your opponents?" Maria continued her inquiry. Suze took a deep breath, tilted his head in contemplation, and then made a disdainful expression. "Are you referring to the Nets? They're utterly inept, not even worthy opponents for us. Isn't that a bit outrageous?" Maria was taken aback, but the sparkle in her eyes only grew brighter. Suze is indeed audacious, yet his audacity endears him to many. He is bold, but he possesses the merit to be so. How can one not admire such a player? This is a live interview. Are you not concerned about your opponents witnessing this?" Maria inquired with a cheerful smile. Suze shrugged nonchalantly, shaking his head without a hint of hesitation. Of course, he felt no fear. If they were angry, let them demonstrate their prowess by defeating him on the court. However, had they possessed such strength, they would not have suffered 2 consecutive home losses. Maria gave Suze a thumbs up. "Sue, despite battling through injury today, you have managed to win over quite a few Nets fans. Yet, at the critical moment, they still chanted F Su. What are your thoughts on that? In response to Maria's inquiry, Suze displayed a calm smile. As adversaries, their choice to rally for their home team in such a manner was entirely acceptable. He relished the atmosphere, for he took delight in witnessing their fury, rendered helpless by his prowess. Their insults and roars could not shatter his resolve. Instead, they only served to fortify him. Chapter 80. You Let Me Down. Mayor Suze of New Jersey decimated the Nets. Who is the true master of New Jersey? The answer is Suze. Suze dominated the Continental Airlines arena. These headlines became a hot topic following the second game of the Eastern Conference Finals, saturating media outlets of all sizes. With a remarkable performance of 50 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, Suze has once again emerged as a prominent figure in the NBA. Some fervent fans have even formed a group dedicated to celebrating his achievements. My friend, this is simply astonishing. Just look at you. You have undoubtedly become the hottest new star in the league, without exception. In a hospital room in Orlando, the exhilarated Tracy McGrady gazes at Suze from his bed. Upon returning to Orlando, Suze's first endeavor was to visit McGrady at the hospital. McGrady, engrossed in the news on television, laughed heartily. So much so that it aggravated his back injury, causing his expression to gradually contort in pain. Suze, somewhat exasperated, spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Surely, one should not be so exuberantly joyful. McGrady slightly turned to the side, using the back of his right hand to caress his own back. Indeed, I understand. It's just basic skills, right? Ever since Suze uttered the phrase basic skills, right? During his interview following the decisive victory at the Continental Air Arena. It has swiftly become a catchphrase among fans in both the United States and Longwa. Even NBA stars like McGrady have adopted this phrase. Truly, you possess an extraordinary flair for showmanship. You are indeed the king of show-offs. McGrady chuckled while grimacing in pain from his back injury, his expression betraying a significant degree of discomfort. Suze chuckled helplessly. I do not wish to pretend, yet circumstances compel me. My abilities simply do not permit otherwise. Observing Suze's smug demeanor, my D laughed even louder, which only intensified the ache in his back. You rascal. Are you here to visit me, or to claim the last vestiges of my strength? My D wore an expression of pain mingled with joy. Oh, by the way, how is your eye? It appears to be still swollen. Will it hinder your performance in the upcoming match? My D's laughter faded as he adopted a more serious tone. The injury to Susie's eye socket has significantly impacted the entire series. The Magic have already lost McGrady, and if they were to lose Susie as well, they would stand no chance against the Nets. Although the Nets have suffered 2 consecutive defeats, it is universally acknowledged that, in terms of overall strength, the Nets undoubtedly surpassed the Magic by a considerable margin. The Magic's victories over the Nets have been entirely reliant on Susie's unwavering performance throughout the full 48 minutes. Suze reached out to touch his swollen eye socket. It should be fine now. Although it is somewhat swollen and painful, it will not hinder my performance. Upon returning to Orlando, Dr. Ackland redressed my wound. Suze chuckled cheerfully, despite the swelling around his eyes, which had, to some extent, impaired his vision. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic, refusing to be defeated by his injuries. If it becomes too difficult, do not force yourself. I heard Dr. Ackland mention that the injury to your eye socket is quite severe and may affect your vision, said my D, offering solace to Suze. He could not bear to witness a rising star being extinguished by the cruel hand of injury. Rest assured, I am fine, Suze replied. Suze chuckled cheerfully and spoke a few words. At that very moment, his phone began to ring. Suze picked up the call and found it was Lin Yuyu. Hello, Yuyu. What's the matter? His fondness for this charming girlfriend was gradually increasing. At every match, Lin Yuyu would be present to cheer him on. Moreover, as his girlfriend, she consistently appeared by Suze's side at the right moments, which deeply touched him. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you have some time. There's a basketball party at school today, and if you're free, I would love to invite you to join. Many of my classmates are eager to meet you, the superstar. At present, Suze had become a highly sought-after rising star in the NBA. His remarkable performances continued to captivate audiences and established him as an idol among many young people. Before Suze could respond, Lin Yuyu continued, could you please not refuse? It's been quite a while since you've accompanied me to such a gathering. Just consider it as spending time with me, okay? Her soft and endearing tone made it difficult for Suze to decline. He nodded and replied, all right, what time should I come over? Upon hearing Suze's agreement, Lin Yuyu erupted with joy on the other end of the line. Oh yeah, I said yes. I knew as loves me the most, as moi. Her exuberant cheer was so loud that Suze had to pull the phone away from his ear. Yu, calm down, calm down. Suze smiled helplessly. Do you realize that it has been 208 days since you last accompanied me in play? 208 days. Suze was quite astonished. Has it truly been so long? Suze murmured to himself. Indeed. A somewhat dejected voice from Lin Yu emerged through the telephone. It was just like last time when my sister asked me to cooperate with her, to bring along a few high school players to play with you. After we lost the match, you ceased to accompany me. In Lin Yu's tone, alongside her disappointment, there lingered a profound sense of remorse. Suze could discern that Lin Yu felt a profound sense of regret regarding that matter. Had it not been for Su Ying, Lin Yu would likely never have contemplated doing anything to harm Suze. The mere thought of the formidable Su Ying made Suze shake his head in exasperation. His elder sister had always possessed such a temperament, favoring a rather confrontational approach to education. Soon, however, Lin Yu's gloom dissipated. With a cheerful smile, she proclaimed, 10 o'clock in the morning at our school's basketball court. Do not be late. After delivering her message, Lin Yu swiftly hung up the phone. Suze put away his phone, only to find my D staring at him with a mischievous grin. What on earth are you looking at me like that for? Suze felt a shiver run down his spine under McGrady's intense gaze. With a mischievous grin, McGrady remarked, young lad, with such a beautiful girlfriend. You must cherish her dearly. Ah, how I envy you for being able to attend the university basketball party. To behold the radiant beauty of youth is indeed a most delightful experience. Suze raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he playfully tugged at McGrady. Come on, join me. Who knows? You might dazzle everyone with a 360-degree dunk and win the hearts of quite a few young ladies. McGrady looked at Suze with an anxious expression. Let go of me. What do you mean by showcasing a dunk? My back hasn't fully recovered yet. Hey, Sue, release me, he exclaimed. Don't hoist me up like that. Put me down. Chapter 81. Campus competition at the University of Central Florida, one of the renowned optical centers in the beautiful nation. Su Ying and Lin Yu are both students at this university and are indeed true sisters in academia. At this moment, the basketball arena is already teeming with a multitude of people. Suzy pushed McGrady, seated in a wheelchair, from the players' tunnel into the basketball arena. Is this really all right? How do I look? Am I still handsome? Will sitting in a wheelchair tarnish my image in the eyes of the young ladies? Despite McGrady's lamentations, Suzy remained resolute, ultimately wheeling him out of the hospital. McGrady, feeling helpless and unable to resist, could only silently endure Suzy's insistence on bringing him to the University of Central Florida basketball arena. Along the way, McGrady incessantly questioned Suzy about the perfection of his appearance. As a young star in the NBA known for his striking looks, McGrady was particularly concerned about his image. Although not a delicate pretty boy, he certainly exuded charm. Seated in the wheelchair, McGrady felt somewhat out of place. Rest assured, even if you were lying on a stretcher, you would still exude undeniable charisma. Suze smiled broadly as he comforted McGrady. It was quite surprising to see the illustrious superstar McGrady bearing the weight of an idol's image. Yet, it makes sense, as NBA players have always placed great emphasis on fashion. Take player A, with his distinct hairstyle and hip-hop attire, who has indeed set a trend. Oh, you certainly have a way with words, McGrady chuckled. As they conversed, they had already entered the basketball arena. Lin Yu had been waiting outside the players' tunnel. And upon seeing Suze wheeling in McGrady, a look of astonishment crossed her beautiful face. Wow, A's, you actually brought T-Mac with you. Many of our classmates are devoted fans of T-Mac. Hee, they will surely be delighted. Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly. Let us hurry inside. You are the special guest today. Never did she expect T-Mac to attend, which meant they now had two esteemed guests. Lin Yu linked her arm with Suze's, and together they pushed McGrady into the arena. The moment they entered, Suze and McGrady immediately captured the attention and cheers of everyone present. Wow, it's Suze and T-Mac. Look, McGrady in his wheelchair is still so dashing. Hearing the enthusiastic cheers from the female fans at the sidelines, McGrady couldn't help but wave back to them. Suze leaned down and quietly reminded my D, be cautious. If Sister Mai finds out, you may find yourself kneeling on a washboard. Upon hearing this, Mighty's body stiffened abruptly, and the smile on his face froze. As long as you keep your mouth shut, how could she possibly know? Mighty rolled his eyes, expressing his displeasure. Inside the gymnasium, a friendly competition was underway among the University of Central Florida's teams. The members of the school team were divided into two groups, engaging in a spirited exchange of offense and defense. Under the leadership of Lin Yu, Suze and my D settled into seats near the front row of the court. Being special guests, Suze was to make an appearance later, and sitting in the front row would facilitate access to the court. Let me share a secret with you. Today the school has also invited Jason Williams. Lin Yu leaned closer to Suze, a refreshing fragrance wafting from her presence. Suze could not help but take a sharp breath. Are you referring to white chocolate? Suze's eyelids twitched violently. Jason Williams. The maestro of passing within the NBA realm is renowned for his signature elbow pass, revered by many as a classic. Additionally, his astonishingly imaginative passes have captivated countless young admirers. Nicknamed White Chocolate and celebrated as a passing prodigy, it is indeed surprising to encounter him here. Indeed. Lin Yu nodded vigorously. I recently learned that Jason Williams attended the University of Central Florida before transferring in pursuit of a more illustrious basketball career. However, this fact remains largely unknown. I only became aware of it through Senior Su Ying's mention. Suze furrowed her brow slightly. Has my elder sister also arrived? Suze felt a twinge of surprise. If Su Ying were also present, why had she not come over to meet him? Lin Yu nodded without hesitation. Indeed. My elder sister is here as well. This basketball event was actually suggested by her to the school administration. Moreover, Senior Su Ying specifically instructed me to call you and invite you to participate in this event. Upon hearing these words, Suze was filled with a profound sense of gratitude. The reason Su Ying undertakes such actions is to provide Suze with greater opportunities to engage and interact with more NBA players. Su Ying's actions can truly be described as a manifestation of heartfelt dedication. Suze could not help but exclaim how fortunate he was to have such an elder sister. Su Ying understood that her not directly calling herself was likely an attempt to prevent her from feeling overwhelmed and developing a sense of aversion. Thus, this subtle approach still allowed her to participate in the basketball event. Moreover, look at the player number 10 on the court. Lin Yu pointed to a young man on the basketball court who exhibited the physique of a quintessential point guard. What is the matter with him? Suze inquired with confusion. Lin Yu grinned and replied, his name is Laurel McKin. He is the most promising player from the University of Central Florida to enter the NBA this year. No player from the University of Central Florida has ever made it to the NBA, but Laurel McKin has a remarkable chance of becoming the first. Furthermore, let me share a secret with you. McKin is also a protege of White Chocolate, a disciple of Jason Williams. Suze was somewhat astonished. It appears that there exists this layer of connection. It seems quite intriguing. Suze exclaimed, oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention that. In addition to the warm-up match of the school team, there is also a major event happening today. The draft players from the class of 2003 will be present at the venue. Among them, 5 players have been selected to compete in a friendly match against the school team. The match will consist of single quarters, lasting only 10 minutes. Lin Yu remarked with a cheerful smile, draft players from the class of 2003? Suze quietly pondered. Does that mean he could witness James, Wade, Anthony, and Bosh? Among others? Is there a roster available? Suze felt a surge of excitement. The players from the class of 03, in this era, are undoubtedly representatives of a new generation. However, as someone who has traversed time, Suze harbors an inexplicable fondness for these players. Moreover, the current class of 03 athletes are still quite young. Perhaps there is a possibility of forging deep friendships with them. It seems like there is someone. Hold on, let me make a call to inquire. Chapter 82. The Challenger soon. Lin Yu hung up the phone, her face beaming with delight as she turned to Suze. I've already inquired. The 5-man team from the 03 draft is led by Chris Bosh, accompanied by M.O. Williams, Kyle Korver, Chris Common, and DeAndre Jordan. Suze listened intently to the names of the 5 individuals and felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that the Banana Boat brothers were absent. However, he quickly reassured himself that encountering James, Wade, and Anthony later was not a misfortune. If they could meet on the NBA court, each giving their utmost effort, it would undoubtedly yield the finest outcome. Among the 5, Chris Bosh currently holds the highest projected draft ranking, standing as the most formidable talent among them. Lin Yu kindly offered these words of encouragement to Suze. Suze chuckled and remarked, well, to be honest, I am not particularly intrigued by the 5 of them. My true interest lies in the enigmatic White Chocolate. I shall see if an opportunity arises to engage with White Chocolate. Given that James, Wade, and Anthony are not present, it is only natural for me to direct my attention towards Jason Williams, the illustrious White Chocolate. Of course, should Bosh express interest, I would also be eager to compete with him. Suze's primary objective was not Chris Bosh. However, if the opportunity arose, he would not be averse to competing against Bosh. Rest assured, the school will arrange for you to face Jason Williams in a match. Lin Yu said with a playful smile, though the exact nature of the competition remained uncertain. As the two conversed, the game on the court was drawing to a close. The school team showcased a commendable performance, providing the audience in the basketball arena with an entertaining match. Beside them, McGrady appeared rather unimpressed. He nudged Suze's shoulder and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Sue, this game lacks any appeal for professional basketball players like us. Their level of competition and skill fails to pique my interest. Moreover, I have yet to observe any prodigious talents among them." Noticing McGrady's expression of resignation and boredom, Suze couldn't help but chuckle. While the players on the court may not have exhibited extraordinary talent, their dedication was undeniably commendable. If talent is lacking, then let effort compensate, he mused. These young individuals are striving hard, and that deserves recognition. Upon hearing Suze's words, McGrady nodded thoughtfully. You have a point. Effort is indeed everlasting. But then again, aren't you still a young man yourself? He said, tilting his head and flashing a mischievous grin at Suze. Suzutsai, at merely 19 years of age, shares the same youthfulness as those first-year players. Yet, he has already stepped into the NBA, serving as a water boy throughout the regular season. It was not until the playoff stage that Suzutsai truly shone. We are all so young, are we not? Suze gazed earnestly at McGrady. At this moment, McGrady was merely a few years older than Suze. As the two engaged in conversation, the arena's announcer called out Suze's name. Now, let us welcome our special guest today, hailing from the Orlando Magic, the league's most prominent rising star, Suze. Upon hearing Suze's name, waves of cheers erupted throughout the basketball arena. Oh, Suze has arrived. Wow. It's truly a stroke of luck to see Suze today. Please make way. Don't obstruct my view of my idol. Despite being of similar age to these students, Suze had undeniably become a sensational figure within the NBA. Numerous female college students fervently screamed in admiration for him. The atmosphere within the arena reached an exhilarating crescendo. Suze rose to his feet, beaming as he made his way to the center of the basketball court amidst the exuberant cheers of the audience, standing beside the host. Next, let us welcome another distinguished guest, Jason Williams, a player from the Memphis Grizzlies, known affectionately as White Chocolate. Jason Williams is indeed one of the more popular players in the league, though he possesses certain defensive shortcomings and may not rank among the elite superstars of the NBA. His imaginative passing and the overall spectacle of his gameplay have garnered him considerable admiration. Let us extend a warm welcome to these two esteemed guests. As the host's call echoed, the cheers and joyous sounds within the arena grew ever more deafening. Suze and Jason Williams each took the microphone, greeting the audience within the basketball arena. After the host resumed the microphone, he cheerfully remarked, "Both are professional NBA athletes and currently very popular sports figures. I wonder if today, here, they can present us with an exhilarating one-on-one match?" Suze shrugged his shoulders. "I have no objections. I am more than willing to compete with Jason and feel honored to challenge a basketball virtuoso like him." Suze was not his usual arrogant self. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed. However, within him surged an extraordinary excitement. He was about to witness Jason Williams' dazzling dribbling and astonishing feints, which filled Suze with exhilaration. Just as I was about to respond, Jason Williams had not finished his words when a jarring voice interrupted. "Wait, I disagree. Suze was merely a 19-year-old newcomer to the league, lacking the qualifications to compete against my mentor. If one wishes to challenge my master, they must first defeat me." The basketball arena was vast, and the voice echoed loudly. Everyone turned in the direction of the sound to find the team captain, and also Jason Williams' disciple, McGrady. This individual was regarded as one of the most promising prospects for the NBA from the University of Central Florida in recent years. McGrady and Suze were of the same age, yet their destinies were starkly different. Suze has already entered the NBA ahead of schedule and is shining brightly on the playoff stage. On the other hand, McGrady has yet to participate in the draft. This situation has left the typically self-assured McGrady feeling quite discontent. He believes that his skills are comparable to those of Suze, and thus, by defeating him, he aims to showcase his abilities to all the scouts. In doing so, he hopes to pave a smooth path for himself toward the NBA. Suze couldn't help but chuckle as he gazed at McGrady. He had little patience for this young man. "You are incapable." Chapter 83. An easy defeat. "You are incapable." When Suze uttered those three words, it struck McGrady deeply. Especially in front of so many people in the basketball arena, Suze unhesitatingly declared that McGrady was inadequate, which severely wounded McGrady's pride. How could a man be deemed unworthy? McGrady felt a surge of discontent. Su, whether I am capable or not will only be revealed after the match. If you cannot even defeat me, how can you hope to conquer my master? Standing at around 1.9 meters, Lal McGrady possessed a robust physique, epitomizing the archetype of a towering guard. For someone of his stature and strength, McGrady was confident in his ability to overcome Su Zhe. Furthermore, Lal McGrady firmly believed that his prowess was on par with Su Zhe's. Su Zhe looked at the other party with a hint of exasperation. Their obstinacy left him at a loss for words. However, since they willingly presented themselves to be ravaged, Su Zhe had no objection to using Lal McGrady as a means of warm-up. Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me. Su Zhe spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lal McGrady was even more displeased. He did not wish to confront Su Zhe as a challenger. You are not worthy of my challenge, for our strengths are nearly indistinguishable. I am confident that I can defeat you, Lal McGrady declared with unwavering obstinacy. Su Zhe was amused to the point of laughter. He shrugged and said, "Fine, as you wish. I'll grant you 3 chances. You may take the first shot. What do you say?" Lal McGrady did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Soon, the two commenced their match. Lal McGrady positioned himself beyond the 3-point line, glaring at Su Zhe with intense focus. He was determined to win decisively, aiming for a resounding 3-0 victory over Su Zhe to fully showcase his talent and prowess. Watch closely, I will prove that I am stronger than you. As Lal McGrady's words echoed, he initiated his offensive play. However, just as he dribbled the ball a few times, Su Zhe extended his long arm and swiftly intercepted the basketball from Lal McGrady's grasp. On Su Zhe's head, not a single badge illuminated. For dealing with a novice like Lal McGrady, there was utterly no need for badges to come into play. With the basketball prowess acquired from both his past life and this one, Su Zhe effortlessly intercepted the ball from Lal McGrady. This exemplifies the overwhelming advantage of skill and experience. Startled after losing possession, Lal McGrady was still reeling from the shock when Su Zhe deftly maneuvered past him, sinking a 3-point shot. The crisp sound of the ball swishing through the net jolted McGrady back to reality. Focus a bit more. Look at how careless you've been. Su Zhe received the ball and passed it back to McGrady. Continuing the offensive, you have 2 more chances. Su Zhe appeared remarkably at ease, exuding an aura of complete relaxation devoid of any stress. Su Zhe's relaxed demeanor once again pierced the fragile heart of Lal McGrady. Damn it, this time, I shall not allow you to succeed. Lal McGrady shouted vehemently at Su Zhe. Su Zhe shrugged his shoulders. Come on, let me witness your prowess. Su Zhe exhibited an expression of unfulfilled desire, which further infuriated Lal McGrady. This time, Lal McGrady refrained from dribbling. The lessons learned from his previous dribbling failure weighed heavily on him. Instead, he opted for a sudden strike, launching a 3-point shot from beyond the arc. However, at the very moment Lal McGrady released the ball, Su Zhe leaped into the air with remarkable height. Su Zhe's elongated figure appeared exceptionally ethereal in the air. He gracefully extended his long arms, firmly pressing one large hand onto the basketball held by Lal McGrady. A wave of gasps echoed throughout the gymnasium. Su Zhe's keen reflexes astonished everyone present. Sitting in the audience, McGrady couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. This kid challenging Su is utterly overestimating himself. Nevertheless, I must commend his courage. McGrady, well aware of Su Zhe's prowess, understood that McGrady was no match for him. On the court, Su Zhe's fierce block left Lal McGrady utterly bewildered. McGrady was simply unable to contend with Su Zhe's strength and was decisively pinned down. He lost possession of the ball, which once again found its way into Su Zhe's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Zhe stood beyond the 3-point line and unleashed a swift shot. This time, McGrady did not falter or lose focus. He exerted every ounce of his strength, stretching his body to its limits in an attempt to block Su Zhe's shot. However, Su Zhe's height and wingspan were simply beyond McGrady's capacity to contest. Su Zhe, under the defense of McGrady, confidently sank a 3-pointer. This shot made McGrady acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated him from Su Zhe, whether in terms of physical prowess or basketball intelligence. The disparity between them was monumental. You have one last chance. Seize it wisely. Su Zhe extended a finger towards McGrady, vociferously alerting him. However, McGrady shook his head, refraining from launching another attack. I concede, I cannot possibly triumph over you. McGrady recognized the vast chasm between them and was acutely aware that he could never be a match for Su Zhe. Rather than prolonging the inevitable, he deemed it more honorable to concede defeat gracefully. Su Zhe was somewhat taken aback by McGrady's voluntary surrender. After all, given McGrady's recent display of obstinacy, It was indeed a remarkable turn of events for him to willingly admit his defeat. Suze approached and firmly patted McGrady's shoulder. "Young man, you possess considerable potential," he remarked, his voice carrying a weight beyond his mere 19 years. With sincere earnestness, he continued, "With further honing of your skills, there lies a chance for you. I hear you are preparing for the NBA draft. I hope to cross paths with you on the courts of the NBA one day. Strive, and strive again." Suze smiled encouragingly at McGrady. McGrady gazed at Suze with unwavering determination. "Yes, I will. Thank you," he said sincerely, bowing to express his gratitude. "You have made me realize the considerable gap between myself and NBA players, and I am no longer blindly confident. I will strive diligently until I catch up to your level." Flames of ambition flickered in McGrady's eyes. He was neither disheartened by his admission of defeat nor discouraged by his failures. Instead, those setbacks fueled his motivation even further. "Haha, very well. I await your progress." Suze chuckled as he spoke. Chapter 84. The Challenge of Skills. Although Suze and McGrady shared the same age, the maturity and star quality that Suze exhibited were unmistakable. His prowess on the court was evidently superior, which left McGrady, the challenger, in a state of complete acceptance of his defeat. "Haha, we have witnessed a clash between a supernova and a rising star from the campus. Now, let us welcome our other esteemed guest, Jason Williams." At the host's enthusiastic call, Jason Williams approached from the side. "Sue, it is truly exhilarating to see you here," Jason Williams said with a warm smile as he neared Suze. The look in his eyes held no trace of provocation, only genuine admiration. For a player hailing from the Dragon Kingdom, who had barely made an appearance during the regular season, yet managed to make a name for himself on the grand stage of the NBA playoffs, earning the trust and respect of his entire team, was enough to command Jason Williams' admiration. The NBA is a league of the strong. Each player here has their own story and stands out among their peers. In such a distinguished crowd, Suze shone brightly, and while Jason Williams felt envy, it was primarily admiration that he harbored. "Haha, I am equally thrilled to see you." Suzeman spoke sincerely. "White Chocolate, you are truly a master of passing. Since the organizers wish for us to compete, let us engage in a match of a different nature. I know that in a one-on-one scenario, I would undoubtedly be no match for you," Jason Williams stated with utmost sincerity. His honesty did not evoke any disdain from Suzeman. Rather, it deepened his respect for Jason Williams' character. In the realm of competition, Jason Williams' candor is a rarity among players. For instance, the somewhat obsessive and volatile General Gilbert Arenas resorted to malicious fouls against Suzeman after a defeat. Even Jason Kidd, who is generally perceived as refined and gracious, recently unleashed a fierce attack on Suzeman during a match. Suze responded with a smile. "In truth, your prowess is remarkable. For instance, I cannot compare to your passing. The elegance and fluidity you display are beyond my reach." Given the humility of his counterpart, Suze naturally refrained from adopting an arrogant demeanor, as such an attitude would only breed disdain. Jason Williams chuckled. "How about we engage in a skills competition?" A skills competition? Suze felt a stir in his heart. He was aware that since 2003, coinciding with the All-Star game of that season, the NBA had introduced the All-Star Skills Challenge. Having never participated in an All-Star event, he thought that experiencing the allure of the Skills Challenge in advance would be a commendable opportunity. "All right, no problem," Suze readily agreed. The Skills Challenge was undoubtedly a forte of Jason Williams. His exceptional passing ability and remarkable ball handling skills are universally acknowledged within the league. Suze was fortunate to have the opportunity to spar with such a master, which was indeed a remarkable experience. Upon seeing Suze agree, Jason Williams signaled to the host to bring all the equipment for the skill challenge to the stage. As the various pieces of equipment began to appear, Suze suddenly realized that his opponent had been well prepared all along. Suze couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that Jason Williams was acutely aware that he was no match in a one-on-one confrontation, and thus had taken precautions to avoid defeat. However, the skills challenge remained a considerable challenge for Suze, despite possessing the basketball experience of 2 lifetimes. His passing ability paled in comparison to that of more technically proficient point guards. As the staff busied themselves with the equipment, Suze instinctively accessed the system interface. Since successfully completing his last task, he had yet to claim the corresponding rewards. One could only blame the unreliable system, which had a penchant for delayed reward distribution, leaving Suze feeling particularly irked. This frustration was exacerbated by the fact that after his recent upgrade to Hall of Fame status as a master of the fadeaway, His badge points had dwindled to 0. Presently, Suze was in dire need of badge points to illuminate his badges and thereby enhance his abilities. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed your last task, earning 50-10-10 in data, and have led your team to victory. Suze curled his lips in disdain. He had always harbored a negative attitude towards a system that delayed the issuance of rewards. Infernal system, spare me the pleasantries and reveal the rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 50 badge points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Jelly Slam Dunk Action Pack. Upon hearing such rewards, Suze's mood significantly improved. This time, the system has shown some sense. With badge points in hand and a new Slam Dunk Action Pack, Suze refrained from unleashing further tirades against the system. The system, recognizing the futility of engaging in a verbal spar with Suze, wisely chose to remain silent. Suze opened the badge interface and navigated to the organizational badge section. There, he discovered the Passing Master Badge. Upon briefly reviewing its description, he learned that the Passing Master Badge enhances the precision of the host's passes, improving both accuracy and aesthetic appeal. The higher the level of the badge, the more powerful passing motion packages the host can equip. Without hesitation, Suze illuminated the badge. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 10 badge points to activate the Passing Master Badge. Ding. The Passing Master Badge slightly enhances the host's passing accuracy and further improves it when the host is under pressure. Upon hearing the system's voice, Suze felt a surge of delight within. He never anticipated that the Passing Master Badge would possess such a remarkable effect. It truly exceeded his expectations. Without hesitation, Suze continued to expend his badge points, directly upgrading to the Copper Metal Passing Master. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Having consumed 30 badge points, the upgrade was successful. After Suze's upgrade, he eagerly adorned himself with the Passing Master Badge. After Suze completed all these tasks, the arena was also fully prepared. With all the necessary equipment in place, the rules were the same as those of the All-Star Skills Challenge. No issues, right? Jason Williams toyed with the basketball in his hands, as if it were a lively sprite dancing at his fingertips. Suze smiled and nodded. Of course, it's no problem. The one with the shortest time will emerge victorious. Jason, I will not go easy on you. I hope you can defeat me with your utmost strength. The two stood at the starting line of the competition. As he gazed at the equipment that spanned the entire arena, Suze felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, a man who served the dual role of host and referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Chapter 85. This is too fast. The instant the whistle pierced the air, Suze, fully prepared, surged forth like a swift cheetah. With the ball in his right hand, he dashed toward the basket, executing a jump step before leaping into the air. Simultaneously, Suze cradled the ball with one hand, pulling it back in a spectacular maneuver before effortlessly depositing it into the hoop. Suze's movements flowed effortlessly, captivating all who beheld them. This exquisite layup technique was none other than his recently acquired jelly layup maneuver. The elegant wrist rotation of this stunning shot elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. What a remarkable layup, they exclaimed. It is simply exquisite, so ethereal. The crowd's admiration surged with each display of Suze's jelly layup, leaving them utterly enchanted. Yet, while everyone remained entranced by his graceful and fluid execution, Suze had already darted through the obstacles with the swiftness of a cheetah. Utilizing his remarkable speed and exceptional ball handling skills, he navigated the hindrances with apparent ease, as if it were all a simple endeavor for him. Suze moved with breathtaking speed, his actions remarkably fluid. After deftly maneuvering around 4 obstacles, he did not halt the ball but executed a splendid chest pass in motion. The basketball, akin to a guided missile, soared gracefully through the air and found its mark, nestling perfectly within the net. Simultaneously, a silver medal badge for passing maestro illuminated above Suze's head. In contrast, Jason Williams also showcased a silky smooth layup and dribbling through the obstacles. Yet he lagged slightly behind Suze in terms of speed. By the time Suze had completed his chest pass and advanced to the next stage, Jason Williams was just beginning his own chest pass. His delivery was equally precise. The chest pass posed no challenge for him, and he too executed a beautiful pass in motion. At this moment, Suze had already progressed to the bounce pass stage. Without hesitation, Suze swiftly passed the basketball. Yet the complexity of a bounce pass surpassed that of a chest pass. Even with the proficiency of a silver medal passing master, Suze was unable to execute the pass successfully on his first attempt. It was only on his second try that he adeptly sent the basketball into the net. After accomplishing this, Suze promptly dashed towards his next position. In contrast, Jason Williams required 3 attempts before he could send the basketball into the net. At that very moment, Suze had already taken a shot from a distance of 763 meters from the hoop. Suze's shooting was remarkably stable, effortlessly finding the net. As the ball swished through the hoop, Suze's timer came to a halt. Wow, Suze is incredibly fast. It seems he took hardly any time at all. How can he be so swift? Hearing the gasps of the audience, Suze appeared somewhat resigned. A man shouldn't be labeled as fast. Rather, one should aspire to endurance. Yet, paradoxically, in this challenge, speed was of the essence. While the audience marveled, Jason Williams finally succeeded in sinking the basketball after 4 attempts. At that moment, both timers came to a standstill. The host lifted Jason Williams' timer triumphantly, announcing his time of 33.8 seconds. Although Jason had taken a bit longer during the final shot, his agility during the passing and obstacle phases was commendable. Thus, his overall time was impressively short, suggesting he could very well clinch the title in a genuine all-star skills challenge. The host then grasped Suze's timer. Upon his initial glance, an expression of disbelief crossed his face. Good heavens, this speed is nothing short of perfection. Suze's time was deliberately withheld as the host elongated his words, teasing the audience's anticipation. Everyone was eager to discover how long it took the swift Suze. All eyes were glued to the court, ears perked, fearful of missing a single word. Suze's final time was revealed as 23.3 seconds. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as astonishment blanketed the arena. Even Jason Williams wore an expression of incredulity. This was astonishingly fast. 23.3 seconds. What does that even mean? This was a staggering 10.5 seconds quicker than Jason Williams. Such a terrifying disparity left everyone agape, their faces a canvas of astonishment. Suze's achievement can be deemed nothing short of extraordinary. It is worth noting that the record for the All-Star Skills Challenge, established by Darren Williams in 2008, stands at a mere 25.5 seconds. While the current era may not yet recognize this feat, Suze is acutely aware of the significance of his accomplishment. His time surpasses that of the participating Darren Williams by an impressive 2 seconds. The audience erupted in waves of astonishment, fervently cheering for Suze. The applause resonated throughout the arena, surging like a mighty tide. Jason Williams turned his head, gazing at Suze with admiration. You are indeed superior. I concede my defeat with genuine respect, he admitted graciously. He recognized the vast chasm that separated him from Suze. The 10.5-second gap was not merely indicative of a lack of effort on his part, but rather a testament to the manifestation of innate talent and sheer prowess. Suze also broke into a smile. As the opponent conceded defeat, Suze adhered to the principle of winning without causing a commotion, lavishing praise upon his rival. You performed admirably as well. In truth, I merely exceeded my usual capabilities. Suze's humility has certainly earned the admiration of Jason Williams. The two share a mutual respect. And in a corner of the stands, Suing watches the unfolding events with great excitement. Mr. Porter, perhaps it is time for you to contemplate the prospect of signing a contract with Suze? Suing averted her gaze to a middle-aged man beside her, who was an executive at Adidas. Mr. Porter adjusted his glasses, his face adorned with an expression of indecision. I apologize. Though you have shown me numerous videos of Suze and several recordings of his games, including today's match, I still cannot commit to signing him. The league is rife with meteoric talents, and I cannot assure you that Suze will not be the next to fade. I kindly request more time to deliberate, Mr. Porter stated earnestly. Adidas has always been averse to unnecessary expenditures, particularly when it comes to emerging stars, a sentiment that Mr. Porter has consistently upheld. Chapter 86. Chris's challenge on the basketball court. Suze remained oblivious to Su Ying's efforts in securing his first endorsement deal. Having just triumphed over white chocolate Jason Williams in the skills challenge, Suze was now faced with a new test. Su, I wish to challenge you, announced the young and inexperienced Chris Bosh, stepping forward from the crowd. Gazing at the radiant Suze on the court ignited a fervent competitive spirit within him. To challenge the formidable and confront the strong is a rite of passage for every young player aspiring to grace the NBA stage. Much like Allen Iverson's audacity in facing Michael Jordan's defense in his time. Although this was not a genuine NBA game, Chris Bosh's desire to compete against a powerhouse prompted him to take the initiative in challenging Suze, though they were of similar age. Suze had already begun to shine on the playoff stage, distinguishing himself as one of the few superstars in the NBA. Despite the lingering skepticism and the media's relentless disparagement, Suze remained the most luminous presence among the current crop of NBA stars. Observing Bosch, whose physique was slender yet whose gaze was resolutely determined, Suze smiled. Even if Bosch had not spoken, Suze was eager to find an opportunity to spar with him. All right, he replied. Suze nodded with a smile. You are Chris Bosch, are you not? Suze feigned ignorance, inquiring with a tone of curiosity. Bosch nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I wish to challenge you. Bosch's intention was straightforward. He aspired to conquer Suze, the NBA's burgeoning superstar, to further demonstrate his prowess. Although he could not secure the coveted first pick on draft night, a rise in his draft position to second or third would suffice. These impetuous young athletes, despite proclaiming indifference towards their draft rankings, are acutely aware of their significance. The draft position determines the level of recognition one receives from the entire league. Who among the youth is truly unconcerned about such matters? So, shall we engage in a one-on-one match or a skills challenge? Suze gazed intently at Chris Bosch. As the illustrious Dragon King of a previous era, Bosch's prowess was beyond question. He possessed a refined mid-range shooting touch and could extend his range to the three-point line. It was precisely due to his aversion to the physicality of low-post battles that, before the advent of the small ball era, he was often branded as soft during the early stages of his career. However, Suze understood that Bosch was undeniably a tough competitor. His preference for finesse over brute strength did not imply a deficiency in his low-post skills, nor did it suggest an inability to engage in physical offensive play. Of course, it will be one-on-one. Let's settle this with 5 shots, Bosch declared with an air of confidence. His exceptional abilities were indeed the foundation of his pride. As Suze was about to agree, he suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Ding. Task issued. When the match against Bosch, with the condition that scoring must be achieved through methods inside the three-point line. Upon hearing this task, Suze was momentarily taken aback. Then he broke into a smile. Does this mean I can initiate an attack from beyond the three-point line and still score inside? Ding. Not permissible. Ding. The system reiterated, stating that scoring must be accomplished using methods within the three-point line. Ding. In other words, the host must utilize footwork under the basket, back shots, or mid-range jump shots, among other techniques, to score. Suze stroked his chin, finding the system's restrictions quite intriguing. However, for Bosch, a versatile player capable of seamlessly integrating both inside and outside play, it would also be fascinating to defeat him through means other than three-point shots and drives. Suze accepted the challenge. He turned to Bosch and said, Very well, let us settle this with 5 shots. This time, I shall neither attempt a driving layup, nor shoot a three-pointer, and certainly will not venture into the paint. On the foundation of the system, Suze imposed an additional restriction upon himself. He would not venture into the 3-second zone. This signifies that the locations from which Suze could score would be confined to mid-range positions. As the host placed the microphone close to Suze's lips, his words resonated clearly for all to hear. On the sidelines, Lin Yu suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. What? This is incredibly challenging, isn't it? Relying solely on mid-range scoring? That means Bosch only needs to defend Suze's mid-range shots. Her worry morphed into frustration, fearing that Suze might lose the game. Meanwhile, McGrady chuckled to himself. Do not fret, Sue possesses the requisite skill. If he had to employ every trick in the book against a newcomer, how would he ever establish himself in the league? Have faith, I believe in Sue. With a mischievous grin, McGrady cast a knowing glance at Suze, confident in his abilities. A player capable of navigating the NBA playoffs without hindrance would surely not be daunted by such minor obstacles. McGrady raised his thumb towards Suze and shouted, Sue, my good brother, give it your all, don't act like a show-off and end up embarrassing yourself. Upon hearing the sound, Suze instinctively turned his gaze towards McDias. He too gave McDias a thumbs up. In contrast, Chris Bosch's expression appeared somewhat displeased. I do not require your concession. You must unleash your full potential. Suze chuckled and shrugged nonchalantly. However, defeating you requires no other scoring methods. Relying solely on mid-range shots is entirely sufficient. Chris Bosch felt a surge of irritation. He perceived Suze's words as a blatant disregard for his abilities. Very well, you shall pay for your arrogance. Fury flickered in Chris Bosch's eyes. He was determined to exert every ounce of his strength to make Suze atone for his own hubris. Suze smiled. I certainly hope you can surpass me, but the prerequisite is that you must possess the requisite strength. Suze's arrogance incited even greater fury in Bosch. As young players of similar age, how could Bosch tolerate Suze's brazen demeanor? Without further ado, let us commence. Will you take the offensive, or shall I? Bosch clutched the ball, his face a mask of rage as he fixed a piercing glare upon Suze, a look that seemed capable of devouring him whole. Suze chuckled. You may attack first. Remember to exert 100% of your strength, or you shall suffer a dire defeat. Suze positioned himself defensively, his smile fading as he fixed a serious and composed gaze upon Bosch. Bosch felt the intensity of Suze's stare, akin to being targeted by a leopard, sending a chill down his spine. Suze's composed and profound gaze unsettled Bosch, stirring an inexplicable sense of trepidation within him. Such formidable aura nearly compelled Bosch to retreat without even engaging in battle. Yet swiftly, he steadied his resolve, gripping the ball beyond the three-point line as he initiated his first offensive maneuver. Chapter 87. Come at me. The fiery and youthful Chris Bosch, brimming with audacity, took possession beyond the arc and launched his inaugural assault. Suze did not employ an aggressive defensive strategy. Instead, he maintained a distance of approximately half a meter from Chris Bosch. The defensive approach employed by Suze afforded Chris Bosch ample room for both penetration and shooting. Whenever Chris Bosch so desires, he can initiate his preferred offensive maneuvers at will. Why not take advantage? Upon noticing Suze's lack of defensive engagement, Bosch felt a sense of being underestimated. Suze lightly tapped his ear and remarked with ease, "This can already be considered my defense." Bosch, feeling a surge of anger, believed that Suze had not adequately acknowledged his own prowess. Clenching his teeth, he opted not to drive towards the basket but instead stood beyond the three-point arc, launching a shot. As Chris Bosch released his three-pointer, Suze made no attempt to contest or obstruct the shot, as if paralyzed by an unseen force, standing rooted to the spot while Bosch took his shot. With no interference from Suze, Bosch's three-point attempt resembled a practice session. The ample space allowed Bosch to execute his shot with remarkable fluidity. The basketball arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net. Swish. Bosch, with his three-pointer, was the first to disrupt the equilibrium of the game. What is A's doing? Why isn't he going all out? Lin Yu felt a pang of anxiety. She worried that Suze's overconfidence might lead to defeat, which would be quite embarrassing. Nearby, McGrady chuckled softly. No need to worry. Sue must have a strategy. Just watch. Sue will undoubtedly prevail. McGrady held unwavering faith in Suze's capabilities. After all, how could a player who shines on the high-intensity stage of the playoffs possibly lose to a rookie who is yet to enter the NBA draft? On the court, witnessing Bosch score, Suze even applauded him. Very well, it appears your three-point shooting has some accuracy. Bosch, noticing Suze's applause, felt increasingly uneasy. He sensed that Suze's clapping was laced with mockery. You underestimate me. I will make you pay. Chris Bosch's expression grew icier, and the flames of anger in his eyes intensified. Yet at that moment, Suze calmly extended a finger and gently shook it at Bosch. You have no more chances. This shot will be your only score of the game. Suze's casual remarks, however, struck Bosch as the epitome of arrogance. You are utterly presumptuous. I shall teach you a lesson. Given their similar ages, Bosch found it insufferable to tolerate Suze's hubris. He resolved to employ his utmost strength to deliver a resounding reprimand to Suze. As Bosch regained possession of the ball, he initiated a second offensive. Yet this time, Suze appeared transformed, as if he were an entirely different individual. Previously languid and relaxed, exuding an air of indifference, Suze now radiated focus, his eyes locked intently on Bosch. This sudden shift evoked in Bosch the initial sensation of being preyed upon by a leopard. Swallowing hard, Bosch hastily dribbled the ball forward. Just as he maneuvered, Suze lunged forward, arms outstretched, intent on disrupting Bosch's dribble to the utmost of his ability. The emblem of the Hall of Fame's death spiral illuminated atop Suze's head. Suze's defensive aggression was formidable, continuously employing his long arms to disrupt Bosch as much as possible. Confronted with the sudden surge in defensive intensity, Bosch found himself momentarily flustered. Under the interference of Suze's lengthy reach, Bosch struggled to maintain control of the ball. How could this happen? A sense of astonishment washed over him. Although he played the power forward position, he prided himself on his finesse and exceptional ball handling skills. Yet, ensnared in Suze's relentless pursuit, he was unable to secure the ball, nearly losing possession on several occasions. As he approached the mid-range area, Bosch decided to turn his back, attempting to initiate an offensive move through post-play. However, the moment he did so, he immediately regretted it. He tried to back down a few times, but Suze remained as immovable as a boulder. The core strength of Suze instilled an extraordinary sense of terror in Bosch. No matter how hard he exerted himself, Suze remained utterly unaffected, with no possibility of being pushed back. Come on, Little brother, exert yourself. Have you not eaten? Suze burst into raucous laughter. The shrill, mocking sound instantly enraged Chris Bosh. His face flushed crimson with humiliation and fury. I'll crush you, Chris Bosh roared, summoning all his strength as he violently charged towards Suze. Suze steadfastly withstood Bosch's post-up assault. After firmly pressing against Suze, Bosh swiftly pulled the ball back with his left hand, executing a remarkably elegant spin. Bosch's footwork beneath the basket was exceptionally nuanced. He aimed to maneuver around Suze with this approach. However, Suze shifted half a step to the side, effectively blocking Bosch's path and rendering his offensive efforts futile. You cannot penetrate. Surrender. Suze's voice echoed once more in Bosch's ears. Clenching his jaw, Bosch, unable to complete the spin, exerted force with his left foot to push off the ground, retreating half a step with his right foot to create some space for a potential shot. With an exceptionally keen sense of judgment, Suze swiftly launched an offensive. Just as Bosch prepared to shoot, Suze extended his long arm and deftly swiped the basketball from Bosch's grasp. Flustered, Bosch attempted to reclaim the ball, but Suze had already snatched it away with remarkable agility. Suze did not turn around, but instead launched an attack towards the hoop. After all, Bosch had not taken a shot, and the basketball had not made contact with the rim. Suze is entirely capable of initiating an offensive play while in possession of the ball. However, he opted not to do so. Instead, he dribbled beyond the three-point line to restart the attack. Suze's speed was unparalleled as he arrived at the three-point line ahead of Bosch. Instead of launching an immediate attack, he dribbled the ball with one hand while beckoning Bosch closer with the other. Come on, come over here, Suze shouted at Bosch. Bosch's cheek twitched violently, and his expression grew increasingly grim. I will defend against you with utmost vigilance. Bosch silently resolved, then swiftly lunged towards Suze. Observing Bosch's sudden advance, Suze's lips curled into a sinister smile. Come on, young man, allow me to impart a lesson to you. Suze pondered quietly. Chapter 88. I am like the sun. Chris Bosh charged towards Suze with great determination. He also extended his arms, positioning himself perfectly for defense. Are you ready? Suze inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips as he gazed into Chris Bosh's eyes, discerning the fury within them. Taken aback by the question, Bosh quickly recovered, exclaiming with anger, enough chatter, of course I am ready. As Suze dribbled the ball, a cheerful smile danced across his face as he nodded. That's splendid. It saves me from being accused of taking advantage of you before you were even positioned. Now that you are prepared, brace yourself for the onslaught. Upon hearing this, Bosh was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. Am I truly that much of a performer? Bosh couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Suze shrugged his shoulders. I don't wish to pretend, but my abilities simply do not allow it. If only there were a tofu block, Bosh would truly want to collide with it headfirst. As soon as Suze finished speaking, he immediately launched his offensive. Holding the ball in his right hand, he executed a floating dribble coupled with a dragging step, swiftly creating a breakthrough threat. Chris Bosh was entirely focused, adjusting his defensive stance in response to Suze's movements. Without a moment's hesitation, Suze made a significant lateral shift, transferring the ball to his left hand while accelerating towards the left side. Bosh, unwilling to lag, hurriedly followed Suze's advancing footsteps. Yet, as Bosh shifted his defensive weight, Suze made another sudden change of direction without losing speed. The continuous, pronounced shifts triggered a spectacular double move reminiscent of Durant's signature maneuvers. The successive, sweeping fakes completely deceived Chris Bosh, who stumbled and fell to the ground. Simultaneously, a silver metal emblem, the ankles breaker, illuminated above Suze's head. The crowd erupted in unison, gasping in amazement at the sight of Suze leaving Bosh sprawled on the floor. It was nothing short of spectacular. Such a dramatic double move was simply extraordinary. The rhythm and speed were impeccably timed, and the evasive maneuver was executed without any deceleration. What an impressive skill set Suze possesses. Amidst the astonished gasps, Suze had successfully breached Chris Bosh's defense. However, as he surged forward, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. System alert. The host is initiating an attack in an unauthorized manner. Ding. Please cease immediately, or the scoring task will be automatically canceled. Hearing the system's voice, Suze couldn't help but smirk. I'm well aware of that. Thank you for the reminder. Just as a clear path lay before him. Promising an easy 2 points with a layup, Suze unexpectedly pivoted and dashed towards the right side of the 3-second zone. Suze positioned himself near the elbow but did not take the shot immediately. Instead, he turned his head and yelled at Bosh, "Hey, come over and clear out." I'm about to score. Suze's actions left the audience in utter bewilderment. What on earth is he doing? Why not simply break through? Goodness. This is a profound humiliation. Is Suze intent on utterly dominating Bosch? Amidst the spectators' astonishment, Bosch rose from the ground, seething with rage as he charged at Suze. How dare you not score, and humiliate me instead? You shall pay dearly for this. As Bosch barreled towards him like an enraged bull, Suze did not waver. In the very moment before Bosch reached him, Suze executed a mid-range shot with precision. Bang! Yet, even as Suze released the ball, Bosch showed no signs of slowing down. The clay statue had retained some remaining ire. Unable to endure the relentless humiliation from Suze, Bosch collided forcefully with Suze, who had just landed. However, Suze was well prepared. He evaded the impact and, as he landed, he exerted tremendous force towards Bosch. Bang! The two collided with considerable force. The two slender figures should have rebounded off one another, yet Suze's strength proved superior, sending the charging Bosch flying. Meanwhile, Suze remained steadfast, unharmed in the least. Youngster, if you wish to engage me in a contest of strength, you have a long way to go. Suze extended a finger and gently shook it twice towards the prostrate Bosch. Infuriated, Bosch sprang to his feet, bellowing at Suze, "You scoundrel! Just watch as I obliterate you. Come on, bring it on. I will not allow you to prevail." In terms of strength, he found himself at a disadvantage. And in terms of skill, he was completely outmatched. At that moment, Chris Bosch was on the brink of a mental breakdown. Were it not for his consideration of his draft prospects, he would have certainly rushed at Suze to settle the score. Suze broke into a smile. He picked up the basketball once more and resumed his offensive against Bosch. Suze showed no mercy, skillfully employing his adept back-to-the-basket techniques to score consecutively despite Bosch's defense. In no time, Suze landed 3 successive shots, bringing the score to 4-1. Suze has already secured the match point in this contest. What do you think? Are you convinced? Suze, with a cheerful demeanor, glanced at Bosch, who was blushing and fixated on him. Bosch had exerted every ounce of energy in his defense. Yet Suze's prowess was undeniably formidable. No matter how hard he tried, he found himself incapable of thwarting Suze's shots. Moreover, Suze's back-to-the-basket shooting was nothing short of a nightmare. From any angle and in any posture, he could reliably find the net. It was utterly terrifying. Bosch, indeed, felt no confidence in uttering words of triumph over Suze. Yet, he harbored a sense of defiance. Defeat was accepted, but his spirit remained unyielded. Bosch shook his head vigorously. Defiance. I shall surpass you one day. Upon hearing this, Suze's smile brightened even further. Alas, it is midday now. You cannot surpass me. Bosch was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Suze's implication. If one day referred to time, then midday also represented a temporal juncture. In other words, at this very moment, Bosch could not possibly contend with Suze. Indeed, I am like the sun in the sky, forever casting time into the brilliance of noon. Suze added, "Oh my goodness." Bosch was so amused that he laughed. This guy is truly an expert at putting on a show. Suze wasted no words and launched another attack with determination. Once again, he utilized his adept footwork, decisively securing the final point. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Suze emerged victorious. Chapter 89, The Soul Tactic. In the invitation to campus activities, Suze triumphantly defeated both Jason Williams and the rising star Chris Bosch. This victory once again made Suze the darling of the media. A media team led by female journalist Maria and the bearded reporter John Bonner commenced a vigorous campaign of praise and coverage for Suze. After all, Suze had won over these two journalists through his actions, compelling them to report on him willingly. What has been the reaction within the team regarding Suze's recent fervent performances, both on and off the court? Just before the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals, reporters surrounded the Orlando Magic's head coach, Doc Rivers, at the sidelines. Dressed in a sleek black suit, Rivers, with his round head resembling a watermelon, became the center of attention. He smiled broadly, his face reflecting an unmistakable excitement. Amazing is the only word I can use to describe Suze. Whether on or off the court, Suze's performance is astonishing and undeniably captivating. Rivers spoke highly of Suze, a young powerhouse who is not only immensely talented but also remarkably humble and adept at uniting his teammates. Who could possibly resist such a superstar? The only concern is how to retain Suze, whose contract is nearing expiration during this summer. Mr. Rivers, considering the series has reached this point, regardless of where the Magic end up, the issue of re-signing Suze this summer must be addressed. Is the management planning to offer him a maximum contract? The reporter seemed to possess an uncanny insight into Rivers' thoughts, posing such a pointed question. We are solely focused on the present. Discussions about the future can wait until the future arrives. Rivers' response was quite official, offering the reporters no opportunity for further probing. With Susie's performances shining so brightly, is he not already the undisputed leader of the team? Another journalist seized the moment, throwing out an even sharper inquiry. Rivers felt a twitch in his cheek. Goodness, this could put me in a precarious position. A poor response could offend both Susie and McGrady. As head coach, upsetting players could lead to disunity, turning the locker room into chaos. The Magic would be in disarray. Doc Rivers curled his lip, just as he was about to respond. He heard Susie's voice from the side. Allow me to answer that question on behalf of the coach. Susie grinned widely, revealing a set of 8 perfectly aligned white teeth. He had just concluded his warm-up training and intended to sit on the sidelines to collect the rewards from his previous task. However, he was unexpectedly confronted by a shameless reporter who posed a rather provocative question. Upon hearing Susie's voice, all the journalists swiftly turned their attention towards him. Doug Rivers watched Susie with a hint of anxiety. The current Susie was no longer the mere water cooler attendant, nor was he an inconspicuous figure. Today, Susie stands as a blazing superstar within the NBA, a rising sensation. Meanwhile, Tracy McGrady is recovering from an injury in a hospital in Orlando. As the newly minted sensation, Susie possesses both the capability and the prowess to declare himself the unequivocal leader of the team. Yet, such a declaration might very well displease McGrady. Doug Rivers appeared hesitant, seemingly wanting to advise Susie to temper his exuberance. Susie seemed to comprehend Rivers' thoughts and offered him a reassuring smile. Upon witnessing this smile and recalling Susie's usual modesty and humility in the locker room, Rivers felt a significant sense of relief. Sue, could you please address this question? The reporter pressed. Indeed, Sue. Do you now believe that you have become the team's principal leader? The journalist hurled pointed inquiries at Susie. Susie displayed a signature smile. We are a cohesive team, united by our objective to secure victory. Therefore, as long as it aligns with our shared principles, each of us has the potential to emerge as a leader. Naturally, if there were to be an unequivocal leader among us, it would undoubtedly be T-Mac. For his prowess is evident to all. While Susie emphasizes the importance of team basketball, he also firmly supports Tracy McGrady as the unequivocal leader of the Orlando Magic. Even though he is currently exhibiting extraordinary performance, his tenure in the league is still too brief. To ascend to the status of an absolute leader, mere talent is insufficient. Experience is paramount. As the saying goes, even the prodigious LeBron James, heralded as the chosen one upon entering the NBA, was required to carry the bags for the seasoned veteran Ricky Davis. Moreover, he consistently safeguarded Ricky Davis both on and off the court. The NBA is a league that celebrates the strong, yet it also adheres to a hierarchy based on tenure. As a rookie navigating this realm, Susie is acutely aware of this reality. Upon hearing Susie's response, Doug Rivers finally heaved a sigh of relief. Susie endeavored to uphold the interests of all the players on the Magic team. He extolled each individual, while deliberately elevating McGrady's stature, ensuring that no one else felt uncomfortable in the process. Susie smiled and shrugged his shoulders. I believe this interview must come to an end. I still need to discuss today's tactics with the coach. I apologize for my departure. Today, Susie is in good spirits, refraining from confronting the media. He swiftly pulls Doug Rivers away from the crowd. Well done, Sue, Doug Rivers exclaims, giving him a thumbs up once they have distanced themselves. It was passable, honestly. I feel a headache upon encountering those reporters. They invariably pose some rather incisive questions. Susie shook his head in exasperation. These journalists would go to any lengths for the sake of gaining traffic. Setting aside the matter of the interview, the competition is about to commence. Do you have any valuable suggestions? Doug Rivers inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Susie's strategy of infinite switching defense and the box-in-one tactic both yielded favorable results in the first 2 games, coupled with the man-to-man defensive approach. The dynamic variations among these 3 defensive schemes kept the Nets constantly scrambling on the court. In the previous game, the Nets also attempted to contain the Magic with infinite switching defense. Were it not for Susie's relentless performance without a single minute of rest, the Magic might have faced dire consequences. Truth be told, at this stage, there's little left for us to adjust tactically. Both sides are essentially playing with their cards laid bare. The only remaining strategy is my refusal to rest. Susie shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly as he spoke. Susie's relentless pursuit signifies a grueling battle every single second. On the stage of high-intensity confrontations during the playoffs, this profoundly tests Suze's willpower. Chapter 90. A lesson for you. The exhilarating third game of the Eastern Conference Finals is about to commence. I wonder if everyone is prepared. However, my heart is already beginning to race. Sitting in the commentary booth, Zhang Weiping, with a beaming smile, articulates his thoughts. While he speaks, he places a hand over his heart. Indeed, I too am feeling a tinge of anxiety. This marks the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals, a pinnacle stage where players from Longwa have graced as absolute mainstays. Not only are the eyes of the beautiful nation fixed upon this match, but I am confident that the gaze of millions of fans from Longwa is also concentrated here. They're all eagerly awaiting the outcome of today's game, watching to see if Suze can deliver another spectacular performance. Yu Jia speaks in a steady tone, as the voices of the two commentators resonate alongside the cheers of the fans from the Waterhouse Center. The players from both teams have gathered near the center circle. Suze donned the blue and white jersey of the Magic, proudly bearing the number 7, and became the focal point of attention throughout the arena. Whether on the court or off, Suze has undeniably been the star of the show in recent days. As one of the most captivating rising stars in the NBA, all eyes were on him, eagerly anticipating whether he would deliver a remarkable performance today. Alas, the system had yet to dispense its rewards, leaving him to lament its lackadaisical nature. While everyone else fixated on Suze, he found himself grumbling about his unreliable system, which had a notorious reputation for its tendency to shirk responsibilities. Suze activated the system, and the voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the previous task and earned 80 badge points. Ding! As there were no hidden tasks last time, no action package can be awarded as a reward. Upon hearing this announcement, Suze curled his lips, his expression reflecting considerable displeasure. You lazy and stingy system. I truly wonder how you managed to attain your position. Suze expressed his extreme displeasure. Ding! The system prompted, indicating that the host should feel fortunate, as the neighboring system had self-destructed due to its emotional turmoil. Ding! The host is advised to tread carefully. What the hell? Suze's anger intensified. How dare you threaten me? Go ahead, self-destruct. Let me witness it. The system was rendered momentarily petrified by the ferocious Suze, silenced and submissive. Suze let out a cold snort. Were it not for the imminent commencement of the competition, he would have unleashed a torrent of indignation upon the system. Glancing at the remaining 80 badge points in the upper right corner, Suze suddenly recalled that the rewards for the previous Eastern Conference Finals second game had yet to be dispensed. Dog system, don't play dead, he exclaimed. You haven't issued the rewards for the second game of the Eastern Conference Finals. Ding! Thank you for the reminder, host. The system had indeed overlooked it. How infuriating. If only the system were tangible, Suze would have relished the opportunity to give it a good thrashing to vent his frustration. How could something like this be forgotten? Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task for the second game of the Eastern Conference Finals. You have earned 80 badge points. Upon hearing this announcement, Suze's mood improved significantly. Now that's more like it. With a sudden accumulation of 160 badge points, he felt a profound sense of affluence. He refrained from hastily clicking on the corresponding badges, understanding that such resources should be utilized judiciously. Ding! Task issued. In the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals, the host must score at least 30 points, along with 5 assists and 5 rebounds, without shooting any three-pointers or entering the paint. Upon hearing the system's task, Suze could not help but roll his eyes. This was not a mere one-on-one match against Chris Bosh. It was the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals. Achieving a stat line of 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists without relying on three-pointers or entering the paint, solely through mid-range shots, posed quite a formidable challenge. Ding! A hidden task has been issued. Secure the statistics while also winning the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals. Winning solely through mid-range shots? The difficulty of this endeavor is indeed substantial. Suze took a deep breath and embraced both tasks wholeheartedly. The more challenging they were, the greater the anticipation they evoked. Suze deactivated the system, casting a cold, disdainful smile at his opponents on the court. Are you not going to take a break today? At that moment, Jason Kidd approached Suze, wearing a mischievous grin. Don't forget, you're not invincible. 2 consecutive games without rest, and you even participated in activities during your leisure time. TSK. Your body is under considerable strain, making you susceptible to injury. Knowing that Suze excelled in psychological warfare on the court, Jason Kidd decided to take the initiative. He was well aware of Suze's recent endeavors, which prompted him to utter these words aimed at undermining Suze's confidence. After all, even with the system at his disposal, Suze, despite his exceptional physical capabilities, was still feeling the weariness from the relentless schedule. Particularly after 2 intense playoff games, Suze had not enjoyed a moment's respite aside from the brief intermissions and timeouts. Moreover, he was tasked with shouldering the offensive responsibilities of the team, and facing the relentless defensive pressure and aggression from the opponent significantly drained his stamina. It's all right, he thought. Suze shrugged his shoulders. Once I eliminate you, I will have ample time to rest. Of course, the same applies to you. When it comes to banter, Suze has never feared anyone. We are already leading 2-0. Soon, we shall enjoy our respite. Suze smiled at Jason Kidd, revealing a row of 8 neatly aligned white teeth. Jason Kidd was taken aback by the remark, his face flushing with anger as he glared at Suze. Despite Kidd's usual calm demeanor, the current unfavorable situation stirred a sense of unease within him. Hearing Suze's taunt only deepened his frustration. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, tonight, I shall neither enter your 3-second zone nor attempt a 3-point shot. At the center of the court, I am to honor Jordan by securing a 3-0 lead. With a beaming smile, Suze spoke. Pfft. Jason Kidd could not help but laugh aloud. Hey guys, did you hear that? This kid has gone mad. He claims he can defeat us tonight without a 3-pointer, without even stepping into the paint, relying solely on mid-range shots. Haha. The other players from the Nets joined in the laughter. They all stood near the center circle, close enough to hear Suze's declaration. In the eyes of the Nets players, Suze was indeed formidable, yet the notion that he could conquer them solely with mid-range shots was utterly preposterous. The Magic players, though incredulous, harbored unwavering faith in Suze. Suze shrugged his shoulders, gazing at the grinning Nets players whose smiles resembled blooming chrysanthemums. With an air of nonchalance, he uttered, "Don't laugh. I'll give you a lesson soon enough." Chapter 91. Come on, keep defending with the sharp blow of the whistle. The third game of the Eastern Conference Finals officially commenced. The referee lofted the basketball high into the air, and as the centers from both teams leaped fiercely for possession, the Magic's center swiftly tipped the ball toward his own half. The Magic secured the first possession, orchestrating their initial offensive play of the game. Defense. Don't be fooled by Suze's tricks. As the opposing players advanced, Jason Kidd, the Nets star player, bellowed a warning to his teammates. Having witnessed Suze's terrifying prowess in the second game, no one underestimated him at this stage of the series. They needed to double-team Suze to impose relentless physical pressure on him. Don't worry, I'll stick to him like glue. Jefferson, positioned behind Kidd and assigned to shadow Suze full court, roared in response. With one hand draped over Suze's shoulder and the other snaking beneath his ribs, Jefferson entangled their arms in a fierce grapple. Physicality, nothing but sheer physicality. Jefferson exerted every ounce of strength, employing every tactic to drain Suze's stamina. Sue, give it up. From now on, you won T-score easily, and the Magic will lose. Jefferson clung to Suze with brute force, determined to wear him down. Suze replied with a cold expression. You are simply no match for me. As Suze's words faded, he swiftly exerted force in his arms, breaking free from Jefferson's entanglement. Subsequently, utilizing the screen provided by the center, he maneuvered from the left 3-point line towards the vicinity of the right elbow. The strategy employed by the Nets is one of aggressive defense. Throughout Suze's movement on the court, he was consistently shadowed by 1 or 2 defenders. Regardless of whom Suze passed by, a defender from the Nets would invariably tug at him or obstruct his path with their body, impeding his mobility. Yet, even under such circumstances, Suze managed to position himself appropriately. This tenacious defensive strategy also enabled Jefferson to keep pace with Suze, ensuring he maintained his defensive stance. In this match, the Nets refrained from hastily employing their previously reckless switching defense, which had been dismantled by Suze's unanswerable one-on-one plays in the prior game. Consequently, the Nets head coach, Byron Scott, opted for a more localized switching approach, specifically designed to closely guard Suze. Here we go. Suze sprinted to the designated position, turning his back to the hoop, arms outstretched in anticipation of receiving the ball. Yet, at the very moment Suze settled into position, Jason Kidd, who had been tasked with guarding the Magic's point guard, swiftly converged towards him, forming a tight double team alongside Jefferson, effectively ensnaring Suze in a figurative dumpling. Look, the Nets have altered their defensive strategy. Instead of switching, they have opted for an early off-ball double team against Suze. How intriguing. On the commentary platform, Coach Zhang Weiping gasped in astonishment upon witnessing this scene unfold on the court. As Kidd forsook his own assignment to focus on Su Zhe, the Magic's point guard, Jacque Vaughn found himself in an entirely unguarded position. What should I do? Observing Su Zhe being double-teamed, Vaughn, stationed beyond the three-point line, suddenly appeared to lose all sense of how to play. After all, Vaughn's role with the Magic was to facilitate the ball past half-court and then deliver it to the star player. His three-point shooting ability was almost non-existent. During the regular season, Vaughn's three-point shooting percentage languished at a dismal 23.5, and he averaged a mere 0 for attempts per game. For Vaughn, the prospect of taking a three-point shot was akin to relinquishing possession of the ball entirely. Breakthrough. Su Zhe, caught in the double team, yelled towards Jacque Vaughn. Su Zhe was well aware that Jacque Vaughn's three-point shooting ability was negligible. However, Vaughn's mid-range and driving skills were decent, at the very least. His penetrations could draw the opposing defense, thereby creating opportunities for his teammates. Jacque Vaughn seemed to awaken from a stupor. Throughout the previous matches, his role had primarily been to pass the ball to Su Zhe, watching him spearhead the offense. Only when the opportunity was exceptionally favorable or after thorough preparation would Vaughn initiate an attack. This was the first instance in the series where Su Zhe was immediately double-teamed, forcing him to handle the ball under pressure. Upon hearing Su Zhe's cue, Vaughn swiftly handled the ball with his left hand and made a decisive drive toward the center. Indeed, Vaughn's penetration momentarily disrupted the Nets' defensive line. As Kidd left Vaughn unguarded, it necessitated another teammate to assume Kidd's defensive responsibilities. Seizing the opportunity, Vaughn quickly dished the ball to a teammate who was open beyond the three-point line. Simultaneously, Su Zhe exerted all his strength, breaking free from the double team of Jefferson and Kidd, sprinting out about a meter beyond the three-point line with remarkable speed. Jefferson was hot on his heels. While Kidd abandoned Su Zhe to pursue Vaughn, the Nets achieved their objective. They prevented Su Zhe from receiving the ball comfortably. Yet, after making a wide arc, Su Zhe emerged without facing significant defensive pressure about a meter beyond the three-point line. He successfully navigated to the top of the arc, joining his teammates. "Pass me the ball. I shall initiate the offense," Su Zhe shouted loudly to his teammates. Gordon Jirasek, a player from the Magic team, understood the cue and passed the basketball to Su Zhe with a seamless handoff. However, at that moment, the Nets resolutely switched their defense. Corey Kittles, the Nets player assigned to guard Gordon Jirasek, swiftly moved to position himself in front of Su Zhe. Upon receiving the ball, Su Zhe landed on both feet and raised his hands, executing the motion of a three-point shot. Corey Kittles, entirely focused, observed Su Zhe's shooting gesture and was immediately faked out. Su Zhe's formidable three-point shooting ability compelled Kittles to make such a judgment. As Kittles was sent soaring into the air, Su Zhe swiftly transitioned to his next maneuver, holding the ball in his left hand and rapidly driving towards the three-point arc. Kenyon Martin, originally stationed in the paint, upon witnessing Su Zhe's advance, abandoned his assigned defender to provide assistance against Su Zhe. However, as Su Zhe made his drive and Kenyon Martin approached, he suddenly came to a halt at the free throw line. Su Zhe leaped high into the air, his number 7 jersey fluttering like the cloak of the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe as he released the basketball with impeccable precision. The ball traced a graceful arc across the sky before swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. "Come on, keep defending me. I'll crush you all." After sinking the shot, Su Zhe spread his arms wide, exuding effortless confidence while taunting the Nets players with his bold proclamation. Chapter 92. Damn it. He showed off again despite the Nets' aggressive defensive strategy. Su Zhe still managed to secure the first points for the Magic. After Su Zhe scored, he audaciously provoked the players of the Nets. Kenyon Martin, the player who had been overwhelmed by Su Zhe, could only glare at him in silent fury, unable to voice his anger. Observing Su Zhe's somewhat arrogant demeanor, the Magic fans in the Amway Center erupted in thunderous cheers. The game had only just begun. It was essential to maintain composure. In the backcourt, Jason Kidd, with the ball, shouted loudly to his teammates, drawing on the experiences from the previous 2 games. Kidd positioned himself with his back to the front court, flanked by 2 teammates for support, all to prevent Su Zhe from applying pressure as he crossed half-court. However, this time, Su Zhe chose not to directly confront Kidd. He needed to conserve energy for the offensive end, opting to initiate pressure only at the most opportune moment. Jason Kidd crossed half-court with the ball and began orchestrating the Nets' offense. The Nets players constantly repositioned themselves while the Magic players abandoned their switching strategy, opting instead for a 1-on-4 approach. with Suze tightly marking Kid as he dribbled across half-court. Zone defense? That's far too simple for me. Kid shook his head at Suze, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. Then why not try to break through? He challenged. If you fail, we'll counterattack. Suze spoke with great ease. Suze wore a relaxed expression, yet his heart was anything but at ease. He was acutely aware that Jason Kidd was a tactical genius and an exceptionally skilled organizer, adept at dismantling his opponent's defenses. Thus, Suze fixated intently on Kidd, offering him no respite in handling the ball. Kidd dribbled with his right hand while gesturing towards the vicinity of the free throw line with his left. His judgment was astute, aiming to exploit the gaps in the zone defense. The area near the free throw line was the optimal point of attack. Kenyon Martin, understanding the cue, promptly shifted from the elbow area towards the free throw line. Simultaneously, Jefferson, lying in wait on the weak side, made a swift cut along the baseline, preparing to receive the ball. The Nets' offensive players were in full motion. Positioned at a considerable distance from the three-point line, Jason Kidd continuously scanned for opportunities. Now was the moment. Kidd seized the opening in the Magic's defense, extending his right arm to pass the basketball. However, at that precise instant, the Magic player responsible for the zone defense abandoned their formation. Just as Kidd was about to make his pass, the defender opted for a double team, flanking Kidd with Suze on either side. With the Magic player obstructing Kidd's south passing lane, he decisively retracted his pass. In the fleeting moment when the double team materialized, Suze collided forcefully with Kidd, disrupting his ability to maintain control of the ball. As a result, Kidd struggled to regain his balance, coming to a halt in his dribble, clutching the basketball tightly with both hands. Support! Support! Kidd shouted towards his teammates. Switch defense! Suze shouted towards his teammates behind him. This was clearly a tactic practiced by the Magic team, as Kidd was besieged and forced to halt by intense physical confrontation. The players of the Magic swiftly transitioned from a 1-to-4 marking strategy to a man-to-man defense. The players who had initially pressed Kidd immediately retreated to locate their corresponding defenders the moment Kidd paused. The members of the Magic relentlessly pursued the Nets players, leaving them no opportunity to receive the ball comfortably. Damn it! Kidd cursed internally, realizing that all his efforts had been in vain. In a moment of desperation, he leaped high and forcefully slammed the basketball towards Suze's legs. Given the proximity to the sideline, if Kidd could strike Suze's calf with sufficient force, the ball would surely go out of bounds. Unfortunately, Kidd underestimated Suze's reflexes. At the instant Kidd launched the ball, Suze deftly moved his leg aside and reached out to deftly catch the basketball in his grasp. Thank you for the pass. Consider it an assist. Suze flashed a mischievous smile at Kidd. It was evident that the Magic's defensive strategy had proven successful. Kidd was nearly incensed to the point of spitting blood by Suze's words. After all this time, had he unwittingly become a spy? With the ball in his possession, Suze surged forward into the opponent's half with unrelenting momentum. Adorned in the number 7 jersey, Suze resembled a nimble cheetah, racing with astonishing speed across the court. The Nets players desperately sprinted, striving to keep pace with Suze's lightning-quick movement. Yet, he was simply too swift. He reached the opponent's three-point line. And just as everyone anticipated a powerful dunk to conclude this offensive surge, Suze unexpectedly halted near the free throw line. What on earth is happening? Doug Rivers, the head coach of the Magic, was left in astonishment, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. Go for the layup. Attack the rim. How could one pause in the face of such an effortless scoring opportunity? It was not just Doug Rivers. Everyone present was bewildered by Suze's enigmatic maneuver. How infuriating. This kid is at it again, trying to show off. A player from the Nets bench could not restrain his frustration and shouted out, "Indeed, make way a little. Suze is about to show off again." On the court, he deliberately paused at the free throw line. He did not rush to take the shot. Instead, he stood outside the free throw line, cradling the basketball under his right arm, turning his body to gaze at the Nets players behind him who had given up the chase. "Come on, don't surrender. I'm an easy target to defend against." Suze's lips curled upwards as he shouted loudly at the players of the Nets. "How dare you?" The Nets players, who had initially chosen to abandon their defense, were suddenly provoked by Suze's taunts. They surged forward with all their might, charging towards him. However, as they accelerated towards him, Suze's smile grew even brighter. Unfortunately for them, they simply could not contain him. Can you feel the frustration? As Suze faced the hoop anew, several Brooklyn Nets players accelerated behind him, yet he nonchalantly released the basketball as though he were engaged in a free throw practice. Without even leaping. Haha, Suze is truly toying with the Nets players. In the commentary booth, Coach Zhang Weiping could not contain his laughter upon witnessing this scene. It was utterly devastating. He awaited your defensive efforts, yet you simply could not contain him. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Coach Zhang showered Su Zhe with accolades. Meanwhile, Su Zhe's nearly effortless shot, reminiscent of free throw training, swished through the net, once again aiding the Magic in securing 2 points. You see, I grant you opportunities. Yet you remain ineffective. After completing the shot, Su Zhe once again spread his arms in exasperation towards the Nets players, portraying an expression of utter resignation. Chapter 93, The Double Team Without the Ball. Su Zhe's formidable performance and relentless provocations towards the Nets players have increasingly incited their anger and frustration. The Nets, already trailing 0-2 in the series, sought to ignite their offense through incessant pick-and-roll plays. However, when confronted with the Magic's relentless switching defense, the Nets often found themselves ensnared in a scoring drought, lacking the necessary offensive prowess. With the connection between Kidd and Martin faltering and Jefferson's limited isolation capabilities, the Nets' offensive efforts became increasingly arduous. Conversely, the Magic, despite Su Zhe facing intense scrutiny from multiple Nets defenders, consistently capitalized on his adept movement and shooting fakes, frequently scoring from mid-range after decisive stops. As the third quarter concluded, the Magic, buoyed by Su Zhe's stellar performance, held a 14-point lead at 69-55. Observing such a substantial advantage, Magic head coach Doc Rivers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Were it not for Su Zhe's defensive insights, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the current roster to contain the opponent's offense one-on-one. Similarly, without Su Zhe's impactful display, the Magic would not have amassed such a lead. Excellent work, Su. During the intermission, Rivers gave Su Zhe a thumbs up. With a 14-point lead established, he inquired about whether Su Zhe needed a brief respite. Teammates gazed at Su Zhe with admiration. The indomitable spirit and formidable performance of Su Zhe have increasingly garnered the admiration of his teammates in the Magic. This second-round rookie hailing from the Dragon Nation has undeniably emerged as one of the cornerstones of the team. Su Zhe stubbornly shook his head. Coach, I can still play. I yearn to fight alongside my teammates. Su Zhe's tone was remarkably resolute. Su Zhe was acutely aware that the Nets, trailing significantly, would certainly not concede defeat in the fourth quarter. It was likely that the formidable trio of Kidd, Martin, and Jefferson would mount a fervent resurgence in the final period. Losing this match would signify the end of the Nets season. Historically, a comeback from a 0-3 deficit had never occurred. Su Zhe possesses a profound understanding of the Magic's capabilities. Should he choose to rest, the 14-point deficit may very well be erased, rendering the efforts of the first 3 quarters futile. Very well, I respect your opinion. Rivers acknowledged with a nod. As the whistle blew, the fourth quarter officially commenced. This final segment of the game not only holds the power to determine the outcome of the match, but also the ultimate fate of this playoff series. Securing victory in this game would signify that the Magic have ascended to the grand stage of the finals. Conversely, should the Nets triumph, it would imply that their hopes and suspense in the series remain alive. Su Zhe would undoubtedly deny his opponents such an opportunity. Look, he has not taken a break. From the commentary booth, Coach Zhang Weiping couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing Su Zhe return to the court. Not only Coach Zhang, but even the fans of the Magic team at the Waterhouse Center expressed their astonishment. Goodness, Su Zhe remains on the court. This is utterly incredible. Indeed. It is truly admirable and worthy of respect. Su's perseverance is remarkable. He is nothing short of a titan. The fans at the Waterhouse Center cheered for Su Zhe, who they genuinely respect as a second-round draft pick from the Dragon Kingdom. I thought you would take a rest. Jason Kidd whispered to Su Zhe as he approached him on the court. Su Zhe chuckled. Indeed, I shall strive to assist you all in returning home to fish. As a rival, Su Zhe has always been relentless in ensuring his opponents face difficulties. It truly is amusing. Trust me. Soon you shall find yourselves so besieged by our defense that you will lack the stamina to mount an offense. Kidd laughed effortlessly, yet a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. This seasoned veteran, who has navigated the league for years, intended to unleash his ferocity in the fourth quarter. He was acutely aware that the current situation was not particularly optimistic for the Nets. Is that so? Yet do not forget, I have already amassed 32 points from mid-range. And all of them come from that very distance. Su Zhe shrugged his shoulders casually and remarked, I have always fulfilled my promises. I hope you shall not disappoint me either. After speaking, Su Zhe ignored Kidd and strode towards his own half of the court, positioning himself near the center line. He shouted loudly at the Nets players. Come on, let me crush you. Su Zhe received the ball in the backcourt, initiating the first offensive play of the fourth quarter. Just as he secured possession, two players from the Nets swiftly approached, opting to double-team him in the backcourt. Faced with this pressing situation, Souze remained composed. He quickly made the decision to pass the ball to a teammate who had just inbound from the baseline. However, the two Nets players did not relent after Souze's pass. They maintained their proximity to him, though the intensity of their double-team was slightly diminished. The player closest to the Magic's ball handler positioned himself strategically to intercept any potential passes to Souze while simultaneously being in a position to assist in defending against the ball handler. Look, the Nets have changed their strategy right at the start of the fourth quarter. Souze is being pressured even without the ball. In the commentary booth, Ujia expressed his astonishment. The Nets' choice was unexpected. They were targeting Souze's off-ball movement with a double team, aiming to prevent him from scoring easily in this crucial quarter. Even if Souze managed to receive the ball through his movement, it would likely come at the expense of significant energy expenditure. As Souze faced this off-ball pressure, the Magic's offense fell into a state of stagnation. In the previous three quarters, although Souze had encountered intense defensive pressure, he had effectively utilized his constant movement to distract the opposing defense, creating numerous opportunities for himself and his teammates. Now, however, the Nets' direct double team on Souze without the ball caught the Magic players off guard. Attack. Launch the offense directly. Souze shouted loudly to his teammates, be more decisive. Souze vociferously encouraged his teammates. Upon hearing his rallying cry, his comrades shed their hesitations and swiftly surged towards the Nets' interior defense. The Nets players, responsible for double-teaming and providing support, merely contracted their defense symbolically to disrupt the Magic's offensive players, only to retract quickly and refocus on Souze. Meanwhile, the other Nets players promptly joined in, deploying 3 defenders against the remaining 4 Magic players. The Magic's other team members struggled with their offensive execution, rendering this defensive strategy by the Nets particularly effective. Chapter 94. The final showdown as the fourth quarter of Game 3 in the Eastern Conference Finals commenced. Souze, the unequivocal core of the Magic's offense and defense, donned his number 7 jersey and immediately faced a double team from the Nets. Even with Souze's off-ball movement, 2 defenders consistently shadowed him, making it exceedingly difficult for him to receive the ball. Without Souze's assistance, the Magic's offensive efficacy dwindled, and despite being in a 3-on-4 scenario, they failed to convert any baskets. The Nets employed this defensive strategy for several consecutive possessions, effectively stifling the Magic's offensive efforts. Conversely, led by Kidd, the Nets maneuvered offensively, drawing Souze's defender into the corner. Regardless of whom Souze was defending, that player was relegated to the weak side corner, with the ball being swiftly transferred to the strong side, denying Souze any opportunity for help defense or close marking. This tactic rendered the Magic unable to overly rely on Souze for defensive support. In this manner, within 4 possessions, the Nets amassed 8 points, narrowing the score gap to a mere 6 points. On the sidelines, Magic head coach Doc Rivers could no longer remain composed. Witnessing the Nets execute yet another brilliant defensive stand followed by an impressive offensive display, he promptly called a timeout. Doc Rivers shook his head repeatedly, his expression betraying his urgency. It appeared the Nets had discovered a method to counter their strategy. I must alter the situation. This predicament is far too passive. Doc Rivers mused to himself. The Magic players, disheartened by their offensive struggles, found it challenging to establish a targeted defensive approach, leading to a collective sense of despondency. However, as a master of psychology, Doc Rivers' first course of action was to provide a morale boost to his disciples. Gentlemen, you are performing admirably. There are merely a few details that require refinement. Although we are being pursued, we still hold a 6-point lead. This remains highly advantageous for us. Doc Rivers refrained from vociferously reprimanding his players. Instead, he offered them encouragement. In such a high-pressure and tense environment, admonishment would only compound the psychological burden on the athletes. Henceforth, we must strategically employ off-ball screens in our offensive plays. Remember to exhaust the full 24 seconds, regardless of who ultimately takes the shot. We shall relinquish our pursuit of offensive rebounds and swiftly transition to defense. Doc Rivers initiated the alterations on the offensive front. The recent offensive maneuvers by the Magic were somewhat haphazard, and their shots appeared rushed. This granted the Nets opportunities for fast breaks through long rebounds. By consuming the entire 24 seconds of the shot clock, we not only maximize time efficiency, but also utilize off-ball movement and screens to deplete our opponent's stamina. Naturally, we must strive to deliver the ball into Souze's hands. Remember, screens, and more screens. Utilize off-ball movement to execute those screens. Doc Rivers exclaimed emphatically. The players of the Magic nodded in agreement. They understood that if Suzy could not initiate the offense, the current attacking strategy of the Magic would be nothing short of disastrous. Furthermore, on the defensive end, Doc Rivers looked somewhat helplessly at the players seated on the bench. Aside from the defensive stalwart Suzy, their defensive capabilities were limited. Against the seasoned and well-coordinated Nets, they seemed utterly defenseless. On defense, we must engage in physical confrontations. Continue to wear them down. Before Doc Rivers could finish his thought, Suzy boldly interjected, "Brothers, do not fear fouls. Even if we commit fouls, we must not allow them an easy shot." Suzy's gaze was resolute, radiating a fierce intensity. However, it is imperative that we do not harm the opposing players. We must compete fiercely, yet within the bounds of sportsmanship. Brothers, we are here to play basketball, not engage in boxing. Let us judiciously utilize our bodies in the contest. For I firmly believe our defensive intensity can still be elevated. Suzy encouraged his teammates loudly. Doug Rivers nodded earnestly in agreement. Indeed, Sue's words rang true. Our defense must be more ferocious. We must make it clear that the defensive line of our Magic team is not easily dismantled. Buzz. Just as Doug Rivers finished his statement, the sound signaling the end of the timeout echoed through the arena. As a master of psychology, Doug Rivers had a limited array of tactics at his disposal. More often, he engaged in psychological conditioning, subtly adjusting the overall battle plan. The execution of tactics, of course, still relied on the regular game strategies. As both teams returned to the court, Doug Rivers pulled Suzy aside before they departed. "Buddy, if it becomes too much, don't hesitate to concede early. I will substitute you to conserve your energy for the fourth game." Doug Rivers had prepared himself for the worst-case scenario. Suzy flashed a grin. "Coach, in my dictionary, the phrase give up has never existed. The field is akin to a battlefield, even in death. One must perish in the pursuit of advancement." Suzy's gaze was resolutely unwavering. He was fully prepared to dedicate everything he had. As long as they could secure a commanding 3-0 lead, the Magic would essentially have triumphed in the entire series. Suzy returned to the court, standing near the sidelines, awaiting his teammates' serve. The two defenders from the Nets immediately advanced towards him, encircling him like a filling in a bun, tightly sandwiching him in the middle. "Haven't you given up yet? Let me tell you, it's not just this game. You are destined to lose this entire series," Jefferson proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Suzy smiled calmly. "Is that so? Give it a try. It won't be too late to say that after you have defeated me." Suzy remained unfazed by the distractions posed by his opponents. Pointless struggles only served to evoke disappointment. Jefferson's lips curled into a sly smile, his face adorned with a mocking grin. With a stunning run of 8 consecutive points, he swiftly narrowed the gap to 6. This surge was a tremendous morale booster for the entire Nets team. Consequently, Jefferson brimmed with confidence, believing he could triumph over the Magic. Beep. The referee's whistle signaled the start of play, as 2 Magic players, who had just been in the front court, dashed over to set screens for Suzy. One on the left and the other on the right. This sudden shift caught the Nets players off guard momentarily. With the assistance of 2 teammates executing a pick-and-roll, Suzy swiftly evaded the defense of the Nets players, darting to a position near the midcourt. The Magic player stationed beyond the sideline, comprehending the situation, promptly delivered the ball. Chapter 95, Watch My Performance. Through the screens set by his teammates, Suzy rapidly reached the midcourt position, successfully receiving the sideline pass from his comrade. Upon receiving the ball, Suzy swiftly accelerated towards the front court to initiate an offensive play. At this moment, there were 3 players from the Magic in the backcourt and 2 from the Nets, leaving only 1 Magic player alongside Suzy in the front court, while 3 Nets players remained. As Suzy advanced with the ball, the Nets star player, Jason Kidd, shouted towards the other 2 teammates positioned in the front court. "Get over there, double-team Suzy." Hearing Kidd's command, the 2 remaining Nets players rushed towards Suzy. Kenyon Martin and Jason Collins swiftly approached him from either side. Martin, exhibiting slightly greater speed, reached Suzy first, who had dribbled to the 3-point line. Upon seeing Kenyon Martin charging towards him, Suzy remained composed, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. "Ah, isn't this a familiar face of defeat? Do you wish to be toyed with once more?" Suzy loudly questioned Kenyon Martin. Martin's face flushed with embarrassment, as the memories of being thoroughly defeated by Suzy caused his body to stiffen involuntarily. In the moment of Martin's distraction, Suzy swiftly accelerated, lowering his center of gravity, and effortlessly passed Martin. "Your defense is utterly feeble. Surpassing you is akin to crossing a street in the early morning. Suze darted past Martin, not missing the opportunity to strike a psychological blow. After maneuvering past Martin, Jason Collins, the center for the Nets, charged forward. However, due to his slightly slower pace than Kenyon Martin, he lagged half a step behind. With arms outstretched, Jason Collins roared as he sprinted towards Suze, attempting to intimidate him into making a mistake through sheer force. Yet, Suze remained unfazed. Upon seeing Jason Collins, he showed no signs of slowing down. With a deft pivot, he effortlessly swerved past Collins. Simultaneously, icons representing Darren Williams' double move package and the silver metal ankle breaker illuminated above Suze's head. With both icons glowing, the path before Suze was clear. He had broken through. This marked the first significant offensive threat from Suze since the onset of the fourth quarter. Zhang Weiping, the commentator, was more exhilarated than anyone else. His excitement was palpable, with a flush rising to his cheeks. A player from Dragon Country showcasing such formidable prowess in the NBA playoffs was unprecedented. Previously, Zhang Weiping had felt a sense of urgency for Suze, who had struggled to find his rhythm. He urged him to drive in and slam dunk to invigorate the team's morale. Zhang Weiping shouted enthusiastically. Not only was he excited, but the fans at the Waterhouse, along with every Dragon Country supporter watching from home, eagerly anticipated Suze concluding this hard-earned offensive with a thunderous dunk. However, instead of attacking the paint, Suze swiftly advanced to the free throw line, executing a sudden stop to launch a mid-range jumper. The basketball arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net. 2 points. The deficit was once again reduced to 8 points. After Suze scored a 2-point shot, he refrained from excessive celebration, maintaining a stoic expression as he swiftly retreated to defense. His gaze was filled with a wild, ruthless intensity. On the defensive end, Suze did not follow his assigned opponent, but instead raised his voice to alert his teammates, switched his own defense. 1-on-4. I will guard Kidd. After Suze finished speaking, he dashed towards Jason Kidd, who had just brought the ball near the midcourt. Suze's tackles are fierce and executed with remarkable suddenness. It has been quite some time since Suze last pressured Jason Kidd. Thus, not only were the players of the Nets caught off guard, but even Jason Kidd himself was taken aback. Suze suddenly launched an aggressive advance, positioning himself firmly while applying relentless pressure on Jason Kidd. Kidd was jolted by a forceful collision, his balance compromised as he swayed precariously, nearly losing his footing. In that fleeting moment, Suze surged forward, deftly intercepting the ball from Kidd's grasp, despite not being equipped with any badges related to stealing. Suze's keen judgment allowed him to successfully execute the theft during Kidd's moment of vulnerability. Though opportunities were scarce, Suze was unwavering in his ability to seize them whenever they arose. He had stolen the ball. The spectators, particularly Lin Yuyu, erupted in exuberance upon witnessing Suze's triumph. Go, my son. Propel the team towards victory. Sue's mother transformed her usual image of grace and composure, vociferously cheering for her son. Suze seemed to hear the cheers of his friends and family, and he swiftly charged towards the front court. The players of the Nets looked on helplessly as Kidd was intercepted by Suze. Suze charged towards the front court, yet he refrained from opting for a dunk. Instead, halting near the free throw line, he did not take a shot immediately. Rather, he nestled the basketball against his forearm, turning his gaze towards the players of the Nets. Did we not agree to conclude this game decisively? Is this all you can muster? How infuriating. Upon hearing Suze's derision, the Nets players became even more incensed. Alas, they had almost considered surrendering. What a pity that you lack the requisite skill. Even when opportunities are afforded to you, you remain ineffectual. Suze wore an expression of helplessness as he loudly mocked the players of the Nets. The players of the Nets, flustered and enraged, rushed forward in an attempt to defend against Suze. However, just 1 second after they sprang into action, Suze effortlessly released his shot, executing a flawless basket reminiscent of a free throw practice. Now, behold my performance. After Suze completed his shot, he did not hesitate to shout towards the Nets players. Wild. Absolutely wild. Scoring twice in the same manner during a single game elevated the blood pressure of the Nets players. This was a blatant provocation towards the Nets, utterly disregarding their defensive efforts. Guys, engage physically. Make them pay. Jefferson, one of the trio, loudly reminded his teammates. The Nets players nodded in unison, their eyes gleaming with a feral intensity directed at Suze. Time was ticking away, and the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals was nearing its climactic battle. Both teams were poised to deliver their utmost performance in the remaining moments. determining the ultimate trajectory of the entire series. Suze stood confidently at the center line, hands on hips, unfazed by the scrutiny of the 5 Brooklyn Nets players before him. He met their gaze with unwavering determination. The decisive battle had arrived ahead of schedule. Chapter 96, Ultimate Offense and Defense. What a remarkable play. Suze once again thwarted the Nets' offensive attempt. His interference was executed with such finesse that the ball soared out of bounds. The commentator, Yu Jia, shouted in exhilaration. With merely 3 minutes remaining on the clock, the tension heightened. The score stood at 88-80, with the Magic maintaining a solid 8-point lead over the Nets. Suze skillfully deflected his opponent's ball out of bounds, thwarting a potentially threatening attack. At this moment, the Brooklyn Nets had merely 3 seconds remaining in their offensive possession. Man-to-man defense. Quickly assume your positions. Suze stood beside Jason Kidd, the core player of the Nets, commanding his teammates with a resounding voice. Trusting in Suze implicitly, his teammates followed his every instruction without hesitation. Switch immediately on pick and rolls. Don't give them any easy shots. As Suze commanded loudly, the referee's whistle echoed through the arena. The Nets were tasked with executing a successful baseline play within the remaining 3 seconds. This proved to be quite a challenge for the team. Jefferson stood just beyond the baseline, raising the basketball high above his head, keenly observing the movements of his teammates. The Magic players were tightly guarding their opponents, each one exerting themselves to the fullest in pursuit of every Nets player. This made Jefferson's inbound pass increasingly difficult, with the shot clock threatening a 5-second violation. Jason Kidd sprinted to a position near the half-court, vigorously waving his arms to signal for the ball. Reluctantly, Jefferson launched a long pass. Kidd leaped high, securing the basketball with precision. Yet, at the very moment Kidd caught the ball, Suze lunged forward like a ferocious beast. Suze extended his arms, vigilantly guarding against Jason Kidd. Positioned near the center circle, Kidd posed no threat of a shot. To penetrate the defense, he would have to confront the impenetrable strength of Suze's guard. Surrender now, for this offensive attempt will yield no results. As the shot clock dwindled, Suze seized the opportunity to strike. Time has not yet expired, and I shall not relent. Jason Kidd remained undeterred, clutching the ball in his right hand, determined to force his way past Suze's defense. However, Suze activated his Hall of Fame death grip badge. In the instant that Kidd attempted a drive to the right, Suze adhered to him like a piece of elastic. 2 seconds. 1 second. Buzz. The 24-second shot clock expired, and under Suze's relentless pressure, Jason Kidd was unable to even attempt a shot. Frustrated, Kidd tucked the basketball beneath his right arm. At that moment, Suze swiftly jabbed at the ball, dislodging it from Kidd's grasp, aiming to seize it for himself. Even amidst a 24-second shot clock violation, Kidd was reluctant to relinquish the ball to Suze. As Suze lunged for the ball, Kidd instantly retaliated, striving to regain control. Yet, Suze's speed and reflexes surpassed Kidd's. Before he could touch the basketball, Suze had already secured it. This is my ball, do not touch it, for you cannot even come close. Suze skillfully maneuvered the basketball behind his back, distancing himself as much as possible from Jason Kidd, while casting a playful smile in Kidd's direction. Kidd, visibly agitated by Suze's antics, was nonetheless reminded by his reason that this was merely a provocation, an intentional attempt to unsettle him. Succumbing to irrationality could very well result in his ejection from the game. Don't get too cocky, the match is far from over. Jason Kidd glared fiercely at Suze, his frustration palpable. People who are weak often resort to empty words. The game may not be concluded. But why don't you manage to defeat me? Suze shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of invincibility. Jason Kidd, visibly incensed, fell into a contemplative silence, retreating to his own half to assume a defensive stance. The Magic commenced their attack once more. This time, Suze eschewed receiving the ball, opting instead to sprint into the front court, initiating his movement without the ball. The Nets continued to apply relentless pressure on Suze, with 2 defenders shadowing him closely, denying him any opportunity to make contact with the ball. Yet, undeterred, Suze persisted in his tireless pursuit, refusing to succumb to passivity. He ceaselessly darted about, maneuvering and seeking the optimal position for an offensive play. Here, pass the ball to me. After navigating through a series of screens set by 2 Magic players, Suze finally seized the opportunity to receive the ball near the left elbow. The Magic's point guard, without hesitation, delivered the ball to Suze, who was poised at the elbow. In that fleeting moment, as Suze grasped the ball, Jefferson, who had been defending him, along with Jason Kidd, responsible for guarding the Magic's point guard, positioned themselves to create a potential double team against Suze. Yet, confronted with the impending double team, Suze remained unflustered. Holding the ball aloft with his right hand, he executed a feint towards the open Magic player station beyond the arc. This deceptive maneuver effectively disrupted Kidd's advance, causing him to instinctively retreat a step towards the Magic's point guard. That mere step afforded Suze the precious opportunity to execute his offensive play. Suze swiftly dribbled with his right hand, executing a deceptive half-turn move towards the right baseline. In an instant, Jefferson was captivated by Suze's feint, shifting half a step to the right in an attempt to obstruct Suze's offensive position. Suze keenly discerned Jefferson's movement trajectory, leading to an immediate shift in his offensive strategy. He adeptly maneuvered with the ball, feigning a breakthrough towards the free throw line. Alas, Jefferson was acutely aware that he had been deceived. He hastily repositioned himself, his defensive focus shifting in tandem with Suze's movements, accelerating towards the direction of Suze's advance in an attempt to obstruct his path. Yet, at that very moment, Suze abruptly unleashed a powerful dribble with his right hand, followed by another swift pullback, executing a pivoting motion. Jefferson, somewhat flustered, found Suze's feints, both genuine and deceptive, difficult to decipher. This time, however, Jefferson did not linger in doubt, returning to his original defensive stance. Yet, by this juncture, Jefferson's defensive focus had been thoroughly manipulated by Suze. After Suze executed a powerful shot, he immediately transitioned into a jump shot without moving his feet, his shoulders swaying rhythmically from side to side, employing feints to deceive Jefferson. Just as Jefferson found himself at a loss for how to defend, Suze unleashed a leaning jump shot following a shoulder fake. With a brilliant emblem of the Hall of Fame illuminated above his head, Suze executed a flawless jump shot reminiscent of Jordan's signature style, scoring with unwavering precision. Jefferson, unable to leap for a block, could only watch in astonishment as Suze effortlessly sent the basketball through the hoop. Chapter 97, The Bust of a Number 1 Pick. Under Suze's formidable performance, the Magic withstood the immense pressure inflicted by their opponents in the final 3 minutes. Suze consistently contributed to the scoring of the Magic with his seamless mid-range shots following dynamic movements, as well as his adept turnaround jumpers. The Nets, whether employing off-ball traps or aggressive on-ball pressure, found themselves unable to effectively contain Suze. Ultimately, with an impressive tally of 45 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists, Suze led the Magic to a triumphant victory over the New Jersey Nets at the Waterhouse Center, securing a 98-89 win in the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals. Suze has made history as the first player in the NBA to score over 45 points in a game without a single three-pointer, interior scoring, or free throws, relying solely on mid-range shots. This remarkable performance has rendered Suze the focal point for numerous media outlets seeking interviews and coverage post-game. In the players' tunnel, members of the Magic team celebrated their victory with exuberant cheers. Several media outlets surrounded Suze at the entrance of the players' tunnel for an interview. Today, Suze's performance was nothing short of exhilarating, captivating everyone in attendance. Such a dazzling display of talent undoubtedly deserves commendation. Suze, today you have etched your name in history, becoming the first player in NBA history to score over 45 points solely from mid-range shots. What are your thoughts? Maria gazed at Suze with unbridled excitement. This second-round pick from the Dragon Kingdom has certainly left her with countless memorable moments, transforming her into an ardent admirer. I don't have any particularly special reflections. If there is one, I must express my gratitude to my opponents. Suze's lips curled into a smile. Why express gratitude towards an opponent? This is a testament to your own strength, Maria inquired, perplexed. Suze's smile grew even more sinister. Of course, I must express my gratitude to my adversaries, for they serve as the backdrop to my historical creation. Upon hearing these words, Maria couldn't help but burst into laughter. Suze truly embodies the essence of ruthless competition. Winning the match is one thing, achieving historic statistics is another, yet he insists on rubbing salt into the wounds of his adversaries, relentlessly belittling them as mere novices. Suze, today marks an undeniably historic moment. You have secured victory in the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals. What are your thoughts on the forthcoming fourth game? The journalist, John Bonner, concealed behind his dense beard, subtly moved his lips. Suze spread his hands and replied effortlessly, "Of course, I use my eyes. I have already witnessed the scene of the Nets going fishing." Suze's responses are always unexpectedly insightful. John Bonner chuckled awkwardly. "Suze, what is your assessment of tonight's opponent? Or rather, Do you have any comments regarding the upcoming challenge against the Nets and their adversaries? John Bonner continued to inquire. Suze tilted his head in contemplation. In truth, there was little to articulate, yet if one were compelled to speak, I would advise them to prepare their fishing gear in advance. To avoid the fluster that follows elimination, Suze's would elicited hearty laughter from the assembled journalists. This evening belonged to Suze, as well as to the Magic team. As a victor with aspirations of advancing to the finals, Suze's remarks did not offend the press. Rather, they perceived his words as a manifestation of humor. After all the reporters had departed, Suing approached him, remarking, "Xiaoze, you performed admirably tonight." Suing winked at Suze. This evening, Suing donned a pristine white business suit, her long hair elegantly styled in a ponytail, exuding an air of professionalism, resembling a true corporate manager. Suze could not help but steal a few more glances. It was imperative. After all, one ought to consider who Suze truly is, a rising star of the Dragon Kingdom. Suze struck a cool pose, exuding an air of arrogance. Enough with the vanity. Suing cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, "A little sunshine and you blossom. If I were to provide you with a hen house, would you expect to lay eggs as well?" Suze froze in place, utterly petrified. "Ahem. Sister, what brings you to the players' tunnel?" To dispel the awkwardness. He could only clear his throat nervously and hastily change the subject. Suing revealed a crescent-like smile. "I have arranged a special interview for you." "A special interview? Another special interview?" Suze hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. "No way. Sister, you know that whenever I see a camera, my legs turn to jelly. I feel utterly weak all over, and I become dizzy." Suze, while speaking, feigned support for his own head, presenting an appearance of delicate fragility. How absurd. Suing spat at Suze without reservation. "You'd better not try to avoid it. You must attend the interview today, whether you like it or not." Su Ying's almond-shaped eyes widened, glaring at Suze until he felt a chill down his spine. "Elder sister, what interview could possibly be this crucial?" Suze gazed at Suing with a sense of helplessness. He understood her character well. Once Suing made a decision, it was exceedingly difficult for him to refuse. It was an exclusive interview with Coach Zhang Weiping and teacher Yu Jia from Longhua. His elder sister was doing this for his own good. Never forget. No matter the circumstances, you will always be a player of Longhua. Suing retracted her smile, her expression resolute as she gazed at Suze. The words Dragon Country player sent a shiver down Suze's spine. Indeed, he was a player from Dragon Country. While he could refuse any interview, a request from Dragon Country was one he could never decline, for it was his homeland. In the Brooklyn Nets locker room, the players appeared despondent after a valiant effort that ultimately ended in defeat. "Damn it, how could we not defend against Sue?" Richard exclaimed. "What on earth were you doing?" Kenyon Martin, unwilling to accept such a loss, felt an overwhelming surge of anger and helplessness. His outburst irked Richard Jefferson. "Shut up. You were thoroughly outplayed by Sue outside the court and didn't dare to guard him on it. We had a couple of switches, and your defense was utterly abysmal." Richard retorted without a hint of courtesy. "What did you say? Repeat that." Kenyon, feeling as though his vulnerabilities were exposed, sprang to his feet, charging at Richard. "I am the leader of this team. How dare you speak to me like that?" His eyes widened in fury. "The leader? Is that based on your 10-5-0 stats? On your reliance on others for scoring? Do you truly believe you deserve that title? It's laughable. You're merely a product of Jason Kidd's passing, a raw, inconsistent number 1 pick." Fuming from the defeat, Kenyon was unable to contain his rage any longer. He swung his fist violently at Jefferson. Chapter 98. A challenge from young James according to insiders. Following the conclusion of Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals, news of an internal conflict within the Nets locker room emerged. The shocking revelation of chaos stemming from the Nets' loss in the Eastern Conference Finals became the media's focal point. It was reported that the locker room descended into turmoil, with core player Kenyon Martin and Richard Jefferson engaging in a physical altercation. After the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals, the chaos within the Nets locker room captured significant media attention. Meanwhile, having just finished practice and settled down on his sofa at home, Suze glanced at the news on his phone, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. It appeared their confidence had indeed been shattered. Suze sat with one leg crossed over the other, exuding an air of nonchalance. The morale was scattered, making it challenging to lead the team. My heart ached for the Brooklyn Nets head coach, Byron Scott, for just a fleeting moment. Suze gazed at the messages on his phone with great joy, his eyes sparkling with delight. For him, defeating a singular player from the Brooklyn Nets was insufficient to elicit such excitement. However, vanquishing the entire team ignited a profound exhilaration within him. Truly, The bonds of brotherhood seemed feeble. He declared he would no longer pay attention, for there was not a single formidable opponent among them. Suze turned off his phone while simultaneously activating the system within his mind. System, have you perhaps overlooked something? Suze raised an eyebrow, his tone imbued with a palpable sense of displeasure. This accursed system was perpetually obstinate. It only exhibited efficiency when issuing tasks. However, when it came to dispensing rewards, one had to relentlessly whip it into action. Ahem, system? Do not feign ignorance. Rise and attend to your duties. Suze shouted in frustration. Ding. The system is present. The host's voice was too loud, causing a painful sensation in the system's eardrums. What on earth? Suze was taken aback. The system possesses eardrums? How utterly absurd. System, have you forgotten certain matters? It is time to distribute rewards. Must I, the host, remind you each time? If there are grievances, I shall be compelled to file a complaint against you. Suze pouted, feeling a deep sense of dissatisfaction with the system's lackadaisical attitude. Ding. Thank you, host. For the reminder, rewards are now being distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and earning 50 badge points as a reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. For achieving a data score of 35.5 while leading the team to victory, the system rewards you with an action package. Ding. Congratulations, host. For acquiring the Durant-style pull-up jump shot skill package. Oh, upon hearing this name, Suze immediately felt a surge of excitement. His current pull-up jump shot appeared somewhat rigid. While it could score, it lacked fluidity. Wouldn't equipping the Durant-style pull-up jump shot action package enhance his performance, making it significantly smoother? Alas. It was unfortunate that no one had approached him for a challenge today. Such a splendid opportunity was wasted. Otherwise, he could have tested the new action package. Moreover, there was the jelly layup. Having only used it once, he felt a strong urge to try it again. Suze turned off the system, appearing somewhat melancholic. How lonely it is to be invincible. Just as Suze was lost in his lamentations, his phone suddenly rang. Suze picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from Suing. Hello, sister? What is the matter? Suze inquired lazily once the call connected. On the other end, the delightful voice of Suing resonated. The agent of this year's highly anticipated draft sensation, LeBron James, reached out to me. He expressed a desire to arrange a friendly one-on-one match with you. I wonder if you would be interested? This time, Suing refrained from making a decision on Suze's behalf and instead sought his opinion first. Suze also sensed this subtle change. It was evident that his growth had softened Su Ying's attitude towards him considerably, from an initial frustration akin to a teacher's disappointment in a student, to a current state of joy and respect. This delicate transformation brought a sense of ease to Suze's heart. Of course, I will go, elder sister. Suze readily agreed. LeBron James. He is destined to be a dominating figure in the league. The title of king carries immense weight, and his prowess is undeniably formidable. Even during his early years, when LeBron's skills were still maturing, his incredible force instilled fear in his opponents. The prospect of engaging in a one-on-one duel with a superstar he admired in his previous life filled Suze with excitement. Although the young LeBron's technical abilities may not have been as terrifying as those of his peak years, competing against him was still a remarkable opportunity. They were of similar age, with James being just a year younger. In this context, Suze could proudly consider himself an older brother to the young LeBron. Wow. Why so agreeable today? Suing remarked, taken aback by Suze's swift acceptance. In the past, he would have hesitated and deliberated, but today he genuinely surprised her. Previously, Suze, lacking in strength, was extremely averse to facing other skilled players, fearing the significant blow to his confidence that a loss would entail. However, the situation had changed completely now. With the support of the system and the accumulation of basketball experience from his past life, Suze navigated the basketball court with remarkable ease, his confidence significantly bolstered. It is precisely for this reason that Suze eagerly welcomed the opportunity to compete against skilled opponents. Elder sister, there are still many surprises in store for you. Please share the time and location with me. I shall rush over at once. Suze seizes every opportunity to engage with the elite of the NBA, regardless of their identity or standing within the league. As long as he can compete against them, Suze can bolster his own strength by completing system tasks. Concurrently, he is able to extract invaluable experience from each match. At the training facility of the Magic, Suing remarked, "You can come over now. LeBron will be arriving shortly." Suze swiftly ended the call. Although this was not an official competition, the opportunity to face off against young James was undeniably an exhilarating experience. As Suze organized his attire, and prepared to step outside. A call from Carter interrupted him. "Master, do you have a moment? I would like to seek your guidance regarding the intricacies of the Dragon Nation's mysterious steps." Carter's earnest voice resonated through the phone. Ever since Suze triumphed over Carter, the latter had become a disciple under Suze's esteemed tutelage. Suze naturally imparted the skill of the Dragon Kingdom's elusive steps, akin to the European layup, to Carter. Upon hearing Carter's words, Suze exhibited no hesitation. "Ah, you have already arrived in Orlando?" Suze inquired. "Indeed, Master. I am currently downstairs at your apartment." Carter replied. "Perfect timing. Wait for me. Accompany me to a certain place." Chapter 99. Reverse Recruitment Orlando Magic Training Facility. "Master, did you bring me here merely to compete against a rookie who is about to enter the draft? This seems rather beneath your stature," Carter remarked, unable to suppress a smirk as he gazed at the entrance of the training facility. As one of the league's prominent stars, Vince Carter was a highly sought-after player. The half-god had been the top all-star vote-getter for 3 consecutive years and had led his team to the Eastern Conference Finals single-handedly. Proud and ambitious, Carter felt a hint of discomfort at the thought of competing against a newcomer under his master Suze's guidance. Suze chuckled, placing a hand on Carter's shoulder. "Vince, you wouldn't understand this, would you? How many can truly capture the discerning eye of your master? This LeBron James is destined to become the cornerstone of the league, a supernova revered by all. Trust me, it's undeniable." As Suze spoke, he simultaneously winked at Carter, who nonchalantly shook his head. "Master, the future remains uncertain. But at present, he is merely a novice. Your match against him will yield little in terms of gain." Carter had not paid much attention to LeBron James's games. However, he had watched some footage of this year's rookies. He conceded that James possessed considerable talent, both in static and dynamic aspects, which was indeed remarkable. Yet, in Carter's view, James was entirely no match for Suze. "Rest assured about that." Suze patted Carter's shoulder with vigor. "Perhaps his performance will be a refreshing surprise for you. Come on, let's hurry inside. I can hardly contain my excitement to face James." Suze led Carter as they entered the training facility, one following the other. At that moment, several media reporters were already waiting inside the gymnasium. Suze's old acquaintance, Maria, along with the bearded John Bonner, was also present. Upon the appearance of the 2 Alliance stars, Suze and Carter, reporters immediately flocked to them. "Mr. Vince, it has been said that you are a disciple of Suze. Is that true? Mr. Vince, may I inquire if Suze is indeed your mentor?" "Mr. Vince, if the rumors are accurate, given your esteemed status in the league, how could you choose Suze as your master?" The reporters, having finally encountered Carter, naturally surrounded him, eager to clarify their inquiries. Carter displayed no signs of embarrassment. "Indeed, Sue is my master," he confirmed, much to the excitement and astonishment of the gathered journalists. It was unexpected that the proud demigod would genuinely acknowledge Suze as his mentor. The reason for this mentorship was twofold. On one hand, Suze's mastery of the Dragon Kingdom's elusive techniques is undeniably formidable. On the other hand, we had a wager at the time, and having lost, I naturally accepted the terms. Facing the throng of reporters, Vince Carter spoke with great candor. Suze cast a glance at Carter, his eyes brimming with admiration. Honest and magnanimous, he truly embodied a person of elegance and grace. Once the journalists received the desired answers from Carter, they swiftly redirected their focus towards Suze. However, when they turned to seek him out, Suze had, unbeknownst to them, already changed into his athletic attire and was standing on the basketball court. This development made it difficult for the reporters to pursue further interviews with him. "Ace, give it your all. You must triumph over your opponent," came the encouraging voice of Lin Yuyu from the sidelines as Suze engaged in his shooting warm-up. Suze turned his gaze in the direction of the voice and beheld Lin Yuyu smiling sweetly at him. Suze smiled knowingly. "This little girl is indeed quite amusing. It seems that her presence is indispensable in every match I participate in. To call Lin Yuyu my most devoted little fan would not be an exaggeration." This scene also stirred memories in the depths of Suze's mind, remnants belonging to the original owner. Regardless of Suze's prowess, Lin Yuyu had never wavered in her support. Instead, she consistently cheered him on. Even when she was aware that Suze might lose, she would spare no effort in her encouragement. Having a girlfriend like her might not be such a bad thing after all. Suze was lost in thought when a stranger's voice reached his ears. "Sue, it is a pleasure to meet you." Suze emerged from his reverie, following the direction of the sound, and a face both familiar yet slightly unfamiliar appeared before him. It was LeBron James. At this moment, the young LeBron still exuded an air of youthful innocence. Yet, unchanging was the proud contour of his chiseled cheeks and the commanding gaze that radiated an undeniable dominance. Even at a young age, he possessed a formidable presence, imbued with an innate confidence. "LeBron, it is a pleasure to see you." Suze was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. The opportunity to meet young James and converse face-to-face filled him with exhilaration. "Ever since witnessing your astonishing performance, I have longed to discuss basketball techniques with you. You are truly remarkable, and if fate allows, I look forward to the possibility of us becoming teammates in the future." A subtle smile played at the corners of James's lips, revealing a hint of pride. Suze was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He extended his right hand towards James, saying, "Orlando welcomes you." Suze harbored no particular affection for the Orlando Magic. His only reason for remaining was the presence of McGrady. As long as McGrady stayed, Suze was resolutely committed to the team. While the bond between a person and a city is undoubtedly significant, what is basketball without the companionship of a brother? LeBron was taken aback. He had intended to recruit Suze, only to find himself being recruited in return. Ahem, who can predict what the future holds? Nevertheless, at this moment, a game awaits us. The rules stipulate a 5-ball showdown to determine the victor, eschewing the American one-on-one format. However, there will be a shot clock, limited to 14 seconds. What do you think? LeBron deftly shifted the conversation towards the game rules. Suze smiled broadly and nodded without hesitation. "Of course, that's not an issue. You set the rules, and I shall take my freedom." Suze chuckled as he spoke. Seeing Suze agree, James also broke into a smile. "You seem quite confident. I enjoy competing against someone as self-assured as you, because then you'll witness my true prowess." As an undisputed prodigy, James brimmed with arrogance, especially since he was a year younger than Suze. This made James believe that at his age, if placed on the NBA playoff stage, he could deliver performances comparable to Suze's. Thus, James had long sought an opportunity to prove that if he were in Suze's position, he too could lead the Magic to such remarkable success. This was also one of the reasons James had gathered so many reporters today. His aim was to further elevate his own fame. Chapter 100, Dreamlike Footwork Ding. Mission issued. After Suze and James established the rules of their competition, a voice resonated in Suze's mind. Ding. Task objective, defeat LeBron James. Ding. Hidden task objective, defeat LeBron James while making 5 buzzer beaters. Suze accepted the task, unable to suppress his astonishment. 5 buzzer beaters. Does that not imply he must make a decisive shot at the very last moment each time? The speed, strength, and wingspan of James are hardly inferior to his own. The difficulty of sinking a buzzer beater is indeed considerable. Suze subtly curled his lip in disdain. However, he promptly adjusted his mindset and immersed himself wholly in the competition. For Suze, this off-court one-on-one match resembled a training session. Despite the high intensity, it allowed him to confront various pressures, thereby reaping substantial benefits and enhancing his ability to wield his system's capabilities. "Go ahead, you serve first." Suze delivered the ball to James with a bounce pass. However, James graciously shook his head, insisting, "No, you take the first shot. I relish a challenge." His eyes sparkled with a confident gleam, clearly indicating that he was assured of his ability to triumph over Suze in this moment. "Very well," Suze replied. Suze nodded. "By the way, there is another question. After a goal is scored, does the scoring team or the defending team restart the game?" James, brimming with confidence, replied, "The scoring team restarts the game. If a goal is not scored, then it is the turn of the defending team to take the kick. But rest assured, I shall not allow you to score. Soon, you shall witness the epitome of defense." James lifted his chin slightly, his expression radiating an air of superiority. As a prodigy, James certainly had every reason to be proud, for he had outperformed all his contemporaries. Even the other half of the renowned duo, Carmelo Anthony, merely stood shoulder to shoulder with James. Thus, in the face of Suze, who had only just entered the league the previous year, James exuded an extraordinary confidence. "Very well, I appreciate your confidence." Suze's lips curled into a playful smile. Even in the presence of LeBron James, once he steps onto the basketball court and the game begins, Suze commits himself wholeheartedly. On the court, they are adversaries. Off the court, they can be friends. Giving his all is a testament to his respect for both himself and his opponent. "Watch closely, for I shall commence my offensive now." Suze positioned himself beyond the three-point arc, initiating his elaborate dribbling routine. Suze initially held the ball in his right hand and executed a drag step, feigning a drive towards the right. At first, James maintained a steady defensive focus, showing no signs of being swayed by Su Zhe's deceptive maneuver. Simultaneously, James swiftly adjusted his defensive positioning, striving to obstruct Su Zhe's offensive advance as much as possible. Upon witnessing this, Su Zhe immediately executed a swift and dramatic change of direction without losing speed, transferring the ball from his right hand to his left, and seamlessly feigning a breakthrough once more. James shifted laterally by half a step, firmly anchoring his defensive stance to tightly restrict Su Zhe's path of attack. Even Su Zhe's relentless feint failed to significantly perturb James. "What is the matter? Are you unable to breach my defense? Perhaps you feel a tinge of disappointment?" After successfully blocking Su Zhe's attempts twice, James bellowed loudly, attempting to rattle Su Zhe's composure. However, a subtle smile graced Su Zhe's lips, utterly unperturbed by James's taunts. He chuckled lightly. "This is merely a warm-up. The true performance is yet to come." As his words faded, Su Zhe executed another rapid change of direction, once again transferring the ball to his right hand. He pretended to accelerate for a breakthrough, compelling James to shift once more in an effort to obstruct Su Zhe's path. Yet, just as James prepared to adjust his position defensively, Su Zhe abruptly halted. He executed a sudden stop, swiftly transitioning into a shooting stance. At this moment, a radiant aura illuminated Su Zhe's head, reminiscent of Durant's signature jump shot. Su Zhe executed a deft maneuver with two consecutive, unyielding movements, penetrating within the three-point line. In the midst of his final feint, he seamlessly transitioned into a quintessential Kevin Durant shooting form. Scoring would not come easily. As Su Zhe prepared to release his shot, LeBron James immediately surged forward, intent on blocking Su Zhe's jump shot. However, having already gathered the ball, Su Zhe did not take the shot directly. Instead, after deftly evading James, he pivoted on his right foot, executing a full turn while stepping decisively with his left foot toward the paint. This intricate series of movements granted Su Zhe significant shooting space, even under James's staunch defense. Yet, LeBron, a prodigy in his own right, displayed an extraordinary command over his physique. Although Su Zhe had momentarily outmaneuvered him into the air, LeBron, utilizing his superior body control and formidable core strength, managed to land ahead of time. Just as Su Zhe spun to gain ample shooting space, LeBron charged back at him with renewed determination. It would not be so simple. With a fierce roar, James once again darted in from a diagonal rear position, poised to thwart Su Zhe's attempt. Su Zhe felt an inner astonishment. James truly deserved his multiple selections to the all-defensive team. Such keen reflexes and mastery over his physique are essential traits for any elite defender. However, faced with James's relentless pressure, Su Zhe remained unfazed. With an exquisitely executed spin, he deftly returned to his previous position. This turn, pivoting on his right foot, was flawlessly performed. The intensity of his sprint left James unable to impede Su Zhe's shot. Even someone as formidable as James could only watch in astonishment as Su Zhe released the basketball. Buzz. Just a second after Su Zhe's shot, the timer sounded. Su Zhe executed a stunning fadeaway jumper just as the clock was about to expire. His series of movements flowed seamlessly, culminating in a mid-range pull-up shot at the critical moment. The basketball traced a perfect arc in the air before swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. The crisp noise made Lin Yuyu, seated at the sidelines, leap with exhilaration. "Wow, Azay is the best. Go, Azay. Shut down LeBron. Keep it up. Teach that little brother a lesson." Lin Yuyu enthusiastically waved her arms, becoming the sole voice of support for Su Zhe from the sidelines. After Su Zhe landed, he sent a flying kiss towards Lin Yuyu on the sidelines. Yuyu felt reassured. "I will triumph over my opponent." Su Zhe quietly spoke to Lin Yuyu. Observing Su Zhe celebrating with a playful kiss, James felt a twinge of irritation. "Here we go again. This time, I shall completely thwart you." In Chapter 101, the Step Back 3. During the initial offensive play, Su Zhe, leveraging his offensive prowess and agile footwork, skillfully maneuvered past James, successfully sinking a mid-range jumper. James, arms outstretched, regarded Su Zhe with a particularly vigilant gaze. He was entirely focused, determined to employ every ounce of his skill to prevent Su Zhe's advance. Yet, in the face of James's seriousness, Su Zhe wore a relaxed smile. "LeBron, ease up a bit. There's no need to be so tense. Honestly, no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to stop me." Upon hearing Su Zhe's words, James couldn't help but twitch his cheek in disbelief. Was this guy truly so confident? Did he genuinely consider himself invincible? In the fleeting moment that James's concentration wavered, Su Zhe suddenly sprang into action. With the ball in his right hand, he charged toward the paint. However, James's reflexes were equally sharp. He quickly shifted laterally, attempting to obstruct Souze's path to the basket. Yet, Souze was already prepared. In the very next moment, with a deft behind-the-back dribble, he transitioned the ball to his left hand and made a move to drive past James. James was not to be outdone. His robust physique once again positioned itself in front of Souze. "Well, your defense is quite commendable." Souze smiled as he spoke. James, however, maintained a stoic expression, his unwavering gaze fixated on every movement and step of Souze. "I have warned you. I will keep my eyes on you, and you shall be relentlessly guarded." James exerted every ounce of his strength in defense, making it exceedingly difficult for Souze to find a more advantageous shooting position. Souze dribbled the ball several times in succession, striving to exhaust the offensive time as much as possible. With only 3 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he suddenly launched into action once more. Positioned beyond the three-point line, Souze held the ball in his right hand and made a determined drive towards the paint. Yet, in the very next moment, he executed a swift stop, seamlessly transitioning into a step-back maneuver that created distance between himself and LeBron James. This abrupt halt and retreat afforded Souze a commendable shooting space. LeBron, maintaining his exceptional physical control, despite Souze's step-back, quickly closed in. In that fleeting moment, Souze seized the hard-earned opportunity to release a three-point shot. LeBron's speed and agility were equally remarkable. As Souze launched his shot, LeBron leaped high, his fingertips nearly grazing the basketball. The force of LeBron's forward momentum was so considerable that he collided forcefully with Souze. Despite the tremendous impact, Souze's body may have tilted, yet his shooting form remained impeccably intact, as Souze's head illuminated with the emblem of a Hall of Fame three-point sharpshooter. The basketball seamlessly swished through the net. Swish. The crisp sound resonated, invigorating the spirit. Souze collapsed onto the ground, his arms and legs splayed out in the shape of a large character. Souze did not rise immediately, but instead lay on the ground and exclaimed loudly, "Apologies. But I've scored yet again." Souze's shout filled James with immense frustration. To score even while off balance in midair? This young man is indeed remarkably extraordinary, isn't he? Souze rose from the ground and smiled at James, saying, "What do you think? Am I impressive, brother?" Souze is a year older than James. Thus, he can indeed be regarded as James' elder brother. Once more, with a hint of frustration, James passed the ball to Souze. His gaze grew more resolute. He would not concede defeat easily, fighting until the very last moment. Although they are adversaries at this moment, Souze holds a deep admiration for James. Despite his youthful appearance, the fervent desire for victory and the indomitable spirit that James exhibits are truly commendable. "Very well, then I shall commence." Souze controlled the ball, initiating another offensive play. His consecutive buzzer-beating shots had rendered LeBron more vigilant in defending against him. LeBron's stern countenance and piercing gaze resembled a predator locking onto its prey. Though not as domineering as the infamous death stare, it was sufficiently oppressive to unsettle even the mentally resilient Souze. If the young LeBron could evoke such unease, how much more formidable would the fully matured, peak performance version be? Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Souze engaged in conversation with Mr. Porter, an Adidas executive. "Mr. Porter, I trust today's invitation hasn't disappointed you?" she inquired. Souze gazed at Souze, who was striving tirelessly on the court, determined to secure victory in the match. A subtle smile of pride played at the corners of her lips. Souze is now her pride. Whether on or off the court, he evokes a sense of pride. Indeed, he is remarkable. Over the past few days, I have watched Souze's performance in the Eastern Conference Finals Game 3, as well as glimpses of his training sessions. He undeniably possesses immense potential and formidable talent. Mr. Porter adjusted his glasses, a smile gracing his face. Previously, he was uncertain whether Souze's performance would be consistently maintained. However, after witnessing the intense competition in Eastern Conference Finals Game 3, Mr. Porter believes Souze has already demonstrated the qualities necessary to become a superstar. In that game, despite facing the relentless double-teaming and aggressive defense of the Nets, Souze still delivered a commendable performance. Today, he faces the highly touted #1 draft pick, the prodigious LeBron James. Souze continues to exhibit remarkable performance, seemingly taking his shots only in the final seconds of each play. Yet his overall demeanor conveys an effortless mastery. Miss Souze's prowess is indeed astonishing. Therefore, I am inclined, on behalf of Adidas, to extend a contract to Souze. However, this contract is limited to 1 year, with an offer of $300,000. While I acknowledge Souze's current strength, we must also maintain a watchful eye going forward. I hope for your understanding, Mr. Porter said with a cheerful smile. Su Ying furrowed her brows slightly. A one-year contract seemed rather brief, and the offer of $300,000 appeared rather disrespectful towards Su Zhe. Mr. Porter, could the duration of the contract be extended? Additionally, is there any possibility of increasing the financial offer? You must understand, this is somewhat disrespectful for a professional athlete. Mr. Porter shrugged nonchalantly. I apologize, Miss Su, but this is the best offer I can extend. You should recognize that joining the ranks of Adidas would significantly enhance Su Zhe's exposure. It is imperative to understand what Adidas can provide for him. Mr. Porter proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Adidas is a sponsor of the NBA, and the number of stars under its banner is countless. A mere player from the Dragon Nation is not something Mr. Porter is particularly concerned about. The only reason he is willing to offer Su Zhe a low contract is to temporarily seize the Dragon Nation market while ensuring Su Zhe's entry under Adidas. Chapter 102. I refuse observing Mr. Porter's haughty demeanor. Su Ying's exquisite brows knitted even tighter. Such an offer was undoubtedly a humiliation for a rising star in the league like Su Zhe. However, Su Ying also understood the validity of Mr. Porter's statements. The global influence of Adidas could indeed afford Su Zhe greater advantages. Therefore, she chose not to decline immediately. She would consult with Su Zhe after the competition before making a final decision on this offer. Su Ying spoke in a calm tone. Mr. Porter nodded, saying nothing further. On the court, Su Zhe, utilizing his exquisite skills, had successfully made 4 consecutive buzzer beaters. He and James were temporarily leading their match with a score of 4-0. What do you think? Shall you concede? Surrendering would mean losing half. Su Zhe stood beyond the three-point line, holding the ball, and spoke to James before initiating their final offensive play. Su Zhe gazed at James with an increasing sense of admiration and respect. Even during James's early years, the suffocating pressure of his defense was palpable, leaving Su Zhe feeling quite perturbed. It was not that Su Zhe deliberately controlled the pace of the game. Rather, it was James's relentless guarding that compelled Su Zhe to expend more time in adjusting and creating shooting opportunities in the face of such formidable defense. While Su Zhe appeared to navigate the situation with ease, internally, he was anything but relaxed when confronted by the overwhelming defensive prowess of young James. Truly, the prodigy lived up to his illustrious reputation. In the depths of his heart, Su Zhe pondered that James, in his capacity as the so-called chosen one, undoubtedly possessed unparalleled advantages. What a jest! With a serious expression, James vehemently shook his head. The words defeat and surrender have never found a place in my lexicon. To give one's utmost effort is the very creed of a professional athlete. James's eyes sparkled with brilliance, clearly reflecting his desire to continue the fight. In his heart, James's admiration for Su Zhe grew ever deeper. The sudden rise of a second-round draft pick from the Dragon Kingdom is certainly no mere coincidence. Su Zhe's skills and shooting touch instilled a profound sense of his prowess in LeBron James. Confronted with such a formidable opponent, James exhibited an intense desire for battle. Su Zhe glanced at the timer. The conversation between the two had left only 2 seconds remaining in the offensive time. Very well, let me conclude the match. As soon as Su Zhe's words fell, he swiftly unleashed a sudden strike, launching a 3-point shot from just a step within the arc. LeBron James was utterly unprepared for Su Zhe's audacious decision to attempt a shot from such a distance. He remained motionless, forced to watch as Su Zhe calmly executed the long-range shot. The moment the basketball left Su Zhe's hands, a silver badge of the ultra-long 3-point shooter illuminated above his head. The ball arched gracefully through the air and, coinciding with the expiration of the shot clock, swished through the net with a satisfying sound. The crisp noise of the ball brushing against the net heralded Su Zhe's triumph in their first direct confrontation, having successfully made 5 buzzer beaters. Oh yes, Ace has won. Ace is the best. On the sidelines, Lin Yu, who had initially clasped her hands in a nervous gesture of prayer, opened her arms wide in exuberant celebration upon witnessing Su Zhe's remarkable long-distance three-pointer. LeBron, still in disbelief, turned his head to gaze at the bouncing basketball on the floor. I lost. His head hung low, displaying a hint of despondency. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Su, you won this time. You are truly impressive. But soon, I will be entering the league. When that time comes, we shall meet on the court. Trust me. I will defeat you. LeBron's gaze was resolute, his expression marked by unwavering determination. A formidable opponent would undoubtedly catalyze his growth. LeBron's indomitable spirit ensured that he would never resign himself to defeat. Very well, I look forward to your challenge. Su Zhe broke into a broad smile. The two exceptional talents of their generation, after their inaugural encounter, developed a mutual admiration for one another. As the match concluded, a swarm of reporters descended upon them. As the undisputed victor, having triumphed over his opponent with a resounding score of 5-0, Suze became the darling of the press. They surrounded him, microphones nearly invading his personal space. Observing Suze revel in the spotlight and the barrage of questions, James found himself unexpectedly grappling with a tinge of jealousy and envy. Suze, ensconced in the throng, swiftly wrapped up his interviews with the reporters. He had intended to continue discussing basketball techniques with Carter, but was instead pulled aside by suing. "A's, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Porter, an executive from Adidas." Suing introduced the two of them. "He has offered you an endorsement contract worth $300,000 for the year. Shouldn't you give it some thought?" "What?" Suze's eyes widened in astonishment. Mr. Porter, observing Suze's expression, could not help but feel a sense of disdain for him. The newcomer from the Dragon Nation had indeed never encountered the world. A mere endorsement contract worth $300,000 for a year left him utterly flabbergasted. He was truly easy to deceive. Just as Mr. Porter was silently mocking Suze, the latter suddenly reached out and touched Mr. Porter's forehead. "Are you unwell? If your mind is troubled, you ought to visit a hospital. I am not equipped to treat that." Suze's words struck Mr. Porter like a sharp dagger, piercing deeply into his heart, nearly delivering a fatal blow. "Sue, what do you mean by this? Such a lack of respect." Mr. Porter seethed with anger. How audacious was this second-round draft pick from the Dragon Country to speak to him in such a manner? Did he not care about the endorsement contract worth $300,000 a year? It seemed, perhaps, that it was he who lacked respect. Suze crossed his arms over his chest. "A sponsorship contract worth $300,000 a year? Are you jesting?" he declared. "I have no time to engage in conversation with someone as foolish as you." With that, Suze turned on his heel and departed, leaving a bewildered Mr. Porter seething with anger in his wake. Suing cast an apologetic glance at Mr. Porter, anticipating that Suze would likely refuse. Yet she did not foresee such an outcome. At that moment, Carter, standing nearby, furiously raised his middle finger at Mr. Porter, a superstar of the league. Carter was not someone Mr. Porter dared to offend. "You will regret this. Remember my words today. Sue will undoubtedly become a supernova in the future, and you will lament your decision." With a fierce glare directed at Mr. Porter, Carter turned and hurried after Suze. "Master, do not stoop to their level. They cannot even begin to comprehend your true worth." Carter placed his arm around Suze's shoulders, offering him solace. Chapter 103, The Light of Domestic Products. In a shocking turn of events, Adidas has presented NBA rising star Suze with a one-year contract worth $300,000. Suze has firmly rejected this insulting offer from Adidas. The baffling actions of Adidas have humiliated the NBA newcomer with such a paltry contract. The news of Suze's rejection has completely overshadowed the upcoming Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. In the eyes of fans, the affair between Suze and Adidas has become more intriguing than the impending match. After all, the Orlando Magic currently leads with a commanding 3-0 scoreline. Historically, no team has ever achieved a monumental comeback from a 3-0 deficit. Consequently, in recent days, more fans and NBA players have turned their attention to Suze's refusal of the Adidas contract. "It is utterly humiliating," exclaimed Paul Pierce, a current player and special guest on the ESN broadcast, his anger palpable. "This behavior from Adidas is a blatant disrespect towards Sue. I have faced him on the court. I know his capabilities. Hey, listen up. If you reject Suze now, you will certainly regret it in the future." Having once been defeated by Suze, Paul Pierce had become completely enamored with his skills and character, now considering him a friend. Unable to bear the humiliation faced by his friend at the hands of Adidas, Pierce felt compelled to speak out. "Indeed, my master's Dragon Country Mistral step is unparalleled in the league. Did you not witness the astonishing performance he delivered after my cousin Tracy McGrady was injured?" Vince Carter, another special guest on ESN, also expressed his outrage, emphatically striking the table with his hand. As one of the league's current superstars, Carter was incensed by Adidas' actions. "Do not forget, my master is merely a rookie just entering the league. Throughout the annals of NBA history, who, apart from my mentor Suze, has managed to deliver such a dazzling performance as a rookie in the playoffs? I ask you, who else?" Carter exclaimed passionately, his fervor evident as he spat words in excitement. "Do not even mention Magic Johnson. Let us not forget he was a #1 draft pick." Both Carter and Pierce rose to defend Suze, advocating for justice on his behalf. This also reflects how Suze, through his exceptional skills and admirable character, has garnered the friendship of these two allies. In the ESPN Live studio, the duo vehemently condemned Adidas for their questionable maneuvers. 3 hours prior to the commencement of the fourth game in the Eastern Conference Finals, Suze found himself in the same room as executives from Li Ning Company. Suze, your performance has been nothing short of extraordinary. Therefore, we have decided to present you with a 3-year contract worth $5 million. In addition to incentive clauses embedded within the agreement, Zhang Jinyu beamed as he slid the contract across the table towards Suze. He could already envision the rise of a new star on the horizon. However, after internal discussions at Li Ning Company, it was determined that the initial offer would be a 3-year contract. Should Suze continue to dazzle in the future, Li Ning would not hesitate to provide him with an even more generous contract. Incentive clauses? What do they entail? Suze raised an eyebrow, examining the details of the contract while inquiring with Zhang Jinyu. Zhang Jinyu explained, the incentive clause encompasses 2 components. The first stipulates that if you achieve an average of 25 points per game in the upcoming season, the first clause will be activated, granting you a bonus of $3 million. The second clause is contingent upon your selection for the All-Star team and the first team next season, which would trigger a more substantial reward of $5 million. Zhang Jinyu said with a cheerful smile. Suze tilted his head in contemplation, appearing rather satisfied. However, the duration still warrants some adjustment. While speaking, Suze marked the duration on the draft of the contract with a black gel pen. How does a 1-year contract for $3 million, along with these incentive clauses, sound? A 3-year endorsement deal worth $5 million seemed rather lengthy to Suze. A 1-year contract for $3 million aligns more closely with Suze's personal interests. Although Suze advocates for domestic products, it does not imply that one should mindlessly forsake their own interests. Li Ning is not the sole representative of domestic brands. Suze had the option to support other domestic brands. Zhang Jinyu hesitated for a moment before consenting. As the CEO in the American region, Zhang Jinyu wielded a degree of authority. Upon hearing Suze's request, he only paused briefly before agreeing. Seeing Zhang Jinyu's swift acquiescence, Suze felt a twinge of regret. Had he perhaps asked for too much? Zhang Jinyu promptly instructed his team to redraft the contract, and after confirming its accuracy, both parties proceeded to sign, thereby activating the endorsement agreement. Wonderful. Suze, welcome to the Li Ning family, Zhang Jinyu exclaimed, extending his hand with enthusiasm. Suze unhesitatingly grasped Zhang Jinyu's hand. A delightful collaboration, Suze said with a cheerful smile. Zhang Jinyu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, let us go. Let us go. I have arranged for the reporters outside. We shall now proceed to the press conference and announce this wonderful news. Observing the exhilaration radiating from his companion, Suze felt it inappropriate to decline and thus nodded in agreement. Through the press conference, the announcement of Suze's contract with Li Ning worth $3 million a year instantly ignited a frenzy within the basketball community. Su has indeed joined Li Ning. Hurry, hurry. Make sure to inform me when Su launches his first pair of shoes. I'll buy. From now on, I shall proudly become a fan of the Li Ning brand. Suze's stunning performance on the playoff stage has garnered him a substantial following both domestically and internationally. While he may not yet rival the fanbase of NBA superstars, the newly inducted Suze has undeniably established himself as the foremost player among his compatriots. During a press conference, a journalist posed the question, Su, as you join Li Ning, do you personally believe Adidas will regret this decision? Suze chuckled softly. He replied earnestly, I cannot ascertain whether he feels remorse. However, I am acutely aware that while you may disregard me today, tomorrow, you shall find me beyond your reach. This sentiment is dedicated to all who have looked down upon me. Your current indifference signifies that there will be no future opportunities for collaboration. Suze spoke decisively. Suze's remarks have indeed startled many reporters. Su, are you declaring war on Adidas? Suze shrugged his shoulders. How you choose to interpret it is your affair. For you are a journalist after all. However, I must assert that I am who I am, a unique spark in the universe. You may underestimate me now, but those who do so in the future will undoubtedly come to regret their folly. Chapter 104, The Brooklyn Nets Locker Room. Suze's remarks at the press conference quickly reached the ears of the executives at Adidas. Mr. Porter, seated comfortably on his plush sofa at home, couldn't help but chuckle. It was utterly amusing. This young lad from the Dragon Kingdom is simply hilarious. Who does he think he is? O'Neal? Kobe? Or perhaps McGrady? I can assure you, the wealth he could potentially generate pales in comparison to that of other superstars in the league, earning $3 million a year. I doubt Li Ning can even recoup the endorsement fees. Mr. Porter does not regard Suze as possessing any significant commercial value. In his naivety, he even believes that Suze's endorsement contract is nothing but a thoroughly worthless agreement. This kid truly has no sense of his own limitations, boldly proclaiming that we would come to regret our decisions. I am quite eager to see who, in fact, will be left regretting. At the Waterhouse Center Gymnasium, Suze, having just finished his training, could not suppress a few sneezes. Who was talking about me? Could it possibly be that old fellow, Mr. Porter? Suze murmured a few words to himself. Shortly thereafter, he activated the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the previous task and earning 50 badge points. Upon hearing the voice of the system resonate in his mind, Suze glanced with satisfaction at the upper right corner where his accumulated badge points were displayed. He now possessed a total of 260 badge points. As the Yunlong would say, he had never fought such a prosperous battle before. After Suze concluded his warm-up, he sat on the sidelines, contemplating how to utilize these badge points to further enhance his overall prowess. What shall he upgrade? Suze contemplated while stroking his chin. His gaze wandered restlessly over the array of badges, searching for one that would befit his current self. Stealing the ball, he mused. Although, armed with the experience amassed in his previous life and the skills honed on the court in this lifetime, he could execute a few successful steals. His proficiency remained inconsistent. Aside from the occasional fortunate interception, there was a pressing need for improvement in his stealing capabilities. Such enhancement would enable him to defend the opponent's perimeter ball handlers with greater efficacy. Suze pondered quietly, his consciousness delving into the defensive zone's emblem. Behold, I am the nightmare of any perimeter ball handler. As Suze pondered, he activated the Steel Specialist badge. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have consumed 10 badge points to illuminate the Steel Specialist badge. Ding! Bronze Steel Specialist badge, which slightly enhances the host's stealing abilities. Ding! It enables more efficient steals from centers and power forwards who possess weaker ball handling skills. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Suze nodded in satisfaction. Onward to further upgrades. Without a moment's hesitation, Suze proceeded to click for the upgrade. He was not in pursuit of players such as centers or power forwards who excelled at stealing the ball. Generally speaking, these players typically initiate their attacks with simplicity and efficiency, avoiding prolonged dribbling. Thus, to intercept their passes, one merely needed to seize the right moment as they gathered the ball. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have expended 30 badge points to upgrade your Steel Expert to Silver. Having consumed a total of 40 badge points, Suze now retains 220 badge points. Onward, onward. Without the slightest hesitation, Suze found that the remaining points he possessed were just sufficient to upgrade the Steel Expert badge to gold level. However, he still fell short by 20 badge points to reach the Hall of Fame level. Nevertheless, Suze paid no heed to these minor details and proceeded to click on the upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host, 80 badge points consumed. Successfully upgraded to Gold Steel Expert. Ding! As a Gold Steel Expert, the host's stealing ability will be significantly enhanced. Ding! However, the appropriate timing for a steal must be executed based on the host's judgment. The system merely relies on the badge to enhance Suze's overall prowess. Yet, the decision of when to steal or perform other actions on the court must be assessed through Suze's own experience. After completing the upgrade, Suze chose not to pursue further enhancements. Instead, he opted to save the remaining 140 badge points. By the way, system, are there any tasks available? Suze inquired about the system in advance, saving himself the trouble of accepting system tasks just before the match. Ding! Task released. Secure victory in the 4th game of the Eastern Conference Finals and eliminate the opponent. Without hesitation, Suze readily accepted the task. In his view, the 4th game of the Eastern Conference Finals had become rather tedious. The Brooklyn Nets were engulfed in internal discord, rendering the team a mere collection of disarrayed individuals. In recent days, Suze has been attentive to various news regarding the Brooklyn Nets, with rumors suggesting that the team's trio of star players may announce their dissolution this summer. The recent discord within the locker room has further highlighted their inability to collaborate effectively. A team rife with individual agendas is akin to a fist that cannot be clenched. Where, then, lies the power? Suze stretched languidly before turning back to the locker room to rest. Upon his return, he was met with a cacophony emanating from the Nets dressing area. Damn it, pass me that basketball today. Let me finish and punish them, Kenyon Martin bellowed, his voice raspy with fervor. It was evident that this former number 1 pick still believed himself to be the team's primary cornerstone. Convinced of his ability to lead them to victory, Martin, This is a pivotal game for us. The ball must be distributed judiciously, directed towards those most capable of scoring. Should I still pass to you when Sue is defending against you? Jason Kidd retorted, clearly displeased with Martin's insistence. Martin was momentarily speechless, his expression darkening. His defeat to Suze had become a well-known narrative throughout the league. Under Sue's defense, Kenyon Martin struggled to even maintain possession, let alone score. We will adhere to the strategies we practiced. Remember, the team does not belong to any single individual. It is ours collectively. Kidd's words resonated with Suze, who stood outside the door, acknowledging the essence of a true leader who unites his teammates. A team is never the domain of one person. Even the great Michael Jordan needed his allies to stand together. Enough chatter. Give me the ball, and I will finish it. Otherwise, I refuse to play. Kenyon Martin stubbornly shouted. This former #1 pick was desperate to prove himself, eager to demand a high salary and claim the role of primary cornerstone, which fueled his urgency to showcase his capabilities in the face of adversity. Martin, you are too obstinate. Understand that the team is a collective. Maintain your composure. We still have a chance to win. Chapter 105. Is this how you shoot? The discord within the Nets locker room brought a knowing smile to Suze's face. It is no exaggeration to say that, with his mere presence, he had shattered the team's morale. Suze shrugged his shoulders and swiftly returned to the locker room for a brief respite. After a short intermission, the players from both teams entered the arena amidst the deafening shouts of the DJ. The Waterhouse Center was now filled to capacity with fervent fans, the vibrant atmosphere igniting the entire venue. The resounding cheers from the Orlando Magic supporters rendered communication among the players increasingly difficult. It had been years since the Magic, led by the legendary Shaq O'Neal and Penny Hardaway, last reached the NBA Finals. However, under Suze's leadership, they now had another chance to vie for the NBA Finals and perhaps even the championship title itself. One could truly sense the passion of the fans present at the Waterhouse Center. Sitting in the commentary booth, Ujia spoke with a smile, expertly adjusting his glasses as he continued to describe the ambience of the arena. It was reported that many local fans, unable to secure tickets, gathered outside the venue to watch the game on the large screens. Coach Zhang Weiping also expressed his excitement, saying, "Indeed, as you can see, a multitude of fans from the Dragon Nation are here. Outside the arena, I have spotted countless supporters who have come specifically to back Suze. Suze's popularity in the Dragon Nation is undeniably immense." With the two commentators providing insights, the starting players from both teams had now taken the court. The man clad in the blue and white jersey of the Magic, donning the number 7, once again stood at the center of the Waterhouse, basking in the adulation from the fans. Besides Suze, Jason Kidd appeared composed, yet the anxiety in his eyes betrayed him. With internal instability and formidable external adversaries, Kidd had never envisioned that his team could be dismantled by a single individual. The most daunting aspect was not merely the prospect of defeat, but rather the disunity within the team. If the players could not unite as one, how could they hope to overcome their opponents? So, has the internal discord been resolved? Suze gently nudged Kidd with a shoulder, tilting his head with a cheerful smile. Kidd's cheeks twitched slightly, but he chose to ignore Suze. The internal discord within the Nets can be attributed largely to Suze. If it were not for Suze's explosive performance against Kenyon Martin during practice, if it were not for Suze's commanding presence on the court, if it were not for Suze's incessant banter, if it were not for all of this. Jason Kidd took a deep breath. How much better it would have been had Suze never appeared. Seeing Kidd remain silent, Suze chose not to say anything further. He then approached Kenyon Martin, saying, "Hey, little Martin, today I want to defend you while you have the ball. Why don't you show everyone that you are the leader of the team?" Suze spoke half-jokingly. Martin shot a glare at Suze, but as he opened his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words to retort. It was as if, in the presence of Suze, he had already lost a significant portion of his momentum. The game was on. "Spare me your chatter." After a prolonged silence, Kenyon Martin finally managed to utter these words. Suze couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You, my friend, have lost your nerve." Suze curled his lip in disdain as he cast a scornful glance at Martin. The muscles in Martin's cheeks twitched involuntarily, yet he restrained himself from uttering a retort that lingered on the tip of his tongue. He was well aware that engaging in a war of words with Suze would only lead to his own humiliation, especially considering he had already been vanquished by Suze in the past, leaving him utterly ravaged by the latter's scathing remarks. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the basketball soared high into the sky, marking the commencement of the 4th game of the Eastern Conference Finals in the NBA playoffs. Andrew DeClercq, the center for the Magic, was the first to secure possession for his team. Suze swiftly seized the basketball and advanced towards the front court. Defense. 1-on-4. Jason Kidd shouted loudly to his teammates. 1-on-4. Upon hearing these words, Suze could not help but burst into laughter. Gazing at Jefferson, who was steadfastly guarding him, Suze's mirth was undeniably unkind. Is this your method of self-destructive basketball? If you wish to lose the game, must it be so overt? I understand. I truly do. You must be eager to return home for a spot of fishing, am I right? Suze's incessant verbal barrage nearly drove Jefferson to the brink of exasperation. Suze's trash talk on the court never fails to drive people to the brink of madness. What does it mean to play basketball in a self-destructive manner? What does it mean to be so eager to rush home for fishing? Goodness, this kid is utterly audacious, isn't he? Look, I've rendered him speechless. He doesn't even dare to utter a word. My sympathy for him lasts but 3 seconds. Suze deliberately withdrew his hands from the basketball, relinquishing control over it. Jefferson, suppressing the urge to erupt in frustration, hurriedly lunged forward, intent on reclaiming the errant ball. However, at that very moment, Suze deftly scooped it up with his right hand, smoothly transitioning it to his left. Simultaneously, he accelerated rapidly, effortlessly evading Jefferson, who had lost his defensive balance in the attempt to intercept. As Jefferson's initial line of defense crumbled, the other players from the Nets had no time to cast blame upon him. 2 teammates rushed in from either side, seeking to impede Suze's advance. Jefferson regained his footing and continued his relentless sprint towards Suze. As Suze held the ball, 3 defenders from the Brooklyn Nets surrounded him. The strategy employed by the Nets was unmistakable. They aimed to compel someone other than Suze to conquer them. Indeed, the Nets seemed to be making a substantial investment, deploying 3 players to thwart Suze. Commentary from Zhang Weiping expressed astonishment at this tactic. It appeared that the Nets were intent on neutralizing Suze today. Such treatment is typically reserved for the likes of Kobe, Shaquille O'Neal, and Tracy McGrady in the current league. Ujia voiced his disbelief as well. It seemed the Nets had categorized Suze among the superstars. On the court, despite the frantic encirclement by 3 defenders, Suze chose not to pass the ball. With the opponents closing in, he resolved to dismantle their defense with sheer strength. Bring it on. I hope you bring 5 to defend against me. Suze shouted towards the players of the Brooklyn Nets. Suze surged forward, confronted by 2 players from the Nets, one to his left and the other to his right. Without a moment's hesitation, he abruptly halted just beyond the 3-point line and unleashed a swift shot. With the sharpness of his offensive prowess, he shattered your beliefs. Suze let out a shout, leaping into the air as if wielding the scythe of death, and launched the ball. He shot, already shooting. Even Doug Rivers, who currently held immense faith in Suze, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, before swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. Incredible! It went in. Remarkable. Just as Doug Rivers was about to clasp his head in disbelief, he offered Suze his first compliment of the day. Chapter 106, a basket and a free throw in the face of the Nets' fierce 3-man blockade. Suze effortlessly sank a 3-pointer, igniting a wave of cheers from the crowd. The atmosphere in the arena was immediately set ablaze by this remarkable shot. Your double team is futile. I fear even my own strength. After making the 3-pointer, Suze spread his arms wide, wearing an expression of resigned confidence. The Nets players appeared somewhat disheartened. This was a 3-man encirclement. Yet Suze managed to find space to shoot, and he made it. Especially the taunts following the basket were utterly demoralizing. As the core and leader of the team, Jason Kidd quickly raised his voice to encourage his teammates. In times of adversity, particularly with the series at 3-0 against them, players' emotions can fluctuate greatly. Therefore, as a leader, it is essential to soothe their spirits. Come on, guys, keep your heads up. The game has just begun. We can contain Suze, and we can dominate this match. As Kidd dribbled forward into enemy territory, he vocally rallied his teammates. The moment Kidd entered the opposing half, Suze, as the defensive linchpin, immediately adhered closely to Kidd. The Magic's defensive strategy was equally 1-on-1 against 4. This posed a significant blow to the Nets, who overly relied on Kidd for orchestrating their offense. Suze's tight defense placed immense pressure on Kidd. Suze relentlessly collided with Kidd, simultaneously employing his long arms to disrupt Kidd's ball control. Whenever Kidd called for a pick and roll, Suze and another player from the Magic would swiftly double-team the screener, forcing Kidd, the ball handler, to opt for the least favorable option of finishing the attack himself. Come on, hold your ground. Suze subtly exerted force with his body, colliding forcefully against Kidd. In this era that encourages physical confrontation and emphasizes defense, Such minor collisions would hardly elicit a whistle from the referee. This has rendered scoring for the offensive players increasingly challenging. Suze completely overpowered Jason Kidd in terms of strength. Kidd was momentarily unsteady after the collision, struggling to maintain his usual control over the ball. However, he quickly regained his footing and continued to dribble while surveying his teammates' movements. Pass the ball. Your offense is lacking. Hand it over to your true cornerstone, Kenyon Martin. Suze incessantly babbled in Kidd's ear. Kidd valiantly resisted the distractions posed by Suze. Just as the Nets players found themselves in a gap in the zone defense, the Magic suddenly altered their defensive strategy. In an instant, they transitioned from a four-man focus to a man-to-man defense. Suddenly, an additional Magic defender appeared before the previously unmarked Nets player. This unexpected shift left even the tactical maestro Kidd in a bind, compelling him to adhere to the original plan and pass the ball. After making the pass, Kidd swiftly maneuvered, using the current ball handler from the Nets as a screen, aiming to execute a give-and-go play. However, Suze shadowed Kidd relentlessly, his sticky defense rendering it nearly impossible for Kidd to receive the ball with ease. Coupled with intense physical confrontation, every stride Kidd took resulted in considerable exertion. Yet, he persevered and positioned himself accordingly. Just as the Nets player was about to hand the ball off to Kidd, Suze's long arm reached out. Bang! Suze exerted a forceful thrust, sending the basketball offered by the Nets player soaring away. Simultaneously, a golden badge of a theft expert illuminated above Suze's head. After Suze deftly nudged the ball away, he accelerated with all his might to maneuver around Jason Kidd. Just as Kidd was about to make contact with the basketball, Suze's long arm gracefully extended, effortlessly retrieving the ball. The crowd at the Waterhouse Center erupted once more in a fervor of excitement. Suze invigorated the fans once more with a successful interception. After Suze seized the ball, the fans at the center of the Waterhouse began to chant MV. Collaboration? It is nothing short of a dream. After Suze intercepted the ball, he did not forget to shout a word toward Kidd. Then, he accelerated with all his might, resembling a cheetah sprinting at full speed, swiftly charging toward the opponent's basket. Kidd gritted his teeth and also surged forward with all his strength, pursuing Suze. However, Kidd's athletic prowess was not particularly formidable, and he was significantly inferior to Suze. Despite Kidd exerting every ounce of effort to catch up, he remained unable to thwart Suze's assault on the basket. Suze sprinted forward while glancing back to monitor Kidd's position. Realizing that Kidd could not catch up, Suze deliberately slowed his pace. As Suze slowed his pace, Kidd swiftly caught up with him. Suze dashed into the opponent's 3-second zone, initiating a layup with a deliberate slow 3-step approach, creating an opportunity for Kidd to close in on him. Simultaneously, Suze intentionally extended the basketball away from his body, enticing Kidd with the illusion of a possible steal. Indeed, as Suze decelerated and positioned the ball outside his frame, Kidd became exhilarated by the apparent opening. He summoned all his strength to accelerate and, just as Suze took his second step, he swung his hand forcefully, striking towards the basketball in Suze's grasp. Suze's lips curled into a faint smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed every movement of Jason Kidd. Just as Kidd swung to pass the ball, Suze swiftly reclaimed the basketball and simultaneously extended his arm toward Kidd's hand. Suze was devoid of any badges pertaining to the infraction of equipment manufacturing. The entirety of his accomplishments was born from the wealth of experience amassed on the court and the cunning interplay of wits with his adversary. With a resounding clap, even through the screen, the crisp sound echoed from the broadcast. Kidd's hand struck forcefully against Suze's arm. Almost simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air, unequivocally calling a foul on Kidd. Yet, Suze's grip remained unyielding, as steadfast as two iron clamps, firmly securing control of the basketball, undeterred by Kidd's formidable strike. After Suze received the signal, he executed a fluid motion, culminating in an elegant jelly-like layup that concluded this offensive play. 2-1. Do you feel frustrated? Truth be told, it was intentional. I never anticipated you would genuinely take action. After Suze executed a drifting layup, he couldn't help but flash a grin at Kidd. Upon hearing Suze's words, Kidd felt his blood pressure rise in frustration. As a representative of high basketball IQ in the league, he found himself outsmarted today, much like a goose being outwitted by its own kind. Alas, not only did Suze score, but he also earned a free throw, and worst of all, he had now drawn a foul against Kidd. What a clever maneuver. Suze continued to taunt Kidd mercilessly. Chapter 107. Team riffs with Suze's successful free throw. The Magic took an early 5-0 lead. Buoyed by Suze's dominant performance, the Magic's morale soared, and the entire team was determined to settle the battle in Game 4. In stark contrast, the Nets, whether the players on the court or the substitutes on the bench, appeared listless and dispirited. As the game progressed, both teams continued to battle. Kidd still attempted to rally his teammates through his playmaking, but the Magic's seamless switches between box-and-one and man-to-man defense tested his control over the game. Even though Kidd managed to contribute offensively for the Nets, their defense remained utterly powerless against Souza. Clad in the Magic's blue and white jersey, adorned with the number 7. Souza descended upon the court like the Grim Reaper that night. Neither the Nets' double teams nor their frantic triple teams could shake him. Souza, with his nimble Dragon Country phantom steps, could effortlessly execute fadeaway jumpers and even pull up three-pointers, repeatedly dismantling the Nets' defense. By halftime, thanks to Souza's dominant performance of 30 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists, the Magic led the Nets 56-42, a commanding 14-point advantage. Of the Magic's 56 points, Souza alone accounted for 30. What did I say? Give me the ball. Bang. In the Nets locker room, Kenyon Martin kicked over a water bottle, shouting at Jason Kidd, "You only passed me the ball 4 times the entire first half. Do you even realize I'm the core of this team? We win through me." Kidd sat in silence, his expression dark. Once Martin finished his tirade, Kidd abruptly raised his head, eyes blazing. "Are you done? Look at your abysmal shooting, 10 attempts, 2 makes. A 20-field goal percentage for an interior player against double teams and zone defense? You want me to keep feeding you just to watch you brick shots?" Kidd had finally had enough. He despised Martin's arrogance and delusions of grandeur. If Martin were truly a superstar, Kidd would have no issue prioritizing him. But more often than not, Martin was merely a lob-finishing role player, a glorified power forward. His once reliable mid-range jumper had vanished in this series, let alone his ability to break down defenses under shifting coverages. That's because I'm facing insane defensive pressure. If Jefferson could just hit those damn threes and draw some attention, I'd be way more efficient. Martin, seething, shifted the blame onto Richard Jefferson. Hey, don't go throwing shade. Even I can't stand listening to this." At some point, Souza had appeared at the Nets' locker room door. Souza leaned against the locker room door, leisurely observing the internal strife within the Nets. Jefferson's three-point shooting was already remarkably accurate. He had made all 4 attempts in the first half. What more could one ask of Jefferson? Did you expect him to be another Kobe or Tracy McGrady? Souza curled his lips in disdain as he cast a scornful gaze at Kenyon Martin. It was unfortunate enough to be lacking in skill, but to also shift the blame onto others, what a stroke of misfortune to have a teammate like you. Souza's words pierced through Kenyon Martin's heart like a dagger. In an instant, Martin's defenses crumbled. Enraged, he charged towards Souza, emitting a roar akin to that of a wild beast. "What did you say? Silence yourself. This is the Brooklyn Nets locker room, and your voice bears no weight here." Kenyon Martin's eyes blazed with fury, his anger threatening to engulf Souza like a raging fire. Yet, Souza remained unperturbed, locking eyes with Martin. "What's the matter? Are you looking for a fight, or perhaps a game?" "Oh, right, in a game. You cannot compete with me. I have utterly dominated you. Furthermore, when facing my defense on the court, you struggle to even maintain possession of the ball. TSK. You are nothing but a novice." Souza and Martin were so close that their noses were nearly touching. Souza initially came to observe the spectacle, but he was unexpectedly irked by Kenyon Martin's impotent fury. Martin, infuriated, nearly spat out blood in frustration. Being publicly humiliated reopened old wounds, leaving him with a burning sensation on his cheeks, akin to receiving a stinging slap. Indeed, it was not merely Souza's observations. All the players of the Nets could discern the truth. On the court, whenever Kenyon Martin was defended by Souza, he struggled to maintain control of the ball. Devoid of any confidence to attack, struck at his vulnerable point, Martin's rage intensified. He swung his fist, poised to strike Souza's face. However, just before Martin could act, Souza exerted a sudden forceful push, sending Martin flying away. The astonishing burst of energy and formidable strength left Martin in a state of shock mid-flight. It was truly difficult to fathom that such immense power resided within Souza's seemingly frail physique. With a resounding thud, Martin was propelled away, crashing into the lockers in the changing room. In basketball, he faltered. In a brawl, he proved equally inept. Souza shook his finger at Kenyon Martin. "Spare yourself. With that energy, you might as well stay on the basketball court. Otherwise, I shall surely flatten you." Souza, with formidable strength, directly intimidated Kenyon Martin. Leaning against the cabinet, Martin's facial muscles twitched with tension, his eyes filled with disbelief as he could only watch helplessly as Souza departed. This incident further tarnished Kenyon Martin's image in the eyes of his teammates, exacerbating the existing rifts within the nets. Suzilai's intention was to strike at the opportune moment, exacerbating the internal discord within the nets. Now that Suzilai has achieved his objective, he naturally departs. Bang! Are you all blind? Did you not see Suzilai inciting chaos? Sitting on the floor, Kenyon Martin struck the ground forcefully with his right hand. The other players of the Nets fell into a heavy silence, ignoring Martin's outburst. Even head coach Byron Scott appeared disinterested in consoling him. The atmosphere within the Nets was laden with despair, and the rifts among the players continued to widen. All right, gentlemen, it's time to return to the court. The intermission passed swiftly, with Jason Kidd being the first to rise and exit the locker room. Subsequently, Coach Byron Scott and the rest of the players followed suit, leaving the locker room in a somber state. The fractured Nets even neglected their pre-game rallying cries. Each player was preoccupied with their own thoughts. And in the face of a 3-0 deficit, they could no longer unite into a formidable force. Chapter 108. A rabid dog. The players returned to the court. After a brief respite, both teams had regained some stamina. The Nets initiated the play, with Jason Kidd receiving the ball in the backcourt and swiftly advancing it past halfcourt. The conflict during halftime lingered in Kidd's mind, fueling his emotions. Confronted by Suzilai's defense, Kidd opted not to continue dribbling, but instead lofted a pass to the post for Kenyon Martin. Kidd relinquished control of the ball to Martin, infused with a sense of defiance, curious to see if Martin could lead the team to victory. As Martin received the ball and prepared to back down, the Magic swiftly executed a defensive switch, with Suzilai moving to guard Martin in the paint. Come on, back me down. Prove that you are not a bust. Suzy swiftly switched defenses, whispering into Kenyon Martin's ear. Upon hearing Suzy's voice, Martin couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. His mind flashed back to the terrifying strength Suzy had just displayed, along with the humiliating memory of being utterly outplayed by him earlier. A wave of unease washed over Martin. Come on, post up. Weren't you quite the talker in the locker room? Suzy continued to mock Martin. Unable to contain the fury within, Martin immediately retaliated by backing into Suzy. Don't get too cocky. This time, I shall teach you a lesson. Martin was infuriated. He endeavored to overcome his mental barriers, attempting to show Suzy a thing or two through his aggressive play. However, as his teammates had pointed out, facing Suzy's defense, Martin found his dribbling far less fluid than usual. Leaning against Suzy, he pushed inward with all his might, yet Suzy remained utterly unyielding. Come on, little brother, exert yourself. The harder you push, the more exhilarated I become. Suzy firmly positioned himself to obstruct Kenyon Martin, rendering Martin unable to advance even an inch. With no other options, Martin reluctantly resorted to a turnaround jumper, attempting to conclude the offensive play with an